Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Got the Spider Powers? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On the first day of the school year, Hitoshi Shinso walked through Yui inwardly hopeful and outwardly scowling. He was looking for Class 1C, where he would be unfortunately staying until he won the sports festival. Other students wandered the giant halls, talking amongst each other. Hitoshi continued to look ahead, knowing that friendships would slow him down and hold him back. None of these other kids had a dream that they would do anything for. At least, that's what he assumed. He finally found his class and stepped inside. He was being taught by Present Mike. Hitoshi had always looked up to him because he's the vocal hero, but he was also just as envious that Mick's quirk was more direct in its effects than Hitoshi's could ever be. Good morning, students. He was still just as loud as the day of the entrance exam. I'm your host and homeroom teacher, Present Methaic. Each of you little listeners are gonna come to the front of the class to tell us your name and something about you. This never gets old. Whenever it was the first day in other schools, Hitoshi would announce his quirk proudly. Other students were walking up and doing just that, going seat by seat. Hitoshi noticed that the seat to his left was empty. As the selection moved down to his row, Hitoshi was prepared to keep his quirk to himself. Just stand up, say your name, and sit back down. Hitoshi started to rise from his desk as the person to his left wasn't there. I'm here. A kid with green hair and a disheveled uniform came stumbling into the class. Sorry I'm late, my train got held up. It's no problem. I think you came just in time, actually. Head to the front and introduce yourself. Oh, all right. He walked to the front of the classroom and stood at attention. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya nodded his head and made to walk to his seat before Present Mike interrupted. Is that all, or is there anything else? Anything else? He looked up thoughtfully. He snapped his fingers and looked around the room. You guys know Spider-Man? There were nods and murmurs in the class until someone asked, Why, do you know him? Well, of course I know him. Midoriya pointed to himself. He's me. Ochako was a little disappointed. She probably shouldn't be. Her defeat of the 0-pointer gave her the highest entrance exam grade. But she was in the same class as Bakugo, who was already starting problems with this guy who moved like a robot, demanding that he take his feet off the desk. Oh God. Ochako sighed while dragging her hand down her face. Bakugo began, What are you doing in my class, round dash? It's you. It's me dash. The blue-haired boy walked up to her and bowed rapidly. You're the one who destroyed the 0-pointer. You must have known there was more to the test. I have much to learn from you dash. Ochako held her hands up, overwhelmed. It's really not what you think. I appreciate the praise but really I was just dash. They were all interrupted as a giant caterpillar spoke up from behind the head desk. If you're here to make friends, you should go home now. The man dressed in all black emerged from his sleeping bag, pulling out a stack of gym uniforms from his desk. Put these on and head outside. Ochako protested near immediately, What about orientation dash? The black-haired man rubbed his head. Teachers at UE are allowed a little more flexibility in how we run our classes. Now all of you go. Shinso, pissed. Hey Shinso. Midoriya whispered. What is it, Spider-Man? Hitoshi glared at the green-haired kid sitting next to him. Oh come on. That was a good icebreaker. Barely anyone laughed. It's not supposed to be funny. He smiled. Just fun. What do you want? Midoriya turned to face Hitoshi. You're the only one who didn't say what your quirk is. It's none of your business. Hitoshi hissed back. Dude, you can't expect me to not be interested in that. Why are you keeping it a secret dash? Why are you keeping yours a secret? Midoriya paused. If I tell you my reason, will you tell me yours? Hitoshi scoffed. I'm quirkless. Hitoshi's eyes widened. Quit lying dash. Cross my heart, it's true. I didn't even know that was possible. Are you quirkless too? No, it works better when people don't know about it, okay? Hitoshi shook his head. Why am I even talking to you about this? You promised dash. I didn't promise anything. Yeah, but you still followed through dash. Why do you even care? Midoriya sat back in his seat and faced ahead while he continued speaking. You're like me. I can feel it. What are you even talking about? I don't have any friends my age, being quirkless and all. So, you don't have friends either. Hitoshi frowned. That's rude dash. So, we could be friends. He beamed. No. I don't need any friends. Midoriya shook his head. Shinso, everyone needs friends. Well, I don't want to be friends with you. The bell rang and Hitoshi got up abruptly to go to lunch. Midoriya looked up in shock. Who else are you going to be friends with? You weren't listening. Hitoshi walked out of the class. Midoriya was a weird guy for wanting Hitoshi of all people as a friend. He had to admit he didn't exactly scream approachable, but when he found out what Hitoshi's quirk could do, he wouldn't want to be friends anyway. And then he would tell everyone, and Hitoshi would be at a disadvantage come the sports festival. Shinso! Go away! Hitoshi briskly walked down the hall to the cafeteria, where he would be eating alone. As Hitoshi looked back, Midoriya was holding a hand up to his head, and then, look out! A door blew off its hinges and came flying toward Hitoshi. Okay, you're all going to take this placement test to see where you score relative to each other. You're encouraged to use your quirks to the best of your ability. Ooh, a little competition? This could be fun. A girl with pink skin and hair said cheerfully. Aizawa, their teacher, laughed menacingly. Fun, huh? Well, how about this? The student who scores lowest will be expelled from this course. Ochako spoke up, indignantly. How is that fair? We just got here. Life isn't fair. A hero's job is to combat that unfairness with their own will. So are you going to stand there and whine, or will you go beyond? Ochako couldn't really disagree with his sentiment, but she didn't have to like it. You, in particular, scored the highest in the entrance exam. You're the one who took the top spot from me? Bakugo screeched as he ran toward Ochako, only to get grabbed by bindings all around his body. What the hell? Turn off your quirk, you're giving me dry eye. Mr. Aizawa's eyes were glowing red as he stared at Bakugo. Attacking other students outside of combat trials is grounds for expulsion. But please, continue to try. I can skip the test to see who doesn't belong here. Bakugo stopped struggling, massaging his wrists and glaring at Ochako, who glared right back. Uraraka, take your throw. As long as you don't leave the circle, anything goes. The pro said while tossing her the ball. Okay Ochako, there's nothing to it. Just float the ball and throw it. Ochako did just that, making the ball drift forward into the sky with her quirk. After a few moments of waiting, Aizawa turned to show the class an infinity symbol on the device he used to measure distance. Shocked shouts overtook the rest of the students while Ochako smiled pleasantly. I'm gonna crush your stupid score, round face, Bakugo said to her as she walked back in line. No. You won't. Hearing Bakugo's rageful growl might be tied with her score as the best thing to happen to her today. 1 second Hitoshi was staring death, or at least serious pain, in the face, the next he was just staring at a wall. Midoriya was next to him, even though he was way farther away just a second ago. Are you alright? You almost got hit by that door. Midoriya asked with concern. How did you dash? Hatsume. Again. How are you even doing that? The teacher in the room screamed. Suddenly Midoriya was shaking Hitoshi with deceptively strong force. Shinso. It's the excavation hero, power loader. Stop shaking me. I have eyes. Hitoshi said with some difficulty. Power loader sighed and looked at them. Are you two alright? I'm fine. I'm alright, Mr. Power Loader. Call me Majima Dash. Hatsume. Leave it alone. In a minute. It's gonna work. A pink-haired girl with crosshair pupils said from inside. Hitoshi looked at Midoriya to see him clutching his head again. No, it isn't. He screamed as he leaped into the studio. The machine Hatsume was working on started to whine and make a pulsing noise until Midoriya came over to it. He grabbed a screwdriver from the work table and used it on the machine, causing it to cool down nearly instantly. Midoriya looked at Hatsume and breathed a sigh of relief before saying, Your screws are too tight. You killed my baby. Hatsume screeched. I stopped it from exploding. Again. All of you out. The studio needs to be repaired. Power Loader broke up the oncoming argument. How did you know what to do to my beautiful creation, anyway? Hatsume asked Midoriya. Oh, I've made 1 or 2 gadgets before. When you have a pressurized system with no room for the contents to breathe, it blows up on itself. Why aren't you in my class then? I don't have the time to build things for school. And I really only dabble with machines. I'm more of a bioengineer, and a physicist, well, and dash. Hitoshi interrupted. We get it. You're a nerd. Can we go? Midoriya gave Hitoshi a smug look. What? We-huh. Hitoshi looked away. Shut up, you saved me from that door. I'm probably gonna regret this. Midoriya pumped a fist into the air. Ha, got you. We're friends now. You say it like I'm a fish you caught. Let's just go to lunch. Take her with you. Power Loader begged. Hatsume, let's talk about what you've made on the way to the cafeteria. Midoriya shouted. Okay. What's your name again? Hitoshi sighed. This is gonna be a long school year. Mirio had been looking for Izuku since it was just about lunchtime for first years. Tamaki and Nijire were helping him search. He spotted a green head of hair and was about to approach, then he realized what else he saw. What are the odds? Nijire gasped. It's like looking in a mirror, Tamaki said quietly. Izuku was walking with two kids his age, one looking extremely tired while still smiling, and the other speaking a mile a minute while Izuku nodded and gave input. Mirio, are we gonna say hello? Tamaki asked. Nah, plenty of time for it later, he said with finality. He watched his little bro walk with his new friends, nostalgic for his own first year at T. Not bad, Izuku. Sharkyanara walked out of Gyron's hideout, contemplating the offer from this Shigaraki guy. The fishman had always been more of a solo villain, but Shigaraki had a plan that was apparently gonna hit the heroes where it hurt. That's what Gyron said at least. He walked down the street, only terrorizing the passers-by a little, until he finally got to the pier. He walked to the edge and was ready to jump in when he realized the moonlight was being blocked by something. Sharkyanara turned and looked up to see someone flying feet first directly into his face, sending him sprawling against the dock floor. As he tried to get his bearings, he heard them speak. I've been in your shadow for hours. The figure crossed his arms. You're supposed to be an apex predator? Sharkyanara scrambled to his feet and snapped his jaws at his attacker nervously. I'll show you that I am Dash. The vigilante grabbed him by the throat, jumped into the air, and slammed him back onto the ground, knocking the wind out of him as he did so. Spider-Man then held a glowing hot fist next to the shark villain's face, making him cry out, "Can't breathe," as the moisture in the air was evaporated by the charging attack. If you don't want me to break your teeth until they stop growing back, you'll tell me. Spider-Man grabbed the villain's shirt and pulled him close. What did you talk about with Gyron? Toshinori had been meaning to talk to Midoriya for a while, and now at the start of summer, he finally had a chance. He was so busy being All Might that he was neglecting his duty to pass on One for All. He walked into Nighteye's agency to see Midoriya filing paperwork as he usually did. Mr. Yagi, it's great to see you again, he said with a usual tinge of nervousness. Hello, young Midoriya. How have you been? Toshinori asked with a little concern. He looked unwell, his eye was slightly swollen, his nose was bandaged, and he appeared to be exhausted. I'm doing great. Oddly enough, it sounded like he meant it. You look injured. Everything okay at home? All Might gently asked with his hands together. Oh, this. He pointed at his face. It's just from training. At home, it's just me and my mom, and she would never dash. Right, of course. I apologize, Toshi swiftly said, getting quiet before he followed up. What are you training for? Oh, Midoriya wrung his hands. Just because I'm not going to be a hero doesn't mean I should stop working to better myself, right? Toshinori nodded with a smile. That's right, you've got a good work ethic, young man. I respect that. This was his chance. Speaking of being a hero, what about All Might made you want to be one when you were younger? Midoriya gave him a suspicious look for a moment, then he made a thoughtful face. Just the idea of being someone who could save the lives of people in danger. He looked away wistfully. I know it sounds corny, but even now Dash. Midoriya smiled fondly at whatever he was thinking of. It's still the coolest thing on earth to me. Toshinori could feel a surge in his chest, reaching out to the boy. It doesn't sound corny at all, Midoriya. You have a good heart. If you had a quirk, do you think you would try to be a hero? At this point, I don't know. It was my dream for so long and I finally let go of it. I think it was holding me back before, but now I'm ready to move forward no matter what. All Might could see his determination, the way he meant the words he spoke. All compounding with One for All seeming to agree that he was a great choice. It made his breath catch as he considered asking him then and there. Midoriya, he began, before hoping to get on a more personal level. Izuku Dash. The boy's phone let out an alarm and he grabbed it quickly. Oops. I gotta get home. He gathered his things and walked to the door in a hurry. Bye, Mr. Yagi. Bye, sir. Toshinori turned to face his sidekick. Sasaki, why do you lurk around so much? He asked, exasperated. The boy always knows I'm there, even when he pretends like he doesn't. It's suspicious. Nighteye observed with narrowed eyes. Or maybe you need to get better at hiding. Or stop creeping on teenagers, either one could be the case, he said while spitting blood. Sasaki passed him a handkerchief. So, you still think he's the one? Our pool of candidates is a lot smaller than it used to be. The only other is so far away Dash. You need to make your decision soon. Nighteye complained abruptly, making Toshinori sigh with exhaustion. You know it isn't that simple. I still have time. Give the boy time. Maybe fate brought him to us. All Might considered with a smile. I know all about fate. The Oracle sighed with frustration. Just make sure you use your time wisely. Before you meet yours. The gate to Yui was gigantic. That was the main thing going through Ochako's head as she looked ahead to the place that would make her a hero. It had been a long few months of rigorous training, but it paid off. She was stronger than she ever had been. In quirk, mind and body. She took a deep breath as she watched the school. None of the past mattered. She was here now and nothing could shake her. Ah! Someone yelped as they walked ahead of her. Ochako reached out to stop their fall but froze in shock when she got a good look at them. Izuku! He almost hit the ground shin first, before he threw a hand out and flipped himself upright, holding his arms out to the sides like a performer after he did so. He turned around and looked right at her. Ochako? I didn't even recognize you. Ochako frowned. Well, I recognized you. That was a lie. He wasn't wearing his glasses, and his hair was cut down on the sides. It made his face look sharper, and she hadn't noticed how deep green his eyes were. Did you seriously trip just to get my attention? She shook off her thoughts with the question she asked with annoyance. Oh no. I forgot to tie my shoe, had to get dressed in a hurry. He stuffed his laces into his sneaker before he stood and stared at her. It's been a while, right? How do you like the new look? He gestured to his hair and face dramatically. I don't. You looked better before. Also a lie. He dragged his hand across his face, a faint split across his lip, probably from doing something stupid. I wanted to do something new. He leaned in, and the old hair made my head look too round in the mask, you know? She stepped away. No, I don't know. We aren't friends. Stop talking to me like we are. He stood there while she walked ahead. Yeesh, are you mad at me? It feels like you're mad at me. She spun on him furiously. Everything is a joke to you. You just walk around, not caring about anyone but yourself, and it's embarrassing. People are staring dash. I thought you loved attention. All of a sudden it's a problem? He chewed his lip nervously. Sorry. He said quietly. I won't bother you again. I have to be inside for testing, so good luck. He offered weakly as he quickly walked away. People were giving Ochako weird looks. She kind of felt bad, but she was also angry. Amazing. She thought, he gets to ruin my mood, and he gets to be the victim? Wow. Someone laughed near her. What? She turned angrily. I gotta say, round face. Haven't seen the nerd walk away with his tail between his legs in a while. It's pretty refreshing. Ugh, this guy. I don't like him, but I like you even less. Ochako seethed. Like I give a shit what you think. He sneered, just stay out of my way. Ochako watched as Bakugo stomped away. What a JRK. She thought of how upset Izuku had gotten about him. And she realized how what she just did was so close to Bakugo's behavior that he applauded her for it. Guilt and frustration mixed within her, throwing her off from how resolute she was earlier. Forget those two. I've only got one goal, and I'm gonna pass. The written test was about as hard as Ochako expected. A few questions were more difficult than she expected though. She didn't quite brush up on every single concept in the book. Ochako sort of wished she had Izuku to tutor. No. No thinking about him. Time to get ready for the battle trial. It was simple. Destroy or subdue the robots and you get points. The stronger the robot, the more points you get. Ochako was startled by the sudden start and lack of countdown, much like every other examinee. But she got into a good rhythm soon enough. Over the summer and the 3 months before it, she had been able to double the weight limit on her quirk. And she found a way to be training all the time. Her shoes were weighted. By a lot. She caught an episode of an old TV show about ninjas. One of them used weights around his legs to hold him back so that when he took them off, he would be incredibly fast. Ochako didn't know if she had the time to condition her body that much. It looked like it would take years. But the idea of high-density footwear got stuck in her head, and now she made a flying kick through 2 3-point robots, tearing through them like cardboard. When Ochako made a move while weightless and then released her quirk, it built up momentum wonderfully. With her weighted shoes acting like anchors or shot-put ball, she was like a bullet moving through the fake city. Suddenly, the ground shook. Creaking an enormous mechanical hand around the roof of a building was the 0-point robot. An obstacle that you were meant to run away from. Ochako watched the Titan tear through the city with complete disregard for everything. It tossed rubble through the air, almost hitting Ochako and sending her sprawling onto the floor. Ah! She cried out, her ankle was twisted from the debris. She looked around for help, but everyone was running away as the giant robot got closer. The big green menace was leering down at her. Ochako glared back and pressed her fingertips onto the rubble that had her pinned, ignoring the twist in her stomach as she did so. Ochako wasn't about to run away from this JRK. Among the scattered debris, she saw a lamp post. She picked it up while continuing to push past her body's protests. She ran toward the Goliath with her giant javelin over her shoulder, her feet bounding across the destroyed ground. She used the pole to vault way into the air, nullifying the gravity on herself as well. She was near the giant's face now, floating in the air like an angel of death. This stupid, selfish, giant green piece of crap had hurt her with its selfish actions, and it didn't even care. It just wanted to keep going, like a machine. She just wasn't important enough to him to make it stop destroying himself the city. Ochako released gravity on herself, falling onto the robot's face and axe kicking it in the lenses to weaken them. Then she held the lamp post above her head. looked into the robot's green-red eyes, and launched the spear through its mechanical skull with all the resentment she felt for the last 4 months. The spear accelerated all the way through the robot's head as Ochako released her quirk's hold on it. It started to explode and malfunction. As it fell backward toward the earth, Ochako used its body as a platform, standing triumphantly atop its chest and looking into its destroyed head. "Time's up!" The loudspeaker blared. Ochako, breathing heavily atop her fallen foe, promptly threw up enough rainbows to make a bridge to Asgard, and began to pass out from quirk exhaustion, and physical exhaustion, and mental exhaustion, and, oh, that's darkness overtaking her. Gyron was sitting in his office, a cramped little space that existed in a rather seedy part of Mizurufu. He had more places to do business all across Japan, but he had heard rumors of a certain vigilante who was after him. He wasn't sure if what he heard was true at the time. But after 40 days of summer, what he heard right now convinced him. That was one of the guards who were supposed to be protecting him, his voice sounding like it was getting far away. He was probably thrown by someone strong. "You son of a dash," followed up by gunshots, until the second guard screamed as well, right before a dull thud silenced them. Gyron heard the footsteps coming toward his door. They were light enough to not sound too threatening but were also purposefully noisy. Gyron opened his drawer and pulled out a gun, the footsteps still audibly tapping across the wood floor as he held the weapon in his hands. As they arrived at the door, Kajiro Oka pointed the face of the gun toward his own. He had been prepared for something like this, and he felt like now was as good a time as any. Spider-Man kicked the doors down, splintering them in half and sending wood flying everywhere. He jumped into the room, his eye lens things narrowing sharply. Gyron pulled the trigger and lit his cigarette. He spoke first. "You know those doors weren't locked, right? Are you Gyron? Those doors were imported maple dash. Screw your doors and the knobs. Are you Gyron?" The vigilante raged. He took a long drag on his cigarette. "Would you be here if I wasn't?" The vigilante started to walk closer to his desk with a quiet chuckle. "Don't know. I have been on a wild goose chase looking for you," he said with cheer. Thought this might have been another dead end. "All right, what do you want?" The Spider-Man jumped onto his desk, his lenses focused on Gyron's eyes. "What do you think?" Gyron blew a puff of smoke to the side and tapped his cigarette into the ashtray. "I think you wasted your time dash." Spider-Man grabbed his shirt and jumped to the ceiling while dangling him. "You're done. Your whole operation is done. I've beaten tougher guys just to find you. You think I can't beat you too?" he hissed. Gyron gave a bored look, eyes half-lidded. "Okay, so you'll kick the sheet out of me. Then what?" "Then you're gonna go to jail. For 5 seconds before I'm out again." Gyron responded flippantly. "What dash?" "I didn't want to believe it," Gyron laughed, "but it's true, you really are just a baby." The lenses narrowed angrily. "Watch it. I can still dash. Kick my butt, yeah I'm sure. But that won't do anything," he said smugly. "How about I call the cops?" "Hello officers, I broke into a man's property, destroyed it, and assaulted everyone there. Brilliant plan there, kid. They'll take anything you have dash." "Like what? You think this is my first rodeo, Junior? You've got guts. But you lack critical thinking skills, kiddo." Gyron mocked with a toothy grin. Gyron could see the frustration oozing off this guy. "Well." He held up a glowing fist. "What if I just kill Dash?" Gyron was seriously unimpressed. "Really?" "Yes, really. I could make it so you never sell weapons or do anything again." "Oh, will you?" "Yeah. Is that what's happening?" Gyron wondered sarcastically. Spider-Man's frustration was only growing as he seethed and his fist shook. "If you make me dash, Spider-Man is gonna kill me, is that what's going on?" Gyron asked with wide eyes. "Yes." Gyron laughed and pointed up at the masked face. "Here's the thing. It doesn't fit your MO to kill me. Things change." He held the fist closer to Gyron's face. Gyron's eyes narrowed as he saw through the intruder's act. "True. But you won't." Spider-Man growled indignantly and threw Gyron back into his chair. "Wow, really impressive performance there, Spiderling." Gyron slowly clapped as the vigilante walked and stomped away. He called out after him, "We're both allegedly criminals, you know. If you ever grow up, come to me and maybe I can get you a job." Spider-Man stopped at the destroyed door and turned his head back toward Gyron. "Your time is coming, just you wait." He stepped on the groaning guard as he left. Gyron lit another cigarette for himself and sighed happily. Ah, the youth. Spider-Man swung home, embarrassed and angry. Izuku was sad about Ochako. He might always be, but he had been accepting of her feelings for months now. He would always have her in his heart, and he just couldn't fight his feelings toward her no matter what. But Gyron was supposed to go down today. And he seemed untouchable. How was he supposed to beat a guy that wouldn't fight? He got closer to the inner city and decided on a quick detour. Knuckle Duster was repairing some of his equipment when he heard something land near the apartment. He slipped on his mask as he heard the knocking. He looked through the peephole of the door. He peered outside and saw the kid pacing back and forth angrily. Aguro opened the door. "What are you doing here?" Spider-Man shoved past him and into the apartment. "Yeah, just let yourself in, Dash. Stupid, dumb little weasel man with his tacky suit and his horrible breath. So you found the guy?" Knuckle Duster guessed. "Oh, I found him," he said angrily, "and I found out that there's nothing I can do about him selling these weapons. Covers his tracks well, huh? Too well. I could tell he wasn't bluffing when he said he would be out of jail as quickly as I put him there. Yeah, he's a slippery BSTD, I'll give him that, Dash. Wait, you say that like you know him." The kid pulled off his mask, a look of disbelief and betrayal across his face. "Do you know him?" "Yeah, from back in the day." Aguro shrugged. "You knew this guy and you let me run around like an idiot trying to track him down?" Spider-Man screeched in disbelief. Aguro took a little offense and shrugged. "You're the one who wanted to catch him, you didn't ask for my help, Dash. I didn't think that you knew, oh my god, I can't believe you." He walked in more circles while holding his head, until he did a double take at the equipment on the table. "What is this?" "It's the gear I've always used, Dash." "No. I've seen this, he sells this. Are you getting your gear from a criminal?" he asked with an appalled voice. "Where did you think I got it from, genius?" Knuckle Duster stared down at the kid with annoyance. "I thought you made it. This guy is making these idiots more dangerous, and you're supporting him." Spider-Man raged. "He was gonna sell them anyway. I'm using them to stop Dash. My mom and I have money problems." The kid suddenly stared up and admitted with a quiet tone while he trembled angrily. Aguro made a confused face. "That's unfortunate, kid, but Dash." He stepped forward and pointed. "Do you even know how many drag dealers I stop? How much any one of them have on their person? I could take their money after I beat them and send them to jail. That kind of cash could change my life. But doing that is the same as benefiting from the crime. I don't have the luxury of doing things the right way. It's like you said, we take every advantage we can." Knuckle Duster argued with the boy's own words. "Not every advantage." Spider-Man threw his hands up and paced some more. "This is the problem with the heroes. They don't want to fight in an area with no publicity, they get paid to fight villains, they profit off of suffering." The kid disrespecting the profession Aguro had retired from struck a nerve he thought was far faded. You want the heroes to be good little Samaritans and have no clothes for themselves or food for their families. Grow up, kid. "Oh, I should grow up, right? After a while everyone just gives up doing what's right, so I should just grow up. Because I'm a baby for having a demon conscience." Spider-Man shouted furiously. They were both breathing heavily until finally, Aguro shook his head. "Go home, Kid Dash." Spider-Man gripped his mask tight and marched. "Don't call me that, I'm already leaving." He walked out of the door while putting on his mask. "Maybe I expected too much of you," he said quietly, with disappointment weighing heavily in his tone. It shocked Aguro into taking a step back. "But we're supposed to be better." He closed the door behind him. Izuku jumped off the rooftop to head back home, disappointment giving way to determination. "At the very least, I have to be." On the first day of the school year, Hitoshi Shinso walked through Yui inwardly hopeful and outwardly scowling. He was looking for Class 1C, where he would be unfortunately staying until he won the sports festival. Other students wandered the giant halls, talking amongst each other. Hitoshi continued to look ahead, knowing that friendships would slow him down and hold him back. None of these other kids had a dream that they would do anything for. At least, that's what he assumed. He finally found his class and stepped inside. He was being taught by Present Mike. Hitoshi had always looked up to him because he's the vocal hero, but he was also just as envious that Mick's quirk was more direct in its effects than Hitoshi's could ever be. "Good morning, students." He was still just as loud as the day of the entrance exam. "I'm your host and homeroom teacher, Present Mythic. Each of you little listeners are gonna come to the front of the class to tell us your name and something about you." This never gets old. Whenever it was the first day in other schools, Hitoshi would announce his quirk proudly. Other students were walking up and doing just that, going seat by seat. Hitoshi noticed that the seat to his left was empty. As the selection moved down to his row, Hitoshi was prepared to keep his quirk to himself. "Just stand up, say your name, and sit back down." Hitoshi started to rise from his desk as the person to his left wasn't there. "I'm here." A kid with green hair and a disheveled uniform came stumbling into the class. "Sorry I'm late, my train got held up." "It's no problem. I think you came just in time, actually. Head to the front and introduce yourself." "Oh, all right." He walked to the front of the classroom and stood at attention. "My name is Izuku Midoriya." Midoriya nodded his head and made to walk to his seat before Present Mike interrupted. Is that all, or is there anything else? Anything else?" He looked up thoughtfully. OH. He snapped his fingers and looked around the room. You guys know Spider-Man? There were nods and murmurs in the class until someone asked, why, do you know him? Well, of course I know him. Midoriya pointed to himself. He's me. Ochako was a little disappointed. She probably shouldn't be. Her defeat of the zero-pointer gave her the highest entrance exam grade. But she was in the same class as Bakugo, who was already starting problems with this guy who moved like a robot, demanding that he take his feet off the desk. Oh God. Ochako sighed while dragging her hand down her face. Bakugo began, what are you doing in my class, round dash? It's you. It's me dash. The blue-haired boy walked up to her and bowed rapidly. You're the one who destroyed the zero-pointer. You must have known there was more to the test. I have much to learn from you dash. Ochako held her hands up, overwhelmed. It's really not what you think. I appreciate the praise but really I was just dash. They were all interrupted as a giant caterpillar spoke up from behind the head desk. If you're here to make friends, you should go home now. The man dressed in all black emerged from his sleeping bag, pulling out a stack of gym uniforms from his desk. Put these on and head outside. Ochako protested near immediately, what about orientation dash? The black-haired man rubbed his head. Teachers at UE are allowed a little more flexibility in how we run our classes. Now all of you go. Shinso, pissed, hey Shinso. Midoriya whispered. What is it, Spider-Man? Hitoshi glared at the green-haired kid sitting next to him. Oh come on. That was a good icebreaker. Barely anyone laughed. It's not supposed to be funny. He smiled, just fun. What do you want? Midoriya turned to face Hitoshi. You're the only one who didn't say what your quirk is. It's none of your business. Hitoshi hissed back. Dude, you can't expect me to not be interested in that. Why are you keeping it a secret dash? Why are you keeping yours a secret? Midoriya paused. If I tell you my reason, will you tell me yours? Hitoshi scoffed. I'm quirkless. Hitoshi's eyes widened. Quit lying dash. Cross my heart, it's true. I didn't even know that was possible. Are you quirkless too? No, it works better when people don't know about it, okay? Hitoshi shook his head. Why am I even talking to you about this? You promised dash. I didn't promise anything. Yeah, but you still followed through dash. Why do you even care? Midoriya sat back in his seat and faced ahead while he continued speaking. You're like me. I can feel it. What are you even talking about? I don't have any friends my age, being quirkless and all. So, you don't have friends either. Hitoshi frowned. That's rude dash. So, we could be friends. He beamed. No, I don't need any friends. Midoriya shook his head. Shinso, everyone needs friends. Well, I don't want to be friends with you. The bell rang and Hitoshi got up abruptly to go to lunch. Midoriya looked up in shock. Who else are you going to be friends with? You weren't listening. Hitoshi walked out of the class. Midoriya was a weird guy for wanting Hitoshi of all people as a friend. He had to admit he didn't exactly scream, approachable, but when he found out what Hitoshi's quirk could do, he wouldn't want to be friends anyway. And then he would tell everyone, and Hitoshi would be at a disadvantage come the sports festival. Shinso. Go away. Hitoshi briskly walked down the hall to the cafeteria, where he would be eating alone. As Hitoshi looked back, Midoriya was holding a hand up to his head, and then, look out. A door blew off its hinges and came flying toward Hitoshi. Okay, you're all going to take this placement test to see where you score relative to each other. You're encouraged to use your quirks to the best of your ability. Ooh, a little competition? This could be fun. A girl with pink skin and hair said cheerfully. Aizawa, their teacher, laughed menacingly. Fun huh? Well, how about this? The student who scores lowest will be expelled from this course. Ochako spoke up, indignantly. How is that fair? We just got here. Life isn't fair. A hero's job is to combat that unfairness with their own will. So are you going to stand there and whine, or will you go beyond? Ochako couldn't really disagree with his sentiment, but she didn't have to like it. You, in particular, scored the highest in the entrance exam. You're the one who took the top spot from me? Bakugo screeched as he ran toward Ochako, only to get grabbed by bindings all around his body. What the hell? Turn off your quirk, you're giving me dry eye. Mr. Aizawa's eyes were glowing red as he stared at Bakugo. Attacking other students outside of combat trials is grounds for expulsion. But please, continue to try. I can skip the test to see who doesn't belong here. Bakugo stopped struggling, massaging his wrists and glaring at Ochako, who glared right back. Uraraka, take your throw. As long as you don't leave the circle, anything goes. The pro said while tossing her the ball. Okay Ochako, there's nothing to it. Just float the ball and throw it. Ochako did just that, making the ball drift forward into the sky with her quirk. After a few moments of waiting, Aizawa turned to show the class an infinity symbol on the device he used to measure distance. Shocked shouts overtook the rest of the students while Ochako smiled pleasantly. I'm gonna crush your stupid score, round face, Bakugo said to her as she walked back in line. No. You won't. Hearing Bakugo's rageful growl might be tied with her score as the best thing to happen to her today. 1 second Hitoshi was staring death, or at least serious pain, in the face, the next he was just staring at a wall. Midoriya was next to him, even though he was way farther away just a second ago. Are you alright? You almost got hit by that door. Midoriya asked with concern. How did you dash? Hatsume. Again. How are you even doing that? The teacher in the room screamed. Suddenly Midoriya was shaking Hitoshi with deceptively strong force. Shinso. It's the excavation hero, power loader. Stop shaking me. I have eyes. Hitoshi said with some difficulty. Power loader sighed and looked at them. Are you two alright? I'm fine. I'm alright, Mr. Power Loader. Call me Majima Dash. Hatsume. Leave it alone. In a minute. It's gonna work. A pink-haired girl with crosshair pupils said from inside. Hitoshi looked at Midoriya to see him clutching his head again. No, it isn't. He screamed as he leaped into the studio. The machine Hatsume was working on started to whine and make a pulsing noise until Midoriya came over too. He grabbed a screwdriver from the work table and used it on the machine, causing it to cool down nearly instantly. Midoriya looked at Hatsume and breathed a sigh of relief before saying, Your screws are too tight. You killed my baby. Hatsume screeched. I stopped it from exploding. Again. All of you out. The studio needs to be repaired. Power Loader broke up the oncoming argument. How did you know what to do to my beautiful creation, anyway? Hatsume asked Midoriya. Oh, I've made 1 or 2 gadgets before. When you have a pressurized system with no room for the contents to breathe, it blows up on itself. Why aren't you in my class then? I don't have the time to build things for school. And I really only dabble with machines. I'm more of a bioengineer, and a physicist, well, and dash. Hitoshi interrupted. We get it. You're a nerd. Can we go? Midoriya gave Hitoshi a smug look. What? Hitoshi looked away. Shut up, you saved me from that door. I'm probably gonna regret this. Midoriya pumped a fist into the air. Got you. We're friends now. You say it like I'm a fish you caught. Let's just go to lunch. Take her with you. Power Loader begged. Hatsume, let's talk about what you've made on the way to the cafeteria. Midoriya shouted. Okay. What's your name again? Hitoshi sighed. This is gonna be a long school year. Mirio had been looking for Izuku since it was just about lunchtime for first years. Tamaki and Nijire were helping him search. He spotted a green head of hair and was about to approach, then he realized what else he saw. What are the odds? Nijire gasped. It's like looking in a mirror, Tamaki said quietly. Izuku was walking with 2 kids his age, one looking extremely tired while still smiling, and the other speaking a mile a minute while Izuku nodded and gave input. Mirio, are we gonna say hello? Tamaki asked. Nah, plenty of time for it later. He said with finality. He watched his little bro walk with his new friends, nostalgic for his own first year at T. Not bad, Izuku. Sharkyanara walked out of Gyron's hideout, contemplating the offer from this Shigaraki guy. The fishman had always been more of a solo villain, but Shigaraki had a plan that was apparently gonna hit the heroes where it hurt. That's what Gyron said at least. He walked down the street, only terrorizing the passers-by a little, until he finally got to the pier. He walked to the edge and was ready to jump in when he realized the moonlight was being blocked by something. Sharkyanara turned and looked up to see someone flying feet first directly into his face, sending him sprawling against the dock floor. As he tried to get his bearings, he heard them speak. I've been in your shadow for hours. The figure crossed his arms. You're supposed to be an apex predator? Sharkyanara scrambled to his feet and snapped his jaws at his attacker nervously. I'll show you that I am Dash. The vigilante grabbed him by the throat, jumped into the air, and slammed him back onto the ground, knocking the wind out of him as he did so. Spider-Man then held a glowing hot fist next to the shark villain's face, making him cry out, Can't breathe, as the moisture in the air was evaporated by the charging attack. If you don't want me to break your teeth until they stop growing back, you'll tell me. Spider-Man grabbed the villain's shirt and pulled him close. What did you talk about with Gyron? Izuku. Inko yelled from the kitchen. Yeah, ma. I'm going on a trip for the next few days. Izuku walked out of his room in his Yui uniform, the tie still not done properly. He fumbled with it as he spoke. Real quick, can you dash? Inko sighed and walked up to her son, undoing the poorly made tie. What's this about a trip? He asked while she worked. Mitsuki and I are headed out for a girls' trip. Are you going to be all right on your own? What? Of course I will. Izuku smirked. I'm glad you're getting out of the house. Maybe you can fix this tie on your own, Dash. Wait. I didn't mean it like that. Izuku laughed nervously. I'm just happy at the thought of you having fun. Inko looked at him unimpressed and finished the tie. Aha, how thoughtful. Well, I don't want to be late. He quickly hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Love you. Bye. Izuku said as he left in a hurry. Izuku was inside the train for once, on his way to school. 2 days had passed since he interrogated Sharkyanara, terrible name if you asked him, and now he had information, but not enough of it. There was nothing on this guy named Shigaraki, not yet at least. But Izuku was more interested in this weapon of his. Apparently, it was powerful enough to take down All Might, which sounded pretty unbelievable, but Izuku had seen firsthand that the man wasn't invincible. He would have told Nighteye indirectly so that he could warn the symbol of peace, but Izuku had no idea where or when this attack was going to be. He had a meetup location, but there was a chance that was a lie. He would sound insane at best and might come off as threatening at worst if he tried to warn anyone. The best he could do was try to stop Shigaraki himself. Izuku got off the train and walked to Yui, meeting Shinso on his way to the gate while being unbothered by the crowd in front of him. Hey, Shinso. Izuku waved to him. Shinso just stared at him. Shinso. More staring. Shinso? Why are you dash? You didn't tie that on your own. His purple-haired friend accused. What? But yes I did. Shinso stared at him again, this time with skepticism. I resent that. I can tie my tie just fine on my own. That really? Okay, I had a little help. But that doesn't mean dash. You too. A microphone was shoved into their faces. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? Shinso rolled his eyes. We're not dash. It's the most amazing thing in the whole wide world. Izuku exclaimed while putting his hands over Shinso's mouth. Do you have a notebook? I'm about to give you the scoop. The reporter had stars in her eyes. Lay it on me, kid. He's been showing off his brand new moves, like his Might beam. Izuku shouted. He fires frickin' laser beams from his eyes. Sometimes he uses them to bake cakes in Homusi. Laser beams. The reporter looked up confused. Izuku was still wrestling with a desperately fighting Shinso. Yeah. And his Might chop. Might chop. She repeated. He uses his super strength for karate chop action. It's insane dash. Shinso liked Izuku's hand. Gross, man. Shinso spat. How? Do you think I feel? He turned to the reporter. He's lying to you, we're both in general studies, All Might teaches the hero course. Shinso. Izuku whined. And we have to get to class, excuse us. He said while dragging Izuku away. But I have so much more to tell her. I didn't even mention his kung fu grip dash. Shut up. Interesting. Way to avoid the media. A man dressed in all black said while staring at them. Izuku gasped, I know you. He pointed between the two insomniacs. Shinso. Your dad's here. Eraserhead glared at Izuku. Something about you is annoyingly familiar. I'm so sorry about him, Mr. Eraserhead. Shinso said while covering Izuku's mouth this time. He was dropped on his head when he was a child, C dash. You know who I am? Eraserhead asked with a raised eyebrow. Shinso coughed and looked away. You're my, favorite hero. Huh. Yeah. Izuku liked Shinso's hand. Ack. That's how it feels. He looked at Eraserhead. Shinso here isn't used to being nice, so I'm gonna translate and say that he'd like to ask for your autograph. Shinso elbowed him in the side. Is this true? Shinso pulled out a notebook with a shaking hand. Yes, please. Eraserhead signed it and looked away. Don't sell that. I won't. Ever. Shinso bowed. Hey, while you're here dash, Izuku pulled out his own notebook. Eraserhead sighed. And signed it anyway. Cool, thank you. You don't sell that either. I probably won't. A beat of silence passed. Shouldn't you be heading to class dash? Before we do, can you say, I'm Batma dash. Thank you for your time, sir, we'll be going now. That kid wasted my time, I want a real interview. You shouldn't be harassing the students anyhow. Eraserhead activated his quirk to scare off the reporter. Leave. Now. He turned and walked toward the school. She started to follow him, not until dash. The reporter screamed as the Yui defense gates slammed down in front of the masses, keeping them all outside. Eraserhead glared as he walked inside. Vultures. Ochako was walking to lunch with Ida and Tsuyu. After the battle trial yesterday, where Ochako and Tsuyu had been up against Bakugo and Ida, the girls had just barely been able to win because of Bakugo's focus on fighting Ochako. The whole ordeal gave them something to talk about at least, and now they were all becoming friends. There's no place to sit, you guys. Tsuyu croaked. Yes, most of the tables are full. We may have to stand while we eat. Ida said with his usual clinical tone. So embarrassing. What's wrong with you? An unfamiliar voice shouted a few tables away. I had no choice. The people have a right to the truth, Shinso. A very familiar voice responded. Ochako watched him joke to his friend. She was left remembering when he would try to make her laugh with his dumb jokes, and how he usually succeeded. Ochako? Yeah, what is it? She asked, snapped out of her thoughts. I was saying that they still have space at their table, we should ask to sit there dash. No. I mean, we don't want to bother anyone, right? I'm sure that fellow students of Yui will be more than welcoming to us. Onward. Ida said obliviously. Ochako trailed behind her classmates as they walked toward Izuku's table. They were close when Midoriya, a pink-haired girl in a tank top covered in grease and grime, slammed into Deku and shouted, "Make a baby with me, please." Ochako, along with a good portion of the cafeteria, were stunned to silence. As Izuku's friend with purple hair buried his head in his hands, Izuku turned to the girl and put a hand on her shoulder. "May, you're great. But I had a really bad breakup earlier this year, and I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of commitment dash." Izuku's friend was pushed past the breaking point, it seems. "You know what she means." He screamed with exhaustion, "When are you gonna stop doing that?" "As soon as it stops being funny." "Excuse us dash," Tsuyu interrupted, not one to be stopped by social anxieties. "Can we sit here?" The friend with purple hair glared at them. "Hero course. We were just leaving dash." He started to grab his tray before Izuku put a hand on his shoulder. "Easy, Shinso. This table is big enough for the both, 6 of us." He looked at them, eyes resting on Ochako before he turned back, "And besides," he said more quietly, "do you really want to give them the satisfaction?" Shinso looked at Izuku for a moment and then hung his head, relenting with a slight smile. "You're such a shoulder devil. There are too many chips up here, I'm trying to clean them off," he said with a determined smile and a nod. Then Izuku looked back at Ochako's group. "Me table, Su table. Thank you for your generosity, Midoriya, correct?" Ida asked while sitting. "That's right. This ray of sunshine is Shinso, and the teen mom is Hatsume," Izuku said while pointing to each of them. "Who are you guys?" "I am Tenya Ida, to my left is Tsuyu Azui, and next to her is Dash." "Yeah, I already know that one." Ochako opened her mouth to retort before Izuku kept talking. "You said your name was Ida? Like Ingenium?" Izuku asked with stars in his eyes. Ida swelled with pride and puffed out his chest. "Yes, my older brother, Tensei, is the current Ingenium, and I hope to be worthy of the name someday." "That's really cool, Ida. I'm rooting for you." Izuku smiled with a thumbs up. "Midoriya. So you spoke. You said you already know Ochako." "I did say that. You're super observant, Azui." "Thanks. So how do you dash?" "Oh, we studied together before Yui," he said while biting into his food. "It's ancient history at this point dash." "Ancient history?" Ochako glared at him. "Well yeah." He swallowed. "Don't you agree?" "I dash," she huffed. "Yes. I just think you're leaving some things out is all." Izuku tilted his head in mock confusion as everyone sans Hatsume watched the tension between them. "Like what?" Ochako cleared her throat and stared back at him, unflinching. "Like Spider-Man?" He tensed for a moment, so small most people would miss it. But not Ochako, she got the reaction she wanted. "What about Spider-Man?" Shinso, who was quiet for most of the conversation, asked. Izuku turned to his friend. "We had a big argument about the guy, it got pretty heated. Spider-Man is a criminal. He should be brought to justice as soon as possible." Ida shouted passionately, chopping the air all the while. Izuku turned his head slowly with an open-mouthed smile. "Really?" He rested his chin on his hand. "What do you think about him, Azui?" Tsuyu made a rip-bit noise. "He may look like he's doing good, but breaking the law makes him no better than the villains." "Completely correct, Azui." Izuku's smile grew wider as he looked at Ochako. "Yeah, I hear you, brother. That guy's a menace." Ochako was fed up with Izuku's smug, self-satisfied grin. "You didn't seem to think so before. People change." "You haven't. I'm just glad you found so many like-minded friends." "Really?" "Yeah. Are you?" She stood up and slammed her palms into the table. "I am." He repeated her action while glaring at her. "That's great. IT is great. Get a room." Shinso and Tsuyu said in unison. "You be quiet." Both Izuku and Ochako said before looking back at each other. "You're still as selfish as ever. And you're still a hypocrite." "Me?" "You're dash." Ochako stopped as Izuku made a face and looked up at the windows. "What are you dash?" "I have to go." He picked up his bag in a hurry. "Shinso, make sure Hatsume actually eats. I'm not her babysitter. You are today." He speed walked away while turning and shouting, "It was nice to meet you guys. We should do it again sometime." As he left the cafeteria. He seemed nice. "Ochako, your boyfriend is weird." Ochako's face glowed pink. "He's not my boyfriend. He's not even my friend." Then maybe you guys shouldn't talk about him behind his back. Shinso glared. Tsu croaked, sorry, I usually speak my mind. Where did he go in such a hurry anyway? Shinso sked and looked away from them, how would I know? He looked at Ochako, maybe he just wanted to get away from you. Ochako's jaw clenched tight, look, I'm sorry for my outburst. But if you knew dash. An alarm started blaring, interrupting Ochako and sending the lunchroom into a panic. Izuku ran up the stairs of Yui. He didn't know where he was going, but he trusted his spider sense to take him where he needed to be. This floor. He ran out of the stairwell as an alarm started to go off. Whatever was going on couldn't be good. He sprinted down the halls and stopped at a door, listening to the rustling of papers and what sounded like a vent with wind rushing through it. Izuku waited and waited, the blaring alarm and his blaring sense putting him on edge all the while. When the noises stopped, Izuku looked through the room's window and saw no one there. He opened the door and walked in slowly, not sure if he hallucinated the whole thing. Until he looked at the desk and saw the stack of papers. Schedule dates for the whole school year. Final exams, sports festival, joint training, summer training, unforeseen simulation. Who wanted these? Did the alarm get set off because of them? If this was a villain, which one of these events were they targeting? Could it be all of them? Spider sense. Izuku quickly put the folders back and tried to look confused, which wasn't hard. You. Eraserhead walked into the room and glared at Izuku. Hello sir. What are you doing in here? I was at lunch, I forgot my notebook in class. But not this class. His eyes narrowed. No. But when I was walking back, the alarm started and I got scared so I hid in here. Eraserhead looked at him for an agonizing few seconds. Okay, head back to lunch now. Yes sir, thank you for the autograph earlier. Whatever. Go. Midoriya came running into the cafeteria to meet Hitoshi. You guys alright? He asked, concerned. I heard the alarm as I got upstairs. Hitoshi shook his head, Hatsume barely even noticed anything was going on. And Ito was able to calm down the rest of the lunchroom. Really? What happened? It was just the media, they set off the defenses somehow. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, nothing to worry about. Midoriya looked distracted, I'm not so sure. He said quietly before shaking his own head. So, what do you think of the Hero Corps students? Hitoshi scoffed. After you left we didn't talk about much, they have a field trip tomorrow. Lucky Beasis. Jealously doesn't look good on you. Midoriya sang. Whatever. They aren't terrible I guess. I respect Ajui's bluntness, and Ida floating near the roof to get everyone's attention was kind of impressive. Midoriya smiled. See, you've just gotta give people a chance dash. I don't know about your girlfriend though. Midoriya was red in the face, finally embarrassed after an entire day of making Hitoshi feel the same way. She's not my girlfriend. Hatsume, what do you think? Hitoshi asked the girl fiddling with a mechanical cube. She said without looking up, they argue like my parents sometimes do. So they're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Hatsume dash. They are probably married though. What? How would dash? It seems like an arranged thing, they can get as mad as they want because they both know the other isn't going anywhere. Midoriya spluttered. Hatsume, that's really not dash. You don't have to explain how your wife acts to us, Midoriya. She's not my wife. Hitoshi laughed. Oh right. Too young. Your fiancé, then? Midoriya covered his face with his arms. There's nothing between us, you saw how she acted. She hates me. Hitoshi just looked at Midoriya, unimpressed. What? Hitoshi just kept looking. What? Aren't you supposed to be smart? You dash. Come on, let's get to class before I hear even more wedding bells. Hitoshi smirked. Shut up. Before the sun rose the next day, Izuku sat in bed thinking about the maybe break-in at Yui. Of all the events, the unforeseen simulation joint was first. Izuku's eyes widened. The hero course was going on a field trip today if what Shinso told him was true. And today, Sharkyanara would have met Shigaraki at a warehouse with a small army of other villains. They wanted to hit the heroes where it hurt, what could hurt more than the deaths of the next generation. All Might teaches the hero course, they have a weapon that can kill him. Izuku jumped out of bed, clutching his skull in panic, thinking how could he be so stupid? Shigaraki was going to kill All Might, Ochako, and everyone in her class. Izuku! Are you awake already? His mom called from the other room. Izuku jumped under his covers and gave a theatrical groan. Are you alright? Not really. He whined as his mom burst into his room. What's wrong? She panicked, putting her hands all over his face. Stomach pain, something I ate at school probably, he lied. I don't think I can go today. His mom placed a thermometer under his tongue. Stay put, I'm going to call Yui and tell them you'll be absent. Yes. As his. Mom turned around. Izuku quickly pulled out the thermometer and charged a single finger with energy, heating it before putting it back in his mouth. She turned back to him to read the temperature. 120 degrees? Shoot. Overshot it. I'm calling Mitsuki to cancel. No. Izuku coughed. No, don't cancel. Izuku, I have to watch after you if you're this sick. Mom, I feel awful. But I'll feel even worse if you have to stay and take care of me. He gave a weak smile. Go have fun. Izuku dash. Please. I'm old enough I can take care of myself. And I'll call you every hour so you don't worry. His mother sighed. Are you sure? Positive. Okay, you know where all the medicine is, make sure you eat something. And call me. I will. Every hour. Every hour I got it, I came up with it. Izuku's mom smiled and kissed him on the forehead. Feel better, sweetie. She left his room and then the house. Izuku made sure she was gone before pulling his suit out from his bed frame. After I stop this guy, I will feel better. Izuku hoped he was correct in thinking he had hours to prepare, because he was using them the best he could. He swung downtown to the warehouse, praying that he had scared Sharkianara enough to have him tell the truth. All the while he kept trying to call Ochako, but she still had him blocked. Hey, it's me. Look, you need to tell anyone you can to stop the trip, you're all in danger, pick up your phone. Izuku had used up all his time, it was just around halfway through his first class of the day. He landed on the wall of the large warehouse. All know your roles, let's go kill the symbol of peace. A scratchy voice said from inside. Shigaraki. Maybe 50 or 70 villains cheered at his words. They all started to walk forward after him when Spider-Man broke through the circular window. What the dash? He didn't say he would be here. SP dash. Spider-Man dropped down and punched one of the villains in the face, throwing him into 3 others after he did so and encasing all 4 in webs. He's gonna ruin everything. A villain screamed while running toward a swirling portal with 5 others. Yeah, I am. Spider-Man grabbed the 6 villains with webs, spun them around above his head, and slammed them into the nearby wall, wincing as he did so. He almost felt bad, but then he remembered these guys were on their way to murder children, and suddenly he felt all warm and fuzzy at the thought of their pain. The portal at the front was shrinking fast. Spider-Man didn't hesitate, running toward it and shouting. Shigaraki! He jumped through the portal headfirst, darkness and cold washing over him. Tamura Shigaraki walked through Kurogiri's warp gate full of excitement and hope. Hope that the Nomu would destroy All Might and finally put an end to the false symbol he hated so much. Tamura's new toy was stacked with quirks and raw strength, a DPS that doubled as a tank. Nomu was a work of art. Tamura looked up the stairs of the giant facility, seeing the class of hero brats and their teachers. The so-called symbol of peace not among them. All Might's not here. Tamura scratched at his neck slightly. Maybe he'll show up if we kill some dash. Hey. Something crashed into Tamura from behind, sending him sprawling and ruining his entrance. The nuisance flipped off of him before he could get his hands on it. Tamura glared through the fingers of his father as he realized just what was happening. You. Recognized through that freaky hand mask and terrible hair? My publicist needs a raise. That portal ride was insane by the by dash. Why are you here? The Vigilante started to stretch his arms as 4 small-time villains ran after him. You see. He jumped into the air and split-kicked 2 villains into unconsciousness. I know you're sad All Might isn't here to smack you guys into next week. He dodged a flurry of bullets and punches, grabbed the wrist of a multi-armed villain, and used him to sweep the legs of the villain who had gun barrels for fingertips. Now I'm no symbol of peace dash. He kicked the multi-armed one in the head while he was on the ground. But I can promise you I'll send you guys to at least Saturday. He shot a web at Gunfinger's face, pulling him forward and punching his lights out. He turned his attention back to Tamura. So what do you say? You can leave now. Or I can kick your butt and give the kids a lesson at the same time. Tamura sneered behind father. He had come too far to give up now, especially not to some vigilante loser. We came here prepared to kill All Might. What makes you think you have what it takes to face us and survive? Tamura scratched furiously at his neck. Spider-Man got into a crouched position, one arm raised. Why don't you come over here and find out? As the class got off the bus and filed together into the USJ, Ochako couldn't help the starstruck feeling she had while listening to 13, the space hero, as they spoke to the students about using quirks to save people. Ochako was hanging on to every word, nodding intently and while simultaneously being in awe of the facility had so many different scenarios for rescue. It seemed like a perfect day for Ochako, really. She was being taught by her favorite hero, and she was going to learn how to save people in times of crisis. This was going to be so cool. Fake villains for the exercise too? Her classmate Kaminari asked while pointing to a dark swirling portal, tens of villains walking out. Mr. Aizawa slipped on his goggles and spoke in a commanding voice. Stay back. Those are real villains. He ran toward the center of the facility. 13. Evacuate the students and alert Yui. Right. 13 turned, everyone, back to the... Good evening. A shadowy mass with bright yellow eyes spoke, blanketing the way forward in darkness. I am Kurogiri. And we are the League of Villains, who have come to destroy the symbol of peace. 13 immediately started to use their quirk, Black Hole, to take down the villain made of dark mist when, like hell, die. Bakugo and Kirishima jumped in to attack the villain, forcing 13 to deactivate their quirk. Yui's golden eggs. As much as I'd like to play with you hatchlings, I only have one job today. Kurogiri was unfazed by the attacks of Ochako's classmates and expanded the darkness that his body was made up of. And that is to scatter you to your deaths. Ochako watched in horror as more than half of her class was absorbed into the darkness. Shota jumped into the fray, knowing that he was technically at a disadvantage. But the quality of a hero could always match up to the quantity of the evil they faced. It had to. But as Eraserhead skipped down the stairs, he noticed someone doing his job for him. Spider-Man! He yelled with a frown. The Vigilante turned his head, losing focus on the enemies in front of him as he spoke. Pencil neck! What are you doing here? He tilted his head to the side, dodging a wild punch to the skull, before spin-kicking the villain into the ground. I saw these guys first, so I call dibs. Eraserhead activated his quirk against a group of villains, then wrapped them in his capture tape before slamming their skulls into each other. How are you involved in this? Spider-Man flipped over a charging villain. Well, I didn't give them directions if that's what you're asking. He danced around wildly slashing blades. Do I really seem like the kind of guy who hangs out with clowns like these? Eraserhead threw his capture tape out at the villain. I have no idea what kind of guy you are. The tape grabbed both of her arms as Spider-Man shot webs at both of her legs and nodded to him. Together they threw the villain into the air before grounding her once more. Only best buds give concussions to potential child murderers together. Admit it, you know you can trust me. The Vigilante cheered. Shota looked toward the remaining two villains. After I arrest them, you're next. Yeah, but you gotta beat me first. Remember how that went for you? Spider-Man fiddled with his wrists. Hand guy's the leader of this league of losers. He took a fighting stance. Then I'll take care of it. Shota ran toward the villain who was standing next to a hulking beast that had yet to move. Oh, knock yourself out. Spider-Man laughed while running toward the closest disaster zone he could see. Ochako stood behind 13 as they looked up at Kurogiri. Ida, the comms systems aren't working. You need to run back to Yui and alert the staff. Ida shook his head vigorously. And abandon the rest of my classmates. I can't do something that cowardly. Go. Now Ida. 13 turned their quirk on Kurogiri again, Black Hole pulling the villain in until. Rescue Hero, 13. Kurogiri spoke while opening a portal behind 13, using their own quirk against them. You aren't as used to combat as other heroes, are you? The back of 13's suit was torn apart. The hero fell to the ground as they were damaged by their power. 13. Ochako cried out as she ran toward the fallen hero with a Shido. As she reached the space hero, she yelled, Ida, you have to get to Yui. But Dash, you're the only one who's fast enough. We'll be alright, just go. She said frantically. I'll be back soon. Ida took off toward the gate. I cannot allow that. Kurogiri followed swiftly after Ida, chasing him while trying to trap him with portals. Ochako chased after Kurogiri. Bakugo and Kirishima had no effect when they attacked him, so Ochako figured that he must be hiding his body in all that mist. Using the metal brace to protect himself, she grabbed onto the villain's weak spot and threw him into the air, away from Ida. Kurogiri grunted and tried one last time to reach Ida, only to be stopped by Ciro's tape as Ida finally made it through the doors where he couldn't be stopped. This is bad. If more heroes show up, this could mean game over. Kurogiri started to sink into his own shadowy mass. I must alert Tamura Shigaraki. He vanished without a trace, leaving the students with a wounded 13. Ochako quickly ran closer to the USJ steps to see Izuku Spider-Man fighting a villain the size of All Might. And it didn't look like he was winning. Earlier, Spider-Man arrived at the edge of an area covered in water. He was looking for more villains, as he knew that there were way more than the number he and Eraserhead defeated. The area looked mostly empty. He turned around after scanning for a few more seconds. Maybe he should get back to... His spider sense went off as he ducked under a powerful kick and jumped away. Before he could get his bearings, he then had to dodge giant grapes that were flying toward him. Spider-Man looked at his attacker while they showed him no mercy. The villains recruited a kid this young? It made him sick. He held up his hands while backing away. Easy little guy, I'm not gonna hurt you. How did you end up with these villains? If they're hurting you, I can make them go away. Dash. The child started throwing even more orbs, bleeding from his scalp. I'm 15 UD dash. And you're the villain here. The diminutive teen screeched. Mineta, we might be overreacting. As Yui walked up cautiously, the three villains before him attacked right away. He hasn't attacked us yet. She put a finger to her chin. Also, I think it might be out of character for him. Spider-Man let out a breath as she finished speaking. It totally is awesome. Awesome to meet hero students who don't need my help. He exclaimed nervously. He backed off while pointing his thumb away. Well, if you guys are safe dash. Not so fast. What do you know about the attack? As Yui pressed stoically. He stopped and looked at them. Only that these villains are here to kill All Might, and they have some sort of weapon that they think can do so. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad. Mineta cried. It's gonna be alright. Your teacher is fighting the head villain right now. He turned away from them. Stay here and stay out of sight. I'm gonna go back to make sure he's alright. Fine by me dash. No. Azui denied. Spider-Man made a double take at Azui. No? Mineta looked up at her. Yeah, what do you mean no? We should be near our teacher in an event like this. You need to take us to him. She said firmly. Izuku shook his head. It's not safe dash. How do we know that staying here isn't a trap? She questioned. If you follow me, you could die. If we stay here, we could die. And if Mr. Aizawa needs help, as his students, we should be the ones to help him. Azui said with finality. Izuku groaned with his head in his hands. Just stay behind me in case of anything, okay? Better a vigilante than two hero students. Mineta squawked as Azui followed after Spider-Man. Are we really gonna trust the bug guy? Izuku took offense. Hey, it's Spider-Man and it's really up to you if you want to follow. Why, you're both insane. Mineta whimpered. Are you sure you even want to be a hero? Azui tilted her head. But I don't want to be here on my own, so I'll follow you. Mineta marched after the two. They walked to the fountain, watching Eraserhead fight the hand villain. He was winning. But then the villain blocked an attack with his palm, whispering something to Eraserhead as the hero's elbow started to decay. Izuku's spider sense went off as the giant villain started to move at the leader's request, moving to Eraserhead with insane speed. Anyone could sense how strong this monster was, and they wouldn't need spider powers to do so. Izuku immediately started to jump toward Eraserhead, determined to get over to him and prevent what would be his certain death. All the while, he hadn't noticed the green glow at his feet, surprising himself with his own speed as he grabbed Eraserhead from the clutches of the dangerous enemy. Spider-Man stood in shock. I didn't even know I could do that. That move needs a name dash. Put me down. Eraserhead growled. All right, Your Highness. Spider-Man let Eraserhead get to his feet as he turned his attention to the swirling portal next to Shigaraki. Tamura Shigaraki, I was able to scatter the students across the facility before neutralizing 13. But one of the students escaped. Eraserhead asked angrily, What have you done? Shigaraki ignored him and began to scratch at his neck, growling. Kurogiri, if you weren't our warp gate, I'd turn you to dust right now. All Might isn't here, and the heroes are on their way. My apologies, Tamura Shigaraki. The leader seethed. Whatever, this mission was a bust. Let's go. For once, Izuku stayed quiet, hoping that maybe this time, it would be that easy. But first, yeah, it's not gonna be that easy. Why don't we hurt All Might's pride a bit? Shigaraki lunged toward the hiding students, a hand outstretched to Azui's face. Time slowed and Izuku was frozen in shock, the image of Azui fading into dust playing in his mind. Only to see that she was still intact, Eraserhead had his red eyes trained on Shigaraki. You really are too cool, Eraserhead. Shigaraki chuckled before Spider-Man pulled him away from Azui with his webs. If you think he's cool for stopping you, I'm about to be downright awesome when I dash. Spider-Man was about to punch Shigaraki's lights out, when the giant villain blocked his punch with its body, unflinching. Nomu, squash that bug. Shigaraki ordered casually. It took all Izuku had in that moment to dodge the lightning-fast fist that came crashing down toward him, his spider sense going crazy as the greatest danger he had faced yet was now in front of him. The creature was relentless, swinging wildly at Spider-Man as he just barely dodged the attacks. The two of them were a blur across the USJ grounds. Izuku struggled on the back foot against the Nomu, looking for an opening, any opening, before deciding to make his own. He slipped past one of the beast's giant fists and charged his own with energy. Atom smash. Spider-Man struck Nomu in the torso, his most devastating attack only making it stumble back slightly. Despair threatened to overtake Izuku as he noticed the lack of reaction, but he shook the feeling off and used the opening he made himself, climbing onto the Nomu's back and striking it in its face from behind. He punched with earth-shaking blows again, and again, over and over. He had made sure to absorb extra energy to destroy whatever weapon could kill All Might. And as he fought this thing that didn't speak, only followed orders, and 8 punches that took a guy like Muscular down, well, Izuku had a feeling that the weapon wasn't exactly a bazooka. Even still, no matter how many times Izuku smacked the creature, no matter how many times his attacks took effect as they slowly pushed it back and boiled its skin, the thing kept healing, kept fighting. Nomu grabbed hold of Spider-Man, slamming him into the ground and making the Vigilante strain to stop himself from getting crushed. Izuku only had so much energy left for radioactive attacks. He had to think of something. Get off of him. Ochako flew in, foot first, and kicked the Nomu in the face. Her attack had no effect, but it did give Spider-Man an opening. He slid between the Nomu's legs as he watched it reach out for Ochako. Spider-Man rapidly shot web strands all over Nomu's back and arms, and with a surge of strength he pulled the spinning the creature off his feet and threw it in the other direction. He whirled on Ochako faster than either of them thought possible. You gotta get out of here. I saved Dash. I'm not kidding around, this thing could kill you all. He screamed with panic. She stepped back, startled at the lack of his usual jokes, and shaken at the seriousness in his voice. The Nomu galloped toward them like an animal. Izuku stood in front of Ochako and took a strong stance, his spirit renewed. This thing would not get past him. The doors to the USJ slammed open. I am here. All Might wasn't smiling for once. With a blur of white and yellow, the hero instantly got everyone near the fountain to safety before turning to Izuku. I remember advising you to hang up the mask, young man. Nice to see you too, old man. Spider-Man jumped to one of his broad shoulders. He whispered into the hero's ear. The one with the exposed brain is super strong. I don't mean to brag, but I can pack a wallop when I need to, and I had no effect on him. Trepidation leaked into his voice. I don't know if you can beat this guy, Dash. Clearly, your faith in heroes has been shaken for some time. For you to pursue vigilantism, you must not think we're doing a good enough job. How is that what you got from what I just said, Dash? All Might rested a hand on Izuku's shoulder, urging him off while offering comfort. Allow me to help you believe again. Izuku nervously smiled behind his mask. They're all yours, number one. All Might huffed a laugh before focusing ahead. Villains. Surrender peacefully or feel firsthand the power of justice. This is it. Shigaraki rasped. Nomu, kill All Might. All Might dashed toward the beast. As they met in the middle, the shockwave from their attack blew anyone left in the vicinity away. All Might must have heeded Izuku's warning and didn't hold back at all in his attack. What followed made Izuku feel like a kid again, watching in awe at his computer, at All Might saving lives. All Might pushed the Nomu back, giving more than his all with every punch until he completely overwhelmed the living weapon and it was unable to hit back. Spider-Man and everyone else present watched as All Might punched the Nomu one final time, sending it crashing through the dome barrier of the USJ and into the sky. Cheater! Shigaraki screeched as he clawed at his neck. You were supposed to be weaker than this. All Might stood against the remaining two villains. Do either of you want a taste? He taunted with smoke coming off his body, sort of like when, oh no. Izuku realized that All Might had hit his limit. He was going to shrink in front of these villains and the entire class. He was bluffing. Izuku prayed that the villains wouldn't call it. Tamura Shigaraki, although reinforcements may be here soon, there is still a chance to kill All Might. Kurojairi said while looking at his leader. Shigaraki stopped scratching at his neck as his eyes narrowed. You're right, why come all this way and not try to beat the final boss? He ran toward All Might with his hands outstretched. With a flash of green light, Spider-Man flew in between All Might and Shigaraki. Probably because you haven't beaten the secret boss yet. He pulled back his fist. There's no Nomu to save you now, Shiggy. Fool. Kurojairi created a warp between them, Shigaraki's hand inches from Spider-Man's mask. The Vigilante gripped Shigaraki's wrist until he heard the sound of it snapping, and Shigaraki's scream of pain. He let go and flipped away from the portal, making his hands light up with energy. His lenses narrowed at the villains. Get lost. Shigaraki shook with rage as he ran forward once more. Spider dash. The sound of gunshots cut through the air, hitting Shigaraki in non-vital areas. The villain fell to the floor before being shielded by Kurojairi from even more bullets. The heroes were here. Snipe fired his pistols through the USJ, no doubt hitting any stragglers who came with Shigaraki. Present Mike screamed mightily at villains who were trying to escape after seeing the Nomu's defeat. Shigaraki sunk into the portal as he spoke in a threatening tone. This isn't over, All Might. He glared at the Vigilante. That goes for you too. Shigaraki whispered darkly. See you at our next game, Spider-Man. On that happy note, Cementos created a wall between the students and All Might. A wall that Spider-Man was on the other side of, with multiple heroes. And the only person left who shouldn't be there was him. Oh no! He thought blankly. Good job everyone. Real team effort. He pointed at random as he backed away slowly, Especially you, Guy Dash. Hold it. Eraserhead walked forward while clutching his arm. You saved my life. Mine as well, young one. A deflated All Might spoke. Hey, don't you wanna, Dash? Izuku gestured frantically at the hero who was doing a bad job of hiding his secret. Eraserhead spoke up. UE is full of people who can be trusted. You did a good job today, but what you're doing is dangerous. Really? I didn't notice, what with almost being crushed to death. Spider-Man said with a head tilt. There's an empty seat in my class. Aizawa said simply. So Dash, if you're as young as Nezu predicts you are, we could help you get in. The gruff teacher offered. Izuku stared at the wounded hero who was offering him what he had always dreamed of, what so many people would do anything for. Spider-Man inhaled. Pass. Aizawa shook his head, a shame. Spider-Man started to move once more. It wouldn't work out. You guys would just cramp my style, he chuckled, and frankly, I just PSS you off. You're pissing me off now. Is that a smile? From you? Spider-Man pointed with shock. Eraserhead rolled his eyes. For saving my life you get a head start, then it's open season. Spider-Man shuffled his feet back and forth, trying to get a feel for his new move. He had maybe 4 of these left in him? How generous. His feet started to glow green. Not that I need it. Can I leave through the Nomu hole or do I have to make my own dash? Just get out of here. Okay, till next time. Spider-Man jumped to the ceiling of the green comet flying through the hole All Might made as those in attendance looked on. And after that, All Might showed up and defeated the villains. Ochako finished. I see, it must have been scary before he got there, right? Honestly, when 13 was hurt, I was terrified. Ochako looked away. I'm sorry you had to go through that. You mentioned that you interacted with Spider-Man. Care to elaborate on that? Ochako's eyes widened. Oh, he was getting attacked so I tried to help him. He wasn't even supposed to be there by all accounts. What made you attack a dangerous villain for a vigilante? He just needed help. I was just doing it as a hero. Ochako defended. The detective's eye twitched, right of course. He tapped his notepad. Eraserhead had his hands full with Kurogiri and Shigaraki. He says you flew in with incredible anger that he had yet to see from you in his class. He stared at her. What caused such an extreme reaction from someone who's otherwise level-headed? It had been a rough day, she started defensively. Half my class was gone and I didn't know if they were alive. I was angry. And that's why you jumped in to attack the villain. Yes. Ochako said with finality. The detective's eye twitched again. Is that the only reason? Why, what are you trying to ask me right now? Ochako was exhausted from the questions and the day. And this guy kept poking at her. He closed his notepad. Do you personally know the vigilante Spider-Man? Ochako froze. She shouldn't lie to the police, right? What if Izuku had something to do with the attack? He would never, she was sure of it. But she was also sure that he was quirkless, and look how that turned out. It wouldn't make sense for someone who threw everything away to save people, to turn around and plot against Yui. If she said yes, they would ask who he is. She couldn't. Ms. Uraraka? Yes, sorry. She shook her head as she snapped out of her spiral. My question. Right. She looked at the detective and inhaled. No, I don't know him. He made a sour face, probably disappointed that he couldn't find his suspect, before he stood up. Thank you for your time, Uraraka. I hope you wind up a good hero. Thank you, Sir Dash. Another officer yelled out. Tsukachi, get over here, we need you. And the detective left her to her thoughts. She couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, but what her mind focused on made her irrationally upset. Izuku, Spider-Man. Not just him, but what he said. If he thought she would let this go, he was sorely mistaken. Come on, please be here. Izuku knocked on the door. He paced around the outside of the apartment hoping the door would open, as calling didn't work. He heard the familiar sound of a grappling hook as it latched onto the rooftop's edge. The large man on the other end clambering up. Great, you're here. Spider-Man began excitedly. And you shouldn't be. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Izuku hung his head and exhaled heavily. I'm sorry about what I said before, and how we left things. He looked away anxiously. Maybe I was overreacting. I owe you my life and dash. Knuckle Duster groaned and crossed his arms. Yeah, whatever, kid. Watching you grovel is more than I can stomach. What do you want? Spider-Man's lenses narrowed as he crossed his own arms. I just wanted to say that I understand not everyone is smart enough to make their own stuff, and I shouldn't shame you for being an idiot. Knuckle Duster smirked. So what's really going on? Spider-Man followed him into the apartment. Oh my god, I have so much to tell you. Yeah, Mama. It's not even my class. And I was at home being sick, remember? Izuku spoke on the phone while making breakfast. Yes, I'm feeling much better now. I'm cooking as we speak. He added seasoning to the pan. Hey, I resent that. I was a kid at the time, and I am a scientist. Those eggs were a necessary misstep and I learned something making them. The doorbell rang, probably mail. If you're not too far, why even call? Izuku walked to the door. There's nothing to be worried about, he said while opening it. I'm fine. Ochako was at the door, a permanent scowl etched into her features. I'll see you when you get here, bye. He hung up quickly. Are you gonna let me in? Sure if you want. Izuku stepped to the side. Ochako walked into the house. Are you cooking something? Right. Crap. Izuku jumped back into the kitchen to turn off the stove. Honestly, it probably would have been fine. My extra sense would have caught that. You definitely need some extra sense, she said angrily. Now what did I do? Izuku raised his arms in confusion. Ochako stepped toward him. You show up at my field trip, ruin it, and make me almost watch you die again, and you want to know what you did? Izuku groaned with annoyance. I didn't ruin anything. This is a really weird way of saying, thanks for saving me, my friends, and my teacher, Izuku. But I saved you first. She pointed. I had that handle. The hell you did? You were getting crushed and before that, nothing you did was working. Izuku balled his fists. Oh, and your little love tap to his jaw really did a number, right? It's not a competition. That's not what it's even about. Her arms flailed before they locked at her sides in anger. What is it then? He stepped toward her. You said, not us. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. What are you even? You moved me out of the way of the villain's reach and you said, this guy could kill you all. She stared at him, eyes blazing. Izuku squinted, still confused. Yeah, it was true. He could have killed you too. But your ego's so big that you couldn't even imagine that. She shook impotently. I saved your life. Izuku gripped his head with both hands. You think I came all that way just to what? Have a good time? I think you're addicted to getting into dangerous situations. You just can't help yourself. Izuku turned away, shaking his head vigorously. I'm not having this conversation with you again, Ochako. I can't. He turned back to her. You came all the way to my house to argue with me about how I did the right thing? The right thing would have been to stop when I told you to. Ochako screamed as she pushed him in the chest with her fingers curled in. Izuku grit his teeth as he stumbled back, shock giving way to indignation as he stepped back over to her. You never told me to stop, Ochako. You just judged me and told me to leave you alone on the same day I got shot. Why should I have to tell you? Her voice was full of pain. You didn't care enough about me to stop when you saw how angry I was. Care about Dash? Izuku was feeling all sorts of things, his chest was full of knots. I was in love with you. He marched at her as her puffy eyes widened in shock. And you ripped my heart out and stomped on it. His voice trembled as he finally spoke on what had been eating him up for months. I had never felt that way about anyone. And you just You said, She stared through his soul. You said, like present tense. She pointed with a shaky hand as she barely got the words out. Izuku looked away and tapped his foot nervously. I meant to say I was Great. More lies. Just in case I thought you had changed. She said, angry once more. You're so selfish. Izuku shook his head as he glared at her. You're a hypocrite, Ochako. I watched a hero die, and you have the gall to tell me that what I'm doing is too dangerous as you are going into the most dangerous profession. It's not the same and you know it. You got attacked in your first year on a field trip, Ochako. I want you to be safe. But you don't see me asking you to stop being a hero. He gestured with his hands as he called her out. It's not the same. Stop trying to justify yourself. Ochako stomped her foot. Hypocrite. Selfish wannabe hero. Criminal scum. Round face. She paused. That one got her. Deku. She said grimly, a shadow going across her face. Izuku was in shock. He felt like he should be offended, but when he understood why he wasn't, he laughed. Ochako pouted as she shook her head with disdain. You really can't take anything seriously, can you? Izuku gave a smile that practically whispered, I win, as he spoke. It still doesn't hurt when you say it. Izuku didn't notice how close they were, he didn't notice when his hands got around her waist, he didn't even notice when her arms got around his neck. You're just so unbelievable. Brown eyes stared into green. I really missed you. Izuku and Ochako both barely moved forward, but they did and it was all either of them needed. Izuku had nothing to compare this to, getting his powers and being diagnosed quirkless came to mind. He felt stronger than he ever had in his life. But he also felt that a stiff breeze could knock him over and shatter him like glass. Vulnerable, but invincible, filled with courage, but still terrified. His usually enhanced senses were all blocked out as Ochako's lips pressed against his. He thought he might be going blind, but it was just that his eyes were closed. He could only feel her, only smell her shampoo, only hear his heart hammering in his chest as well as, oh my. His mom was standing there staring at them. Both teens' eyes snapped open as they scrambled away from each other. Ochako pushed away from him and marched to the door. We're not done talking about this. Oh, of course not. I'll take you to lunch. Izuku called after her. You better. She looked at the sandwich on the kitchen counter. I'm taking half of this. Unblock my number. Right. She opened the door. It was nice to see you, Miss Midoriya. It's nice to see you too, Ochako dash. Bye, Izuku. She finished in her faux enraged state. Izuku, his mom began with a tone that was half worried and half overjoyed. What just happened? Izuku touched his lips with a hand. As she. His arms fell limp to the sides. She stole half my sandwich. After all of that, it was still the weekend, so Izuku mostly sat in his room messing with his equipment until his mom knocked on his door. He shoved all of it away. It's open. Izuku, you have a visitor. His mom announced nervously. Izuku got up from his desk and walked out of his room, where he saw Eraserhead. Hello, Mr. Aizawa. I'm glad to see you're doing all right after the attack. He said nervously. I'm not in your class, so what brings you here? Eraserhead sighed, tired of life itself. He does dash. Hello there. The principal popped out of Aizawa's scarf. Am I a dog, a mouse, a bear? I'm Yui's principal. And Yeah, I know you. Izuku scratched the back of his head as he tried to respond with some enthusiasm. Mr. Midoriya. I was so glad that you signed up for my new advanced student program that I had to speak to you in person. Nezu squeaked. Advanced dash. Mrs. Midoriya. May I speak with Izuku privately for a moment? Of course, Mr. Nezu. Take all the time you need. Many thanks. Shoyuta. Eraserhead grunted as Nezu climbed out of the scarf. Please keep Mrs. Midoriya company while we speak. Fine. Nezu closed the door behind Izuku and himself. Principal Nezu, I don't think I signed up for your dash. Izuku Midoriya, age, 15, course, general, and quirk, non-applicable. Izuku was a little weirded out. Yeah, that's me dash. Is all of that correct? Beady black eyes stared at the teen. Yes sir, why do you dash? As the principal of Yui, I'm surrounded by secrets. Nezu said plainly. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. That sounds rough. I suppose we're alike in that way. Does your mother know? Izuku gave the principal a confused look. Does my mom know how old I am, whether I have a quirk, and what class I'm in? I hope so. The humor is more subdued, less boisterous when you're like this, I see. Nezu analyzed. Izuku's spider sense hadn't gone off yet. Maybe the principal was just naturally unnerving. When I'm like this as opposed to what, sir? Nezu ignored his question. I was beginning to worry that it would take longer to find you. To think that of all places, you would be at my school. You've been looking for a quirkless teenager, sir? Izuku joked nervously. Yes and no. Nezu clasped his paws in front of himself. It's so nice to meet you in person. Spider-Man. Nezu was particularly interested in how the boy would react to being called out. What path would he choose when faced with someone knowing his secret? The principal of Yui could only imagine what was going on in Midoriya's mind as the teens stared down at him. What was his first reaction? Ha! Spider-Man? He rubbed his eye with a finger. I knew you were a genius, but your sense of humor caught me off guard. Denial. Midoriya. After compiling the data, it's highly likely that you're dash. Spider-Man? Really? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Okay, first off, you've come into my home and accused me of being a criminal. And second, he held up 2 fingers, you should probably check your source. I was born quirkless, I have been for my entire life. So what you're accusing me of is impossible. There is very little in this world that's impossible, Midoriya. As smart as you are, that's something you learn with experience. Nezu spoke calmly. Alright, what's the data? Where's your evidence? Midoriya crossed his arms. The Spider-Man has a build and voice close to that of a male in his teenage years. Cool, so you went to the house of every 15-year-old guy hoping that Spider-Man would reveal himself if you called him out. Well, you got the wrong house dash. Nezu chuckled. The funny thing is, before this, we were tracking a teenage girl. Ochako Uraraka. Midoriya's face got much more serious, but he kept his skeptical tone. You think she's Spider-Man? Nezu held back a head shake. It was so obvious when an intelligent person didn't know how to play dumb. At the USJ attack, she defended Spider-Man ferociously. And when she was interviewed by the police, she lied about knowing him personally. There's no way to know for sure she was lying, she was a victim dash. Do you know how much trouble she could get into for lying about knowing the whereabouts of a dangerous criminal? Midoriya's eyes narrowed. She was only in the position to be interrogated because you failed to keep her safe. His fist balled, he had switched to anger. If you even think about Dash. We're keeping tabs on her because she lives alone. It's clear that our students are being targeted, and we need to ensure their safety. Midoriya looked unconvinced. Is that the reason? It's the reason I gave Eraserhead for why he had to tail her, the Chimera laughed. The most he knows is that something happened here to make her leave while blushing an incredible shade of red. Midoriya shook his head as pink dusted his face. So, you're saying that you didn't tell him about this theory of yours? Nezu nodded. I haven't told anyone, I likely never will. Well, you shouldn't, because you're wrong. The Chaco is my. He looked around the room bashfully. Teenagers. Nezu mused to himself. We're figuring that out. But even if she knew Spider-Man, her coming here doesn't prove that he's me. Midoriya Izuku is not only found snooping around classrooms on the day that the UE alarms go off, but he also calls in sick on the day that Spider-Man shows up at the USJ to help protect UE students. Nezu said simply, that's just a coincidence. I don't even think you believe what you're saying. Midoriya said exasperated. And why do you think that? Nezu asked with a smile. You know that Spider-Man could beat Eraserhead in a fight, and there are no police or other heroes around to help arrest. So I don't believe you think Dash. How do you know Spider-Man could beat Eraserhead? Old Chaco told me about him at the USJ, so I think he would win. The boy tried to cover. A likely story Dash. You still haven't explained why you're here. If I'm Spider-Man, what would you get out of coming here? He asked, frustrated. Nezu stared blankly. What is the goal of UE? What? Nezu looked at him expectantly. What is the goal of my school? To train heroes? The boy asked, confused. Almost the right answer. At UE we make heroes. There's an already made hero in my school, and I want to know why he didn't try to get into the hero course. Midoriya frowned. Maybe he just ruined his chance. I don't think someone like him belongs in the hero course. And why not? Not everyone can sit around training and waiting to finally be a hero. If you don't act when you have the chance, the bad things that happen are your fault. Midoriya whispered near the end of his sentence, seemingly caught in a painful memory. Interesting. I assumed you became a vigilante because of a need for attention. Someone who grew up without power suddenly attaining it. I suppose I misjudged you. Midoriya collapsed onto his bed and hung his head. I'm still not Dash. Let us agree to disagree. I have one more question. Will you leave after you ask? That depends on the answer. Nezu said cheerfully before switching to a serious tone. How did someone quirkless get a quirk? It's not a quirk. He said directly. Nezu was skeptical. Really? How could you do these things and not have Dash? You said there was no such thing as impossible, right? Nezu paused. That I did. So you claim that no one gave you your quirk? Again, it's not a quirk, and no one gave me my powers. If I knew someone who could. Man. He smiled sadly. That would have come in handy 10 years ago. Nezu wasn't entirely convinced, but he always kept an open mind. The way that Spider-Man fought Shigaraki and the other villains, Nezu was almost positive that the boy wasn't working with him. All right, I'm under arrest? Midoriya asked nervously. No, I didn't even bring the one police officer I trust. All right, as in I will keep your secret, and if you would like, you can stay in UE. Midoriya stared down at Nezu with suspicion. I don't buy it. Why would you do that for me? You're a very distrusting person, Midoriya. Nezu admitted after a moment. Getting attacked by everyone who's on your side will do that to someone. No, I respect it. But to answer your question, it's not for you. It's for all the people you have saved and will save. And for me. There it is. Nezu held his paws up. You caught me. Other parties, we'll say, have their own less than legal means to reach their goals. And you want me to be one of yours? Midoriya crossed his arms. I want us to help each other. I will make it harder for anyone to find out who you are, and you can come and go from UE if the need arises. That is, depending on whether the staff notice you. I am the only one who knows that you're Spider-Man. If other heroes catch you, I cannot defend you. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Yeah, what else is new? What do you get out of this? I can't make you work for me, Midoriya. I can only try to guide you to the best outcome for both of us. It's really up to you. Nezu extended a paw to the teen. Midoriya stared at the outstretched arm before closing his eyes. After a second he opened them and shook hands with Nezu. Okay, I accept. HM. I thought it would take more convincing. I've got good intuition. Midoriya tapped the side of his head. Like, really good. You probably have more questions. Oh, dozens. I'll see you in 2 days, Mr. Midoriya. Nezu made for the door. That's it? You're not gonna give me a badge or something? The boy wondered with an eyebrow raised. Nezu laughed. You're not being recruited, Midoriya. Yes, that's it. Although. Nezu had a glint in his eye. You are not being challenged enough in class, are you? Ochako kissed Izuku. Well, he kissed her, they kissed each other? Regardless. It happened. And she was awake before the sun came up the next day thinking about it. Ochako came to his house to call him an idiot, but then he started arguing back. That wasn't supposed to happen. And things escalated so quickly that it nearly gave her whiplash. She and Izuku were shouting and throwing insults at each other, and before that, Izuku said that Ochako's phone vibrated on her nightstand. She scrambled to pick it up, flipping it open to answer the call. Hello. Hey. Hi, I hope I didn't wake you. Izuku's voice spoke. You didn't, I was already up. Thinking. Rightly. I should have asked if you were alright, I'm sorry. And not about that. Everything else has been on my mind. Oh, you want to talk about it? Ochako paused. Yeah, but I was thinking we could talk face to face. You're right, we shouldn't talk about this over the phone anyhow. Izuku agreed. Ochako nodded. So I guess we'll talk later at school dash. We can meet now, Izuku spoke abruptly. Only if you want, I mean. Ochako shook her head. I want to. But by the time we meet up, I'll be too tired dash. Don't freak out when you hear the knock. The knock? Ochako heard 3 taps coming from her bedroom window that startled her into almost dropping the phone. She opened the window to see nothing, then turned her head to the left to witness Izuku sticking there, phone in hand. She swatted at him. Don't do that. Izuku leaned away. I told you not to freak out. Stop shouting. You'll wake my neighbors. You were shouting first. Shut up, get in here. Ochako backed into her room, leaving space for him to enter. The first thing she noticed was the lack of spider nets on him. Do you just swing around in your nerd clothes now? Haha. Izuku mocked. He looked away with a little regret as he spoke. No, last time I came in here with the suit on. Ochako pursed her lips. Yeah, I remember. She shook her head. Why you here anyway? Are you stalking me? No, I just wanted to make sure you were alright. Izuku admitted quietly. Ochako stared at him with blank confusion. Why wouldn't I be? Izuku stared at her. Did you lie to the cops about knowing me? Ochako looked away. How do you dash? They knew you were lying, somehow. They were keeping tabs on you since then. Who's they? You? But I don't think you're gonna get in trouble. Ochako had to fight not to panic. How do you know that, Izuku? They were tracking you to see if you would meet up with, well, me, Izuku said while wringing his hands. But you're not, like a suspect or anything. Ochako threw her arms out at him. How do you even know all this? The principal told me. He knows I'm Spider-Man, by the way. I didn't mean to lead anyone to you, Ochako hung her head. Izuku waved his hands rapidly. Hey, it's really not your fault. He was super close to figuring it out. Plus, we made a deal, sort of. Ochako looked up. What kind of deal? He's gonna not try to arrest me. And I can keep being Spider-Man. Izuku said, pushing his fingers together. Ochako held her skull in disbelief. I can't believe you're being encouraged to be dumb by the people who are supposed to keep you safe. Izuku laughed weakly, looking away. Yeah, funny how that works. Silence passed between them. Until Ochako took a breath. Hey, get on the ceiling. What? I've never seen you do. She waved around, that stuff. As Izuku. Sure you have. Remember when you threw that pipe at my head dash? Shut up. Tensions were high, okay? I'm sorry. She grumbled. Besides that, I haven't seen, so, do it. Slowly. Izuku shrugged. Okay. He approached the wall and pressed a hand against it, then another as he began to scale the wall. Reaching the corner and crawling onto the center, perching while staring at her upside down, his hair falling away from his face. Tada! See crawl around. Izuku rolled his eyes with bored annoyance. You just watched me crawl dash. Ochako threw a pillow at him. Do it? Ugh. Izuku crawled in a circle a few times. You know what? Just for you dash. He stood up. Stood down? He stood. On the ceiling. He waved his arms. Look ma, no hands. Ochako stared eyes wide. How are you sticking through your shoes? I thought that you had, like, sticky hands and feet. That would be gross. It's really more of an electromagnetic force of attraction that I can create whenever I dash. That was the point where he became unintelligible to human ears, rambling too quickly. Ochako clapped to get his attention. Yo, spider dweeb. Izuku stopped his muttering and turned his attention to her. Hi, welcome back to Earth. She smiled condescendingly before she got quiet as a thought came to her. Were you lying about being quirkless, then? Ochako wondered with a little betrayal. No, not that really. I was quirkless my whole life until last year. Izuku said while detaching from the ceiling. Well, what happened last year? It's, a long story. Izuku admitted sheepishly. Ochako narrowed her eyes at him. That I'm going to tell you. He grabbed her hands. Listen. I was already listening. I don't want to lie to you anymore. You already know and you mean a lot to me, so no more secrets. He promised before smiling at her gently. What do you want to know? Ochako sighed. I want to know everything. But more than anything. She looked at him seriously. Why do you do this? And I don't want the vague responsibility thing. The real reason. Shame washed over his face as he tried to look away. That. I don't. Ochako grabbed Izuku's face as he resisted her gaze. You said you'd tell me. I want to know. Please. Izuku took a shaky breath. No more secrets. He muttered, then he looked back into Ochako's eyes. I've never mentioned my father to you. Ochako's eyes widened in shock. Never. Was he? Did he hurt you? Izuku laughed sadly. No, he was the best. He never hurt me or mom. His voice wavered as he tried to continue. But this one night. Izuku's eyes were closed shut tight. Ochako grabbed his hands to ground him. What happened? Izuku opened his eyes, they were turning pink as tears welled up inside them. I made a mistake. The next day at school, Ochako walked through the lunchroom. She had one headphone in and was listening to the radio. She felt happy and just a little concerned. Izuku told her things that he presumably hadn't told anyone else. She felt a weight lifted off her chest. For the most part, she felt like she knew who Izuku was again. She didn't want him in danger, but after he told her why he puts himself at risk, seeing and feeling the guilt and regret bleeding from him, Ochako couldn't find it in her heart to shame him for his actions, despite how reckless they were. After he bore his soul to her, she didn't feel that she had the right. Ochako! Mina called from a table filled with other girls from her class. You gonna sit with us? Ochako was about to join them when she spotted Izuku sitting alone and furiously writing away while he ate. I'll be there in a minute, Ochako said while walking over to the green-haired boy's table. Hey! Hi! Izuku didn't look up and kept scratching away at the paper as Ochako sat next to him. Why are you here all alone? She asked, peering down at the work he was doing. Shinso is training for the sports festival, so he's skipping lunch. Ochako thought about the pink-haired girl who glued herself to Izuku and asked him to, What about the other one? She asked with a sour face. Izuku didn't notice her shift in mood. Hatsume? They can barely get her out of the support studio. She's focused on the festival too, working on gadgets. Well, it's too bad she's not here. Ochako said spitefully, what are you doing that's distracting you so much anyway? Izuku groaned, Nezu wants to challenge me in class, so he dumped all this work on me. Ochako looked wide-eyed at the paper. Wow, I've never seen you struggle with this sort of thing. It's not even hard. Just tedious. He turned over another page. Should have known it wouldn't be as easy as him letting me cruise by. Demon rat. He grumbled. Ochako was about to speak when the radio grabbed her attention. Rhinoceros villain rampaging downtown. Hopefully, the heroes mobilize soon to stop him. Ochako scooted closer to Izuku. Hey, you remember that big rhino-looking guy? He still wouldn't look up. You're gonna have to be more specific. He's like loose on the streets. Ochako informed him while poking at his shoulder. The justice system is really quick with reforming these days. She slapped his arm. You know that's not what I mean. What are you gonna do? Izuku finally looked up at her. What should I do? I'm at school. And Principal Nezu said you can leave whenever to do, you know. Ochako gestured eagerly. Izuku turned his attention back to his work dismissively. I knocked him out in one punch. He's not exactly a premier supervillain, Chieko. They specifically said rampaging. Ochako argued back. As she thought. Now was the time to show Izuku she was supportive. She fought with herself for only a moment before. I think you should go. Izuku scoffed in surprise and disbelief as he started to refute the suggestion. I have trigonometry next PRD. Also, you want me to go be 10 minutes to get there, you nearly killed the guy before and you weren't even trying so. Win and 10 minutes to get back. She looked at him with a determined smile. You could do that with your mask on backwards. Izuku rubbed his face with a hand, and Ochako knew she had won. Go! With a few salutes to the cameras to let Nezu know that he was going to head out, Spider-Man snuck out of Yui and swung to the downtown area to stop the Rhino dude. Rampaging? Really? Spider-Man spoke as he leapt off of rooftops on his way to the center of the city. This guy threw a hissy fit at an arcade, and I'm supposed to believe Izuku screeched to a halt at the edge of a building, looking at the state of ruin left throughout the streets. Deep craters in the asphalt, shattered windows leaving glass strewn across the ground, and cars that were upside down and left poking out of the sides of buildings. Oh, this hurts already. Yu Takayama, also known as MT Lady, was really expecting this rhinoceros villain to be more of a pushover than he was proving to be. The beast roared and picked up a fleeing bus full of civilians, throwing it at the giant heroine. Lady scrambled to catch the flying vehicle, moving with it so as to not scramble the people inside. But doing so left her open to attack, as the villain charged forward, jumping at her midsection horn first. As Lady braced for impact, her attacker was intercepted in the air, knocking the villain back into the street. Mount Lady opened her eyes to the sound of a really bad British impersonation, which was weird because the person was speaking Japanese. And here we find the endangered thunderous Dumbasis in a most unnatural habitat. Spider-Man spoke from atop a street lamp. Mount Lady squinted at the Vigilante from up high. You. Yeah, it's me Dash. Spider. The villain screamed. Rhino. The bug mocked before jumping feet first toward the oaf's face. You came back for a repeat of Dash. His words were cut off as Rhino grabbed him by the leg and pulled him in close, growling into Spider-Man's mask. Is this about the arcade? Because I feel like we were just failing to communicate at the time. Spider-Man struggled in the villain's grip. Mount Lady gently put the bus down and let the civvies evacuate before turning back to the two criminals. You beat me. Scrawny kid beat me. Now no one can beat me. Rhino squeezed harder on the Vigilante. Did you get taller? Your tongue. Spider-Man shot webs into the eyes of the villain to make him let go. The old man told me that's a side effect of trigger. He crossed his arms disapprovingly as he stood free once more. Rhiny? Are you on that stuff? Rhino ripped the web from his face. Crush you, Spider. Spider-Man had his back turned to Mount Lady. That doesn't answer my question. Rhino charged as Takayama pulled her foot back to punt the Vigilante. That stuff rots your brain. He announced as Mount Lady's soul silently flew toward his back while Rhino charged to his front. Spider-Man jumped to the left to avoid both attacks, Mount Lady's foot crashing into Rhino, sending him skidding down the street. And as you can see, you can't afford to lose any more brain cells. Spider-Man swung up to the top of a building next to Mount Lady, who was hopping on one foot in pain after kicking the villain. Thanks for the assist, Meg. Mount Lady glared at him. Get it? Meg, like Megazord, 'cause you're giant. And Meg is a female named Dash. Spider-Man jumped to her shoulder as she swiped at the rooftop, air being displaced at the force of her attack. I hate you. So much. Mount Lady swatted at her shoulder, making Spider-Man jump off and land on her forehead. You know, Kamui said something similar. He clapped once with excitement. I should set you two up. He's a plant guy, you're tall like a tree, I think it could work. Takayama reached up and flicked the nuisance into the street before grabbing him and shaking her fist with him in it. On the day of my debut, all anyone would talk about was you. How you aren't newsworthy? He shouted while being shaken up and down rapidly. He grabbed the bottom of his mask and lifted it. Spider-Man dragged his tongue along Mount Lady's hand. Gross. She dropped the Vigilante as Rhino came barreling down the road. He pulled down his mask and laughed. Never fails. Before backflipping over the charging Rhino and landing on his back. The two of them dashed down the street and out of view. Takayama rubbed her hand against her leg and screeched in an echoing voice. I hate that guy. Spider-Man careened through the city atop the rushing villain, looking around at anything that could put a stop to this guy. He was trying not to panic as buildings rushed by. I hate to admit it, but I don't have time to have a knockdown drag-out with this guy. The triggers made him insane. I have to make him burn it out of his system. How Dash? Izuku spotted unfinished construction up ahead. The vehicles being abandoned by the workers as they spotted the Rhino sprinting toward them. Construction site. Wet cement to slow him down. He gasped at what he saw. Wrecking ball? Spider-Man cackled from Rhino's back. This is gonna be so cool. As they approached the site, Spider-Man unstuck from Rhino's back. Hey, Juggernaut. He called from in front of a deep pool of cement. Rhino skidded as he turned to face Spider-Man, cratering the asphalt as he stared furiously with bloodshot eyes and smoke blowing from his nostrils. Spider-Man narrowed his lenses and beckoned with a hand. Andale. That's IT. Rhino charged for what would be the last time that day. Spider-Man vaulted over Rhino's head as the beast tried to impale him, kicking Rhino in the back and sending him into the pool of cement. As Rhino thrashed and screamed, clawing his way out of the trap and back to the surface, Spider-Man was waiting for him. Swinging, but not on a web this time, as the wrecking ball slammed into the villain and sent him out of the sight, flying a full block down the street. Oh, that had to hurt. Spider-Man swung over to the delirious animal. The concrete could subdue him, but just to be sure, Spider-Man covered Rhino in webs before he stood atop the villain in victory. With the rumble of a van driving in, Izuku was shocked to see that a camera crew had arrived before the police. Do you have a statement? The reporter asked nervously. You know what? Yeah. I do. Spider-Man stepped off of Rhino's chest, pointing back at him while facing the camera. This guy did drags. Look how he ended up. Don't do drags, kids. Spider-Man frowns on illegal drag usage. He said while pointing at the camera lens. Well, I don't have a mouth so I can't frown but. He crossed his arms. Winners don't do drags. Stick that in your pipe and, actually, don't do that, that's bad dash. Not again. A booming voice shook the earth. Spider-Man's lenses widened as he stared at the camera. Eat your vegetables. And with that, he took off, with a giant woman hot on his tail. Ochako picked at her food nervously. What was taking Izuku so long? Maybe she shouldn't have convinced him to go. What if? Are we all just gonna ignore the elephant in the room? Mina blurted out. The rest of the table looked at her in confusion. Ochako's boyfriend? Ochako choked on what little food she was eating, hacking a cough as she panicked at the notion. He's not my dash. You went to sit with him as soon as you saw him. And you're holding his homework. Mina pointed like it was obvious. Ochako turned red and looked at the ceiling. Mina, it's not, we aren't, it's complicated. Okay. So you admit there's something? I'll admit that you're insane. Can you guys cool it with the noise? Gyra begged with her hands on her ears. Ochako, I don't know why you're being so defensive, Ribbit. Sue pondered with a finger on her chin. From what I've read, love is very sensitive subject. Ochako may be trying to keep her feelings discreet. Momo analyzed. Listen, you guys dash. There he is. Mina pointed, and indeed, Izuku was twisting his head from side to side, probably looking for Ochako. Hey, Midori! Mina called out while waving as Ochako buried her face in her hands. Izuku walked over with trepidation. A little fear was written across his face. How did you almost know my name? You're green. Mina said simply. Izuku blinked. Oh, I guess that makes sense. But this kind of joke doesn't really translate well to Dash. Here's your homework, Izuku. Ochako stood up and pushed the stack of papers into his chest. Bye now. Izuku took them slowly. Dash. Hold it. Why'd you leave Ochako all alone, mister? Mina asked him pointedly. Were you going to meet up with another girl? What? I was. Helping a friend who took some bad medicine. He grinned as if he said the funniest joke in the world. That's nice. I guess. Mina stared with suspicion. I believe him, Ribbit. Hi Azui. Midoriya. She nodded. Okay. You've all met now, Midoriya Izuku, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Gyru, and Mina Ishido. Ochako pointed at each person as she spoke their name. I'm here too. Floating Clothes spoke up. And Tour Hagakure, sorry. Izuku, don't you have a class to be in? Right. He stuffed the papers into his bag and turned tail. Calling back. Thanks for holding my stuff, Ochako. You're welcome, Dash. We're still on for lunch, I'll call you. Why did he have to say that? Ochako seethed internally while turning red externally. Black and gold eyes peering at her from the side. Ochako turned her head away as Mina cheered with vindication. I knew it. Don't do drags, huh? Knuckle Duster grinned as the younger vigilante pouted on the ceiling. The youth need a good message. And if I have to be the one to tell them, Dash. Yes, shut up. This is important. Knuckle Duster spoke seriously. You're the one who brought it up. What's going on? Spider-Man detached from the ceiling. Knuckle Duster sighed heavily. There's a crazy out there who I helped stop a while back. He's returned, and he's even crazier now, stronger too. Who is this guy? The kid asked, put off by Aguro's demeanor. He used to kill villains, guess he figured it was small time. He switched to heroes, now. And you beat this guy? Don't sound so surprised, brat. With help, I put a beating on him that I was sure would send him crawling into hiding, but he just festered in whatever hole he found until he came out even more dangerous. Spider-Man looked at him, concern written on his face. Why are you telling me this? I'm getting old. I can't beat him as I am. You're the next generation of people like us. Don't you want to prove yourself? Aguro goaded. Don't need to. The kid said simply. But I'm gonna kick his butt anyway. Spider-Man grinned ferociously while smacking a fist into his hand. Surprising Aguro with his intensity. Knuckle Duster laughed. I expected you to be a little more scared. Guess I was worried about nothing. Why would I be scared? I'm set off. This guy killing heroes means he's also killing everyone those heroes would save. It's like Spawn killing. And I'm gonna stop him. He threw a few punches in the air, bouncing up and down. Knuckle Duster laughed through his nose. What a dork. So, does my next victim have a name? Knuckle Duster sat back on the couch. Have you ever heard of a vigilante named Stendal? Naomasa Tsukachi walked through Narahata during the day. He was following a rumor about a vigilante who had returned to the city, one who was more of a lethal protector than the newest vigilante was proving to be. The detective walked through the streets, thankful for his quirk. He didn't have to pry as hard as other detectives did to get the answers, which meant that he could ask any given person if they've seen suspicious activity, and then separate the wheat that told the truth from the chaff that didn't. "Oh my God," a woman shrieked while running toward him, running away from whatever was in the alley ahead of him. Neomesis sidled against the wall, gun in hand. He slowly approached the alley for the cause of the commotion. "Why, you're gonna be alright, just try to stay awake." A young voice spoke with a tone that didn't sound convinced of its words, trembling in the speaker's throat as they tried hard not to panic. Neomesa turned the corner, less on edge as before. It seemed like a child stumbled across something they never should have had to. The detective began to put his weapon away so that he could help in a more gentle fashion. Until he saw what lied in the alley. Spider-Man was kneeling on the ground. The vigilante held the throat of a local hero, Agent Light. For streaks of blood trailed down the vigilante's mask as the dying woman reached for life. Spider-Man stiffly tried to console her while she bled out. His voice being so devoid of humor made his age more apparent than it ever had been to Tsukachi. The boy tried with a nearly robotic tone. "It'll be okay, Dash. Freeze. Hands in the air." Tsukachi waved his gun at the vigilante. "I was too late." "He got away, Dash," Spider-Man spoke numbly. Neomesa figured he must be in shock, but the picture that lied before the detective made the vigilante a threat. Tsukachi pet his gun, unnerved at the situation. "I said hands up," he ordered while perfectly obscuring his nerves. Spider-Man turned his attention to Tsukachi, Agent Light lying dead at his feet as he stood. He shook his head and almost whispered the words. "I didn't do this." Tsukachi's hand trembled around his pistol at the behavior of the usually comedic criminal. "Get on the ground." The vigilante took a step forward. "I didn't, Dash." Tsukachi fired on instinct. The bang of the gunshot resounded through the air as Spider-Man leaned to the side before rushing the detective, slamming him against the brick wall. His hands trembled as he held the living lie detector above the ground. "I didn't do this. I'm going to find him. And I'm going to beat him." His blood-stained lenses glared into Tsukachi's eyes, before he slowly lowered the detective onto the ground where he scrambled back toward the entrance of the alley. Spider-Man turned and walked past Tsukachi before repeating once more as if to convince himself. "I did not do this. I don't care if you don't believe me." Tsukachi scrounged for his gun on the ground as the vigilante's back was turned. When he grabbed the weapon and looked back where Spider-Man was, he was aiming at nothing. The detective lowered his pistol and looked between the fresh corpse and the spot that Spider-Man left empty, sighing heavily to himself. "I believe you." Hitoshi poked at Midoriya while he sat at the lunch table. His friend's eyes were dead, and Hitoshi had to triple-check that he hadn't used his quirk by accident. "Midoriya?" He looked ahead blankly. "Midoriya." "Hey, Spider-Man." "What?" Hitoshi flinched back from the sudden shout. "God, what has you so on edge?" Midoriya ran a hand through his hair and shook his head. "Nothing." "Is it the sports festival?" Hitoshi asked with a leading and slightly hopeful tone. Midoriya shook his head with annoyance and gave Hitoshi a tired look. "You know I'm not Dash." "Yeah, and I don't know why." Hitoshi pressed his friend in equal annoyance. They'd been going back and forth about the topic for a few days, and somehow Izuku still didn't want to put in any effort. "I don't need to, and I don't want to, okay?" Midoriya shouted with a bothered tone, brought to his limit on the conversation faster than usual for him. Hitoshi pointed at Izuku and tried to get him to see he was being stupid. "You said you wanted to be a hero. Why won't you try?" Midoriya gave a groan that was more like a growl as he expressed how much he didn't want to have the conversation. "Why are you complaining, Shinso? There's a slot open in 1A, and even if I wanted it, we couldn't share it. I don't want any free rides, Midoriya. Don't think you're helping me by being a coward." Hitoshi shot back pointedly while glaring at Izuku. "I'm a coward?" This from the guy who keeps hiding what he can do from everyone. Midoriya said with spite while turning his exhausted dark gaze to Hitoshi with appalled anger. "You do the same thing. I can tell you're holding something back. I'm not a moron. Don't talk to me about not living up to my potential, at least I'm trying." Hitoshi bit at his green-haired friend. "People like me don't get to be heroes, Shinso. You're trying, but when I try, it's never enough." Izuku complained while looking past Hitoshi, sounding hurt and angry at something else. Hitoshi wanted his friend to be honest, to try to achieve his dream, but Izuku was wallowing and it was infuriating. He shot down the whining with Izuku's own words. "Don't give me self-pity about being quirkless. You said yourself that we're the same Dash." "Yeah, maybe I was wrong," Midoriya admitted with a dark look and a petty tone. "You don't know what it was like. Everyone telling you that you can't pursue your dreams, telling you how bad they feel for your condition. Telling you that you'd be better off if you just killed Dash." He cut himself off with a pause and hissed through his teeth while pressing a fist against his forehead. Hitoshi stared at him, speechless and full of regret as he pushed his jovial friend to relive some painful memories. "And in the end? Midoriya spoke through gritted teeth until he took a deep breath and finished with a depressed whisper while staring at the table. When it actually matters, I'm never in the places I need to be. For once, Hatsume stopped focusing on her machines. Hitoshi started nervously. I understand more than you give me credit for. But this isn't about that, is it? Hatsume put a hand on Izuku's arm experimentally and tried to ground him. Midoriya, are you okay? He ripped his arm away briskly, and it was almost like the darkness beneath his eyes got deeper as he hissed with annoyance. I'm fine. Shinso shook his head. You of all people wouldn't respond that way if you actually were fine. You'd say, I'm great. Thanks for asking, I'm so happy to be here. Izuku abruptly stood up and gave a fake smile and spoke with an overly cheery voice as he stared at Hitoshi with wide eyes. I'm great. He took his lunch tray and slammed it into the trash can, knocking it over as he shouted. Thanks for asking. He picked up his bag and walked over the bin. I'm so happy to be here. He growled out while skulking further from the table. Izuku. Hitoshi called after him. He didn't stop and just left Hitoshi worried and confused. I don't understand. Yeah. You don't. He walked out of the cafeteria with his eyes forward, ignoring the stares of everyone, and ignoring his, maybe, girlfriend as she tried reaching out to him. Izuku didn't try to keep where he was going a secret or anything, so Ochako took the stairs to the roof. When she got to the door, the handle was broken. She twisted what was left of it and walked outside. She paced along the rooftop, building courage while twiddling her fingers. Until finally, I know you're there, she said in unison with a voice that came from below. She jumped as his voice matched hers and nervously stepped forward with a plea. Then come up, will ya? Silence. If you don't come up, I'm going down. There. Ochako warned with a pout as she folded her arms and expected him to climb to the surface. More silence. Ochako seethed and activated her quirk on herself, climbing over the rooftop gate and softly pushing herself toward the underside of the edge, where Izuku was sitting upside down, looking out at the sky below him while glaring at his phone. You happy now? Right side up, eh? He looked up and smirked slightly. Ochako turned red. I'm wearing a skirt, stupid. She shook her head. Tell me what's wrong. Noth. I don't care how sticky you are, I'm gonna push you to your death if you finish that word. He chuckled. Good start. Then he frowned again. I was too late to save someone. Again. Ochako stared at him with pity. Deku, you can't save everyone. He scowled and rubbed his forehead as if he could push away the weight on his mind. I have to win every time, the bad guys only have to win once, and lives are destroyed when they do. That doesn't make it your fault. She defended. Yeah, tell them that. Izuku turned his phone toward her so she could read the screen. A news article with a picture of Spider-Man covered in blood, and the headline. Spider-Man, serial killer? Ochako made an offended noise as her eyebrows furrowed. That's such bull. I'm aware, thanks. Ochako scowled at his attitude. All right. I'm on your side here. He sighed, his eyes were so tired as he spoke. I'm sorry, it's hard to keep fighting when it feels like you'll never really win. Silence passed between the two of them before Ochako spoke. Yeah, but you do always win. Even when you lose, you never give up. That's your real power. She smiled and nudged him. So I just don't know when I'm beaten? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Ochako shoved him as she interlocked their arms. That's not what I mean, JRK. Are you gonna stop because of this article? No. He answered honestly. Are you gonna stop because of people thinking it's true? Ochako asked louder. He rolled his eyes as he fought off a small smile. I see what you're doing. Answer. She shouted militantly. No, ma'am. Then there you go. She exclaimed before supporting him quietly. Don't let this hold you back. You make it sound so simple. He finally smiled, and Ochako saw the darkness in his eyes lessen somewhat. She grinned back at him softly. Isn't it? You can do it, remember? He stared at her with a pondering look that turned a little regretful. Yeah, I do. I've been so selfish moping about my problems. How are you feeling about the sports festival? Oh, I'm gonna win. I'm just worried about having to give a speech. She looked away nervous. Hey, don't worry, you just gave me an awesome pep talk without even preparing. Your speech is gonna be great. That or you'll throw up rainbows all over the podium, which will be just as entertaining. Izuku laughed. That's not funny. She swatted at him. You gotta admit, it is pretty funny, he said between giggles. Oh, you think me being embarrassed is funny? She pouted. Izuku held his hands up. Of course not, no. Ochako grabbed his head and leaned in close. What are you doing, pal? Izuku panicked while blushing furiously. Oh, didn't you like what happened the other day? She asked with an eyebrow raised and more pink on her cheeks than usual. I didn't. Despise it but So there should be no problem, right? Sicheko. He scrambled, using the pet name. I tend to unstick when I'm distracted and dash. She grinned from ear to ear at how flustered he was and spoke softly. Then don't be distracted. Stay in the moment. I am in the moment. That's the problem. It's a dash. He was forced to look into her eyes, and his voice got all vulnerable in a way that Ochako just adored as he continued. Very tense moment. He screeched as he slipped from the ledge. Ochako activated her quirk, keeping him suspended in the air while pulling him back over the rooftop gate by his hair. If you're stressed, then let me help you relax. Ochako. He murmured breathlessly as she brought him closer while keeping him upside down. Izuku's eyes slowly closed, until they snapped open again in fear. Oh no. Ochako smiled with malice. You're not getting out of this that easy, dash. You too shouldn't be up here. Hound Dog marched over to them. Our release. Izuku yelped as he twisted in the air to land on his feet. We weren't doing anything, Mr. Hound Dog. Yeah, I bet. The counselor pointed at Izuku. The principal wants to see you. Izuku groaned and buried his face in a hand. Fine. Come on, you two. Hound Dog shuffled ahead. Ochako walked up to Deku and whispered, What do you think he wants? He exhaled heavily. I have an idea of what, dash. Hound Dog moved between them. Not so close. If I let the two of you out of my sight, I'm liable to turn back to a litter of green and brown puppies. What? They screamed together while burning crimson. Mr. Hound Dog, that's really not, dash. Ochako, I am gonna go see the principal, bye. Izuku blurted as he ran through the rooftop door. Midoriya trudged into his office, and Nezu wasted no time. Are the photos doctored? Likewise, Spider-Man wasted no time when responding. He knew what this was about. No. They're real. He responded curtly. Have you intentionally killed anyone, dash? Do you even have to ask? He seethed quietly. Nezu pressed his paws together. I really do. Well, I haven't. Satisfied? Nezu stared at him with a hint of pity. Are you? He rubbed his dark eyes. Do I look satisfied? Stendal, Stain, whoever, is killing heroes all over the country, and I don't have a clue where he's going after Narahata, dash. He's staying in Narahata. Nezu spoke simply. Midoriya stopped and processed the words. Why would he, dash? Nezu patiently explained. Stain kills 3 or more heroes per area, only stopping at 3 when he takes out a hero of high status. He attacked the second today, and now. Nezu saw the gears in the boy's head turning. Tomorrow, when everyone's distracted by the sports festival, he'll attack one of the top heroes in Narahata. Midoriya got up from his seat, beaming at the principal. Thanks a ton, Nezu. He laughed. Man, when I catch this guy, dash, I need you to stay out of it. Nezu requested plainly. What? The principal continued as Midoriya was taken by emotion. I cannot in good conscience allow a child to combat the hero killer, dash. I thought you respected me more than that. The boy said with hurt in his voice that was swiftly turning to anger. Nezu splayed his paws and reassured the young hero. I do. I believe that eventually you could be among the greatest heroes, but right now, I don't believe you. Midoriya shook with rage and Nezu sighed as he explained further. Stain is an A-class villain, Midoriya, dash. Midoriya threw his hands out in disbelief as he felt belittled. So was Muscular. And I beat him, dash. Nezu sat up in his chair. And if I recall correctly, you had to take a week-long hiatus after barely escaping with your life. The boy's face twisted with frustration. Why would you even tell me if you don't want me to try? I wanted to put your mind at ease about us being close to capturing him. I saw how you lashed out at your friends earlier. Nezu admitted with some quiet disappointment. Midoriya looked away with conflict. Yeah, so what, dash? You've clearly been through something traumatic and you need a support group to help you through it. Even if I let you fight Stain, you wouldn't be in the right state of mind to dash. I'm fine. I don't need some stupid group, I already talked about it with someone. She helped me feel better before you dumped this garbage on me. He shouted while clawing at his hair. Midoriya, do you know what I've learned from watching countless heroes struggle mentally, heroes who were in relationships? You can't always seek stability in someone you're romantically involved with. It puts pressure on them that simply isn't fair. Nezu said with a knowing tone while lecturing the boy. Midoriya scowled. That I would never try to burden her, dash. Regardless of those feelings, or rather, with the addition of them, my mind is made up on the matter. The adults will handle Stain. Do you understand? Nezu asked seriously. Spider-Man stared at the principal, his eyes glowing green as quiet fury racked his frame. Nezu stared back, unflinching. Midoriya's anger seemed to dip for just a second as he thought of something. His face became pensive before it changed back to frustration like it had been rewound. Fine. He swiftly turned and angrily made for the door. Have a nice rest of your day, Midoriya. Nezu called after him. Yeah, whatever. He shouted, stumbling past someone as he left. Eraserhead walked into the office with an eyebrow raised. Hello, Shoyuta. The man narrowed his eyes. Don't pretend that didn't happen. What's wrong with your favorite student? Nezu organized papers on his desk. I was just advising him not to pursue a project that I believe he'd be ill-suited for. I see. Do you think he'll listen? Eraserhead asked with tone that said he barely cared. Knowing what I do about Izuku Midoriya, there's little doubt in my mind. The principal looked up at the shadowy hero. That he's going to do the exact opposite of what I just told him to. Ochako was trying to get out of class. She had a big day tomorrow and this crowd was stopping her from getting home. Come tomorrow, everyone, even her own classmates, would be competition. She didn't want to push through or antagonize. Out of the way, extras. Bakugo shoved past the gathering at the door. Ochako's classmates immediately started to complain about him pissing the other students off and painting targets on their backs. Who cares? What they think doesn't matter as long as you're at the top. He stopped a little ways into the hall, red eyes narrowing at someone the class couldn't see. Deku. Kachan. I missed you, man. Izuku spoke facetiously. Cut the crap. Are you stupid enough to show up tomorrow? I'd love the chance to crush you like the pebble you are. Bakugo sneered. I gave it a lot of thought. Izuku sighed. Knocking you out in front of the school was one thing, doing it in front of the whole world? Well, I'd worry about your mental health too much. Izuku joked spitefully. Ochako moved toward the door, intent to make sure her ears weren't lying to her. But there he stood, face to face with one of the strongest in her class, taunting him openly. You got lucky once in middle school, now you think you're anything more than useless? The crowd moved back as Bakugo's hands started to spark. You need to be taught your place again, worm? Izuku stood unflinching. I'd never start a fight with you, Katsuki. Bakugo lowered his hands, still as pathetic as ever. Izuku took a big step forward, getting into Bakugo's face. What I'm saying is that I'd end one. Smoke started to rise from Bakugo's palms as he got a murderous look in his eye. Izuku wore a scythe of a smile as he spoke. I've gone through a lot of shit today, and I just need one more idiot to try and screw with me, just one moron to take a swing. He tilted his head to the side, his eyes wide with challenge and his lips in a neutral position. So swing, moron. He ordered with wide eyes and an expecting look. Izuku, Bakugo interrupted, his mask was slipping. And right now, she didn't know which half of him was the mask. Ochako. Just who I was looking for. In an instant, his demeanor made a 180 as he ignored the boy in front of him and made a stride over to her. These pretty words. But you could never back them up, Deku. Bakugo said as he stomped away. Izuku watched him leave with the same intense gaze he had a second ago. Hi, Izuku. What are you doing here? She asked with a little trepidation. Oh, I won't be at the festival tomorrow. I thought about what you said, and you were right. He smiled. Ochako slightly burned at him, taking her words to heart. So tomorrow, gonna try and get a stain out of some clothes. He winked. And I came to wish you luck. I thought you might still be nervous about your speech. And nothing to worry about. She felt the eyes of her class on her back as they spoke. If that's all. He gently grabbed her shoulders and looked her in the eyes with sincerity. No matter what happens tomorrow, as long as you never stop fighting, you'll be the winner in my book. Ochako smiled at him and sighed. Thanks, Deku. That was actually really helpful. So, till next time? Not quite. He took one more step forward. Izu, people are staring. She panicked, red in the face as he cupped her chin in a hand. Cool. I'm here for you, not them. He leaned forward and kissed her. Someone whistled. Oh wow. Who is this guy? A voice screeched from the ground. You really should get that room, Ribbit. Izuku pulled back from a dazed Ochako. Hi Azui. Midoriya. Call me Tsu. The frog girl nodded. Will do, Tetsukoyami. Just Tsu is fine. Why'd you do that? Ochako stammered at Izuku dizzily. That was for the roof. He laughed as he walked backwards out of the room. I'm up one. Ochako shook off most of her blush and called out to his retreating form with a mix of elation and frustration. Where did you learn to count? We're even. Izuku looked out over Narahata from his vantage point on a rooftop. He was still set off at Nezu, but he had to admit, being his advanced student, made for a great excuse to his mom as to why he would neither be home or participating in the sports festival. He pulled out his phone to watch the sports festival just in time to catch Ochako's speech. To me, a hero is just someone who doesn't give up in the face of adversity. Someone who gets back up no matter how hard they fall. There can only be one winner here today, but I encourage everyone participating, anyone who's struggling to do what's right, to go out there and do what you have to do. She stared into the camera and smiled with determination. Go be a hero. Hell yeah, Ochako. Izuku smiled beneath his mask before turning his attention to the street. Stain would more than likely be going after a high-ranking hero if what Nezu said was true. Izuku had no reason to doubt him, so he hoped his own prediction was correct. Because if he was wrong, well, the hero he was planning on tailing would make this a long run for a glass with no water. Web-slinging was pretty bombastic if he had to pick a word, so to not alert anyone he'd have to hop from atop buildings. Despite the advent of quirks, many of which allowed flight, people still didn't look up too much. Izuku looked over the agency. He hated to put someone in danger like this and he desperately wanted to warn the hero inside. But if he did, Stain might move on and kill even more heroes. Izuku nodded resolutely, determined to not be too late again. Ingenium ran out of his agency and into the street with his arms at his sides, saying hello to everyone as he ran past them. Going solo today? Yeah, that coward would go after you. Spider-Man seethed while letting the distance between them widen. Keep track of Ingenium, and eventually, hopefully, find Stain. The chase was on. The race was over. Ochako didn't place horribly, so that was a plus. A bigger plus was not getting in first place and having a giant target on her head. 1 out of 3 down. Now she just had to find a team for the cavalry battle. As Ochako looked around the field at the teams already beginning to form, she felt it might be easier said than done. How long can this guy run? So far, Spider-Man had just been chasing Ingenium while he was on patrol. But nothing had happened so far and Izuku had to keep following or he'd lose. Spider-Man looked down at the street where Ingenium ran past kids who were chasing a ball into the street. He's gonna see them and turn around. He tried to convince himself. A truck came barreling down the road toward the children. Spider-Man tried to keep pace with Ingenium while looking back at the scene. The driver's gonna see them and stop dash. The driver wasn't stopping. Demon IT. He shouted and swung away from the hero he was tailing. The kids reached their ball as the truck was inches away from them, before being swung across the street and placed swiftly on the sidewalk. The twin boy and girl stared at him with awe as he handed their ball back. He held up a finger. Hey, you two. No playing in the streets. He said with a gentle but firm tone. They nodded rapidly with sparkling eyes. Yes. Spider-Man. Crap, Ingenium. He looked to the direction the hero went in last. Stay safe. He jumped away to follow once more. And he lost him. Perfect. More than typical of a false hero, completely unaware of your own surroundings. Stain hissed, standing over the paralyzed fake. What say you in your final moments? The hero killer asked while pulling off his victim's helmet. Where Stain expected to see fear, there was anger and defiance. Not how I thought I'd go out, but there's someone out there who's bound to be even better than me. And as long as he's around dash. The man smiled fiercely despite his predicament. The name Ingenium will never die. Posturing till the very end, I see. You were right about one thing dash. Stain raised his sword above the hero's back. There will be better heroes than you. I'll make sure of it. He brought the blade down to stab into Ingenium, when suddenly his arm and back were tethered and yanked away from his prey. Stain leapt away while slashing at the lines, before looking at what stuck to his weapon. Webs. The former Vigilante had to fight to not roll his eyes as he turned to face the current Vigilante that was intruding on his work. Like a streak of light dash, he mocked. Yeah, just in time I know. The boy shot back while pulling Ingenium away. And I've got more than enough time for you, Stendal. I left that name behind long ago, child. He pointed his sword. Leave before I call you too. I'm thinking. See, I've been trying to reach you for a while. Spider-Man cracked his knuckles. I am really gonna enjoy this. Playing hero for cheap thrills? You're as fake as they come. Stain readied his blade and dashed toward the Vigilante. I didn't come here to conversate, so show me what you got. Better yet dash, Spider-Man jumped from wall to wall, blocking out the sky as he hovered above the hero killer. I'll show you. Stain jumped backwards as the boy slammed a fist into the ground where he once stood, cratering the ground with his strength. Such anger. Stain spoke with distaste. I don't want to hear it from you, Leonardo. I'll be dead before I let a murderer lecture me on self-restraint. The Vigilante charged toward the hero killer, while Stain readied his blade. Did I cut down a parasite that you were fond of, child? Stain inquired spitefully, while slashing at the spider's torso. Only for the younger of the two to jump over his head and send a fist crashing down that Stain raised his sword to block. The blade shattered under Spider-Man's force as he spoke furiously. You think I need to have ties with someone to be upset at you cutting them down like an animal? Still in midair, he kicked Stain in the face, making the villain fall backwards onto his rear. No. You killed that hero yesterday. You killed her for nothing, now you're gonna pay. He shook with rage as he stalked forward. Stain quickly got up and pulled 2 blades out to compensate for his recent loss. You've come to me for revenge. Your anger blinds you, Fool. Stain spat and threw one knife at the Vigilante. Spider-Man dodged without moving his feet. The blade whizzed past his head harmlessly. It's about justice, not revenge. He quickly advanced once more. Beating you won't undo what you've done. But for posing a threat to the lives of others. His fist glowed green as he spoke with conviction. You need to be stopped. Time seemed to slow as they each attacked, Stain almost reconsidering his opinion of the Spider-Man, however. Even now, your anger blinds you. Spider-Man's fist was inches from Stain's body when the hero killer threw another knife, this time, not at the boy. The blade sailed through the air, toward the face of the paralyzed Ingenium. Ochako stepped into the ring. Bakugo glared at her wordlessly while clenching his fists. Start. She dashed toward him while staying near the ground as he readied himself against her. As she got close, Bakugo let off an explosion with his right hand, blowing her backwards and shattering bits of the arena. Ochako got to her feet and charged her opponent again, running to his side this time. Bakugo swiftly turned and detonated another explosion toward her position on the ground. Ochako leapt above it using her quirk and kicked into Bakugo's face. Only for the blonde teen to grab her foot. As he raised his other arm to retaliate, Ochako twisted in the air and swung her free leg as hard as she could, her weighted shoe slamming into his face. The crowd erupted as she connected the hit, but she didn't have time to revel. Bakugo blasted her off of him and propelled himself into the air with his explosions, shooting downward like a meteor toward her before blasting at her position. Her shoes kept her from flying out of the ring, but she still took the brunt of the attack. She stood at the edge of the ring, bruised and burnt. She exhaled shakily from within the smoke. Is that all you got? Bakugo grinned and swiped a thumb where she kicked him. Come on, Uraraka. He barked while sparking his palms. Ochako brought her own palms together, releasing the debris that she'd been building the entire fight while she ran toward Bakugo. The crowd gasped collectively as those who weren't paying attention witnessed the meteor shower as it descended on Bakugo. Ochako ran forward, skipping across the ground in low gravity, as she launched herself feet first at Bakugo while releasing her quirk. Bakugo held a hand to the sky and let loose a massive explosion that destroyed the rock shower. The shockwave threatened to blow Ochako back, but the momentum she had built up was too great as her foot shot into Bakugo's middle and took him off his feet, sending both of them careening to the boundary line. Before Bakugo could cross, he redirected himself behind Ochako with his explosions and used a smaller one to blast her over the line. Midnight cracked her whip. Ochako Uraraka is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins. The stadium cheered for the match as Ochako got to her feet. She had fought so hard, but it wasn't enough. Ochako walked with the medbots to the infirmary, feeling dejected. Spider-Man turned his attention back to Ingenium. The hero didn't have any obvious wounds, so Izuku had to wonder just why he couldn't move. Time practically slowed to a crawl as he thought of all this while shooting a web to the flying knife. His strands wrapped around the handle of the blade and he pulled it to the side. His spider sense went off as he jumped over a straight stab from Stain, throwing his legs out behind him to kick the villain in the face while jumping off of him toward Ingenium. You okay? Did he slash your spine or something? He kneeled in front of the hero. I think it's his quirk. I can't move. Ingenium struggled without moving a muscle. I feel fine, maybe he has to hit you first? The Vigilante pondered with a hand on his chin. Hey, he's getting back up. Maybe think of this later. Ingenium offered with panic while bringing back Izuku's focus. Right, sorry. Spider-Man grabbed Ingenium and jumped away from a rapidly descending Stain, filled with bloodlust as he tried to skewer the two with his knives. Stain landed where they were and dug his blades into the ground. You treat this like a game. You have no place to interfere with my mission, child. Stain roared as he ran to Spider-Man, who was now deeper into the alley than before. Stainy, pal, can I call you Stainy? You should enjoy your last day out. Because you're going away for the rest of your life after this. Spider-Man jokingly threatened, dodging the hero killer's wild slashes. Fool. The only man I'll lose to is All Might. Some child in a mask will not change that. The villain screamed, kicking his attacks into another gear and making the Vigilante dodge even faster. Gotta say you're good. Maybe at the surprising heroes with murder thing, you're even the best. Spider-Man weaved a slice to his neck as his fist shot out like a bullet, nailing Stain right where his nose would be and sending him flying backwards. But when it comes to the whole masked vigilantism thing? Spider-Man jumped to a wall above Stain's head, making the villain throw his blade once more, flying through the air toward the Vigilante. Spider-Man's lenses narrowed at the seething villain as he caught the blade by the handle, inches from his face. You're out of your league. He threw the blade at Stain's feet and jumped over the villain's head, webbing his feet and yanking them out from under him. Stain pulled out one more blade to slash at his trapped legs, when Spider-Man knocked it out of his hands and hoisted the villain into the air. The hero who defeated you was Spider-Man. Never forget that. He shouted before punching Stain in the jaw, the villain's red eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness. Ingenium watched Spider-Man cover Stain with webs as feelings started to come back to him. Good job. You really saved my butt back there. The hero laughed. Yeah, anytime. Spider-Man stared at Ingenium, both of them standing there awkwardly. You seem nervous, Dash, the turbo hero admitted with a chuckle. I thought that you might be. I don't know, more robotic. Spider-Man responded while rubbing the back of his head, thinking about how different Ingenium was from his younger brother. And that you'd try to arrest me. Tensei made a confused face, holding his helmet under his arm casually. I just said that you saved me. I know, I'm just not used to gratitude from you guys is all. He tilted his head as the sound of sirens filled the air. Well, I'm not gonna arrest you, it really is the least I could do. Ingenium gave a good-natured smile while shrugging with his eyes closed. Actually, the least you could do is not take shortcuts down dark alleys. But I'll take it. Spider-Man laughed as the sirens got closer. The more official hero chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. You should probably leave though. Thanks for being bait, you did a great job too. He yelled as he swung away, leaving Ingenium with the trapped villain. Tensei handed Stain off to the police. While he was getting checked for quirk effects by paramedics, eager reporters ran up to him, shoving microphones his way. Ingenium, do you have a statement regarding your takedown of the hero killer? Tensei made a thinking face. Well, it's not my takedown. But I do have a statement. Ochako sat in the infirmary and watched the rest of the matches. She was healed a while ago, but she didn't want to go out and face her class. Bakugo spun in the air and shot toward Todoroki, encompassing the entire arena in an explosion, and knocking Todoroki unconscious, winning the sports festival. Even after her talk with her parents, Ochako felt a little better, but her failures still plagued her mind. She felt like she let herself down, not even mentioning her parents, or, why aren't you with your class? Izuku stormed into the room and immediately pressed her with disbelief. Ochako wouldn't meet his eyes, her failure dragging her gaze to the floor as she sat in the center of the room, isolated. I thought you weren't gonna be here, Dash. I wasn't, but I found the time. So what's up? He asked, speaking quickly with a bright smile as he sat next to her on the bed. Ochako shook her head at his apparent ignorance. Didn't you see? I couldn't win. I failed, Dash. Izuku squinted at her with confusion. You lost? Who says you failed? He responded, confusing Ochako into blinking rapidly. She looked at him like he was crazy. It's the same thing. Oh. Izuku took in her words and looked down. Suddenly he grabbed his chest as if he'd been shot, falling off the bed and onto the ground theatrically. I guess what I said didn't even matter, Ochako. He writhed on the ground in faux suffering. What are you doing? She asked, too confused to be depressed as she stared at the display. Don't worry about me, Ms. Uraraka. I know my words have no effect on you. He squeezed his eyes shut while he whined at her feet in pain. Ochako huffed a laugh, pushing him while he clung to the edge of the bed. It's not like that. Knock it off. Izuku stared at her seriously as he began. You came the closest to beating the winner of the festival, Dash. Really? Ochako shook her head and sighed out her nose. He held up 2 fingers as his smile started to grow. You fought like a genius and created a meteor shower from scratch, Dash. I know what you're doing. She rolled her eyes, smiling despite herself. And you kicked Bakugo in the face on live TV. He finished with awe in his green orbs as they targeted her brown ones. Yeah, so what? Ochako scoffed and looked away. I have that recorded, Ochako. I can watch my girlfriend kick my middle school bully in his face at any time I want. Izuku said excitedly. Ochako's face lit up pink. You, Dash. You might as well drop out now. Izuku sighed wistfully, smiling with resignation. After the pep talk, this came as a shock to Ochako, and she responded with wide eyes as he suddenly switched up. What? Izuku shrugged. What else could they teach you? He grabbed her hands while kneeling. After today, Dash. He beamed up at her and her heart skipped a beat. You're my hero. Ochako smiled down at him. She appreciated the sentiment more than words could say, but he was still way too confident and she just couldn't help herself. Girlfriend, huh? She asked with a head tilt and a blank expression. Izuku shot to his feet and rubbed the back of his head furiously. That came out wrong. I meant, friend, that's a girl, you know? I thought that after in my house. And the roof, Dash. You assumed that you owned me? She willed her face to stay straight. The absolute panic that overtook him was a sight to behold. No. That's not what I was thinking at all. He tugged at his collar. You know I would never, Dash. He can fight serial killers, but he can't talk to girls. Ochako observed to herself, loud enough for him to hear. His face was red with frustration and embarrassment as he exhaled sharply out of his nose. Not girls, just you. Ochako burst out in laughter. Ah, I guess I'm not your girlfriend if you don't see me as a girl, she teased with a slight blush. Izuku crossed his arms and looked away. You know what, you can't be my girlfriend. Ochako wiped her eyes and started to laugh harder at his immaturity. Are you seriously that petty? No. How could you be my girlfriend? You have to go on dates to be in a relationship. I have neglected to take you on a proper one. Izuku admitted with a hand on his chest and a formal tone. Oh really? She smiled at him. Really, really? He grinned combatively back at her. So what are you gonna do about it? She leaned back slightly on the edge of the bed. Izuku walked up to her and slammed his hands down to her sides, red in the face as he spoke. I'm gonna take you somewhere nice to eat, then we'll maybe see a movie, and then I'm gonna walk you home and we'll say good night to each other. Ochako was fighting off a blush of her own as she responded. Can't say you don't know how to plan under pressure, but that sounds a little boring, no? She grabbed his seriously messed up tie. We'll save the excitement for the second date. I need to make sure I actually like you. He breathed as she tugged him closer. We can figure that out right now, I'll help you make up your mind. Two pairs of eyes shut as they each moved closer to the other. Yoch! Izuku screamed while hopping on one foot and cradling the other. Ochako sat up at the edge of the bed, her hands in her lap. Recovery girl. Hello dear. Her pleasant response juxtaposing her next action of bonking Ochako on the head with her cane. Oh. I know that today has been filled with foolish excitement. She raised her cane between the two teens threateningly, but on school grounds you will control. Hormones. They both nodded rapidly, Izuku moving to the other side of the room like Ochako was radioactive. Yes, recovery girl. The elderly hero nodded. These rooms are for injured tournament participants only, and before you ask, no, I'm not counting your inexplicable toe injury, Mr. Midoriya. Lowered a raised hand and hung his head with mock sadness. Right, I'll be going now. Both Ochako and recovery girl rolled their eyes at Izuku's depressed exit. He's so corny. Tako smiled. Recovery girl shook her head. You hero students ought to be more responsible. Nothing was gonna happen. You two drooling all over each other. Not a hint of protection in sight. She waved her cane. Ochako's brain wouldn't let her process that one. She stared blankly at the door. If she thought about what recovery girl just said, she might explode. Hitoshi could have won his match, but the ice kid in the hero course wouldn't speak a word before he threw a glacier at Hitoshi. The purple-haired teen sat in a break room with his head in his hands, furious and disheartened. This was his chance and he blew it. Mother of God, if I have to give another of these speeches today, I'm gonna lose it. Izuku startled Hitoshi out of his mood. What do you want? Hitoshi glared up at him. Did I get that I didn't bring champagne, but we're not exactly old enough. Get to the point. Listen, I was being a JRK yesterday. And I'm sorry, but I thought you'd be happy right now. Hitoshi leapt out of his seat as he screamed into his friend's face. Why would I be happy? I didn't win the sports festival. Now I won't be a hero. It's over. He finished with a hoarse whisper. Ua. Izuku said with realization. You're stupid. He pointed at Hitoshi with genuine shock. Hitoshi's face twisted with rage. What the F-? Izuku interrupted before his friend could punch him in the face. Hitoshi, these guys have been professionally trained to use their quirks to fight. Hitoshi nodded with bitter anger at life while he clenched his fists. Yeah. It's incredibly unfair. You beat more than half of them just by getting to the tournament. Izuku informed him as if he was letting him in on a secret. Hitoshi shook his head. I still didn't win. You were never going to win, dude. No offense. If 1A has an open slot, who else is it gonna go to? Izuku asked rhetorically, grinning fiercely. Hitoshi exhaled heavily, not wanting to hope. You don't know that. The door to the break room opened once more. There you are, we need to talk about your performance in the festival, as well as your place in Yui moving forward. Eraserhead spoke clinically while staring at Hitoshi. Ever the third wheel, Izuku slapped his hands onto his face. Wow, actually, I'm not surprised, he finished with a flat tone. Eraserhead glared at him. Right. Izuku turned his attention back to Hitoshi. Guess I'll see you around, hero course elitist. He insulted jokingly, holding up an open hand. Hitoshi grasped it without a second thought, smiling more than he had in his whole life. We'll see each other plenty. Being near someone as annoying as you makes me look better by comparison. Hitoshi's smile dimmed just a bit. Don't do anything stupid now that I'm not in your class. He told Izuku with a little more seriousness, gripping his friend's hand while feeling nervous about leaving him behind. Don't worry about that. You're taking all the stupid with you. Izuku pulled him in for a hug and squeezed the breath out of Hitoshi. The guy was still deceptively strong. Don't change, please. Izuku requested with a shaky voice as he held the hug and shocked Hitoshi. Hitoshi pulled back from his first real friend in years to see him smiling proudly with misty eyes. I won't. Shinso promised, surprised at Izuku's seriousness. Izuku nodded while he swept a hand over his eyes. But, okay, bye. And just like that, Izuku turned and left the room. Sorry to intrude on such an emotional moment. Eraserhead spoke into his capture weapon with the barest hint of regret in his gruff voice. You didn't, sir. He normally isn't like that. Hitoshi admitted while looking at the floor, thinking about what Izuku asked of him. I have to know, are you ready to give your all more than your all, to become a hero? Hitoshi nodded resolutely. This was everything he ever wanted. Yes, sir. Hitoshi thought his eyes might be playing tricks on him as Eraserhead smiled slightly. Hitoshi Shinso, welcome to the hero course. Izuku walked down the hall, happy as a Spider-Man could be. As a door opened behind him, walking out of the infirmary. Whoa, it's you. You're the Endeavor kid. Izuku smiled with awe at the ice user. The little heat scene of the guy's power was seriously impressive. The bicolored teen glared at Izuku and the hall dropped a few degrees in temperature with his cold stare. Do not call me that. Izuku backed off with a slight laugh. Hitoshi, you were great by the way. Bakugo's a tough fighter, but don't take it too hard, there's always next year. He encouraged with a well-meaning tone. The frosty teen merely glared and started to walk away. You talk too much. That was kinda rude. Some people don't talk enough. Izuku responded. The peppermint-haired teen halted and turned to stare at Izuku with recognition. I know you. You came to my class yesterday and kissed Uraraka. Izuku scratched at his cheek with a finger as he laughed with a little embarrassment. Funny story, I was actually getting back at her for Dash. If she's your girlfriend, I can only imagine how you felt watching her lose against Bakugo. He said with a low, spiteful tone. Izuku pursed his lips. Todoroki seemed satisfied that he had an effect on Izuku's mood and dug deeper. Especially considering the tension between you and Bakugo yesterday. Maybe he fought so hard against her because of you Dash. Or maybe, of all the terrible, shitty things about that guy, one scrap of honor is that he takes his opponents seriously. Maybe if you had done the same, you would have won. Izuku interrupted him and smiled with false cheer. Todoroki gave Izuku a deep glare and started to play ignorant. What are you talking about Dash? Izuku rolled his eyes. You think you're the only one who pays attention? He scoffed at the brooding teen, the son of Endeavor using ice of all things? Weird. But not as weird as how you look just like him on one side, and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't produce ice on that side, do you? Todoroki's fist shook as glared at Izuku, the hall getting colder than it was before. You don't know anything about me. Izuku sighed and leaned against the wall as he shrugged. Too true, people only know what you show them after all. And you've shown that the arrogance doesn't fall far from the tree Dash. Shut your mouth. The hall's temperature dropped dramatically as ice crept along the walls. I have a good reason not to use that side of my quirk. I don't have to explain anything to someone I don't even know. You're right. Izuku admitted as he got off the wall before the ice could touch him. He smiled a little as he flipped the rage back onto Todoroki. You don't know me, but you're set off about losing, so you thought you should make me angry too. And because you don't know me, or what I can do Dash. The lights in the hall flickered as Izuku stared at Todoroki, his eyes glowing in the darkness. Maybe. He repeated, you should watch your mouth when you talk about Ochako. Because she got closer to beating the winner of this whole thing than you did, and it was because she gave it her all. You Dash, Todoroki started, frozen with rage and clenching a frost-covered fist furiously before. Shoto! Daddy's calling. Izuku watched Todoroki as he spun angrily and stalked out of the hall. Leaving Izuku alone. Presumably. Didn't know you could be quiet. Izuku smiled. Bakugo walked out from where he was eavesdropping. What was the trick with the lights? Izuku leaned against the wall and pulled out his phone, responding as he started scrolling. Oh, that's nothing. Just faulty wiring I think Dash. You just bullshit your way through life, don't you? Bakugo asked with his typical fury. And you hurt everyone in yours, don't you? Izuku spoke with a glance up at him that was only slightly annoyed. Bakugo scoffed and glared back with a seethe in his voice. If you're mad about your girlfriend Dash. She's a superhero, I expect her to get at least a little hurt. I'm proud of her. Izuku admitted as he closed his eyes with fondness for Ochako and smiled at the thought of her. Bakugo glared like usual. She's certainly not fragile. He said begrudgingly, before continuing as if Izuku cared what he thought. Way too good for a nothing like you. You still think you know me, huh? Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes as the insult rolled off of him. Only what you show, right? You're pathetic and I know you're hiding something. Bakugo took a step forward while glaring at Izuku skeptically. Izuku rose from the wall and walked past Bakugo without a glance, grinning at what he saw on the screen. I've got no need to hide Dash. Spider-Man, hero of heroes? I'm stronger than you think. The boy came into his office unannounced, looking much better than he had days ago. Did you see it? Tell me you saw it. Oh, it's you, of course you saw it. Huh. Nezu responded pleasantly, you've been busy. I expected you to speak about this with me almost a week ago. Midoriya smiled with only a hint of bashfulness. Between work, spider stuff and girl stuff, I haven't had time to let you know you were wrong. Was I? Nezu rhetorically asked, sipping his tea. Yeah, you were. I faced off against Stain, and Ingenium will testify, I totally kicked his dash. Nezu sipped his tea once more. Yes, well done. I should have known you could handle the situation. You don't sound that surprised. Oh, I get it. Deep down, you're upset at being wrong. Midoriya accused smugly. That is certainly one interpretation of my behavior. You chose to follow your gut, and you were successful. You should be proud, Midoriya. Stop that. Midoriya narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Stop what? Nezu sipped. Stop sipping your tea. And why do you sound so, I don't know, fake? Midoriya asked angrily. This is my regular cadence, Midoriya. Nezu said while staring blankly. No, whenever you talk about me disobeying you and beating Stain, your tone gets all dash. The boy froze and his mouth snapped shut. Midoriya? You didn't trick me. He responded with a squint. Nezu smiled. What's that supposed to mean? Midoriya screwed his face up indignantly. You didn't reverse psychology me into fighting Stain. It didn't happen, so don't even think about telling me you did. Well, you're correct. Anything you did was of your own volition. Nezu confirmed with that same placid smile. The boy grunted out a frustrated laugh and wagged his finger at the principal. I'm gonna ignore that. Bye, Nezu. Goodbye, Mr. Midoriya. She spotted him walking through the halls, seething to himself. I know what he's doing. That rat-bass dash. Midoriya. I need you. May ran up to him suddenly and pleaded, grabbing his shirt and staring into his eyes. Midoriya hastily tucked a dark skin-tight undershirt lower into his uniform. Hatsume, we've really got to work on saying things in context. He chided while gently pulling her hands off of him. I swear, Ochako's gonna throw me into the sun if you keep this up. What's going on? Roxanne is holding a junior inventors showcase and I have to be there. She explained excitedly. Midoriya kept walking with May at his side. Oh yeah, I was actually gonna go to one of those, submitted my name and everything. He said casually. In a rare show of enthusiasm for something that wasn't built by her, May turned with wide eyes, targeting Izuku. Why didn't you go? Oh, I had a field trip there once. He smiled wistfully. Made me change my mind about what I wanted to do with my talents. Tomorrow, you have to go with me. May demanded. Why do you even need me there? Midoriya spluttered. I'm banned from being in places like that without someone watching me. And my parents aren't gonna be here tomorrow. May complained quickly. Midoriya shook his head. Hatsume, I'm sure you're not banned dash. May pulled out a card and shoved it against Midoriya's chest. Hello, my name is May and if you can't keep my attention, please alert the person I arrived with. I should not be alone. If I am, please call this number. Midoriya read slowly. Wow. See? Yeah. Midoriya turned the card over. Also, it's laminated dash. So now do you see why I need you to go? May interrupted loudly. Ah, Hatsume. Can't you ask Hitoshi? He whined. I did. He told me to ask you. Please go with me. Midoriya growled to the side. Didn't you Shinso? Hatsume dash. Please dash. Midoriya sighed heavily. Fine. May closed the distance between them with stars in her crosshairs. Oh, thank you so much, Midoriya dash. Yeah dash. You really are the best. I know, Oi dash. You won't regret this dash. I probably will, shut up. He finished, smiling while rolling his eyes. I'll be at the studio tomorrow dash. May hopped up and down with excitement. Yeah, where else would you be dash? Show up early so we can go. So to sum it all up, I'm cheating on you. Izuku said while munching on popcorn. Ochako rolled her eyes after his explanation. That was quick. You couldn't wait at least a week after our first date to be unfaithful? Izuku sighed dramatically. You don't know what it's like to have so many women throwing themselves at you. Honestly, it's a wonder I held on for this long. Ochako pinched his side as she pressed against him on her couch. Ouch. Hey, I'm sorry. You know I didn't mean it. He yelped. She finally let go and he breathed a sigh of relief. Surprised it took you that long to attack me. You're handling this pretty well. Ochako tilted her head to look up at him as she rested her back against his chest. Why wouldn't I be handling it well? I just thought you'd be more jealous is all. Izuku looked away and said quietly. Are you? Oh my god, are you upset that I'm not jealous? Ochako threw her head back onto him and laughed. No. It wouldn't hurt if you were a little more territorial about your boyfriend, okay? He puffed. Ah, Deku. She teased affectionately. Stop it. Zuku baby. Don't patronize me, Ochako. He commanded while blushing. Ochako fully turned to face him and put a hand on his cheek as he looked away from her. I'm not jealous because I know Izuku Midoriya. I actually really like the guy, believe it or not. Deku laughed through his nose. Go on. And if he cares about me as much as I care about him, I know I can trust him not to hurt me that way. And he can trust that I won't hurt him. She explained warmly. Izuku smiled warmly at her. Ochako dash. Plus, if he ever went insane and thought about cheating on me, he'd remember that I know more about him than anyone else on the planet. Then he'd come to his senses before I have to do something drastic. Ochako smiled with her eyes closed, pinching his cheek. Izuku laughed nervously as his eyes darted around the room. Oh, look at that. We're out of soda, I'll go get some more. You keep watching, this is the best part. He pulled himself out of her grip and jumped toward her kitchen. You've said that like 4 times dash. She was interrupted by his phone buzzing. Hey, your crime thingy is going off. She tossed his phone into the air behind her. Izuku shot out a web and caught it. Thanks. Is it just like an app you use? Ochako asked. It was. But it was super limited, so I wrote an algorithm that combines the app with media sharing location data and hero network distress signals. Way more in depth that way. He explained distractedly. How much did it cost to make? She wondered aloud. Oh, it was free. And slightly illegal. But so are most things I do, plus the upgraded app costs like 5,000 yen, and I'm broke. Famously. She teased while watching the screen. Glass houses, Ochako. It's just one more thing we have in common. He snickered. Ochako chuckled and thought about their earlier conversation. So, where should I go for my internship dash? She turned her head to see Spider-Man with one foot on the window. His lenses widened as he looked at her. There's an idiot causing trouble a few blocks from here dash. You're just gonna leave your clothes on the kitchen floor? Ochako laughed, bewildered. Izuku's body language was thankfully a little embarrassed as he backtracked to the kitchen. I'm just gonna take this with me. He approached the window once more. If I stay any longer, my mom will think you kidnapped me. Right. Till next time, cheater. She teased with a smile. Izuku hummed a laugh as he dove out of the window. This is your own fault for holding out, old man. The thug yelled. The shopkeeper cowered on the ground in front of his destroyed business. Please. We already paid your boss dash. There's been a change in management, Gramps. You don't disrespect the Sandman, and live. The thug roared as he swung a hammer made of rock at the old man. That is not how you play whack-a-mole. Spider-Man swung in and kicked the criminal in his chest with both feet. The criminal scrambled back to his feet as Spider-Man helped the shopkeeper onto his. Mind your own business, bug. He held his hammer over his shoulder and charged the vigilante. If you're okay with dishing it out dash, Spider-Man stood in front of the old man protectively. The goon swung for Spider-Man's head, only for the hero to smack his inner arm and catch the hammer as it flew from his grasp. You better be able to take it. Spider-Man swung the tool back into the thug's face and sent him sprawling to the ground. You all right, sir? Izuku turned to the senior. Who was that guy? No one. You've done enough, thank you. The old man turned to start fixing what he could. Look, I don't know for sure what's going on here. But I can tell you're scared. Maybe whoever this guy's with told you not to speak to the police, or even heroes. But I'm neither. He explained assuredly. The man turned to stare at him. I'm always in the neighborhood. I couldn't rest knowing that this sort of thing could happen to you again. So for the sake of us all being safer, please. Let me know how I can help. Spider-Man sincerely requested. The shopkeeper sighed and shook his head. You're a strong guy, you can start by lifting those aisles back up. As Spider-Man helped the old man clean up, he finally started to explain. For years, anyone trying to run a business near the pier, the beach, and the industrial district has had to pay the Mako crime family. I've never heard of them. Izuku shook his head. They're underground types, wannabe Yakuza. Everything ran fine until the father was killed, now there's a power struggle between the factions. The old man lectured. The father? Not like the Godfather, or the leader? Spider-Man asked with a confused glance. The old man exhaled and nervously explained. The Makos really are a family. The father had 3 sons, you see dash. Oh, and each son inherited territory to call their own. Spider-Man finished with realization. The old man nodded. The Sandman, the Hydraman, and the oldest, the Molten Man. That I'm gonna have to get my lawyers on the phone dash. Spider-Man was interrupted by the sound of sirens finally arriving to pick up the criminal. Don't worry, I'll put a stop to all of this. He spoke resolutely. I know I can't convince you not to interfere, but please be careful. It'd be a shame to lose you, Spider-Man. The old man warned gently. Spider-Man's lenses winked as he shot a web into the air. I appreciate your concern, old-timer. You'll be back to just having to worry about shoplifters in no time. He yelled as he swung away. Izuku walked into the Roxon Expo with Hatsume bouncing next to him. She wheeled a giant, well, he didn't know what it was because it was covered with a tarp. But she wheeled it in through the doors as they passed through multiple rooms and went deeper and deeper into the huge facility. All right, Hatsume, let's stick together. Wow. Hatsume suddenly abandoned him to look at someone's project. She squealed as she looked over the device on display. Your baby looks incredible. The teen looked at Hatsume in disgust as he responded. It's not a baby, it's a perpetual motion device. I recognize you, you're that girl from the Yui Sports Festival who fought with toys. He sneered at Hatsume, a shame your inventions weren't useful enough for you to win. Other attendees snickered as the boy insulted her backhandedly. I wasn't trying to win. Hatsume frowned. Izuku snuck a finger against the machine as the two inventors spoke. Hey, how useful is your invention? The condescending JRK turned his attention to Izuku. What are you talking about? Izuku shuffled away from the project. I mean, isn't a perpetual motion device supposed to, I dunno, not stop moving? He asked, watching the machine power down through no possible interference on his part. The inventor gasped and hurriedly picked up his machine, running off to parts unknown. Midoriya, did you do something? Hatsume asked worriedly. Who, me? No. Izuku shrugged as a long metal tendril slinked over his shoulder. Mr. Midoriya. Still as disruptive as ever, I see. A voice spoke from behind. Izuku turned to face the man. Do I know you from somewhere? I believe you threw up on my shoes more than a year ago. The doctor spoke down at him. Oh. Izuku exclaimed with recognition. You're the tour guide. We're not exactly middle school students, so I think we'll be okay without your help. You've certainly gotten more belligerent since that day. He leaned into Izuku's space. Watch yourself. I don't believe in luck, but twice now your presence has led to disaster. Hey, it's not my fault that I'm surrounded by other people's inventions that are prone to malfunction. Not naming any names. Izuku stared back at the man who kept targeting him. The scientist's eyes shot wide in rage. You. Dr. Octavius, a word please. Another scientist called out. The doctor seethed at Izuku. Behave yourself. Before leaving to follow the man calling for him. Izuku unclenched his fists. Man, what a dash. He turned to Hatsume and was stunned at the fear written across her face. What are you doing? You're gonna get me kicked out. Then I'll never be able to show off my babies. Hatsume screamed, aghast. Izuku looked at her in disbelief. None of what's been happening is my fault. We barely got here. I need this, Midoriya. You have to stop being rude to everyone. She pleaded seriously. I'm just defending myself. And you. Everyone in this place is a total wad, Hatsume. You get a little callous when you're distracted, sure. But you're not like these guys, why do you want to be? Izuku complained with frustration. Hatsume took a big step forward and balled her fists. Don't you get that this is my dream? My dream that I'd do anything for? People have told me that I'm crazy, they've told me to stop, to take breaks, not to go out of my depth, but I can't. Izuku took a step back at her impassioned speech. I know you're the same way. You never talk to me and Shinso about it, but I see it in you when you leave for no reason, or your phone goes off and you look all impatient. Can you seriously say that there's nothing that you're doing that no one in the world could convince you to stop doing? She pleaded for his understanding. Izuku sighed and looked down, picking at his web shooters. I'd be a lying hypocrite if I said that, Hatsume. Then can you please be my friend and not screw this up for me? Izuku smirked. Yeah, I can do that. So Izuku helped Hatsume set up her showcase, which consisted of an in-depth look at upgraded versions of the equipment she used during the sports festival. There was no prize to be handed out, but as they neared the end, Izuku felt like Hatsume won this whole thing. And he totally wasn't biased. You're really not like these guys. You're better. Izuku smiled and held out a fist. Hatsume shook his closed hand. Thanks, Midoriya. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on the dash. Spider sense. Something big. It didn't matter if he looked insane, he screamed to get their attention. Everyone get down dash. An explosion rocked the expo, as half of the ceiling collapsed under the weight of two titans. Mei woke up with a hacking cough. She thought she might be back in the studio, given the explosion, but she was still at the expo. Fire blazed around her as she peered around for her babies. Their destruction would mean that she'd have to build them from scratch again. Not the worst thing, but she should try to prevent it at least. There were screams she could barely hear as she searched through the smoke and debris and fire for what was most important, what she came here to show off. Her head was fuzzy, even with her eyes it was hard to see through all the orange and red that hazed the atmosphere. But as long as she could leave with what she came with, she'd be alright. But what else did she come with? She couldn't be here alone, she wasn't allowed to be in places like this alone, so. Midoriya. It was all coming back now. Hatsume came here with him and he supported her. Actually understood her, and she understood parts of him. Even if he wouldn't show the full design, what she got from the blueprints was more than enough for her to be interested in his functionality, well-being. People weren't machines. She laughed to herself while turning her head. Midoriya and Shinso were teaching her that, no. Something inside May reacted before her brain could, and forced the word out. She squinted and saw Midoriya's hand. Now, she knew that hand too well, she had measured most of Midoriya as he helped with her babies. That hand should not be that limp. That was Midoriya's hand. Midoriya's hand sticking out of a mountain of rubble. No. Midoriya's hand sticking out of a mountain of rubble. Midoriya. Midoriya. May rapidly clawed at the collapsed debris and tried to free her friend. There was a lot of rubble, but when she got to him, he'd be okay. And if he wasn't? She could fix him. Maybe she was more used to building, and maybe what she built blew up before it eventually didn't, but she didn't think. Midoriya could come back from being blown up. So May would just have to fix him without that part. Things would be easier if he wasn't broken though, so May had to hope that he wasn't, but the arm still wouldn't move, and there was still so much left for her to move. And the arm wasn't moving. And there was fire all around. And his arm wasn't moving. Midoriya, don't be broken, please. She pounded on the rocks as she didn't even make a dent in how many there were. Midoriya, I can make anything but I don't know if I can fix you if you're broken. So don't be broken. She warned him as something leaked somewhere, dripping water down her face. Her body trembled, probably from too much internal pressure, as she grabbed the extended hand and pressed it against her forehead. Her brain got foggier as the heat and smoke started to invade her system. Please, get up. The hand tightened around her own rapidly, and before it could crush her bones like a hydraulic press, it seemed to realize what it was doing and pulled into the rubble quickly. Midori dash? May backed away as the rubble shook for a moment before blasting apart with a shout from inside it. As the debris flew everywhere, Midoriya stood with his arms up at his sides, blood trailing down his head as he panted from exertion. Midoriya? How did you? Midoriya looked at her worriedly, before switching to a determined face and throwing his hands out toward her and pulling her toward him with a web. Midoriya held her steady while metal collapsed where she once stood. Is it just you? He asked her directly. He sounded like a completely different person, she couldn't help but be confused. What dash? Is anyone else hurt? He demanded seriously in a deeper voice than normal. I don't dash. May looked around with her quirk until, him. She pointed at a figure under some debris, much smaller than the amount that had Midoriya trapped. Oh, okay, can you stand? Midoriya asked gently. I think dash. May started to slump as soon as she pulled away from Midoriya. Hatsume. She didn't sleep often, so the fatigue that overtook her in that moment was relatively new. Spider-Man grabbed May's unconscious form and threw her over his back in a fireman's carry. He quickly marched over to the doctor. Oh God! The metal harness he had strapped to himself was digging into his skin while his flesh bubbled around the edges. It was all Izuku could do not to retch at the sight and smell of it. He consciously adhered Hatsume to his back as he picked up the scarred man and held him under his arm. Spider-Man ran through the collapsing building, kicking through walls of debris that threatened to stop him. He hopped, dodged, and slid through the obstacles on his way out until finally, he broke through to the entrance and into the evening air, taking greedy breaths while he was still a little on fire. He looked around at the gaping faces and spotted the paramedics. You. He stared at one of them intensely. The man shook slightly as the hidden vigilante fixed him with a stare while still carrying two bodies. Me. These people need help. He spoke while placing the doctor on a gurney and switching to hold Hatsume in his arms. Another medic delicately approached him from behind with fabric to try and put out his flaming back. Izuku pushed the unconscious Hatsume toward the nervous medic. My friend needs help. Help them. Really brave what you did. You're probably full of adrenaline right now so you can't feel it, but it's likely you have a concussion and you've suffered smoke inhalation at the very least. The medic patting him down spoke gently from behind. I'm okay dash. You did good kid. Death Arms interrupted, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Spider-Man snapped his head toward him. You're late. Everyone still conscious stared nervously at the last person to exit the burning building as he glared at the hero. Before the tension could get any thicker, the medic moved Izuku to a gurney and put an oxygen mask over his face. She brought a penlight to his eyes as she looked him over. Definitely slightly concussed. I'm gonna ask you some questions to make sure you're all good, okay? She asked with concern. Kay. She looked him in the eyes and spoke slowly. What is your name? He had to fight not to smirk. This was the easiest test he ever took. He looked at her and spoke with confidence. SBI dash. This wasn't an attack, it was just collateral. The two villains are still fighting and they're getting close to the inner city. Another hero explained to Death Arms. Young man. She tugged her arm while it was in his grip. His head snapped back toward the sound of her voice as he held her wrist. Sorry. What are you doing? I was trying to bandage your head wound. You stopped me. She explained patiently. Oh my bad. You're not a danger, you just want to help. He answered apologetically while still holding on. She nodded. That's right, so I need you to let go of my arm so I can help you, okay? He loosened his grip. Okay. Then he remembered. I have to leave. She laughed incredulously as she wrapped his head. No, you do not. He spoke distractedly, feeling too impatient to convince her. Seriously, it's a whole thing. You're great, by the way. I'm flattered. She admitted while she worked. Don't be. I've got a girlfriend and she just unlocked jealousy. The medic snorted as she tried to focus on her job. Just, you've been really patient. Heh, patient. Like I'm your patient. He laughed slowly. That's all the evidence I need for delirium, let's get you an ice pack. She announced with cheer and subdued concern. I need help with this guy. Izuku's medic turned her head and looked at the source of the request. In a minute, I'm not done with Dash, she turned back. What's your name, sweetie Dash? And Izuku was gone. Mei woke up with a cough, again. She hoped that wouldn't become a trend. She tried to remember what happened. Rubble. Midoriya. Wasn't Midoriya quirkless? She didn't see any babies on him when he... She looked to the right to see Spider-Man swinging without grace toward buildings in the distance that were illuminated with orange. That made sense. A lot of things just started to make sense. I loathe to show this to you. Sasaki held a phone as he approached Toshinori. What is it? The symbol of peace asked. You're going to overreact. Would you just show me Dash? Toshinori began as Nighteye turned the phone. Disaster at Roxon. That's terrible. How Dash? Wait for it. On the screen was shaky handheld footage, the entrance to the flaming building being kicked down by... What the foo Dash? All Might buffed up for a second and threw up blood before he could finish. Toshinori couldn't tell if it was his heart, or one for all trying to claw its way out of his chest to reach the boy on screen. The search is over, Sasaki. The psychic rolled his eyes. Here we go Dash. Don't here we go me. This is Providence. All Might explained with amazement. He has a long way to go Dash. So did I. We know that he has returned. I'm running out of time, the power needs to be passed on. The boy is perfect. All Might confirmed excitedly. We thought Mirio was perfect Dash. You did. You tried so hard to find and train someone worthy, and Mirio will be an amazing hero, but we couldn't just make the next holder. Fate. Toshinori said with reverence as he stared at the child. All Might be reasonable. Do you really believe what you're saying? Nighteye pleaded. I believe in young Midoriya. It's him. Toshinori looked at the screen once more. Watching young Midoriya take others away from their demise like a smaller version of himself on that famous day, with far fewer people. The boy escaping hellfire with the hopes of others on his shoulders. All Might stood up and smiled a real, full smile that he felt he hadn't smiled in 5 whole years. That is my successor. Izuku stumbled to the edge of a building, almost failing to stop in time. He had to take a break. That medic was right, he was the most concussed Spider-Man to ever be concussed. Seeing as he was the only Spider-Man, he didn't have much competition, but he still wasn't proud about it. He could see the Sandman and the Molten Man swinging wildly at each other as they fought way too close to buildings nearby. They were two giants that weren't even made of flesh. He had knocked out a giant on his first day, but he didn't know if there was anywhere he could punch to finish these two off. His spider sense kept going off, buzzing in his pocket. Izuku pulled out his phone, his mom was trying to call him again. She worried too much. Ochako texted him a video of Roxon on fire. Didn't she know he was already there? He pulled his mask up to his nose. The smoke and heat earlier got to him more than he'd like to admit. And that rubble wasn't just shrugged off, it was easily near his limit. Around or over 10 tons. Thank God Hatsume woke him up. Hatsume. She passed out from the heat. And he wasn't supposed to leave her alone. As a friend, kind of a shitty thing to do, he had to admit. He had lost blood, been concussed, his muscles ached from the rubble, and to top it all off, he was down a web shooter. Those things weren't cheap. He looked at the hulking, kaiju-like forms of the cause of his problems. Obviously he was many times smaller, but he had never felt this tiny since he became Spider-Man. But he was Spider-Man. And Spider-Man promised that old man that he would put a stop to this whole thing. And here were 2/3 of the problem, waiting for him to solve them. This could be simple. Not easy, but simple. Simple was what he needed right now. Mom first. He dialed and held the phone to his ears. Izuku. Where Dash? I'm gonna be a little late tonight, I'll see you when I get home, love you. He hung up before more panicked shouting could come his way. Taco next. Hey! Don't hate me! Glad to know you're still alive. Your mom is freaking out on me, and I'm not far behind her. She screeched into his ear. You'd better come up with something incredible as an excuse, Deku dash. I'll be alright, I'm gonna go home eventually. Just wanted to hear your voice. Why do you sound like that? She sounded worried. Go back to yelling, Chaco, I hate when you're worried. Then stop making me dash, she took a breath. Just be careful out there. Or I'll never forgive you. Roger. He laughed. See you tomorrow, Chaco. I'd better. I love you, dummy. I know. You'd better say it be dash. Little more incentive to get out of this alive. He'd live to see tomorrow and tell her then. He'd check on Hatsume when he was done with the brothers, who were still having a Godzilla fight. Alright, that was enough of a break. He stepped to the edge once more and nodded, jumping off while his feet glowed with power. He aimed himself to the fight like a missile. Atom, dash. That night, those who managed to tear their eyes away from the two behemoths brawling for imminent fratricide would see a green streak of light blazing right toward the commotion. You killed him. Your own brother. I'm about to do it again, Sandy. I said never to call me that. Sandman morphed his hand into a giant hammer and cracked his brother right in his jaw made of slag with it. Molten Man spit out a tooth the size of a car. Actually, it might very well have been a car. As he turned to face his younger sibling. You were always so focused on money, Suna. He raised a blazing arm. Sandman rose both arms to defend. Ugh. And Molten Man punched him through his torso. It made you soft. Like sand. Molten Man's laugh sounded like 10 car accidents at once as he ripped his arm sideways, tearing Sandman's middle and making his brother's giant form collapse in on itself. Hey! Good job. Let's see if I can make you match. Molten Man turned to the voice as Spider-Man reared back a glowing fist and crashed it into his face, making the villain stumble back from the force before vibrating with laughter. This heat. Thanks for the assist, Webhead. Molten Man rose in temperature and reached up to grab Spider-Man as he dangled in the air. Spider-Man kicked a charged foot out to make distance between them, only to get grabbed by the reformed Sandman. This is a family matter, Spider-Man. Mind your own business. You made it my business by destroying buildings. And in a way, aren't we as humans, all family dash? Bitch. He yelped high-pitched. Sandman threw him across the city skyline. The tops of buildings zoomed past him as he skipped through the air disoriented. Spider-Man regained his composure, shooting out a single web to the antenna of a building and turning his momentum back to where he came. As he soared like a bullet, Vigilante! A voice boomed to his side. Oh, hi number 2. Did you get thrown before me? You're nothing compared to the threat ahead. After I finish them, you're next. Endeavor roared over the wind as he rocketed past Spider-Man. Endeavor wound up a lance of fire. Wait, don't. The bigger one absorbs dash. The flaming spear shot through Sandman, the giant screaming out as the spot he was hit informed orange glass. The spear dissipated onto Molten Man, as he cackled while turning white-hot. Give your big brother a hug, Suna. Molten Man spat while embracing Sandman. The younger of the two cried out as his form fully turned to orange glass and he could no longer keep it up. His human form fell out of the statue and he started to fall to his death. No! Izuku shot a web down and pulled himself into an angled dive as he swung to save the defeated villain. Molten Man laughed to the sky as buildings melted just by him being near. Muzutafu! I'm your new king. Bow and I might show mercy. He bellowed. Izuku stared up at the Goliath as he placed the unconscious Sandman on the ground. He racked his brain for a solution, still feeling the effects of earlier slowing down his thoughts. He stared at Sandman. They're brothers, their quirks should function similarly. Anything I have that's strong enough will only make him stronger. He's made of metal and heat. Metal makes him bigger, and he gets hotter when he absorbs dash. Spider-Man huffed a breath. I can absorb heat. I can do this. He charged a jump and flew up above Molten Man like a star. Your Majesty! He shouted, grabbing Molten Man's attention as the villain looked up. Allow me to make you a statue in your honor. Spider-Man shot himself toward Molten Man's middle, moving past the villain's attempted attack. He landed on the metal monster's chest and pulled. What are you doing? Get out! Molten Man panicked and clawed at his chest as the slag it was made of rapidly started to harden. Your brother couldn't take the heat. But I will. Spider-Man grunted with exertion as he absorbed the heat from the giant heap of scorching metal. No. No! Molten Man screamed in fear and loss as Spider-Man ripped his human form out of the quickly cooling metal monument and flung the criminal into a building, webbing him above the ground. After capturing the villain, Spider-Man crashed into the ground, curling in on himself as he lit up like a green sun. He had never absorbed this much energy. He always had a sort of safeguard, a limit to what he could take. And he never thought to test that limit, seeing as he was more or less a living nuclear reactor. As he stood up shakily, the ground boiled at Izuku's feet. He noticed and tried to keep the energy localized to his chest. He had to find a safe way to get rid of all. Criminal. Endeavor shouted as he rocketed toward Spider-Man. Give up your attack and surrender. Stay away. You'll die. Izuku begged weakly. Petty threats. Endeavor smirked smugly and reared back a clenched hand. Flashfire fist dash. I said stay away. Spider-Man roared as he threw a hand out toward Endeavor, destroying the arm of his costume and liquefying the asphalt while blasting it and the number 2 hero away. Endeavor was on the ground knocked out, his flames no longer illuminated on his body. Izuku looked at his pulsing arm in fear. I didn't mean that. I was just trying to warn Dash. I am here. All Might spoke his catchphrase while landing. The greatest hero looked around at the destroyed street and the unconscious Endeavor. And it would appear that I also missed some things. His humor made the child in Izuku breathe a sigh of relief, but the rest of him was still terrified of what was about to happen. I didn't mean to do that, I swear. Easy, young one. While outside of the bounds of the law, you've still saved many people over the course of your, let's say, career. I believe you. But I have to take you in. Now isn't Dash, Izuku took a shaky breath. My power is overloading. I'll wipe out, I don't even know how many blocks. I have to leave. You Dash, he came to a realization. You have to throw me. Young man, I won't aid in your escape. Stop this now. This isn't some kind of ruse. People are gonna die if I stay here. Please, All Might. All Might looked just a little conflicted. But not enough, young Dash. Izuku lifted his mask. All Might froze in shock, before abandoning his usual smile for a placid look. Midoriya. Izuku's eyes were desperate as his face lit up from the energy within him. Now we're even, huh? He laughed wetly. You told me once that it was good that I wanted to save people. All Might nodded slowly. Spider-Man pulled down his mask. Please, Mr. Yagi. I need your help. All Might held out his large hand like a platform. Spider-Man grasped it and could feel the energy within the man. He really carried this kind of power around every day, didn't he? While it was all Izuku could do to restrain his own at the moment. Izuku supposed that was just what it meant to be All Might. All Might held him like a shot put ball. Are you ready? Spider-Man gave a weak laugh, as I'll ever be. New Hampshire smash. Izuku flew to the heavens and thought about what he had just done. He'd probably go to jail for life after this. Imagine the delight of the guys he's put away. I beat them all once. He cracked as wind whipped past his masked face. He couldn't believe that this was how his mom would find out. Was he ever going to tell her on his own? Ochako would not be happy. He might need witness protection from her after she found out that he got caught. He smiled wistfully at the thought of the 2 people he loved most. As his ascension started to slow, he looked over the city he had come to love helping so much. He had already memorized most of it while web-slinging. But he wanted to ingrain the image of it in his brain right now. Selfishly, he wished he'd never have to come back down. But he had a job to do. And responsibility was kind of his whole thing. Spider-Man was kind of a rock star. Why the hell not? He curled into a ball to reach the depths of his power as he reached his peak. He unfurled and threw his hands up in a very familiar gesture, but this time, there was nothing to swing from. Good night, Muzudafu. And he let go. Toshinori watched as the sky illuminated green. The massive blast created a web pattern. Fitting. The wind from the explosion reached the ground at last, whipping his 2 antenna-like strands of hair backwards as he looked up at the cloud that was created. Falling through it was Spider-Man, now Midoriya. He was descending limply and Toshi felt it was time to move. He jumped into the air, and with perfect trajectory he grabbed the young hero. He still wouldn't move on his own, but Toshinori could feel his heart beating. Young Midoriya. All Might said with just a little pain. He was so sure about the boy and now he didn't know what to think. This was also, everyone alright? All Might's eyes widened in shock. And then he laughed. And his laugh grew some more and got louder and louder. He doesn't swore my Dash. They're all safe, my boy. Thanks to you. I was just a baseball, you're the one who threw me. His successor grunted out. His successor. All Might couldn't help it. Still in the air, Toshinori lifted the boy's mask. That's a no-no. The young hero whined. How do you feel, Spider-Man? He asked seriously. Like sheet. But knowing that everyone is safe makes me feel like softer sheet. The boy laughed hard at his own joke. Shimura, Midoriya smiled up at him as he lost consciousness. Ochako barely unlocked the door and she was already inside. Is he here? Ochako didn't know if she was more scared of Mrs. Midoriya or for Deku. And no, Mrs. Midoriya, I just said that he might dash. A burning building. A destroyed, burning building. Ochako. Izuku's mom complained loudly. Ochako fiddled with her hands. I saw dash. And then he disappears. They had him. They had my son. And now. Inko opened and closed a fist in the air. I can't do this again. I won't. When I find him, he is in for the punishment of a lifetime. Angry tears rolled down her cheeks as she shook with emotion. Why can't I stop it? Why is this happening again? She asked, fully breaking down as Ochako helped her to the couch. He's gonna be alright. Ochako tried to calm herself down as she consoled Inko. How long can he be alright, Ochako? He's quirkless and I can't keep him out of trouble. I keep letting my son get hurt. She cried angrily. This is not your fault, Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku Ochako sighed with frustration. Don't tell him I said this. She struggled until deciding to come clean. Ochako clenched her fists and spoke. Izuku feels responsible for his dad's death. That's why he keeps dash. No. Inko denied with horror and a knowing grimace. Ochako was startled out of her explanation. No. That every time dash. Inko struggled to find the words until. He's always been like this. Ochako stared at Izuku's mom in shock and confusion. He's a good boy. He's never been rude, he wouldn't hurt a fly. Inko laughed wetly to herself. But when it comes to other people, there's always been this side to him. And it always scared me. He wants to help people, and I should be happy to have a good person as a son, right? Ochako nodded worriedly. But Izuku doesn't care about himself. I don't even think it's a depression thing. He would die for a stranger if he thought it would help them. She explained with frustration and dread. Ochako's mouth got dry and her heart pounded in her chest as she thought about I love him. I love him more than anything on this earth. But my son is broken. He isn't right. Ochako stuttered, her eyes wide in realization. And you're saying that he told you that Hisashi's death is what's driving him now? Inko turned and asked fearfully. Ochako could hardly breathe as she spoke the word. Yes. Inko's hands flew to her own hair as she screamed hysterically, with absolute certainty. My son is going to die. Ochako's phone rang and her hands slipped as she went to grab it. Izuku. He's unconscious at the moment. Come to you. I also strongly suggest you bring the boy's mother. Principal Nezu spoke from the other end. Ochako looked up at the still crying Midoriya and took a shaky breath. Izuku, is it you? We need to go now. Toshinori worriedly watched Spider-Man on the infirmary bed. He smiled slightly to himself. The little Z even had him saying the name. He had to admit, it was catchy. He's resting just fine. No need to fret, Toshi. Chio tried to soothe him. What about the blood sample? Nezu squeaked in his usual tone. Quite the specimen. Recovery girl exclaimed. So the boy's story is true then? Nezu asked for confirmation. 100% quirkless. And there's no other way for me to put it, the boy's cells are strong. Chio said with finality and surprise. You made a good choice, Toshinori. Nezu smiled. All Might frowned. You knew he was here all along and you knew who he was. Why didn't you tell anyone? Yours is not the only secret I wouldn't share. In my experience, a little discretion can make for a wonderful investment. The principal explained happily. Toshinori grimaced, but he had to respect it. I see your choice? Nezu pressed lightly. All Might looked up, determined. If the boy will accept, then yes. He shall inherit my power. Inko rushed through the massive halls as a robot guided her and Ochako to her boy. Oh God. She stared at Izuku's unconscious form as he slept peacefully. No doubt, you've seen the recording of young Midoriya escaping the destroyed Roxen building, haven't you? The principal asked. Why is he going to be alright? Inko asked with worry. Izuku is completely fine, just drained from the day he's had. Nezu waved off her immediate concerns and Inko breathed a shaky sigh of relief. He's not the only one. Inko croaked a laugh while she grabbed Izuku's hand, tears springing to her eyes. Izuku started to stir awake. I'll give you some privacy. The mouse person bowed and left the room. Izuku's vision swam into focus as he stared at her. Hey ma. He looked at the ceiling. Where are we? Were you Izuku? They took you in after you? Mom. Inko had to be strong. You can't do this, Izuku. She said simply. Izuku looked at her in confusion. Can't do what dash? You can't put yourself in danger like you did today. She would not get hysterical. She was the parent, he was her child. And he was going to obey her. He raised an eyebrow. The danger kinda came to me. That DM and Midoriya humor. One of the reasons she fell for Hisashi. She was not in the mood. It isn't a joke. None of this is funny. You will not talk your way out of this. Mom dash. I tried, Izuku. I tried for you. I tried so hard to let you do what makes you happy, I didn't even want to know what it was. But after tonight? God, I knew the whole time and I just wanted to lie to myself. She said, angry at how blind she'd been. Izuku seemed to take offense. He spoke in disbelief. You think I went looking dash? Don't bullshit me, Izuku. You were caught in an attack, yes. But it was your choice to carry 2 people out of a collapsing building. One of whom had a metal H-son. She couldn't help yelling. He wouldn't recognize what she was saying. Izuku finally twisted up his face in anger. So I was just supposed to let them die? Yes. Inko stared at him coldly. Izuku looked aghast. Dash. You are my son. You are my only family. I will never support you trying to save anyone without saving yourself. She screamed, amazed that she had to explain this to him. Izuku shot up in the bed. I was doing both. Ochako took a quick step back. I should leave Dash. You stay, Ochako. This is what he needs. If you care about him, you stay. She turned her attention back to Izuku. She took a deep, shaky breath. Tell me, Dash. Izuku stared at her. That if the only way to save those 2 was for you to die. Tell me that you wouldn't save them. Izuku's lip trembled as she looked at him expectantly. I Dash. He vibrated, like he did when he was a toddler, forcing down P's he didn't like. He couldn't even look at her as he begrudgingly told her what she wanted to hear. I wouldn't. She couldn't even pretend to believe him. He was brilliant, a prodigy at many great things. But he wasn't a liar. I let you be this sick for so long. She realized with shame, trying not to cry as she spoke to her child. How can I help you, Izuku? How can I make you understand that you are a child? Who is quirkless? Izuku flinched as she shouted at him. You were born at a disadvantage, Izuku. Your father and I have loved you because it didn't matter to us what you lacked. She said softly. He shook while his hair covered his eyes. You are my flesh and blood. I could never think less of you for anything you couldn't control, but the world is cruel. They aren't like us. She pleaded for him to understand. She grabbed Izuku's hand and reached back to grab Ochako's, who was looking at Izuku nervously. You're good, Izuku. It's in your heart. I've never had to teach you right from wrong until now. Izuku looked at his sheets, steeling himself for something. You are strong in ways that I am so grateful for. Your soul is unlike any I've ever seen. She said with pride. Izuku's eyes darted back and forth, making calculations she couldn't hear. She lifted his chin to make him look at her. But for some reason, your body is fragile despite that. Despite how powerful you are inside, you can be hurt easily where it counts. Inko solemnly admitted. Izuku stared with his mouth in a line. I can't lose you too. You're too delicate to do these things. I'm scared, Izuku. Ochako looked at him with a small amount of dread. Izuku Dash. So, you're scared because I'm quirkless? Not just that Dash. But that's the main part? Izuku said, trying to understand. Inko smiled weakly. It's really your behavior Dash. If I was strong like All Might, would you be scared for me? He asked finally. Inko chuckled slightly. If you were that strong I'd still worry. But it would put my mind at ease a little, yes. Izuku smiled. Mom Dash. Ochako winced and shouted at him to stop. Izuku don't dash. I'm Spider-Man. The room was silent. Inko started to laugh, but she looked at Ochako's face, the girl's hand against her forehead as she slowly shook her skull. Inko gaped at him. No you're not. Sure I am. Izuku said cheerfully. Watch. Izuku Dash. Her son hopped out of bed and walked to the wall. He placed a hand against it. Then another one above it. Another. And another. And another. It occurred to Inko that he was on the ceiling now. Tada! Ochako hissed between her teeth as she rubbed her head some more. You knew. It wasn't my secret to tell. She looked away, ashamed. You knew. Inko frowned at her with disappointment. Inko looked up at her son smiling nervously at her. Please come down. Sure. He plopped onto the floor. So now Dash. Inko moved in and embraced her only child, her palm against the back of his head. Izuku. She smiled sadly as she whispered his name with nostalgia. Yeah Mom Dash. She pulled back and lifted his medical shirt. It was real. Spider-Man had been shot some time ago. Izuku had a faded bullet wound right on his side. Izuku. She hugged him again. What did I do? Mom. I didn't see any signs and I'm sorry. I'm going to get you the best help possible Dash. Izuku interrupted her with confusion. Mom, I'm a superhero Dash. You're trying to kill yourself. His back went ramrod straight as she squeezed him. I helped a lot of people. I'm super strong, super fast, I can sense danger, I can dash. Get shot. Or set on fire. Or thrown through buildings. Or beat to death. She spoke, interrupting his sales pitch. Mom I dash. She cried as she held him. I didn't know how bad Hisashi's death hurt you. I'm so sorry, Izuku dash. Do not say that to me again. He pulled back from her briskly and demanded with wide eyes. You dash. I have saved more people than you'll ever talk to. I've stopped countless villains from hurting others. I've been living my dream. And all you can say is the same thing you said on the day you found out I was quirkless? He asked with disbelief and hurt in his voice. Ochako made to turn around. I'm going dash. Stay. Ochako. He shouted with a hoarse voice. I need you right now. Inko reached for his face. My baby boy dash. Izuku grabbed her hands. You didn't believe in me then, you don't believe in me now. Ochako believes in me dash. Ochako has been enabling you. Are not well, son. She tried. The people of Muzutafu believe in me. I save them from fire, car accidents, muggings, assault, I find their missing pets and I catch their lost balloons. Everything. He said with reverence. Because I am Spider. Meh. And I can do anything. He spoke, his voice unfamiliar to her. Izuku dash. So they write songs, name foods after me, and treat me as one of their own, like you should. Because they know that I'm strong, they know that I'm their family and that I would do anything for any of them. Spider-Man lectured defensively. Who am I talking to? Where is my boy? Inko asked with fear. I am your son. I am a hero. You should be proud of me. He shook angrily. Dad would be proud of me. Your father would be mortified if he was alive to see what you've been doing. She argued back without flinching. Izuku splayed his arms out. He's not here, Mom. He's not with us. Because I got him killed. By being what you want me to be. Inko shook her head. What are you dash? On the night he died. I was out training to use my powers to get into Yui. I was picking up equipment at a store, a robber ran past me, and I let him go because I wanted to save myself, I wanted to save my future, and guess what? He roared spitefully. No dash. It was him. He's the one who shot Dad. And now my future is missing my father. He screamed as tears ran down his face. Inko pressed a hand against his chest as she started to cry. Izuku dash. So no. I will never ever turn my back when people need me. I will never let him die again. The lights in the room flickered and his eyes glowed green as tears continued to fall from them. Izuku, please promise me you'll stop. I've already made 2 promises. And I can't fulfill them if I accept yours. I won't stop. He rejected while looking her right in the eyes. Ochako, help. Inko pleaded for the girl he loved to convince him. I've already accepted this. It's who he is. Ochako spoke softly while holding back tears. The principal stood in the doorway behind them. If I could interject, I believe there's a way for you both to get what you want. Izuku shoved away his tears. What are you talking about, Nezu? You could be as safe as possible and be a hero at the same time. I'm not joining your hero course. Izuku spoke with finality. How would he be any safer? Your school has already been attacked. Inko stared angrily at the rat. With all due respect, Mrs. Midoriya, he'll be more unsafe if he continues down this path. You said I could be one of the greatest. Izuku roared as he pointed at Nezu. How did you think that was going to happen, Midoriya? Not by continued vigilantism. The principal said simply. You've supported him all this time. Why would you switch now? Inko squinted. Hearing you two speak has given me a new perspective. And if the people I lead knew what I now do, they would want me to do better. I should have him do neither. It's all too dangerous dash. It's my life. It's my choice and I choose not to go. Izuku interrupted angrily. Correct as usual, it is your choice, Midoriya. Nezu said with a plain face. Izuku smiled defiantly and crossed his arms. That's right dash. Your choice as to whether you're arrested or not. Instantly, the lights in the room shut off, bathing them in darkness. Green orbs pulsed within the void. What? The robots wheeled in, giving them a light source and recoloring the room red. If you refuse, it will be up to your mother whether you remain at Yui. If she decides to pull you out, I can no longer protect you, and every hero network will be made aware of your identity. Nezu looked at Inko expectantly. So, what will it be? You never respected me. Midoriya dash. Inko grabbed the mouse's paws. Please keep him safe. The principal looked at Izuku with a pleasant smile. Izuku Midoriya, welcome to the hero course. Izuku took a big step forward before Ochako put a hand on his chest. She grabbed his face as he tried to keep giving Nezu a murderous glare. She whispered, Don't be dumb, come on, just relax, calm down. I'm calm. Izuku marched past her and stomped towards the door, not even looking at Inko as he glared at Nezu. When I'm not calm dash, his eyes flashed that green energy, you'll know. He left the room in his medical clothes as medbots followed him into the hall. Your blood pressure appears to be L dash. With a crash, the robot was sent flying past the doorway and into its brothers. Inko was exhausted. But she couldn't stop yet. I need a favor. She spoke to the principal. Anything. He responded curtly. He needs help. Please get him some. Therapy sessions with Hound Dog will be mandatory for him until we've decided he can stop. Nezu spoke as if he already predicted her request. I don't know what to do. She cried as the thought of what her son was going through, right under her nose, was just too overwhelming. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. He trusted me with his secret and I felt like Ochako started to cry after holding back for so long. Inko stood up to embrace her. It's not your fault. I'm sorry I lashed out at you. You couldn't have known what to do. Thank you for being there with him. He's strong, right? He'll be okay. Ochako said, trying to convince herself more than Inko. Inko peered out of the doorway with puffy eyes as Izuku shuffled off to parts unknown. It's his strength that worries me. Things are not great. He spoke across from Aguro on the rooftop. There wasn't a speck of his costume on him. I'm being forced into heroism. They'll expose me if I don't comply. The boy seethed in the darkness. You've helped me a lot, and I wanted to thank you. But I need to ask you for something. He picked at the sleeves on his hoodie. What is it, kid? Knuckle Duster wasn't the gentlest of people, but the boy seemed raw. It was better to be direct. I'm worried about what'll happen to my city, to its people. It's not about the big fights, cool as they are. He trailed off, laughing sadly. His head snapped up to face Aguro. I know you're busy with Narahata. And I know you're not in your prime, your words. But please his voice trembled. Easy, don't be such a baby. I'll look after your town while you're gone. He pointed a thumb to himself as he grinned. Hell, I'll do a better job than you ever In a flash, the boy had his arms wrapped around him. Aguro was shocked at the show of vulnerability. He looked down. You're strong. Whatever this is, you'll make it out okay, Spider-Man. Thank you, Knuckle Dash. He patted the kid's back. Aguro. Call me Aguro, Izuku. He glided through the house gracefully as he got ready. Everything he did with a swiftness that Inko had never seen from him before. She expected him to yell, for them to have another argument like they had the night before, but he was deathly silent. He was like, Inko couldn't even say that he was like a stranger, it was like he wasn't even there. Seeing was believing, and the only proof that she had a son at all came from her eyes. I know you're angry now. But we're gonna get through this together, Izuku. Inko promised with concern. He moved like a machine, giving no indication that he heard her speak. She sighed and wrung her hands. Everything that's happening is for your own good. We all need help sometimes, Izuku. Look, you're not the only one struggling, okay? I'm going to see a therapist too. You're not alone, I've always been alone. He stopped as he opened the door. Well, that's a lie. Ochako stood there, smiling sheepishly. I knew you had to leave early, I wanted to go to school with you. Ochako explained while putting a hand on his shoulder. You didn't You're stuck with me, sorry. She said with finality. Izuku walked past her. Keep up. Inko tried. I love you, He left. Ochako turned to her with a wince. Don't worry, he'll come. Around. Inko sighed shakily. At least one of us sounds sure. Shoyuta sat there barely awake, surrounded by the rest of the staff. Couldn't Nezu have this meeting after the school day was over? The principal spoke in his usual tone. All in attendance have signed the NDAs? Confirmed. The rest of the room spoke with solidarity. What's this about, Nezu? Nomuri questioned. The Hero Public Safety Commission has agreed to the terms of a new project here at UE, Nezu explained. The goal is to help troubled youths become heroes in their own right, while UE guides them on their path. Another charity thing? Hisashi asked. Not quite. This project aims to be less broad in terms of scope and far more personal, shifting to the needs of the individual in question. What brought this on? Shoyuta knew this wasn't just a spontaneous thing the rat thought of. There had to be a reason. You may understand in a moment. We're ready for you. He alerted. The shutter door opened and Spider-Man swung into the room one-handed from the head of the door and stuck onto a corner on the ceiling. What the hell? Nezu explained. The room was on edge as the Vigilante appeared on school grounds, or school ceilings. Everyone stay calm, I had him enter this way to prove that he is who he is without question. After you, Spider-Man. The lenses on the Vigilante's mask squinted at Nezu as he dropped to the floor. The shutter door slammed shut again, sealing them from the outside world. Spider-Man grabbed his mask at the top of his head and pulled. Midoriya? Mike shouted in shock. He's so young. Nomuri observed with concern. The skinny All Might didn't look surprised as everyone else was. I thought you were familiar. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes at the boy. His face showed barely concealed frustration as he nodded to Eraserhead before looking at the entire room. My name is Izuku Midoriya dash. Midoriya. He turned to her, he looked kinda sad. Hi, Hatsume. How are you holding up? I'm great. What kind of baby do you want to make first? She asked excitedly. Midoriya shook his head. Hatsume dash. I know your web baby got destroyed, so maybe we should start with that. She offered. I'm not dash. Oh, you probably want to upgrade your mask, right? That's the most important part for Spidem. She spoke as he covered her mouth with a hand and led her into an empty classroom. Hatsume, me being Spider-Man is a secret. You can't talk about it just anywhere, and I'm not dash, he sighed. I won't get to be him anymore. He shouted shakily. May didn't understand. Are you missing your costume? It's a uniform. It got a little roughed up. But I mean that I won't get to wear it anymore, not out in the city. He said sadly. I'll just make you a new one. Hatsume. The whole look what I used to do. It's over with. I'm not allowed anymore. Spider-Man no more. You get it? His eyes started to mist up as he yelled. May wished that her friend would start making sense. You saved me without the costume dash. Uniform dash. You're Spider-Man, you're Midoriya. If you're one, you're also the other. Since you saved me, they're both the same in my head. May admitted with a head tilt. I'm still Spider-Man. I'll always be Spider-Man. He repeated her sentiment and rolled it around in his brain, considering her words like they weren't obvious. Hound Dog walked into the room. Midoriya. It's time. He looked up, unsure. Then he stared at May confidently. Thank you, Hatsume. I didn't even make you any babies yet. She called as he followed the hero out of the room. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Ryo asked clinically. Hey, does it matter where I sit? It's just this thing with me dash, he deflected already, looking around the posh room. Ryo chuckled and waved a hand to the room. Anywhere is fine. Cool. He dropped his bag next to the chaise longue and flipped onto the ceiling, turning to rest his back against it. He stared down at Ryo. You said anywhere dash. I did say that. If you enjoy being up there, you're welcome to it. The tracking hero played along. Grazie. He smiled and folded his hands behind his head. Can I ask you something? Ryo fought not to roll his eyes. Sure. Can you see ghosts? Or sense them? It's just that you have a dog quirk and they say dogs can see spirits, but most of them can't talk so we don't know for sure dash. I don't. Midoriya, do you think that running us off course will affect me negatively? Hound Dog asked rhetorically. It's gotta be annoying though, right? He asked, outright acknowledging he was being a brat. Ryo shook his head. If you hate it here now, you're gonna be really annoyed when you have to keep coming back because you've made no progress dash. Yeah, who are you to decide whether I've made progress? You don't know who I am, none of you do. He dropped off the ceiling and stared with his fist clenched. Do you know who you are? Don't even try to screw with my head and make me think I'm crazy. The problem is you people. I know who I am, what I am. And you're all trying to make me what you want. He pointed accusingly. And what do you believe you are, Midoriya? Ryo leaned forward in his seat. I'm a hero. Why don't any of you get that? He smacked his chest in frustration. None of you know what a hero is, you think it's someone who has license to use their quirk. He laughed as he grabbed his head, and I wanted so badly to be one of you, but I don't anymore. I'm a real hero. He said with conviction. He stomped his foot and straightened his posture. I'm Spider-Man. No one can take that away from me. He shouted desperately before whispering in realization. No one. Midoriya? He wouldn't speak a word as he picked up his bag and left the room, eyes wide in thought all the while. Toshinori went into the support studio and, like Nezu said, found the boy preparing to leave, one strap of his bag over his shoulder and a hood over his head as he left. Young Midoriya. Where are you going? All Might asked, knowing the answer. The boy didn't seem surprised at all to be caught in the act. I'm just going home, All Might, it's been a bad day. If you felt you couldn't handle the stress, we would understand you leaving. But that's not all you're doing, is it? Toshinori asked. The boy repeated his story. I'm just going home dash. Midoriya. He threw his hands up in annoyance. Okay, you caught me, happy? Who cares? I'm going. All Might frowned at the boy with pity. Why do you want to run, Midoriya? A hero should face his problems head on. Don't you think dash? Midoriya turned on him quickly, with frustration. This is me facing my problems, All Might. When Nezu makes me more of a fugitive than I already am, I can never have a normal life. I'm prepared to face that. I accept the consequences. He walked forward. And the consequences that will befall the people you love? All Might pressed rhetorically. Midoriya scowled and stopped again to defend his actions. This is happening because someone I love has no faith in me. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. Please relax, young dash. Don't tell me to relax, All Might. He shouted as his eyes started to water. My mom kept worrying about me because she thought I was weak. Then I showed her I was strong and she worried even more. Everyone keeps trying to control me. Everyone keeps trying to make me move. He shook his head vigorously. No. All Might buffed up just in time. You move. The boy shoved him and he stumbled back from what would have sent his smaller form flying. All Might thought for a moment, trying to control you? Okay, what do you want to do? I want to leave. He tried to shoulder past as All Might stopped him with a hand. What do you want, Izuku Midoriya? If you could do anything you could think of, anything at all. What dash? Midoriya screamed with irritation. I want to save people. I want to be Spider-Man. And in dash. All Might turned back into Toshinori to ask the boy softly, and what? I just want to be strong enough so that no one has to worry. He fell to his knees as his body racked with sobs. I can't do everything I want to. I can't bring my dad back. I can't undo muscular killing Mr. Izumi. I can't go back and stop Stain from killing Agent Light when I was so close. He screamed his confession. I'm always too weak, too slow, too selfish to do what I need to do. He punched the ground and it cracked under the weight of his sorrow. I've saved people, and I'm so happy I was there when I was, but I'm about to have to abandon all of them and there's no way for me to protect them while I'm here. He cried fearfully. There are many heroes in Yuzudafu, Midoriya dash. All Might tried to console him. I need to be one of them. I know it's not the same, but I want to be a symbol like you. I don't want anyone thinking I need help. I just want to help. He finished, exhausted and ashamed. Everyone needs help sometimes, even Spider-Man. Even All Might. He held out a bony hand for the boy to rise. Midoriya scoffed as he stood. Yeah, right dash. I was born quirkless. Midoriya stared up at him in disbelief. That's how dash. All Might looked into the boy's green eyes resolutely. Understanding washed over Midoriya's face. You're like me. But different dash. My power was passed on to me by my master. Passed on to her from hers and so on. Wait dash. She made me the hero I am today. And I failed her. Toshinori continued. All Might dash. I could not save her. She sacrificed her life so I could go on. I carry that burden with me at all times. Why are you telling me this? Midoriya suddenly demanded. Because I am not perfect. No one is. I've failed time and again. He clutched his side. The boy nodded. But we have to try, right? We have to make sure that no one ever dies like they died dash. Death is not why I fight, Midoriya. The boy stared in confusion. I thought, aren't we the same? You said that you carry that dash. All Might put a hand on his shoulder. You should carry it, let it push you when necessary, but you can't let it define you, consume you. All Might explained wisely. If it's not your master's death, what motivates you, All Might? He asked, confused. Toshinori only smiled at him. Midoriya's mouth opened slightly in shock and his brows furrowed as he understood. We can't live in fear of death, Midoriya. What we leave behind is far greater than what is lost when we're gone. The boy stumbled back and Toshinori helped him into a chair. But everything I've done is because of his death. All Might exhaled heavily. Your father. Midoriya, I believe that you aren't Spider-Man because he died. The young hero looked at him with red eyes. You're Spider-Man because he lived. Because of everything he meant to you, everything he taught you. So don't let his death force you to act. Let his life inspire you. Toshinori smiled with hope. The boy clutched his chest and sobbed as he was overcome with sadness, but also joy and love. Tears fell from his eyes as he got up and hugged Toshinori. All Might. I'm sorry I pushed you. He wailed. All Might snickered and patted Midoriya's back. You've helped me these last 2 days more than you can know, young Midoriya. But I have no choice but to ask for your help again. Anything, All Might. He stepped back while wiping his eyes. Standing at the ready. There's a great evil that lurks in the shadows of our world, Midoriya. My light is fading and it's time for me to pass the torch. He stared at the boy seriously. I know you've been through a lot, and things aren't likely to get any easier dash. A hero faces any problem head-on. What do you need? Spider-Man nodded while smiling confidently. Toshinori laughed slightly before grounding himself. Before I ask, let me tell you a story of 2 brothers. Since they got to the school, Ochako had been separated from Izuku all day. She was extremely worried. How could she not be? This had to be a lot to handle, and he was so closed off that she couldn't begin to convince him that it might be a good thing. She neared her class as she stared at the floor worried. She was absolutely terrified when she found out that Izuku's dad dying had only supercharged this martyr complex he has. She loved him for his selflessness, but she wanted him to be alive so she could share that love with him. How could she help him when the problem's so deeply tied to who he was as a person? Hey you! His voice rang out. Ochako looked up and saw Izuku smiling at her, looking many times better than he had earlier. Hey yourself. She tried, smiling weakly. Izuku, are you dash? He grabbed her up into a hug that lifted her off the ground for a moment. No. I'm not. Ochako pulled back to see Izuku smiling despite his words. That's dash. He grabbed her hands and looked into her eyes. I'm not okay yet, but I will be. Soon I'll be great. He smiled. Ochako gave him a half smile. You sound really sure. I'm probably freaking you out. I know that I need help, Ochako. I can't do this on my own. He admitted begrudgingly. Hope sparked in her chest as he said those words. Yeah, no one can. I'll be with you. She beamed at him as her eyes got glassy. Izuku pulled her in close. I'm gonna be a hero. A licensed one. With you. You and me. Ochako would never want him to change, but this was different, good different. Her heart soared at the thought that she didn't have to be afraid anymore. Deku-dash. I have so much to tell you. I want you with me on this. He told her excitedly. She nodded rapidly, yeah. He smiled a full smile at her. We're gonna save the world, Chieko. That's enough, you two. Uraraka, into class now. Mr. Aizawa spoke firmly. Even that couldn't dampen Ochako's spirit as she went in with a big grin, hearing the two whisper as she walked. Are you sure? Aizawa's gruff voice asked. Yes. I'm done running. Your choice, problem child. Ochako was walking to her seat when Shinso stopped her. Have you seen Izuku today? He wasn't at lunch. He's around, you'll see him soon. She smiled. Shinso frowned slightly. That sounds ominous dash. Everyone take your seats. Mr. Aizawa walked in and rapidly the class moved to his command. For the foreseeable future, there's going to be a new addition to this class. Kaminari began. You already introduced Shinso, Sir Dash. Aizawa's glare shut him up. Another one. What you are about to learn will not leave this classroom, or your position at this school will be a memory. Am I clear? Eraserhead yelled. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Most of the class spoke in fear. He nodded and spoke into the hall. Come in. As Izuku entered, a shutter door slammed down instead of the traditional one and the windows were similarly sealed. The class was up in arms about the security and the new arrival. What the hell? It's that guy. Deku. Bakugo raged in disbelief. Midoriya. Tsuyu nodded. Izuku pointed at her fondly. Hey, Lady Tsunade Dash. Just. Tsuyu interrupted angrily. Enough. Introduce yourself. Aizawa demanded. Okay. He slipped off his bag and smiled to the class. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and for the last year and some change, I've been the one and only Dash. He jumped to the ceiling and dangled himself down with a web as eyes widened in shock. Spider-Man. 10 years ago. Wow, Izuku. You can read. He blushed at the praise and scratched the back of his green head. Oh, this is just me scribbling, it's nothing. He downplayed with a shy smile as he dug his foot into the ground. The extra pointed at the dirt in awe. Yeah, right. It's way more than what Katsuki wrote. Katsuki frowned and started to scratch into the dirt again with the long stick that he had. He smiled once he was done, pleased with himself. Hey, look what you can call Izuku. He called with a spiteful smile as his red eyes bore into the name etched in the dirt. Spider-Man. This is so cool. Spider-Man's in our class. Shitty Hair exclaimed. If it's all the same to you guys, I'd prefer my regular name when I'm not in the mask. Deku requested sheepishly as he dropped back down to the floor. Midoriya. Forgive me for what I said about your other half when we first met. Thank you for saving my brother. Glasses got up and bowed rapidly. You're good, Ida. Don't worry about it. Deku motioned for him to relax with his hands while laughing nervously. If there is anything I can do dash, Glasses continued with a serious look. I said it's fine. Deku said with a dismissive wave before he got a look in his own eye that meant he was scheming. But if you really want to make it up to me dash, he started with a lofty tone. Izuku. Round Face warned, glaring at him to stop taking advantage of the robot. Deku, whipped as ever, relented with a scoff of disappointment. Alright, never mind. Raccoon eyes turned to Round Face. You've been dating Spider-Man? She screeched with disbelief while Round Face rubbed the back of her head with a blush. Deku waved his hand around and spoke with a dismissive tone. Dating is such a strong word dash. Izuku. She repeated angrily. Sorry, dearest. He jumped a little as he laughed nervously at the single-worded threat. The new one, Insomniac, started to stutter, staring at Deku while gaping like a fish with confusion. Aren't you dash? You're quirkless. Katsuki roared while pointing at Deku. Well, I was. He responded with a simple shrug and a nod. Oh really? How did you get a quirk? Katsuki raged in disbelief as he stood up and glared at the nerd. I got bit by a spider. Deku said casually. Like Katsuki was an idiot. His palms started to smoke as he roared at the cheater hatefully. Do you dash? Eraserhead's eyes glowed red. Bakugo! Behave! He looked around the class with a flat expression. I'm sure you all have questions for Midoriya, you can ask them tomorrow dash. Midoriya! Can we spar sometime? Shitty Hair asked with a toothy grin. Sure. He gestured at him for a name. It's Kirishima. Shitty Hair said brightly. Deku shrugged with a smile. Sure, Kirishima dash. Can we spar too? I want to be able to say I fought Spider-Man. Dunce Face shouted. Deku smiled nervously and started to respond. Well dash. Oh, I want to fight. Big Lips added. Me too. Could be interesting. Mr. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Enough. Midoriya will be available for sparring in a practice city after the rest of the school has gone home dash. What? Deku screeched. Anyone who shows up gets extra credit. He finished as the final bell rang. Deku turned to Aizawa and babbled. Why dash? I want to see how they match up to you. And this is payback for the night we met. Eraserhead said without a second glance as he left the classroom. Petty. Petty. Deku screeched as he followed after him, the teacher ignoring his animated shouts. Katsuki tried to quell his rage as the loser whined at his teacher. Deku wanted to make a fool out of him? Laugh about it behind his back. Katsuki was gonna squash that demon nerd. Inko walked in nervously with a bow. Good afternoon, I know I'm not your usual sort of client dash. Please, Inko. Part of my job is helping a hero's loved ones, I'm no stranger. Have a seat. Ms. Cheerio spoke kindly. Inko sat down on the sofa and balled her fist in her lap. Nezu spoke highly of you. What are we doing first? Cheerio smiled as she answered. First, I want to ask you how you're feeling. I'm terrified. Inko uttered shakily. Cheerio didn't seem surprised. Really? What do you think the source of this fear is? Did Nezu not tell you? Inko asked, bewildered. I'd like to hear it straight from you, so that there's no miscommunication. The therapist said while tapping her clipboard. Inko huffed and steeled. Herself, alright. My son has been in danger for a year, and I had no idea it was happening. She admitted with shame. You're talking about Izuku's vigilantism? Cheerio followed. Yes. I think it only makes sense for me to worry. He grew up quirkless, and now he's this whole new person. Inko explained defensively. It can feel that way when children are growing up. They change so quickly that they can be unrecognizable. The therapist nodded in agreement. Inko shook her head. Not like this. Izuku shouldn't do these things. Cheerio hummed in understanding. I'm inclined to agree, no child should put themselves in danger this way. And you made a good decision in enrolling him in the hero course dash. He doesn't seem to think so. I just want to keep him safe and now he hates me. Inko cried. Inko, tell me about Izuku. Describe him to me. The therapist requested calmly. Inko wrung her hands in distress. He's the sweetest boy. All he wanted was to have a quirk, to be a hero. And if I could have given that to him, I would have. But dash. That sounds like what he was like when he was younger. What's changed? Inko paused and thought about the answer. He doesn't want to be a hero anymore. And he has a quirk, or something similar. Inko admitted with a breath. That's right, now he has a power of his own. Why do you think he used it for vigilantism? Cheerio lead calmly. Because Hitoshi died. My husband was shot in our home. And Izuku thinks it's his fault. Inko confessed, voice trembling. Inko, if Izuku is wrong for feeling guilt for his father's death, what do you think you should do? Cheerio asked with an even tone. Inko balled her fists determined. I have to convince him dash. You have to support him. Cheerio interrupted with her conclusion. From what I've been told, Izuku is a very headstrong person. He always has been. Inko cried with fondness and frustration. We can't change other people. Even our own family. The best we can do is try to understand each other and work around that knowledge. Cheerio said with sympathy. Inko sighed heavily. After Hitoshi, I don't want Izuku in any dangerous situations. Spider-Man stretched as the entirety of Class 1A filed into the fake city. Eraserhead spoke from behind the class. 5 minutes. Standard battle trial rules. Learn something from this. He held up a timer while he dropped liquid into his eyes. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I can do this. Izuku admitted. Eraserhead glared at him. It's not your dash. It's just that this class is so strong. All of them, and you've got Bakugo here? He gestured at his former bully. Deku. Katsuki seethed with barely contained rage. Eraserhead rolled his eyes. No excuses dash. I get that. I would fight him. It's just dash. He looked down, the mask rolled up to his forehead to show his inner conflict. An exasperated voice spoke. Izuku. Ochako knew what was going on, and she looked at him like she wanted him to do better. Just for one day. That day was not today. I don't have any dodgeballs. Spider-Man whispered with a grimace. Igu. In an instant, Bakugo exploded toward him like a missile. Begin. Eraserhead shouted. As the explosive teen charged toward Spider-Man, the Vigilante pulled his mask down his face and backflipped under his attacker's right hook. Impressive. Mid-flip, he planted his hands on the ground and pushed, kicking Bakugo in the stomach and sending the boy flying behind him before he crashed into a building. Other students who were moving forward to engage froze in their tracks at the moment of Bakugo's impact. You didn't think it'd be that easy, right? He crossed his arms and shook his head with his eyes closed. Ochako descended upon him with an attempted stomp from up high. He made a short jump backwards, and as she landed, dodged her open palm strikes and kicks as she got more and more frustrated. You're doing amazing, sweetie dash. Don't patronize me, Deku. You're a terrible liar. She growled as she swiped at him. But an excellent dancer. He dodged low and swept her legs out from under her, before shooting a web at her middle and flinging her onto the side of a building. Shooting one more web to keep her there. I'm gonna make you suffer. She shouted while glaring at him with the cutest pout. You'll forgive me. He called before jumping over a speedy kick from Ida. Spider-Man pulled himself further up with a web, staring down at the students as they shook off their surprise and pursued him. One of them started shooting tape from his elbows and... Imposter! Spider-Man screeched with faux rage as the student swung toward him. I could say the same thing. Name's Zero, by the way. Zero laughed as he shot a strand of tape at Izuku. Well, Zero, let me show you what this web business is all about. He yelled with cheer as he caught the strand while landing on a rooftop. In a flash, Spider-Man jumped from building to building around Zero and tied him up with his own tape. Zero grunted as his back hit the side of the lamppost he hung from. Spider-Man wagged a finger. Except no substitutes. He jumped off the lamppost as yellow electricity arched toward him, shocking Zero into screaming out. Sorry. The blonde from below winced as Spider-Man dropped down in front of him. You guys make a heck of a team, he said sarcastically, pulling back a punch before. Recipro burst. Ida ran in so fast that he almost couldn't react, while simultaneously a cannonball shot toward his back. Spider-Man caught the projectile and slid under Ida's lightning-fast kick. He's so fast, someone accurately assessed. 3 minutes. Eraserhead shouted while Spider-Man twisted between the attacks from both sides. 3 minutes. I better hurry then. Spider-Man laughed as he grabbed onto Ida's leg, webbing the exhaust ports shut. Another cannonball shot toward him, and he turned his eyes to where it came from. You ranged folks are gonna make that difficult. No hard feelings. He jumped toward Yaoyorozu. He almost reached her when... Dark Shadow! A brooding voice shouted as an inky version of the bird-headed teen rushed toward Izuku. Spider-Man flipped around the clawed swipes and punched the host in his stomach. Not wanting to lose momentum, Spider-Man rushed down the 3 students next to him and jabbed them in the same spot. Sorry I don't know most of your names, but fights are how I've met some of my best friends. He joked as he punched Kirishima off of his feet. Shocker, Vulture, that one guy made of bees dash, he rubbed his chin as he kicked. The guy who kept gulping sugar in the face. Actually not him, he was kinda racist dash. Move. He's mine. The Todoroki kid launched an iceberg that spread across the street as it grew in size. Spider-Man made a big jump over the quickly forming icy construct and slid down the incline toward Endeavor's son. So what's new with you, Elsa? Still disrespecting everyone here, huh? He accused as he advanced on the boy. Todoroki made a small wall of ice in front of himself as he slid away backwards. You defeated my father in 1 strike. If I beat you, I'll have surpassed him. Todoroki raised an arm. Spider-Man kicked him in the chest and sent him sprawling. Surpass yourself first, Endeavor Jr. He balled his fists as he stalked forward. Do not call me that. From the ground, Todoroki swiped a hand upward as pillars of ice shot toward Spider-Man. The Vigilante pulled a fist back and punched it away. You insult me by holding back, you know. You can beat a guy's whole class. Hell, you can beat the guy who beat him. Izuku laughed with frustration. And it's still not enough for him to take you seriously. He shook his head before spreading his arms out as if to pitch an idea. Endeavor arrogance. It's apparently hereditary. Let's get it trademarked. Spider-Man offered. You're one to talk. You've beaten us, but this isn't the kind of power that can take down Endeavor in 1 hit. Todoroki shivered on the ground as he called the Vigilante out. Spider-Man grabbed him by the fabric of his suit. You guys couldn't handle it, and you don't deserve it. Heroes are supposed to use their power to help people. If you don't think that innocent lives are worth more than whatever grudge you have, you don't have the right to call yourself a hero. Spider-Man said seriously. Todoroki's face twisted with conflict. But hey, you're not wrong about me holding back. Izuku chuckled. I'll show you mine if you show me why dash. Igyu. Bakugo flew in from above and as he hovered, pulled a pin on his gauntlet. An explosion descended upon Izuku as he held a single hand out. Bakugo's shock at the dissipation of the attack overrode his anger for a moment. How dash? Bakugo was cut off as Spider-Man slammed a fist into his face, making his nose bleed like a firework. Your classmate is right here. You could have killed him. He bellowed as he dashed toward Bakugo. Bakugo stumbled on the back foot as he blasted toward Spider-Man. You're just a pebble dash. I saved your life. Not All Might, not any other hero. Me. He swung his fist with each word as he shouted. Spider-Man. Izuku. Deku. He roared while his knuckles rapped against Bakugo's face. And you have the audacity to come here and try to tell me I'm useless when you would be dead without me? He raged as he struck like lightning, hitting Bakugo in the face and stomach, not giving him a moment to fight back. You've been lying for years dash, Bakugo grunted out from his kneeling position. Believe whatever you want. I've told you the truth. He shook his head in disbelief and disappointment. To think I ever looked up to you. Whatever the hell's the matter with you, leave me out of it. Spider-Man seethed as his foot shot out and cracked against Bakugo's jaw, sending him tumbling away. 1 minute. Students started to hobble back to their feet as they surrounded Spider-Man, fearful after his assault on Bakugo. He looked down at Todoroki. I might have just saved your life too. Like I said, I'll go all out if you do. Todoroki struggled on the ground, weighed down by more than just gravity. I still can't dash. Izuku rolled his eyes beneath his mask. Come on, it's your power. If you don't use it, who will? He asked simply. Todoroki's dual-colored eyes flashed with realization. And, something else? Half of Todoroki burst into flames as heat encompassed the area. Izuku was the only one close enough to see a single tear roll down his face. Whoa! Todoroki! You're using your fire? I'm going dash, the determined teen spoke. To be a hero. Todoroki smiled at the Vigilante. Thank you, Spider-Man. He said sincerely as a faint tear rolled down his cheek. You can call me Midoriya, Todoroki. Izuku offered with a nod before holding up a glowing fist. Now I made a promise, I don't plan to hold back, much. Good enough. Todoroki whispered as Spider-Man leapt high into the air. Izuku shot a web to the ground as Todoroki blazed an inferno up toward him, bringing back his other fist as he prepared for his final attack. Atom dash. His spider sense blared in the back of his mind as he threw the punch. Smash. He finished, before being blown into the air as the ground beneath him shattered under the pressure of his punch. The world shook as the attack landed, sending every student off their feet, and the ones who were close to the epicenter flying away. It was as if the city was hit by an earthquake and a tornado all at once. Ochako stared up at Izuku as he drifted through the air. Whenever she dared to watch any of his often recorded fights, he never showed an attack this strong. The wind was still going. Time. Mr. Aizawa alerted with shock of his own. He's gonna be fine, right? Mina questioned while Izuku tumbled through the air. Ochako moved away from the wall, thankful that Kirishima cut her out. He could walk off a fall from that high, but... Ochako shook her head and pushed off the ground with her quirk as she glided toward Izuku. As she got close, she saw the state of his arm and gasped. She collided gently with him. You okay, Deku? She asked with a wince. Oh, I'm fine. I did not expect to take off like that though. He said jokingly. She pulled up his mask as they drifted through the air and stared into his eyes worriedly. Are you sure? He stared back with confusion. Why wouldn't I dash? Ochako winced as she hesitated to tell him. Your arm. He looked at his broken, red limb. And he looked back at her. Then at the arm. Then back to her. Then back at the arm. Oh. He looked back at her. Chaco? He smiled blankly. Yes. She squeaked. He inhaled briskly through his nose. Phew, a dash. Inko got home and thought about what Dr. Chirio wanted her to understand. She stared at the computer and remembered a young Izuku rocking back and forth, so happy at the thought of watching that video of All Might. She sat down and typed Spider-Man into the search bar. As time passed, she saw what she was afraid of. Videos of Izuku being attacked, almost crushed, shot at, blasted, thrown like a toy, everything. She was right to be afraid. Her son wanted to do this? Get beaten within an inch of his life. And for what? Because he felt like he deserved to get hurt. Was this his way of punishing himself? Did he think that this was repenting for what he thought he did? Inko held back tears, but through it all, morbid curiosity kept her watching, looking at all these videos of her son getting hurt. Videos with millions of views. So many people had seen Izuku suffer. She scrolled through video after video, hit after hit, until after a while. There were only unpopular ones. Short ones that got a fraction of the attention. She clicked on one. Bus isn't slowing down. We're so screwed dash. People inside clung to each other as they barreled down the street. Hey wait, it's actually stopping. As the movement of the bus slowed to a full stop, those inside of it slowly opened their eyes. The camera panned to the entrance as the doors were ripped away. We doing okay in here? Spider-Man spoke, Izuku spoke. Before being tackled in a hug by a large man. Yeah, Spider-Man. He cheered as he squeezed Inko's costumed son to the sound of applause. That gave Inko pause. Maybe she had seen too much of one part of this. She typed into the search bar again. Spider-Man saving people. I'm dying. Midoriya croaked while reaching an arm into the air. You're not dying. He's not dying. Uraraka's voice refuted with annoyance. Todoroki spoke with confusion. Why dash? How? Shinso screeched. I don't know. Young Midoriya responded with panic. Toshinori heard the two voices go back and forth as he moved to the infirmary. You spent so much time as a vigilante, and you don't know how you broke your own arm? Shinso pressed in disbelief. Shinso, I'm not psychic. Midoriya laughed. The young man then got quiet as he nervously asked his friend. Are you mad that I didn't dash? The purple-haired teen cut him off before he could spiral. No. You were technically a criminal before. I don't think that was something you wanted to blurt out in a school full of heroes. Shinso finished pragmatically. Toshinori's successor laughed again. Yeah, it's not something I like to advertise. He tilted his head to his friend. Why didn't you fight with the class? I couldn't find my opening with all the chaos. Plus, finding out my best friend is Spider-Man was pretty shocking. Shinso admitted with wide eyes. Yeah. At least he told you on his own. Uraraka said with a hint of spite. Broke my arm and Ochako's mad at me dash, Midoriya muttered. You're right. So sorry about that, Deku. She said with fake concern as she hugged his side. Midoriya spoke through a strained grunt. I believe you. You don't have to show it. Midoriya. The son of Endeavor called. Midoriya's head swiveled to face him. Yeah, Todoroki? What you said helped me today. For a moment, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. And I thank you for that. The multicolored teen said with immense gratitude. I'm glad I could help, Todoroki. Midoriya smiled with sincerity. That power you used was incredible. I can see how it defeated Endeavor. Midoriya laughed nervously. Yeah. I understand why you didn't use it earlier, given the kickback. That was as good a cue as any. Alright, everyone head home. Midoriya needs healing. Chio commanded the room of teens as she and Toshi walked in. Bye guys. Midoriya said with a wave as he held Uraraka's hand from leaving. We'll talk about it. Just you and me. He promised her with a smile. She leaned down to kiss his cheek. Feel better, Dev. As they all filed out of the room, Midoriya looked at Toshinori. Why? All Might spat blood. I don't know. I expected you to unlock the power tomorrow. Chio stared at the boy's charts. Accelerated metabolism. His body accepted the quirk near instantly. So if I use it, I'll just break. That's awesome. Midoriya spoke sarcastically, wincing as Chio used her quirk to heal him. It's something you'll have to work up to, young man. Toshinori encouraged. The damage was bad, but for someone of your build, it should be a lot worse. Your constitution is sturdy enough to handle a decent portion of the strain. Chio analyzed. We'll figure out your limit, and then we can work on increasing it. All Might said decidedly. Stay after school tomorrow so we can study this. Recovery girl pointed as she cleared Izuku fit to leave. Right. Look out, number 1. Someday I'll be as strong as you. Midoriya grinned while he jumped out of bed. Toshinori laughed as he walked with Izuku to the door. No. The 9th holder pouted theatrically up at the 8th. You'll be stronger. Toshinori finished with a nod. Okay, guys, this could be the very first appearance of Spider-Man. The show host squealed excitedly as she played the clip. Inko stared with familiarity as she watched the video. That day Izuku ran out so upset, he came back looking disheveled. But neither she nor Hitoshi questioned it. This is where he went. Izuku jumped onto the building while a woman on the street cried in a panic for her daughter. Sympathy welled up in Inko's chest as she saw the mother's distraught state. There was an explosion inside the flaming building that made Inko mimic the fearful actions of the woman on screen. But then Izuku emerged, the woman's daughter in his arms as he crawled down the building. Izuku Midoriya, Inko's son, saved that little girl's life. He saved that mother from earth-shattering grief. How many times had he done this? How many times did he save families from being broken apart? What a day! Izuku grunted as he walked through the door. Inko looked between the screen and her son in disbelief. Look at you. Look at what you can do. She whispered. Izuku looked over her shoulder at the video. I remember that day. I know how scary it looks, it was scary. But I don't regret what I did. He said with finality, ready to argue. And no I dash. Inko's lips made a thin line. What happened at school today? Izuku huffed a frustrated laugh and buried his hands in his pockets. You wouldn't want to know. Inko sighed and clenched a fist. I'm worried, Izuku. He sighed with exasperation. I know. Inko clarified tearfully. I'm worried that I don't understand you. The thought scares me. And I want to understand. But dash, she struggled. He abandoned his anger and moved to comfort her, like she was the child. When did he get so grown up? He pulled back from embracing her and smiled at her reassuringly. I don't want you to worry either. Her eyes got misty as he kept her steady. I'm not going to ignore who you are, Izuku. Even the parts that scare me. She cried, trying to promise herself more than him. Spider-Man laughed slightly through his nose. You want to talk about it? So, where to start? Izuku sat across from her on the couch and stared nervously. Inko was quiet in thought before she spoke. How did you get a quirk? Izuku looked at her seriously. I got bit by a spider. They stared at each other for a moment. Inko blinked. Okay, don't tell me dash. It was a really special spider. What? It became special after it was exposed to radiation. Izuku explained. Oh, so you've been a vigilante since you were bitten? Inko asked. No, only after. What happened to Dad? He answered with some difficulty. Inko looked down while she digested his answer. You told me that Hitoshi died because you didn't stop the man who shot him. She recalled slowly. Izuku was trying not to cry as he looked away from Inko. Yeah, I got him killed because I was selfish, and being Spider-Man was how I was making it up to him. Now I don't know if being in the hero course is enough. He clenched his fist as he spoke with frustration. Inko placed a gentle hand on his shaking one as she tried to calm him down. Izuku, you don't have to make up for anything. You're still a child and dash. Izuku's jaw tightened as he confessed with self-hatred. It was my fault. I'm sorry. His voice shook with regret as he spiraled. I thought about telling you I was Spider-Man so many times. But then I did tell you, and you were so upset and I didn't want you to hate me dash. It wasn't your fault, Izuku. There is nothing you could ever do, or ever be that would make me stop loving you. She said with finality. Izuku shook his head, still racked with guilt and anger as he pressed his palms against his forehead and hunched over. If I stopped the guy, or if I was even home where I should have been, Dad would still be alive and none of this would be happening. I could have gone to the hero course right off the bat, and you'd have seen how strong I am. His anger dragged him out of the moment until Inko made him focus on her. What happened to your father is not your fault. The fault is only on the criminal who took him from us. You aren't responsible for what other people do. She said sternly. He looked at her with skepticism as she continued. I should have supported your dream, Izuku. Hitoshi always knew you would do great things, but I was so caught up in my own worries that I couldn't even see how blessed I am to have you as my son. She placed her hands on his shoulders as she smiled tearfully. My son, who has helped so many people. You were always going to be a hero. I was so afraid of losing you, even more so after Hitoshi died. The thought of you dying is just dash. She closed her eyes before Izuku spoke and cut through her worry. I'll be the greatest hero. Izuku said with a serious voice and a hard expression. She blinked with shock. Izuku, that's not dash. I was so angry when you and Nezu made me go into the hero course. I felt like everything I'd done was being taken from me. He continued with honesty. Inko winced. I was so worried, and it was the best option I could see dash. But it turns out it gave me an opportunity to be more. Izuku said while clenching a fist in certainty. That's a nice way to look at it. Inko agreed with a little trepidation. I'm going to use what I've been given, and I'll be the strongest hero to ever live. He smiled fiercely, confident in his words. Inko had doubted him too much already, and he seemed sure of what he was saying. She stared at Spider-Man as he grabbed her hands. I'll be so strong, you won't ever have to worry again dash. Inko hugged him tightly. Don't be silly. She smiled. No matter how strong you get, I'll always worry about you. I love you, Izuku. He hugged her back as he laughed. I love you too, Mom. Otto awoke to sensory overload. He's awake. Someone nearby shouted. What is this? Four sets of visions swam around the room as the doctor raged in confusion. Dr. Octavius, try to relax. Do not tell me to relax. Where am I? He struggled to lift himself upright as he shook off his delirium. You're in Muzutafu General Hospital. I'm sorry to say, you were injured in a villain attack. The voice, presumably belonging to a surgeon, said somberly. Why is there a Bielenfeld over my eyes? Doctor, after the damage to them dash. Why is there a Bielenfeld when I can still see? He demanded as his vision came into focus. The surgeon slowly backed away with fear. Doctor, the arm prosthesis that you used during your work. Are they equipped with cameras? Of course they are, you dolt. It allows me to record and look into mechanisms that I otherwise couldn't reach. So, you normally only see what they see after the fact dash. Why are you asking me this? Otto screamed with impatience, still not aware of the situation. The surgeon steeled himself as he stared at Otto. Your quirk, you can synergize with machines through contact with your flesh, correct? Stop. Wasting my time. Otto growled. The surgeon held up his hands in a SBM-SSV gesture. It would appear that your mechanical arms are permanently fused to your torso and linked with your nervous system. Otto froze, and he turned his eyes, his arms, to himself. Through multiple sets of vision, Otto turned his attention toward himself and stared in horror at the state of his body. Why has this happened? He roared as his metal arms slammed into the ground. And now, Dr. Dash. His beautiful D fell off as his scorched black eyes stared into the surgeon's frightened ones. Who is responsible for this? Me. But Spider-Man is gonna have All Might's power. Izuku screeched with excitement from the ceiling. Yeah, you said that. And that's why you woke me up before dawn. Ochako rubbed her eyes with fatigue as she slipped into her shoes. Well, I had to if I wanted to get some privacy with you before school. He dangled in front of her as she stood up. Ochako sighed and pressed her forehead against his. Someone less cute couldn't get away with this. She seethed. Izuku began smugly, it's the freckles dash. Still, I'm glad you told me. She admitted with a smile. Are you gonna let the whole class know? Izuku dropped from the ceiling as he laughed sheepishly. Definitely not. It was kind of a snap decision to tell them all I'm Spider-Man. I was tired of being afraid and I knew I was afraid of the secret getting out, but now I'm not so sure I did the right thing because, well, it's a big class and now every one of them know and dash. His rambling was cut off as Ochako put a hand over his mouth. Hey, everyone remembers you showing up and fighting for us at the USJ. If they weren't grateful enough, Mr. Aizawa should have scared them out of gossiping. The most you have to worry about is maybe Bakugo, right? She spoke reassuringly. Izuku pulled her hand away as his body language relaxed. Yeah, he'll totally let the world know that Deku of all people saved him from the slime villain. He laughed. He's the one I'm least worried about. Maybe don't worry at all. Everything's gonna work out, just watch. Ochako smiled as he opened the door and they left for school. So how are you feeling, Midoriya? Ryo. I'm solid. He said simply. They sat in silence for a moment before Ryo asked, did you want to follow that up with anything? Oh, am I supposed to say more? I thought, like I was supposed to wait for you to tell me what to do. Midoriya admitted with confusion. Ryo laughed. I'm not here to tell you how to feel or what you should feel, I'm just here to help you come to those conclusions on your own. I'm feeling mostly good. Why only mostly? Ryo asked without looking up. Objectively, mostly is a pretty large chunk of whatever the subject is, so dash. Ryo rolled his eyes. Really? Okay. Adjusting to the situation has been weird, is all. Midoriya admitted while looking away. Which part? I don't really have a normal schedule anymore. I'm all over the school wherever he wants me to be. Midoriya seethed. He being Nezu? Ryo predicted. Yes. Midoriya confirmed bitterly. You're still angry at him for changing the terms of your agreement? Ryo guessed with a sympathetic tone. I'm angry that within one night, when I won against the bad guys, Nezu decided that I wasn't good enough to keep going. The boy crossed his arms with frustration. Ryo wrote that down. I see. And do you believe that Nezu had no good reason at all to change your circumstances? It doesn't matter what the reason was. Midoriya cut himself off and sighed heavily. He stared at the floor and continued. My whole life, people have told me that I didn't have what it takes to do what I wanted to. Spider-Man proved them all wrong, and to have someone I trusted take the choice away from me you feel robbed of your independence, and that you can no longer trust the principal. Ryo asserted. It's really my fault. I was stupid to think that I could count on a teacher, one that's a hero at that. He finished with self-deprecation, shaking his head in disappointment. So you don't think you can trust any of the staff? Ryo asked with concern. Midoriya scoffed. I trust you guys. About as much as you'd trust a masked vigilante. That must feel lonely. Ryo said with a goading tone. Not really. I have friends. He said indignantly. I never said you didn't dash. And one person I can trust with anything. That's enough for me. He smiled proudly. Ryo grinned under his muzzle. You and Ms. Uraraka? Yeah. Me and her. Midoriya confirmed with joy, something Ryo had yet to see from him. You seem to like her a lot. What do you like most about her? Ryo inquired. Midoriya looked at him skeptically. You didn't act like this on the rooftop that one time, which is the real you? Ryo chuckled. There's a time and a place for certain attitudes, brat. I have a brand to uphold. Yeah, I can relate to that. Midoriya admitted with a smile. Rio wanted to keep the positive mood they established. Back to Uraraka. I can't just pick one thing, you know. Growing up I didn't have any friends, and I really didn't have any girlfriends. He laughed lightly. But Ochako was my first friend in 10 years. Then it was just like, I don't know. And that's it, I just don't know. And I'm like, the smartest guy in my city. Rio rolled his eyes. Humility is a virtue, Midoriya. Like, what do they call it? Lightning in a bottle, I guess. We met by accident and it was almost right away. I couldn't tell at the time. I think it's the last new feeling I'll ever have. I'm in love with her. He said resolutely. Wow. I was expecting that you'd be more bashful about it. Rio chuckled nervously. Love's a strong word, Midoriya dash. She makes me strong. There's no other word I can use. She's saved me in so many ways, and even when she isn't there it's like I can hear her voice supporting me. He sat up as he spoke passionately, his eyes starry and far away. That's sweet. And not concerning dash. I'd do anything for her. She's a big part of why I can tolerate the change. I can help her more this way. If she was ever at risk, like real risk, and I couldn't save her dash, Midoriya's fists clenched as he considered the possibility. That was a fear Rio mentally marked down to follow up about later. You mentioned she's part of why you've accepted your situation, are there other reasons? Rio distracted. Midoriya was snapped out of his spiraling as he looked at Rio and gave a sly smirk. That would be telling. I'm not really supposed to talk about it. He smiled as he put his hands behind his head. The quiet alarm went off. And that's our time. This was a vast improvement from last time, Midoriya dash. Cool, thanks, see ya. He spoke rapidly as he zoomed out of the room with excitement for wherever he was going. Izuku stood in a battle trial room. One that was atypical next to his usual battlegrounds. It was pretty much just a standard apartment, like the one Ochako lived in. As he tugged on the fabric of the Yui gym uniform he had on, Izuku wondered what sort of test needed this little space. A deflated All Might and a consistently stoic Nighteye entered the room. Hello, young Midoriya. All Might said with cheer. Hi All Might. Hi Sir Dash. Nighteye was suddenly in his face. For months you've lied and gathered pity while you broke the law under everyone's noses. Despite all of this, All Might still believed you were worthy. Nighteye hissed. Izuku was frozen at the disdain in the man's voice. I can't share his faith. Do not prove me right about you. Nighteye glared before turning and walking out of the room before All Might even had a chance to tell him off. Sasaki. All Might cursed under his breath. There goes my shot at Employee of the Month. Izuku joked weakly. All Might stared at him with concern. Bad time, got it? So what are we doing? Izuku deflected while stretching. All Might sighed before speaking. We want to get an idea of what percentage of one for all you can use. Alright, so how do we figure that out? Izuku asked. Truth be told, I was hoping you might have an idea. All Might admitted. What? This is your power, All Might. Izuku screeched. All Might waved his bony arms around. 1. It's actually your power now. And 2. When I received one for all, I was able to use 100% right out the gate. Izuku threw his hands up. So there's nothing you can tell me? Maybe clench your butt and throw a punch. See if you can get a feel for it. All Might shouted excitedly. They were both silent after the suggestion. I have a feeling you're going to be a bad teacher. Izuku admitted with a hand on his chin. All Might spat blood. Kid Dash. Hang on. I gotta think about this. Izuku kept his hand on his chin as he walked past All Might. If I just throw a punch with OFA, my bones will break like before. It doesn't really make sense because when I throw an atom smash, which is almost half as comparable to a Detroit smash, I don't feel any backlash at all. He muttered while pacing up the wall. Midoriya? If my powers were a quirk, the radioactive energy would be considered an emitter because it doesn't change me, it just expels energy from where I let it out. I can't use it to make myself able to lift more, it's a lot like Bakugo's explosion. He said from the ceiling. Midoriya. One for all makes the user's body stronger, it's technically part transformation type, even though it emits energy throughout the body. It functions as both. The energy isn't meant to escape, and for some reason I'm not a durable enough vessel for it to be contained without cracking. I can use atom energy in small doses, so if I start small with one for all and work my way up, I should be able to gauge how much I can use relative to the force I displayed during my fight with 1A. He stopped in the center of the room as he finished. Okay, I'm ready. Where'd you go? Izuku looked around the empty room. Remember, you have to use one for all, young Midoriya. All Might spoke from an intercom. Yeah, I know Dash. To make sure it's under control, you've been tasked with not destroying the room. Izuku looked around in confusion. Why would I dash? Spider-Man ducked under a yellow boot that came flying toward his face. A small old man stood across from him, dressed in a white and yellow hero outfit and a domino mask over his eyes. Spider-Man crouched in a battle stance. "Those boots and gloves. Are you a robot master?" he quipped as he leapt toward the senior. "That's dated even for me, Yuki." The old man blasted out of his reach and zigzagged in the air to be behind him. Spider-Man spun around while still in the air and reached for the foot shooting toward him. "Flight Man? No, 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 Jet Man," he joked as the ancient hero once again shot out of reach. "In 3 minutes, the test is over." All Might warned. "Use the quirk, fool." Nighteye butted in on the intercom. "Geez. All right, Obi-Wan." While he fought, Izuku focused on a pool of energy that wasn't the radioactive type. The old man was really fast. But so was Spider-Man, and he hadn't been going at his fastest yet. The shorter hero jumped around the room like a pinball, forcing Spider-Man to dodge every which way to avoid getting hit until... "Gotcha!" Spider-Man threw a hand out and caught the old man by the collar of his cape. "Here I thought they were exaggerating how quick you were." The old man grumbled as Izuku held him above ground. "One of my lesser focused on talents really. I love the cape by the way, I want one like this dash." Spider-Man was cut off by a shout from below. "Power!" Mirio rose from the ground first with an uppercut that forced Spider-Man to let go of the short hero when he dodged it. "Mirio, I like your cape too. It's nothing personal." Spider-Man hopped into the air and spun in place before shooting his foot out to slam down on Mirio's head. Mirio phased a hand through Spider-Man's leg and punched him in the mouth. "How've you been, little bro? I mean, Spider little bro." He teased as if he hadn't just assaulted his younger friend. "Better before that. My molars." He whined on the floor while holding his mouth before dashing away from the old man who shot toward him like a bullet. 2 minutes. Izuku ran across the walls while he thought of a plan. The only plan was to use one for all, so he had better get on that. "Are you the next holder or not, boy?" The old man raged as he zipped around while Mirio Dolphin dived across the room in a bid to knock Spider-Man off the walls. The weight of expectations. "You guys are really starting to screw with my self-esteem." Spider-Man watched the darting and phasing forms of his opponents as he cautiously dodged. Mirio laughed. "I only caught bits of that sentence, but don't worry about Gran Torino, he's really a softie." Spider-Man dodged off the wall as Mirio's fist emerged from where he once stuck to, only for Gran Torino's foot to slam into his face and send him careening into the ground. "He doesn't feel soft." Izuku winced as he flipped himself up. Now is a really good time for one-for-all usage. Spider-Man had to focus on separating his power sources. Instead of the heat of radiation, look for the crackling of one-for-all. He jumped into the air as he let loose the smallest amount possible. He could feel the slight power increase as he held one-for-all in his arm. That was good. Instead of fire, look for lightning. There was a problem though. How could he use it like All Might does? Spider-Man swung his fists toward Mirio's face with the extra power from One for All. They passed through harmlessly as Mirio sank to the floor and Torino kicked Spider-Man in the chest, sending him sprawling again. He felt the power but not the speed. Spider-Man racked his brain, how else were his powers and quirk different? He pushed himself to his feet as he stood there. Mirio and Torino were skipping across the room in opposite directions. Time seemed to slow as he pushed himself to think. Atom energy would escape no matter what, even the smallest amount had to leave through the heat it emitted. But One for All stayed inside. One for All strengthened the body. He couldn't use it the way that he used his powers. Mirio rapidly picked up speed until he became a blur even to Izuku. Phantom, menace. He shot out toward Izuku like a rod from a railgun. Spider-Man's form exploded into green lightning as he leaned back from the punch with incredible speed. Mirio flew into the opposite wall as he gradually slowed himself down with his quirk. Wow, that was quick. Izuku shouted as his hair stood up. Gran Torino shot toward him. This time Spider-Man grabbed his foot out of the air and pushed him back. This is, I want to say, 15%? I can go higher, though, he said with amazement as he looked at his hands and watched the lightning arcing off his body. 30 seconds. Well, don't leave us in suspense, brat. Gran Torino grinned with challenge. Show us what you got, Spider-Man. Mirio fiercely smiled. Okay. Let's see. Izuku slowly raised his output until his bones started to hurt, then he took a step back from that limit. Oh ho, you guys are so screwed now. Spider-Man smiled as he let his power flicker off before posing. Now I'll show you the Kaioken. He shouted with glee as he felt his strength double. The lightning got brighter as he continued to stand while smirking. The ground cracked at his feet as he spoke. One for all, 35%, full body. Don't worry about the name, we'll work on the name. Mirio assured with an uncomfortable smile. Time's up in 10. All Might shouted with barely restrained excitement. No one in the room spoke as the two caped heroes stared down the supercharged spider. They dashed toward each other to finish the fight. But Spider-Man wasn't used to his new strength. When kicking off the floor, Izuku shattered the thin ground beneath his feet and went careening past the heroes, through the entire building, and out into the fake city. Izuku regained his bearings and looked back at the partially destroyed building with a wince. Guess I failed. He let one for all dissipate and jumped to the roof of a building to sit. The spider bite was still easily in the top 3 things to happen to him. But an actual, honest-to-God quirk. He finally had what everyone else did. Maybe it was petty, but one for all was kind of a huge step up. Imagine what he could do with this power. The 9th sat with his feet dangling off the edge of the roof as he smiled, flickering one for all on and off, keeping it located to his hand as it sparked in and out. The glow of the lightning illuminated his face as he laughed with jubilation. This is something else. He followed with a heart full of loyalty and trepidation. Could you blame him? He was following the strongest person he knew. What if he was led somewhere too dangerous? Still, he wanted to prove that he was strong enough to follow. To prove that he was here for a reason that wasn't just nepotism. It was almost confusing, in a strange, familiar way. They walked through the woods, the damp greenery sticking out as the sun beamed down on them. There were others as well. The leader was pretty charismatic despite his fearsome power. But Izuku couldn't tell if the rest were following out of fear. They took up the same space in his mind, they activated the same neurons in his brain because they had to be the same, right? He was just getting the names wrong. He followed Satoriai, as he had for pretty much his entire life. At least for as long as he remembered. His big brother was everything he wanted to be. He was so strong and so good with people. But Izuku was able to separate his big brother, Rei, and Kaken, in one simple way. Rei would lie. To Yoichi, Kaken was a lot of really cool things, one of them was honest. The truth hurt a lot, especially coming from him, but he wasn't one to make up stories or put on a face. Rei was really good with people, he always knew what to say to get them on his side. Even if what he said wasn't always how he felt. Izuku always told him that lying was wrong, but Rei rarely listened. Izuku could tolerate the lies because at the end of the day, they were family. And family stuck by each other. Rei really had every reason to leave Izuku behind anyway. But he took him along all the time. No matter where Rei went, he wanted Izuku there. Even when he started to get sick, and even when it became clear that he'd never get his meta ability. That was another difference. 9 was practically invited everywhere. But one had to chase Kaken down or be left behind. His head hung low in thought while he followed behind. The grass at his feet began to wither away with each step he took closer to the person he admired. Kaken felt like strength was all that mattered, that if you weren't strong enough, you deserved to be left behind. And the similarities between him and Rei just grew more and more. Rei didn't necessarily abuse his power, at least at first. But over time, it became harder to convince him to just give back the gifts he stole. Almost like Kaken, Rei believed that if they were too weak to hold onto their meta abilities, then they shouldn't have them. There was no way to change Rei's mind after a while. Kaken just kept getting worse and worse. Through all of this, there was nothing he could do. He was still quirkless, he didn't have a meta power. And he kept getting sick. Suddenly, he wasn't in the woods anymore as he kicked at the sand surrounding his feet. He was on the playground. The sun seemed to flicker on and off like a light as the surroundings shifted. He was suddenly in one of the buildings, Rei claimed. He was in both places at once. The darkness of the damp underground clashed with the sunset on the sandy play area. He stood. He kneeled. He had to fight, but he couldn't. His body wouldn't let him. His brother, his best friend, looked at him with pity, with derision. He begged Rei to stop. He demanded that Kaken cease. The person he had looked up to was letting their power cloud their mind. In the end, he was powerless to stop them. Kaken wouldn't leave that kid alone. Rei was murdering hundreds of people every day. They both wanted to throw away what he thought of them before. He watched in slow motion as the hand flew toward his face. No matter how badly he wished things were different. This was reality now. Kaken became Katsuki, Katsuki became Bakugo. Big brother, Rei became Satoriai. Satoriai became all four. JH. Izuku shot up in bed as his eyes snapped open. He looked around his room and to his relief, saw everything was where it should be. He breathed rapidly, shakily, as he tried to calm himself down from the intense experience. His heart thundered in his chest as he started to relax. 9 held lightning in one hand as he slowly squeezed his fist closed and released. Just to make sure it wasn't real. That he wasn't weak anymore. After a few times, he was satisfied, and plopped back onto his bed. Weird dream. He murmured as he fell back to sleep. Hitoshi needed to do better. He was behind everyone else in his new class. Fighting Izuku made that clear. Everyone moved in, even the ones who were unsure. But Hitoshi didn't, and that bothered him. He had to work harder than anyone else. Sure, seeing Izuku as Spider-Man was jarring, but Hitoshi froze right in front of Eraserhead. He couldn't blow this chance. He had to show them all that he was worthy of being a hero. Hitoshi walked through the halls of Yui with a grim but determined expression. He was snapped out of his thoughts by his homeroom teacher. Eraserhead peered down at him as he spoke. Why aren't you in the cafeteria? I didn't feel hungry, sir. Hitoshi answered while looking away. Mr. Aizawa continued to stare without emotion until he spoke again. You really shouldn't skip meals. Especially in this course. Regardless, it's a good thing you're here. Eraserhead finished as he turned and walked away. It is? Hitoshi asked with confusion. I just said so. Follow me. Eraserhead commanded without looking back. Alright. So what's this about? Hitoshi wondered aloud as they stopped at the end of the hall. I'll clarify in a moment. Aizawa said sternly as he opened the door in front of him, urging Hitoshi inside. Izuku was eating from a bento box and froze the chopsticks to his lips as Hitoshi and Aizawa entered. They stared at each other for a moment before Izuku spoke. I didn't bring enough for all three of us. Not now. This is important. Aizawa chided as he walked to the front of the room. Hitoshi sat next to Izuku as his friend continued to eat. As you both know, the sports festival is an opportunity for hero students to be scouted by pro heroes. If you're chosen, you would then intern under those heroes and hopefully learn something from the experience. Aizawa looked at Hitoshi. Shinso, your performance during the festival netted you a few offers. But you don't have the training the others do. Hitoshi stared down as he clenched his fists in frustration. Midoriya. As an unofficial hero corps student whose existence is a secret to those not in Yui, it should be obvious why you don't have any offers. Izuku looked unbothered as Eraserhead spoke. You'll both be with me for the duration of your internships. Aizawa finished flatly. Izuku dropped his chopsticks into the plastic on his desk as he stared at Hitoshi with a slack-jawed grin. We're gonna do hero stuff together? That's awesome. Izuku cheered while beaming at Hitoshi. Yeah, awesome. Hitoshi gave him a weak smile. If Izuku noticed, he didn't mention it. I need to speak with Dr. Ujiko. The receptionist stared at him with uncertainty. Were he feeling more patient, Otto could understand what gave her pause. He was dressed in a long brown trench coat and he wore round dark glasses over his eyes that completely hid his pupils from view. Seeing as he constantly had metal digging into his flesh, he wasn't feeling too tolerant of any confusion. He snarled as he leaned over the desk. I need to see him now. The receptionist stared back in fear as she stuttered out a response. Dr. Ujiko I is dash. I'm right here, Otto. Now would you stop harassing my employees? Ujiko spoke calmly as he walked toward Otto. Otto towered over the rather short man as he glared with disdain. I'm surprised you're alive. Let's talk. Ujiko said as he walked into the hospital. Gladly. Otto spoke with frustration as he followed. The receptionist watched them depart with confusion. Doctor? I just need a moment with one of my associates, everything is fine. Ujiko reassured. They walked through the facility until Ujiko seemed to find the room he wanted. The two doctors walked into the dark room before Ujiko sat down and faced Otto. What do you want, boy dash? The arms shot out from behind Otto as the claws snapped at the air. Do not call me that. You think that because you've clung to life for decades, that gives you the right to look down on me. Otto roared with indignation. I have lived more than you can dream, Octavius. Even if I hadn't, I would still look down on you. All this time, and what have you accomplished? The decrepit fraud dared to laugh in Otto's face. One of the arms shot toward Ujiko's face. Careful. You don't want to disturb them. Ujiko spoke with malice as yellow eyes opened around the room and targeted Otto. The arm remained inches from Ujiko's face despite the threat. 10 years. Otto shook with rage. Ujiko rolled his eyes despite the tension. Here we go dash. For 10 years I've been stuck in this god-forsaken, hero-obsessed country. I've been crucial in the development of the very monsters you've turned on me. All I asked was to be allowed to return to my home. But no. Otto pointed with his human hand. The exchange program that you created requires both scientists to be in the opposite country in order to keep things fair. Ujiko spoke with annoyance. We needed to keep a close eye on you. You had a chance, and you didn't take it dash. Otto raised himself higher with his arms. That buffoon got himself shot before I could go home. You had him killed so I couldn't leave, didn't you? Ujiko sneered at the idea. Little Otto. You're less than a footnote. You're the footnote to a footnote. No one was trying to sabotage you from going home. What happened was just bad luck. Otto seethed as he lowered himself slightly. Regardless, I want an audience with the man in charge. Ujiko sat unflinching. No. You dash. No one meets the master. But maybe what happened to you is for the best. If Ujiko wasn't Otto's only link to the one called Sensei, the Scar Doctor would have impaled him on an arm from the first sentence. Even despite the threat of the Nomu, Otto's black eyes burned with fury behind his glasses. If you want a chance at meeting him, perhaps we should make your position more than empty. Ujiko said with a hand on his chin. In what sense? Otto asked through gritted teeth. You don't work as an unassuming scientist anymore, given your new look. Ujiko stared up and down at Otto before he came to his conclusion with a smirk. Ujiko spun around in his chair and faced a monitor on his desk. Meet me at the underground facility in 2 days. He glanced back as he smiled facetiously. Dr. Octopus. Izuku skipped through the Yui halls next to Hitoshi as he spoke with excitement. Can you believe it? Yes, I can believe it. I've been believing since yesterday. At this point I wish I wasn't a believer. Shinso said in his normal flat cadence. He walked ahead into the development studio while Izuku followed behind. Izuku knew that was all just posturing, so he kept talking. He grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder and shook him, letting his own excitement bleed into his friend. Imagine us out there. We're gonna be so cool. Spider-Man and Imperio, the dynamic duo. Right. Izuku rolled his eyes. You'll have plenty of time to brood when we're out in the field. I'll show you one of my favorite spots where I'd watch over Muzutafu. The nighttime view is just... Izuku squinted his eyes as he made an OK sign with his right hand. He was interrupted as the door behind them slid open. Todoroki. Fancy seeing you here. Izuku turned and greeted him cheerfully. Hello Midoriya, I'm just picking up my new costume. Todoroki responded curtly. Oh, Shinso's doing the same. I'm just tagging along dash. To annoy me. Shinso finished. Izuku elbowed Shinso. Anyway, what's good? Todoroki pondered the question for a moment. Since I started using my fire, my father has been very happy. Izuku beamed at him. Nice dash. But when he found out that you hired Spider-Man and that you were the reason I used it, he nearly melted the living room and he had to step outside. Todoroki finished with a nod. Izuku grimaced. Oh, sorry dash. Todoroki bowed with a serious expression. Thank you for that. Izuku laughed nervously. Sure man. Shinsu. Hatsume dashed over to Hitoshi with a silver briefcase in hand. Her pupils targeted the purple-haired teen as she got into his personal space. It's finally ready. But there are so many more things that can be done with the design. Let me run some ideas by you. Shinso wrestled with Hatsume for the case that she was too distracted to let go of. I don't have time, Hatsume. We have to leave soon. He grunted out. Izuku grinned with malice, not thinking of the consequences. Now wait, maybe you should hear her out dash. Midoriya. He didn't have her attention before. Shinso stumbled backwards as she turned to Izuku. Have you finally decided to let me borrow your babies to improve? She asked excitedly with stars in her eyes. No. Izuku answered with an equal amount of cheer. Hatsume's face fell and Izuku couldn't help but feel a little bad. He dropped a palm onto the top of her head as he spoke. Sorry, Hatsume. If I submit my suit and gadgets, I'll have to hand over my web formula. That's just too personal. It's a Midoriya family secret. He said as he puffed with pride. You and your secrets. Ochako spoke with mock disdain as she entered. Did everyone get an invite here or something? Todoroki wondered aloud as Ochako walked over to Izuku. You got a costume change too? Izuku asked. Nope, I was looking for you. I'm about to head to my internship. Ochako clarified as she held her own briefcase up. Todoroki walked past a distracted Hatsume to collect his own briefcase. Starting to feel left out here. Izuku whined as he hung his head. Why don't you have one? Shinso asked. Well dash, Izuku began. Are you wearing the suit right now? Ochako asked with a judgy tone. Izuku pointed finger guns at her while he grinned confidently. I'm always wearing the suit. I'm in a constant state of suit wearing. Kinda gross. She admitted with a frown. It is not. I keep it incredibly clean. He turned to Shinso. The key is baby powder dash. Ochako snapped to get his attention. Hey, I'm not just here to say bye. Make sure you listen to Mr. Aizawa. You don't want to get expelled. And go back to doing things my way? That'd be terrible. Izuku. Izuku laughed as he took a step back. Okay, I'm kidding. Make sure you learn something too. Your boss isn't exactly known for being a team player. Ochako stepped toward him as she grinned fiercely. Next time we meet, you won't even recognize me. I hope you're wrong. I like your face as is. Feekiter. Ochako scoffed as she pulled him into a hug. See you in a week, Spider-Man. Izuku smiled as he reciprocated. Yeah. Till then, Uravity. Izuku watched her leave as Shinso groaned. The insomniac dragged a hand down his face. I'm gonna puke just watching you, let's go. Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya badgered Shoyuta again as the three of them walked through the gate and onto the courtyard. What is it? Eraserhead spoke with patience hanging by a thread. If we're out in the field, I know a bunch of seedy places we can get some practice in. Mostly small-time villains. Yeah. But there's still a chance that we can catch someone who's more high profile in Yuzurifu. The problem child walked backwards as he scrambled for Shuta's attention. We'll only be in Yuzurifu briefly. Shinso spoke up with confusion. Why wouldn't we stay in the city, sir? It seems like things would be more simple that way. Shoyuta glanced back at Midoriya as the boy fell behind. Since one of you happens to be local celebrity dash. Midoriya had the decency to look a little sheepish. Your internships will be conducted out of Yuzurifu to avoid any distractions, civilian or otherwise. Shinso turned to Midoriya with a frown. Thanks for that. Midoriya responded indignantly. It's not my dash. Enough, both of you. As heroes, you're expected to be able to adapt to anything. Can you do that? Shoyuta turned to glare at them with his eyes glowing red. Both students stood at attention as they answered. Yes, sir. Shoyuta turned back and began walking again. But after a stop in Yuzurifu, he began while using his eye drops. We'll depart for Hosu City. After midnight in Yuzurifu, but before dawn, criminal scum were breaking into an electronics store from its rear entrance. You sure it's gonna be fine? If you ask one more dash, the leader stopped himself and took a breath. Listen, I used to hit this place all the time with my cousin. It's a sure thing. He slapped his mohawked accomplice in the back of the head as he smiled tightly. Now get to work. He hissed with impatience. The two other thugs stood idle at Mohawk's back. Before the lockpicker started to speak again. "Why isn't your cousin here?" The shaggy-haired leader growled and made Mohawk tense up with panic. "Richie got caught by the bug, if it matters that much to you. SS Spider-Man. Spider-Man caught your cousin and dash." He panicked before the leader dropped a firm hand onto his shoulder. "It's been days since he last showed his face dash." Mohawk rebutted with anxiety written across his face. "He always comes back. Remember last time dash." "Shut it." The leader screeched impotently. "It's late enough that there's no heroes, and the webhead is not gonna show up. But if you keep whining, you're gonna wish there were here to save you." As Mohawk jolted, the door slid open without a problem. "There you go. See what you can accomplish when you shut your big mouth." The leader walked in while expecting the other three to follow. "Okay, we've gotten this far. Can we hurry up and leave before dash?" "Before what? How many times are you gonna whine about this?" The leader bellowed in the darkness. "I just dash." Hair grew rapidly on the leader's arms as he hit his limit and roared into the darkness. "No one is dash." A figure cloaked in shadow burst through the slack door. All four stared at the stranger as he stood in solitude. Until at last he spoke. "Your cousin got the spider dash." The two who wouldn't speak immediately dashed to attack the tall intruder. Only for the figure to slam a fist into the face of the thug to his right, before grabbing his skull and crashing it into the one on the left, knocking both out cold with brutal ease. "But you get me." Aguro finished as they fell at his feet. Mohawk shook as he had the entire time before the leader walked in front of him. "All right, old man. Let's go." He growled as he dashed forward. His arm transformed and he slashed at Aguro with a shout. The vigilante hopped back as he leaned away, grabbing the fur-coated arm and swinging his attacker into the wall behind him. "Sloppy." Aguro sneered as he punched the leader in the face, his nose bleeding at the impact as he writhed on the ground. Aguro stood up and stalked toward the still shaking Mohawk. The criminal stood there, teeth chattering as the vigilante loomed over him. "You need to keep better company." Aguro roared, making Mohawk jump into the air with a yelp. Mohawk cowered and shrunk in on himself. "I'm sorry, just dash." "Are you out of your mind, Kef?" The leader screeched between coughs as he staggered to his feet. The source of Koff's fear switched from Aguro to his leader. Koff gestured for the leader to calm down as he stuttered a response. "Mark, don't dash. Useless idiot. Gotta do everything myself." The short man bellowed as he clenched his fist in rage. Aguro readied himself as Mark's blue eyes gleamed in the darkness. The criminal's body morphed until a full-grown grizzly bear stood where he once did. It roared, shaking the room as it rushed forward to tear Knuckle Duster to shreds. Aguro shoved Koff aside roughly to get him out of the way as he hopped to the side, avoiding the beast's wrath. As the transformed Mark stumbled in the darkness and knocked down shelves, Aguro readied his equipment to take it down. The bear turned and sniffed the air. More enraged than before, Aguro shot out his grappling hook, hoping to break through the flesh of the large creature. Only for it to raise a gigantic claw as the edge of the hook dug into its skin and stuck there, not as deep as Aguro hoped. The bear quickly shuffled to the right, dragging Knuckle Duster along and into the collapsed shelves. The vigilante hissed as he pushed himself to his feet. The bear stared him down with a savage glare as it roared once more. Knuckle Duster slipped a hand into his inner coat pocket as he slowly backed toward the wall behind him. The bear squashed various products under its paws as it charged with an open mouth toward Aguro. It got closer and closer until its jaws snapped near Aguro's face, the vigilante barely moving his head out of the way in time. Knuckle Duster shoved the grappling hook into its mouth, holding it open, then he set his taser knuckle to full blast and uppercut the beast inside its open maw, electrocuting it by the roof of its mouth. The beast roared in pain before Knuckle Duster pulled back a brass-covered fist and slammed it into the bear's feral face, making it slump over and transform back into the smaller man. And no one's ever beat Mark. Koff said with fear and amazement. You want some too? Aguro bellowed, hiding his exhaustion. Not a chance, old man. Koff backed away quickly and ran off into the night. Aguro looked around at the defeated criminals and smiled to himself. A flat screen fell off the wall with a crash. I still got it. Spider-Man. The Vigilante burst onto the streets of Mizudafu more than a year ago. Since then he's become a staple of the city. Even despite the occasional hiatus, most citizens actually revere the masked criminal. The blue-skinned reporter said with an upbeat tone as clips of civilians began to play. An elderly woman spoke wistfully, such a kind young man, I hope he's doing well. A distracted construction worker, guys all right. Talks too much though. No cap, I can tell he's super cute under the mask, for real for real. A ditzy blonde admitted with a peace sign. He helped me study for my final. I passed, but now I'm in an AP class, so I kinda wish I didn't ask him. A student with a single eye sighed. He stinks and I don't like him. A green-haired teen raged as the girl at his side stifled laughter. He found my dog when he went missing. A little girl with sheep horns jutting from her head beamed while holding a puppy up to the camera. A distracted businessman looked up in confusion. Didn't he kill someone? I don't have time for this. A young man wearing paint-covered overalls beamed at the camera with certainty. He's the genuine article. I'll stand on that. The reporter adjusted her hair as the footage finished playing. It's clear that criminal or not, the Spider-Man has crawled his way into the hearts of most of Mizudafu's citizens. This begs the question. With all the people that have been saved by a vigilante, the reporter's black eyes hardened as she pressed the audience to think. Is it possible that the policies regarding the use of quirks by non-licensed individuals should be under further consideration? The broadcast was cut short as the television was turned off. The one watching sat in the darkness, thinking about the situation she found herself in. She almost felt uncertain of what to do. Almost. Uncertainty was unacceptable. It indicated a lack that she couldn't afford. So instead of thinking, she needed to act. She pulled out a pager. Truly ancient technology, but no matter how much time passed, function would always supersede form. She pressed the button and stood there, staring at the glass door to her balcony while waiting for her familiar guest to arrive. Within 2 minutes, her most recent success hovered in the nighttime air until he touched down in front of her apartment. She slid the screen door open for him as he peered down with the few centimeters of height he had over her. A barely concealed edge clung to his yellow eyes. I thought you were in trouble. Why can't you just call? Hawks scratched the back of his head as he relaxed as much as he could around her. You know I don't like time wasted. And I wanted to see how fast you would be here. She said with a plastic smile, before her lips formed a line. Anything more than 30 seconds is a failure. What do you have on the target? I was on the opposite end of this city, cut me some slack. He stretched a bit as he tried to quell the tension he felt. Regarding the target, still no sign of him. Hawks paused and dared to ask. You sure you don't want to get hands-on with this one? Her pale green eyes bore into his as her expression stayed the same. She smiled as his jaw clenched tight. When I ask you to sing, Birdie, I don't expect to hear questions. She walked past him and stepped out onto the balcony, looking out on the city as she spoke again. He's proven resilient, but so unwieldy. So hard to predict. Him laying with the rat doesn't help. She said with a slight frown. Do you think he'll be convinced like you were? She asked with a glance behind her to Kigo. He let go of a breath he was holding and spoke directly. Honestly, ma'am, he isn't as young as I was, so he might not respond the same way. Permission to speak freely? She nodded as she turned her attention back to the skyline. Granted. Hawks seemed to shift before speaking. Is there really anything to worry about when we know he's in safe hands? What's safe and what's best are two different things. After all, there's no reward without risk. She chided his narrow thinking with a hum. I wonder, she turned back to him with a wistful smile as she walked back inside, ironically just so she could leave again. Maybe he can be the little brother you never had, Birdie? She smirked. Hawks huffed through his nose as he stepped back out and prepared to take off. Yeah, maybe. But if worst comes to worst, she started, her still eyes fixing on his darkening, uncertain ones. Yeah. Understood. He spat with a hint of disdain. Well, birds eat spiders. She joked flatly. But with any luck, it won't come to that. She walked to her coat rack and grabbed a long black trench coat. I'm going to see a movie, don't disturb me for the next few hours. Hawks relaxed and chuckled to himself. You really never change, huh? She slipped on her jacket as she opened her door to leave. I'm reliable that way. Be faster next time. The screen door closed as the wooden front door did, leaving Hawks outside alone to his thoughts. For your sake, I hope you're worth the trouble, he said with melancholy as he looked down on the city from the clouds. With a flap of his wings, he sped off into the night, frowning to himself as he thought of the weight of his own responsibility. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Ochako rang the doorbell to the apartment in front of her. She had to triple-check that this was the right place, but the address she was given was this one. After waiting a minute to no answer, Ochako twiddled her thumbs before trying to ring again. Right before her finger could touch the button, a voice spoke roughly from inside. It's open. Ochako recoiled in shock, before she tentatively twisted the doorknob and pushed her way in. She was greeted by a barren apartment. Really barren. There was no furniture on the walls, no television, nothing but the lights on the ceiling. In the center stood the reason Ochako was here. Her mentor for the week chewed on a carrot as she squinted and tilted her head at Ochako. The younger hero bowed and began, "Thank you for the opportunity dash. Stand straight. Quit kissin' but." Mirko commanded with annoyance. Ochako's eyes widened. She was taken aback but nonetheless, obeyed. The door was a test. I don't usually bother with that sort of thing. I don't usually take brats like you under my wing. And I don't usually wait for anyone who's too slow to catch up. Mirko hammered the words as she closed the distance in the spacious room over to Ochako. Ochako stayed silent as Mirko started to grate on her nerves. She didn't know enough about the rabbit hero, only that she was the highest-ranking pro on her list of offers. And that she was a really good fighter. Ochako still wanted to be a rescue hero, but losing to Bakugo in a real fight and not an exercise, made her want to improve her skills. How could she protect anyone if she couldn't protect herself? Ochako was reminded of the bitterness she felt toward Bakugo as Mirko stood in front of her and berated her like a slightly more subdued version of the explosive J. Mirko grinned spitefully at Ochako's scowl. Oh, you didn't like hearing that? If you can't even handle some mean words, you should go home before we waste any more time dash. I came here because I accepted your offer. We're just standing around here when you could be teaching. So who's really wasting time? Uravity shot back, fists clenched at her sides as she interrupted Mirko. The rabbit hero raised an eyebrow and peered down slightly to glare into the hero student's eyes. Uravity glared back, determined. Mirko's intense gaze lessened somewhat. You'll do, she said simply, surprising Ochako. Mirko walked into what should be the kitchen and opened the fridge as she spoke leisurely. There's a room down the hall, change into your hero suit and be quick about it. After only a second's hesitation, Ochako walked away to do as she was told. Once she was in the room, she opened up her briefcase. She might never get tired of seeing her hero costume. She breathed a sigh of familiarity as she smiled at the sight of it. After she and Deku had their first fight, Ochako redesigned her costume. She didn't know why the urge to do so came to her at the time, but now she understood. She was so angry at Deku for what she thought was him putting himself before anyone else at the time. But she had to respect that Spider-Man was strong. So strong that he took Deku away from her. She frowned slightly as memories of that time came back to her. The isolation she felt when she first moved into the city came back in full force once she rejected Izuku. It broke her down, but she'd like to be optimistic and say it also tempered her. That time alone helped her build strength and think harder about what it meant to be a hero. That started with her suit design. She wanted an homage to 13, but she also wanted to be strong like Deku was. The suit had padded black fingerless for stronger punches. She specifically altered her boots so that they would be slimmer and armored even as they went up to her knees. A benefit to her quirk was that parts of her suit could be made of heavier materials, and she in turn could make them weightless at will. She still kept most of the space motif, though. 13 was still her favorite hero after all. Stars adorned the black sections of her costume, making those portions look like the night sky back home. As she finished changing, she looked in the mirror and beamed at her reflection. Whenever she wore her costume, she felt unstoppable. Uravity stepped out of the room and walked back to the center of the apartment. She looked around the space as she paced along the hardwood floor. Looking for her mentor. Where'd you dash? Ha! Mirko shouted as she came flying toward Uravity, primed to kick her in the face. Uravity yelped as she dove to her left, just barely avoiding the telegraphed attack as she heard and felt the displaced air whipping past her head. She crouched on the ground while she clutched her skull, staring at the hero in fear and indignation. What the hell? She demanded. That was a warning, brat. Mirko grinned fiercely while cracking her gloved knuckles. Next time I won't miss. Ochako angrily scrambled to her feet as Mirko glared at her. You could have killed me. What's your problem? Mirko sniffed and parked her hands on her hips. Do you know what they say about you online? I don't normally bother with any of that. But after your fight dash, the rabbit laughed cruelly while she pointed at Ochako. Do you know how many people think you're a weak, fragile little girl? What other people think doesn't matter. Only what I do does. Ochako deflected angrily. Mirko's eyes got deadly serious. Are they right about you? Are you too weak to handle yourself? Too weak to win a straight fight? She dashed toward Ochako and flipped into the air, her foot casting a shadow over the teen as she attacked. In the same moment Mirko moved, Uraraka activated zero gravity on herself, and kicked away as soon as Mirko brought her foot down to crush her. As the floor splintered under Mirko's force, Uraraka jumped off of the wall she floated to, and charged toward Mirko while screaming. I don't care about fighting, I just wanna save people. Mirko grabbed Ochako out of the air and slammed her into the floor, knocking the wind out of her. As Uraraka struggled to catch her breath and push the rabbit hero off, Mirko rolled her eyes as she spoke. Oh, spare me, Mother Teresa. Even if that's what you want, hesitation is gonna get whatever weaklings you want to save killed. Ochako pushed in vain. I don't hesitate dash. Mirko grabbed her up and slammed her against the wall. You could have won that match, but you didn't act to save yourself. Ochako grunted with exertion and bitterness. I just got outplayed. The fight was over, there was nothing I could think to do dash. Mirko shoved her again. The fight ends when you say it ends. Mirko sneered at her. Now what are you thinking dash? I think I want to kick your butt. Uraraka roared as she pulled back her fist and rocked Mirko in the jaw. The rabbit heroes had barely moved, but she laughed and let Ochako fall to her feet. There she is. There's the girl I saw at the festival. Uraraka was wound up with adrenaline and rage as she glared at Mirko. The rabbit hero stared back with familiarity, and if Ochako's eyes weren't too blinded by rage, she'd see the fondness in Mirko's. Are you as weak as they say dash? Without a word, Uraraka jumped with a flying kick toward Mirko, determined to shut her up. Mirko grabbed Uraraka's foot and spun her around, throwing her into the opposite wall and letting her crash onto the floor. Ochako coughed as Mirko planted a foot on her chest. Welcome to your internship, runt. She smiled down with a hint of pride. Hope you survive the experience. The two of them had been invited into the place Eraserhead calls home. Naturally, an underground hero had to keep very few possessions. Hitoshi stared in awe as he got to experience what it was like to live as a pro. Wow, this sure is an apartment. Izuku cracked. Shut up. Hitoshi hissed with genuine annoyance at his friend. Eraserhead thankfully ignored him as he spoke. We'll only be here for the night. Early tomorrow, we'll take the train to Hosu. Hitoshi was content to look, but Izuku went and started touching things around the place. This is a private location. Don't share it with anyone. Eraserhead warned as he glared at the two of them. Hitoshi began. Yes, Sir Dash. Oh my god. Izuku laughed as he held a picture frame. Shinso, look at Mr. Aizawa and present Mike. He didn't even have his tall hair yet. Stop messing around. Hitoshi shouted as he moved to take the frame from Izuku. Aizawa seemed to not even care. Midoriya danced out of Hitoshi's reach as he stared at the picture and Hitoshi side by side. Seriously, the resemblance between you two is insane. I think Mr. Aizawa's holding out on us. Izuku teased in a sing-song voice. Shinso finally snatched the frame away and gently put it down as Izuku got distracted by asking Eraserhead a question. Who's that third guy in the picture, Mr. Aizawa? That's none of your business. Eraserhead responded flatly as he pulled out sleeping bag. Izuku laughed, bewildered. This is your place. I don't use the bed. There's a guest room and the sofa is a pull-out. Izuku snorted at the word and covered his mouth. Hitoshi glared at him. Can I go to a spot I know around here? You know, for food? Midoriya asked with a raised hand. Eraserhead sighed with irritation before he spoke. You two can go outside. But if you do, be back before 9. And don't do anything stupid if you're out there. Aizawa finished with a glance at Izuku. What if we run into something and we have to act dash? Izuku started. Don't even start, problem child. Aizawa interrupted with a red-eyed glare. Keep your phones on and do not separate. If anything happens, call me or alert the police. Izuku held his hands up and smiled. I just mean that if anything happens dash. Hitoshi was beyond fed up. Hey, you heard what he said. Be serious. He requested angrily. Midoriya kept going. What? These hypotheticals are important dash. Stop messing around. Midoriya looked at Hitoshi with betrayal. Dude, come on dash. Not everyone is strong enough to afford to treat everything like a big joke. Hitoshi shouted into his face. I'm being serious. Izuku defended before he chuckled. I'm kind of a magnet for trouble sometimes dash. Midoriya. Hitoshi warned. He rolled his eyes. Relax dash before they glazed over as Hitoshi activated his quirk. Eraserhead sighed. Hitoshi forgot he was even there, he was so caught up in arguing with Izuku. Let him go, Shinso. Hitoshi was still angry at Midoriya's carelessness. He was acting just like what Hitoshi thought the hero course would be. Taking everything for granted because he was lucky. Not until Hitoshi was interrupted as Midoriya's body sparked. And in a flash, he held Hitoshi by the throat up against the wall. Midoriya! Stop it! Eraserhead demanded as he threw out his capture weapon, wrapping around the brainwashed teen. Are you Midoriya's distorted voice began with a dangerous confusion, like a monster that wasn't aware of the harm it could cause. His blank eyes stared past Hitoshi's frightened ones as he finished. Trying to control us? Shoto trailed behind Endeavor. The man would not stop talking. You'll see, Shoto. This is the beginning of a new day for us. With my help, you'll finally live up to your full potential. Endeavor shouted as he marched through the streets. Shoto glanced around at all the people gawking at the number 2 hero being on the ground near them. If they knew what he did, they wouldn't be so starstruck. He couldn't help but envy them. He wished he could see his father for the good he had admittedly done. But he also envied their lives. Flashfire fist. With a burst of heat, before Shoto even looked back, Endeavor stood over the soot-covered body of an oblivious purse snatcher. He looked around at the people snapping photos of the takedown and one group of kids his age shoving each other with camaraderie. Endeavor ate up the recognition, giving the cameras a cocky smirk as applause erupted around him. Shoto kept staring at the teens as they took a group photo of the scene. He frowned as he was overcome with a longing for something he never had. Ochako blew blood from her nose as she held a package of frozen vegetables up to her face. She got up from the floor and wall she had her back to. She was finally coming down from the rage she was feeling, but one thing didn't sit right with her. Ochako could hear Mirko striking away at a training dummy in her room. The younger hero walked to the door and thought about knocking. What did I say about hesitation? An angry muffled Mirko asked. Ochako burst in and scowled at her mentor. You don't know me, she stated right off the bat. Oh, Mirko asked with boredom. We haven't even met before today, we haven't even had a real conversation and you think you know what I'm like. Mirko continued to strike the dummy as she spoke without so much as glancing in Ochako's direction. You're right. And, I'm right. Ochako's raised hand froze in midair from her shock. Yeah. Now shut up and listen. Mirko ordered while turning to face Ochako at last. What you said earlier was true. Letting idiots decide who you are for you is how you end up miserable. Mirko said seriously. That's what happened to you? Ochako asked sincerely. You're not listening. Mirko suddenly shouted with annoyance, making Ochako jump back in fear. It didn't happen to me because I didn't let it. Only the weak let other people define them, they're weak because they think they have no choice. But strength is always a choice. It's the only thing that matters. Mirko finished. Ochako stared at the ground and twisted her face in thought. That's not true. People matter. Strength is worthless if you've got nothing to protect, or no one to protect you. She refuted confidently. Mirko rolled her eyes. You're an idiot. Other people just hold you back, and someone with real power doesn't need anyone else. You can be as strong as you like and you'll still get hurt. What happens when you're all alone against someone stronger than you? Mirko shoulder-checked Ochako as she scoffed while leaving the room. Tell you what, they better make sure I bite it. If I die, I die. But it'll be on my terms. I'd save you. Ochako said resolutely. Mirko glanced over her shoulder. Ochako clenched her fists at her sides as she spoke. I say you're stupid for thinking you don't need help. I'm not as strong as you physically, but if you were gonna die I would save you. Then who would be stronger? Mirko paused for a moment, then she breathed a laugh from her nose as she kept walking. You'll be stronger after I teach you how to punch. Ochako spluttered angrily. I know how to punch dash. I'm gonna put you through hell tomorrow, so you'll want to hit the sack sooner rather than later. Mirko suggested as she walked into her room and shut the door. Hitoshi quickly released his quirk, but Izuku still held him off the ground, and Eraserhead was having no effect pulling Izuku off. Until he turned on his erasure at last. In an instant, Izuku dropped Hitoshi and Eraserhead was able to pull him back. Hitoshi coughed and wheezed on the ground, holding his throat while Izuku's eyes darted around the room. Once he determined it was over, Eraserhead started to speak. Never use your quirk on a classmate unless I tell you to. He looked down at Midoriya, and you. That was an extreme overreaction. Pull yourself together. Eraserhead shook his head as he glared at both of them equally. If you two can't get over whatever this is, your internship will be terminated. We haven't even gotten to Hosu yet, and you're behaving like infants. Hitoshi rubbed his neck, full of remorse as he stared at Izuku worriedly. He looked more shaken up than Hitoshi felt. Izuku stared back with regret and fear. Hitoshi was afraid he just lost his best friend. Izuku didn't judge him for his quirk like everyone else did. He had no one to blame but himself if Izuku never wanted to speak to him again. But then he spoke first. I'm sorry. He said sincerely, quickly, like he was reminding himself to apologize. Don't do that again. Hitoshi was startled by the concern in Izuku's voice at the end of his sentence. The teen with indigo hair sat up on the floor. He shakily tried, I won't, I'm sorry to dash. Don't do that again. Izuku repeated as he got to his feet and nervously avoided looking at anyone. They stood there in silence until Izuku spoke again. So, about getting that food. He joked weakly. Aizawa seemed to fight with himself before he spoke. If you're both okay to go, then fine. He looked at Hitoshi for an answer. We'll be all right, sir. Hitoshi confirmed. Izuku grabbed his coat and lightly slapped Hitoshi on his shoulder. He smiled as he walked to the door, trying to defuse the tension. Let's mosey. Hitoshi and Izuku walked down the scarce nighttime streets of Mizudafu. The green-haired teen led Hitoshi, and he always knew exactly where he was going. It was almost eerie, like he could see the future. Hitoshi couldn't help but still feel bad after what happened. Izuku dash. Oh, it's right here. Izuku assured with enthusiasm, entering the fluorescent-lit shop and expecting Hitoshi to follow. Hitoshi sighed and followed Izuku inside. He was already ordering. Dash 2 please. Izuku requested to the cook before walking to the drinks section. The place had a decent amount of customers, an impressive amount for it being so late at night. The food must have been really good to get them to this less than stellar part of town. Hey, Izuku dash. Catch. Izuku tossed a can Hitoshi's way that he scrambled to hold on to. Hitoshi looked down at the fizzy drink and frowned slightly. Thanks. I want a dash. Order for Mosshead. The old man behind the counter shouted with annoyance. Izuku walked over and grabbed the tray, beaming at the mustached man. Nice to see you too, Mr. Lee. The hell it is. You always bring trouble, you little punk. He glared while wagging his finger at Izuku. Izuku took offense. It was one time. I didn't dash. Just eat your food. And no loitering. Izuku walked over to Hitoshi and smiled brightly. That guy loves me, don't worry. He sat down in a booth near the back of the store. Hitoshi was getting tired of this. He followed and sat down before he spoke. That's nice, but dash. I'm sorry if I'm annoying you. Izuku said quietly, looking down and scratching at the table. Hitoshi sighed with relief at the deflection being over. I'm not annoyed. Just, let me apologize. He explained frantically. For what? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Hitoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. For using my quirk on you. It was wrong, okay? I was just so upset that you weren't taking this seriously. But I was still out of line. He finished shamefully. Izuku looked frustrated as he spoke while still looking down. You were upset and I didn't even know. Hitoshi was nervous at his friend's change in attitude. Hey, it's okay. I was just dash. I'm really sorry, Shinso. Izuku said with his fists clenched. You're my friend, and I should have known how you were feeling but I didn't. I never do. He seemed really insecure about it, and Hitoshi couldn't help but reassure him. That's okay. Izuku, we're friends with Hatsume. Hitoshi joked. Izuku breathed a short laugh, looking lighter than before. I'm probably not at her level, yeah. But I can understand her in that way. Science and math just click, it's easy but, it's hard to keep friends, you know? Hitoshi blew a breath as most of his school experience came flooding back. Yeah. I know. Izuku was rarely this sincere. It was almost off-putting for Hitoshi. I kept joking because dash, he laughed a little before leaning in and speaking quietly. Being Spider-Man, it makes me happy. And I was just excited that I get to be him around my friend. He finished with an apologetic smile. Hitoshi felt like trash. He rubbed the side of his head and took a deep breath. I'm jealous of you. I can't help it. Everything you can do is so incredible, and you have more experience than anyone in class. Meanwhile, I have the least. I'm the worst in wanna by far. Hitoshi clenched his fist as he spoke with shame. That's not true. You dash. How am I supposed to be like you when I'll never be strong the way you are? Hitoshi asked the world, wanting an answer for how unfair it was. Izuku looked to the ceiling and bit his cheek, thinking. Before he smiled slightly and spoke. When I was a kid, I went home crying once. I actually went home crying a lot. But this time, it was really bad. He explained openly to Hitoshi. The purple-haired teen let him speak, he wanted to know where this was going. Kids were picking on me for being quirkless. And I just couldn't handle it anymore. So when I get home, I hole up in my room. I sit there and I swear I'll never go to school again. Hitoshi was angry on Izuku's behalf. If it got that bad, your parents should have done something dash. They did. None of the staff listened, or cared. Whichever. That wouldn't change. Izuku joked with an eye roll. But while I'm in my room, my dad opens the door, he tells me he's disappointed that I'm giving up on school, but that it's my decision. Izuku smiled as he looked back fondly. Now, 5-year-old Izuku is said. And I'm so angry that I'm quirkless, that I was born with nothing. And I lash out at Dad over it. He told me that I wasn't born with nothing, that I'm luckier than most and I don't even know it. Izuku said seriously. He said that intelligence was a gift, that everyone has a power of one kind or another. Then he told me dash. Izuku stopped himself as he took a bite out of a fry. God, food's getting cold. Maybe I'll finish this later dash. Hitoshi screeched indignantly. Finish it. Okay. He laughed before he continued. He said that the world is only a better place when people use their gifts to make it that way dash. Hitoshi hung on to his every word, like Izuku was brainwashing him. Izuku continued with reverence. That with great power, there also had to come great responsibility. Hitoshi breathed a short breath. What did you do? I slammed the door in his face, and screamed at him that he didn't know what he was talking about. Izuku said with a laugh before his face got more serious. But eventually I understood what he meant, even if I didn't always follow it. He admitted with just a hint of regret. I got off track, but the point was my power isn't your power. I can't do exactly what you do. Hitoshi somehow felt pressured to be better, and uplifted at the same time. There's no one type of hero, I almost got killed 100 times trying to be my own. He admitted with a laugh. So don't do it like me. Do it like you. Hitoshi paused, moved by what he'd heard. When did you get so wise? He laughed. I was this wise the whole time. Izuku answered while sitting back and grabbing a bite of his burger. I'll try to be more serious. Hitoshi nodded. And I'll remember what you told me. Izuku stuck out a fist, and Hitoshi relented, bumping knuckles with his friend. They ate the rest of their meal with casual conversation, continuing even after they left the store to head back to the apartment. Still, how did you do that back there? Hitoshi pressed, staring at him while they walked down the dark street. Do what? Izuku asked with his mouth full. Hitoshi shoved him. You moved while I had my quirk active. Izuku looked nervous. I didn't know I did. You spoke and everything. Isn't that what freaked you out? Izuku rubbed his head. No, when it happened I got this really bad feeling like, what's the opposite of nostalgia? Futurism? No, it's like, familiar in a bad way. He said distractedly. Hitoshi's mouth closed. He stared at Izuku with concern. Midoriya's face hardened as he stared into the darkness between two buildings and clenched his fist in rage at what he saw. Following his gaze, Hitoshi's lips pursed in shock as he watched a group of men attacking someone on the ground. Help! Help me! The victim screamed from within the pile. Midoriya tensed to jump forward, but before he could, Hitoshi grabbed his shoulder and hissed desperately for him to stop. I know, okay? I know. But we can't dash. Izuku stared at him with his face twisted up before turning away. Frustration welled up in his voice as he shook impotently, stomping toward the commotion intently. I can't let dash. Sirens sounded off and the group looked up in fear before they scattered, leaving the victim alone as they dashed down the street. Midoriya started to walk toward them to help, but before he could even get halfway across the street, an ambulance arrived and medics filed out to help. Hitoshi breathed a sigh of relief as the beaten man was carted into the back of the vehicle. Everything's okay. Nothing to worry about. He said weakly, trying to convince his friend. I wouldn't have even thought about it before. Now I just dash. Izuku clenched his jaw tight and stayed silent for a moment, furious at himself. Midoriya dash. Let's go back. Izuku jammed his hands in his pockets and started skulking down the street. Hitoshi had only seen him this angry one other time. It really didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it, so Hitoshi didn't push him to. He watched his friend walk away, not waiting for Hitoshi to catch up. And the teen who could control minds was determined to stand side by side with Spider-Man, in his own way. He moved swiftly to finally catch up. Tamura skulked around the warmly lit bar, trying not to scratch at his neck or upset his still healing wounds. The heroes, All Might, Spider-Man. So much trouble anywhere he could turn. How was a guy supposed to get any XP when the enemy had a super boss and a high-level rogue on their side? Any weakness that one had was made up for by the other. Tamura was outnumbered, but maybe only temporarily. He needed real allies, not just the back alley crooks that Gyron managed to wrangle. Tamura needed to form a party with some substance. But to do that, he'd need to get the word out. Sensei, I need your help. Tamura spoke through the hand on his face, his red eyes gleaming at a wall-mounted monitor as it buzzed to life and displayed static. What do you need, Tamura? Sensei asked warmly. The only one who had ever helped, always supporting Tamura in anything he wanted to do. It quelled his anxieties a little to know that he'd always have the big man in his corner. I have to make a statement. I want to attract the right attention. And when they see peaceful little Hosu where nothing ever happens up in flames, it'll be sure to turn heads. He laughed excitedly. An interesting plan, Tamura. Sensei mused. How can I help? I need some Nomu. Enough to wreak havoc all over. Tamura gazed up at the monitor with a concealed grin. You should know, even the weaker ones will be stronger than before. Courtesy of the doctor's new assistant. Sensei informed gently. Even better. By the time the heroes pull together, it'll be too late. Tamura cackled with glee. I look forward to seeing where you go from here, Tamura. Sensei finished as the monitor switched off. Kurogyri, take me to the factory. He barked at the shadowy bartender. As you wish, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogyri placed the glass he was cleaning down and opened a dark swirling portal in front of Tamura. Tamura stared into the darkness with a smile. He walked forward with excitement for the future. They have no idea what's coming. Eraserhead leapt across the tops of tall buildings with near-complete silence, leading his students on what was a basic patrol. As the cool nighttime air bit at his face, he grimaced and looked back at the teens trailing behind him. Shinso was giving it his all, doing better than Shoyuta had expected, not that he would tell the boy. Midoriya's lenses were constantly narrowed as his movements were far more subdued. Whatever he and Shinso talked about seemed to squash any problems between them. The boy barely spoke. The silence was refreshing, but Midoriya's body language was annoyed all the while. Shoyuta was moving on instinct. He made a rather large jump and didn't consider the difficulty. Midoriya followed suit and then, crap dash, Shinso screamed as he just barely clung to the edge of the building. Shoyuta turned around and rushed to him as in the same moment, Midoriya grabbed his arm and kept him from falling. Shinso gasped breathless thank yous to Midoriya as the shorter teen pulled his friend onto the roof. Shoyuta hit a sigh of relief. It was a stupid mistake. He got lost in thought and his student almost paid the price. This whole thing was illogical. Midoriya was being held back, and if they worked at a pace where Midoriya could be challenged, Shinso wouldn't be able to keep up. Going plus ultra was one thing, skipping over important steps was another completely. Alright, we'll take a break here. Eraserhead announced gruffly. The lights of the city shined up at them from every angle. Shinso looked over the edge, still trying to calm himself. Nice view at least. Midoriya plopped down next to his friend, dangling his feet over the edge with boredom. It's alright. Not as good as Muzutafu, though. He said with derision. Shinso rolled his eyes. What's the deal with you and Muzutafu anyway? It's the best city on earth by virtue of the fact that I fight crime there. Midoriya jerked a thumb toward himself as the lenses on his mask winked. His shoulders slowly sagged as he looked out to the street and his lenses narrowed to be half open. Used to, anyway. He finished quietly. Shinso was quick to distract him. Hey, do you have any tips? On like, movement and fighting I mean. He clarified. Midoriya stood up and walked over to Shinso while Shoyuta got lost in thought. He didn't have all the details, but he knew that Midoriya didn't exactly jump for joy. At the thought of joining the hero course. The boy was too used to doing things his own way. Shoyuta felt lucky that the only pushback he received from Midoriya were childish jokes. Even then he wasn't making them now. It was a double-edged sword. Midoriya was the same age as the first years, giving them something to strive toward if he remained in the class. But his competency with his abilities would make most lessons redundant for him. What to do? So you'll wanna always try for a surprise attack, from up high too. Midoriya explained as he gestured around with his hands. You know, mass and acceleration and stuff. Using gravity to hit harder is the move. If you're lucky, it'll be over with one hit. If you're less lucky, it'll only be disorienting, and if you're me, it won't have much of an effect when you really need it to. The shorter teen finished with a joke. Sounds good, but how am I supposed to use my quirk for that? Shinso questioned with a hand on his chin. I don't have to tell you that your quirk isn't too suited to combat, but you have that handy voice mask. Switch to the voice of a police officer, maybe someone attractive. He teased while moving his shoulders up and down. Maybe even another hero. Edgeshot or Best Jeanist, All Might. Really, the sky's the limit. Midoriya pitched excitedly. Watching the exchange gave Shoyuta an idea. Something he should talk to Nezu about. His head snapped up the side as bright light illuminated his face. Beams of energy shot off from the center of Hosu, screams ringing out in the air as explosions boomed across the city. Eraserhead slipped on his goggles and spoke without turning back to the students. Head back to the apartment and wait for me to contact you. No way. We can help dash. Midoriya predictably rebelled, moving forward to Shoyuta before the older hero pushed him back. You're not a vigilante anymore. You're a hero student. That means you do what I say when I say, because you are my responsibility. Shoyuta hammered, leaving no room for argument. But dash. You and Shinso will head back and you will stay out of trouble, or you will be expelled. Eraserhead spun on the boy, daring Midoriya to challenge him. Imperio flinched as he stood behind his friend, hopefully discouraged from doing anything stupid. Spider-Man hung his head in defeat, and Shoyuta was satisfied that he'd gotten through. If I see a single strand of web out there, you're done. Shoyuta finished as he turned and jumped off the roof to go do his job, headed for the closest explosion he saw to the right of the city. Slow down. You hurry up. I don't have time for your weakness, runt. Mirko barked as she leapt across the crowded bridge. Ochako was trying her hardest, but her mentor wouldn't even try to meet her halfway. She had to chase her down throughout the entire day, and now suddenly she kicked into another gear. At least tell me what's dash. Trouble in Hosu. Monsters. She grinned fiercely as she hopped forward. This is what I've been waiting for. Ochako made a confused face that the wind whipped against. Are you sure I'm ready dash? I'm going. Follow or don't. Die or don't. Mirko yelled with simplicity. She was insane but still right. It was up to Ochako. Fighting monsters wasn't her idea of a party, but people would need help if this whole thing was true. And she had to be there for that. They better be strong enough to face me. Mirko cackled as the light of the moon made her a silhouette to Ochako's view. Ochako should also be there to keep her mentor from dying with no regard for herself. Okay, well you heard him, Izuku. Let's go back dash, Shinso began nervously. Spider-Man stood with a hand on his chin, looking down at the rooftop edge. Turning back isn't really my thing, you know? He said with a glance over his shoulder at Shinso. Izuku, people might need our help. He said resolutely, voice devoid of remorse as he readied his jump. Hitoshi shook his head with fear, approaching Spider-Man as the Vigilante turned to fully face him, still standing on the edge. How can we just not listen? We don't have permission. I can't give up my chance to be a hero, Izuku dash. Forgiveness is so much easier to get than permission, Shinso. He joked while crouching down. And if you want to be a hero, then be one. Spider-Man gave his friend a glance, his semi-reflective lenses giving Shinso a glimpse at himself. See ya in a bit. Spider-Man chirped as he hopped from the ledge, shooting out a web to swing to the center of the commotion. This will make for an excellent test in speed, Shoto. Endeavor said with a boisterous laugh. Shoto barely heard him through the cacophony of ice and rocket-powered fire that rang through the air. Stay close, and I'll show you how a real hero faces evil. Endeavor's booming voice spoke over the wind. All he cared about was his image. Being a real hero didn't matter to him, he certainly didn't act like one. Shoto couldn't help but be distracted as Endeavor droned on like he always did. The fire and ice user looked to the city they were blitzing across, wondering if he'd have a chance to actually help. A figure flapped its wings as it shot off beams from its head. It was one of 3 attacks happening across Hosu. If Spider-Man could be in all 3 locations at once, he would, but he decided to go after the flying villain because he had a mobility advantage. And because it was likely not where Eraserhead was going. Navigating Hosu was different in a way that left Izuku annoyed. He knew Muzutafu like the back of his hand, and he had perfect routes to cut any villain off if they tried running. But Hosu's buildings almost hugged each other with how close they were. It made seeing his target difficult until he got a full glimpse at the villain. Izuku's stomach churned as he spotted its exposed brain and bulging eyes. Nomu. This one had whitish-green skin that was embedded with mechanical parts. Its claws, jaw, and back were adorned with fused metal. Spider-Man shot after the creature as it dove toward the street, hunting fleeing civilians like a bird of prey. All Izuku could think of was the destruction that the first Nomu caused, the way it overpowered him at the time and left him hopeless. The beast that made him so afraid of his own weakness as he struggled to save the people right in front of him. Spider-Man shook off that fear and smiled beneath his mask. This wasn't the same beast. And he wasn't the same Spider-Man. Full cowl. Lightning surrounded him as he shot a web strand onto each side of the creature. He yanked himself toward it, determined to have more of an effect than last time. Atom dash. Focused radiation shot out of his saws like a jet engine, pushing him forward and striking the creature like a missile. As his fist connected with its chest, the Nomu wrapped its metal claws around him without missing a beat, using the moment of the attack to flip Spider-Man below itself and grind him into the street. The pavement cratered as the Nomu pinned Spider-Man down. His attack was successful, he had blown the thing's right arm off. But the Nomu felt no pain, and it attacked him savagely with the limb it had left. It forced Spider-Man to wrestle with it to stop himself from being torn to ribbons. The Nomu's mouth started to glow as it charged up a blast. Izuku couldn't help but be reminded of the as yet another one of these things pinned him into the ground. With a deafening metal crash and a surge of displaced wind, the Nomu was batted away from its position atop Spider-Man. He looked upside down at his savior and flipped to his feet, staring between the flopping Nomu that was now meters away and Uravity who was in front of him holding a semi-truck. She breathed heavily while still holding her, but as Izuku hurried over to her with excitement. Something girl like you in place like this. He gasped with shock. Don't make me throw up. She grunted while weakly chuckling. Spider-Man looked over his shoulder at the Nomu regaining its bearings. He gestured to the truck. Can I dash? All yours. Uraraka let the vehicle leave her hands as it began floating into the air. Spider-Man jumped high over the truck and shot a web line to it, then he spun it in an arc like an oversized yo-yo before grabbing his strand two-handed as the shadow of it fell over the Nomu. Release! Ochako said with perfect synergy, the full weight of her and Izuku's strength slamming down onto the beast and burying it under the heap. Spider-Man landed in a crouch and whistled as he stared at their handiwork. Better than a flying kick, huh? Uraraka laughed as held her stomach and hunched slightly. Spider-Man got back to her side and kept her steady. You alright? He asked with concern. Just a little too much all at once, I'll be fine. Where's Shinso? I may have allowed him to choose whether he wanted to follow me, he said sheepishly. I don't get it, wouldn't Aizawa tell you to fight together? In a way, in a sense dash, he tried, fumbling. Spider-Man, are you doing the one thing I told you not to do? She asked with her eyes shut tight, a sickly sweet smile on her face. The spider on his chest became extremely interesting as he spoke. I dash, he started, only for Hitoshi to run in from down the street, yelling all the while. There you are. You know how far I had to run to find you. He screamed while throttling Izuku's neck with his capture tape. What did he do? Ochako asked with the disdain of a parent who was called into school for their delinquent child. Shinso let go of Izuku's neck and tattled to Ochako. Eraserhead told us to get to safety and now we are deliberately disobeying him. Izuku! Uraraka gasped at him with betrayal. I'm not Izuku right now. You're not Ochako and you aren't Hitoshi. We're supposed to be heroes. Spider-Man gestured to both of them as he defended himself. They both seethed at his words, but the only sound after he spoke was the whistle of the nighttime air. He knew as well as they did that he was in the right. Before anyone could speak further, the destroyed heap of metal atop the Nomu creaked before it burst into shrapnel with an explosion. Spider-Man grabbed the two other heroes and jumped away before they could be skewered, leaving the three of them with their backs against a wall, watching the Nomu as it screeched and retreated into the skies. Spider-Man stood up before the rest and watched the creature flap through the night. He tracked it angrily and stepped forward without turning to his allies. I'm gonna stop that thing, he said assuredly, jumping into the air and swinging despite the protests from below. He's insane. He's insane and it's spreading. Shinso yelled as he sprinted next to Ochako, following Izuku as he got farther away in his pursuit. You almost get used to it. Almost. She seethed. How does he think he can beat it alone? Isn't this the thing that attacked you guys at the USJ? It's not quite the same. Deku did get a really good hit on this one, and he's gotten a lot stronger since the USJ. Ochako admitted begrudgingly. He can be such an idiot. I trust him. Shinso groaned as their soles slapped against the pavement. I do too. I just hate when he's right. This thing was only looking to cause the most chaos possible. Izuku would have caught it sooner if he were back home. Hosu was so stifling. Maybe he should be glad the attack wasn't in Mizurufu. But he almost wished that manchild was stupid enough to try attacking his city. When he got his hands on Shigaraki, the Nomu smacked into a fire escape and sent the debris tumbling down onto civilians. It smacked against diamond near every neon sign in the district, almost like it knew the collateral damage would kill people and knew that Spider-Man would have to save them. Spider-Man swung low and fast, webbing a giant continuous net over top of the wide city block, stopping the debris from falling with the grand maneuver. The Nomu flew higher into the sky at its plan being thwarted. It flew to taller apartment buildings, aware of the life teeming inside them. Spider-Man slingshot himself toward the creature, electricity danced around his body as he pulled himself up, wind rushing in his ears as One for All assisted his pulling upward. As Spider-Man neared the creature, he pulled his fist back while he rocketed toward it. Will the owner of the rampaging drone come claim it please? He screamed as the Nomu turned to face him, abandoning its attack on the buildings and charging up a blast from its mouth again. As the Nomu's maw charged with energy, Spider-Man pushed his other palm forward, ready to absorb the attack. This was all too easy. Spider-Man's fist crashed against the Nomu's face, but at the moment of contact the Nomu fired its beam into his chest, singing his suit and blasting him away as it descended stiffly. Spider-Man tumbled through the air, smoking and in a daze. Why didn't his power work? He tried to get his bearings, grateful that One for All saved him from being damaged worse than he had been. As he flew, a chill overtook the air as an arm wrapped around his own. The lenses of his mask snapped open at the contact. Todoroki! The elemental hero created a constant stream of ice that trailed between buildings, pushing the two of them forward as it gave them a controlled descent. Midoriya, how do you feel? He asked with subdued concern as they neared a low rooftop. Spider-Man laughed and let himself fall from Todoroki's grip, landing on the roof with a roll before looking up at the icy teen from a lounging position. I feel like it's good to have friends. Todoroki gave a tiny smile as Izuku started to stand. What brings you to peaceful little Hosu anyhow? The masked hero questioned as he rubbed his chest where he was blasted. My father heard about the attack and made haste to come here. Todoroki explained shortly. Right, that probably should have been obvious. Spider-Man admitted, tilting his head as Ochako and Shinso floated onto the roof. The grimaces on their faces made him nervous. Ichie Fellas Dash. You must have lost your mind. Ochako screeched as she swung at him. Has anyone seen the professional heroes? Izuku deflected as he wrestled with the attacking Uravity. Todoroki was unbothered as he spoke. Endeavor was fighting off another Nomu. And you just left him? Izuku asked in disbelief. Yes. Shinso sighed and crossed his arms. Eraserhead was with local heroes helping to reduce collateral damage. I'm lucky he didn't see me. A zombie with a heart of gold. Spider-Man laughed before looking at Ochako. Are you gonna hit me if I let you go? He asked nervously. She growled into his collarbone and slowly pulled back. I was looking for Mirko when she sped up and bailed on me. Instead I found you. Well, the gang's all here. Spider-Man cheered while Shinso shook his head, Todoroki stood with ambivalence, and Ochako glared at him. Now we should head back to the apartment. There's a chance that Mr. Aizawa won't find out about this. Shinso said hopefully. Ochako turned to Izuku with a stern expression, agreeing with Hitoshi. Right. You beat that thing now, Dash. She was interrupted as an inhuman screech pierced the air. The unmistakable flapping of wings made them all stop in their tracks. No way. I really thought I had it. Spider-Man stared up at the regenerating Nomu in disbelief as it clipped its wings on the corner of a building. Debris fell and left the people inside exposed as an entire floor began to collapse. Spider-Man rapidly looked between the fleeing beast and the helpless, screaming civilians. He had to act fast. He looked around at his fellow hero students and pointed to the pair he knew the best. You two save those people, we're gonna finish off that monster. He said while grabbing onto Todoroki's shoulder. Izuku, don't be hasty. Ochako said with a little panic. How am I supposed to help save them? Hitoshi asked with more panic. We don't have time. Me and Shoto have the firepower. I know you don't have experience in rescue. It doesn't matter. Can do this. Spider-Man promised. He looked around at them all to hammer his message home. We can do this. Now move. He ordered with no room for doubt as he turned and leapt off the rooftop, swinging after the Nomu with Todoroki sliding behind. Okay, it's one floor but it's falling fast. If you use your quirk and we get to that building, you could float them over to me and I can grab them with my capture tool. Hitoshi explained to Uravity with haste. She seemed to struggle a little just getting them to this rooftop. He didn't know if she could handle it. Could you carry all of them? We'll find out. Let's go. She tapped his in her chest and pushed off toward the taller building. They got to the second rooftop and Uravity jumped through the opposing buildings recently made whole. Distantly, Hitoshi heard her scream to the people inside. I need you all to follow me, there isn't much time. She bellowed as the structure of the floor shuddered. Hitoshi was tense with anticipation as he waited for Uravity to emerge with maybe 2 or 3 people. More than 20 people snaked their way out of the gash in the side of the apartment building, holding each other's hands in an attempted single file behind Uravity. The sight was so shocking that Hitoshi almost forgot to throw out his weapon. He fumbled with the cloth and threw it to his classmate who held on for dear life as she pulled everyone in. They landed and Uravity put her fingers together as gravity returned to them. Before Hitoshi could ask if she was okay, Uravity jumped back into the hole without hesitation. He was in awe as she came out with 10 more people, darkness around her eyes as she closed her lips tight. Hitoshi realized that she was just as crazy as Izuku, she didn't even hesitate. The civilians surrounding him gave her as much space as they could as she came down with the rest of the people inside. Release, she said with exertion, kneeling as she held her stomach. That's all of them, Dash. A young voice screamed. Looking up, Hitoshi saw a young boy near the edge of the slanting floor. It nearly left the shell of the building as it poked out into the open air. I let go. I'm sorry, it's just too scary. He cried while clinging to the inside. Uravity gave a pained look that was mixed with dread. She didn't have to say it for Hitoshi to know that she couldn't use her quirk anymore. It's okay. You're close enough now, you can make it if you jump. Hitoshi tried to reassure the kid and himself. It would be risky, but if he stayed inside he would definitely die. I can't do it, please help me. He sobbed from inside the quaking building. The people who were saved were murmuring with fear. Hitoshi gripped at his chest as the pressure started to get to him. He took a shaky breath and everything but him and the boy he wanted to save fell into the background as he spoke to himself. Be the hero. What's your name? He tried simply. The boy held on to his words like they were a lifeline. Haru! He screamed before his eyes went blank. Haru, run to the sound of my voice and jump before you reach the edge. Hitoshi screamed desperately. Haru sprinted at his command. As he jumped, the floor crumbled beneath him and Hitoshi scrambled to catch him with his capture weapon. Haru screamed as the abrupt jostling of Hitoshi catching him broke him out of his brainwashed state. His feet kicked into the open air as he gasped in fear. I've got you! I've got you! Hitoshi assured as he quickly pulled Haru up onto the roof and sent the boy crashing into his chest. The people who were saved cheered as they were all finally safe, thanking Hitoshi who played it mysterious and supportively patting Uravity's back as she puked over the edge of the building with a thumbs up. Haru pulled back from gripping Hitoshi and stared up with disbelief. You dash, he stuttered. And Hitoshi braced himself for how Haru would scream about how scary he was and someone with his quirk could be a villain. You made me jump. Even though I was scared, you dash. Hitoshi grimaced as he avoided Haru's piercing gaze. You can take away fear. You're the coolest hero ever. I bet you can make anyone strong. The kid beamed up at him while hopping up and down rapidly. Hitoshi was taken aback as Haru waited for him to say something. Yeah, I can take away fear. He agreed with a slight smile. What's your name? Haru asked impatiently with stars in his giant eyes. The fear-stealing hero laughed, wondering what Spider-Man would think about this. They call me Imperio. They were gaining on it. The Nomu flew like a bat out of hell but Spider-Man and Todoroki were gaining on it. So Endeavor doesn't know about this Nomu wrangling? Spider-Man yelled over the wind. He's tried to call myself 15 times, but I don't think he knows yet. Todoroki surfed on a steady stream of ice as he spoke. Man, Eraserhead's only called 7 times. It's like he doesn't even care. Spider-Man squeaked with a fragile tone. Are you alright? Todoroki asked stiffly. Spider-Man swung upside down near the Son of Endeavor as he spoke. It's a little joke for building rapport. His lenses narrowed at the beast ahead as it charged toward the rail of the city's bullet train service. We got this. Bring on the fire on my signal. Spider-Man shouted as his body became charged with lighting. Got it. Todoroki confirmed. Spider-Man shot webs along the Nomu's legs and back, pulling himself toward it and landing between its wings. The Nomu twisted in the air, trying to throw him off with rapid barrel rolls. I'm pretty sure you can't think, but don't you know that the Spider-Man doesn't slip? He quipped while grabbing at the base of its protruding wings. The Nomu clawed at its back as they landed on the magnetic track. It tossed and writhed as the train barreled down the track toward them. It was far enough away that it didn't instantly turn them into paste, but Spider-Man needed to be quick with taking this thing down. The Nomu escaped his grip and dashed toward the train. Its only instinct being to cause as much death as possible. Spider-Man held on and winced as the train was suddenly bearing down on them as the Nomu roared and crashed through the head of the transport, flailing wildly as it tried to go deeper, slashing at the thankfully empty control room of the automated train. The hero slammed into the control room wall at 300 km per hour, fighting G-force and the Nomu as it tried getting past him. He ducked under a swipe and tackled the Nomu with the added strength of his quirk. Spider-Man was planted on the Nomu's chest as he wailed on it desperately. There was no All Might to save him this time, he had to be strong enough. No holding back. He struck again and again, rocking the beast's skull from side to side before grabbing its wings and jumping out of the destroyed windshield with it in tow. The train sped off without the spider or the Nomu and they flew through the sky as Izuku used its wings to head back where they came from, despite the screeching defiance of the creature. Spider-Man finally saw who he was looking for and readied himself. He gripped the Nomu's wings tightly and soared above his classmate, before tearing the creature's means for flight off of its back with a spray of black blood. The ninth jumped off the back of the tortured corpse and pulled it back toward himself with a web, punching through its chest and sending it shooting down to the earth. Shoto! He screamed as the beast fell toward the boy on a pillar of ice. Torch this thing! Todoroki held his left hand to the sky and an inferno consumed the Nomu's form, counteracting gravity as the force kept it from falling until it was barely more than ash. Nice! You're on fire! Izuku laughed as he swung over and stuck to a building near Todoroki. That can't possibly be a good joke. The scarred teen decided with a thinking face. Spider-Man looked ahead at the speeding locomotive. I gotta make sure that thing isn't broken. I'll help dash. You're not fast enough, no offense. Try calling someone just in case. He shouted quickly as he atom dashed while jumping toward the train with full cowl. Getting back on wasn't a problem. The problem was that the DMN Nomu screwed up the brakes. Izuku tried not to panic as alarms rang off in the train and within his mind. He crawled to the nose of the train and looked toward its final destination. He could practically see where they would crash in Tokyo. He took as deep a breath as he could going at that speed with a mask on. You've got All Might's power, you got this. He chanted to himself. He pressed his feet against the tip of the train and crouched, facing the sky. Just like with the bus. Except bigger. And faster. And with way more people. But this was gonna work. It had to. Without thinking, he shot webs out to his left and right, clinging to buildings as they zoomed past in a blur. The elastic strands threatened to tear him apart if he kept holding on. He wouldn't even consider doing this if he didn't have one for all. Who was he kidding? If people were in danger, he totally would try this without one for all. With 35% of his full untamed strength, Spider-Man fought against the pull of his webs, playing the most dangerous game of tug-o-war ever thought up. He grit his teeth under his mask, giving everything he had. It was working. The train was slowing. His ears picked up the sound of a snap and his heart sank. He was strong enough. His webs weren't. More snapping ensued and the only course of action was more webs. He thwipped as fast as his fingers would allow and shot even more web strands. They snapped just as easily, but there were so many. As long as he could keep up. Another sound he dreaded whispered at his mind. The empty click of a used-up web shooter. No. After 2 more presses, his left shooter was down too. No. No, no, no. He held onto the strands he could, praying to anything that they would hold long enough to slow down the train some more. But line by line, web by web, they fell. He was scared. There was nothing else to it. He was terrified. He knew that there was nothing he could do, but he had to do something. He looked past the broken windshield and into the first cart, seeing the terrified faces of those inside. One for all was supposed to change things. Webs snapped in his grip. He couldn't fail again, not like this. A frightened woman's eyes bore through his lenses. He couldn't save anyone. I'm sorry. Not alone. As Spider-Man shut his eyes tight and tried to hang on to what few web strands held on, he didn't notice the ethereal black strands that coiled from his forearms and lurched out onto passing buildings. The dark matter clung to any structure it could get a grip on, and it made a grip. It didn't adhere like his webs did. It reached out and it grabbed. Spider-Man's eyes dared to crack open slowly. His wish was being granted. His webs were holding. He redoubled his efforts, trying harder to keep the people inside the train safe. He screamed from exertion as he willed the train to slow down. It was losing speed gradually. Izuku roared all the while, feeling his muscles tearing apart. He would. Go. The train slowed to a complete stop right as his back hit the barrier to the ocean. He was in shock at what he'd done. And excruciating pain. He crawled to the top of the train and threw his fists to the sky triumphantly. I did it. Spider-Man jumped down and tore the door off of the first train car. A lot of you probably missed your stops, but Tokyo's real nice this time of year. He joked deliriously to the shocked and relieved faces inside. Now watch as a hero makes his exit. He chirped, jumping off the platform and shooting a web that he was all out of. Instead of swinging, he face-planted into the dirt below. Sensei moved abruptly in his chair. The machines monitoring his vitals started to spark as he rumbled a slow, joyful laugh. Master? Garaki nervously asked as the most powerful man in the world was overcome with joy. I've been waiting. Master, what dash? This changes things. He said fondly. You're finally waking up dash, all for one grinned with pleasant surprise. Little brother. Half a mind to tear off the mask and bring him in before he has a chance to break the law. Again. An unfamiliar gruff voice shouted. You will not. Spider-Man is currently operating under Yui. Any trouble he's caused will be dealt with by me and my superiors. Eraserhead yelled back. So you told him to fight that monster and nearly cause the deaths of more than 1,000 people. The voice accused with a growl. That isn't what I said, and you know it. Spider-Man is protected by the law when he's permitted to act as a hero's intern, which he was. Izuku's teacher roared. I, and by extension Yui, will handle the situation. Handle it how? Say what you like, I can sniff out a lie, or an omitted truth in your case. You can't control him. And it's only a matter of time dash. What a way to wake up. Izuku said wearily behind his mask. As his vision focused, Eraserhead and this new dog-headed guy stared at him with equal amounts of disdain. He looked around the room he was in. White and sterile, yep, another hospital. A dimly lit one at that, totally not ominous or anything. He tried to rise from his laid position, but before he could get far, the handcuff on his left wrist stopped him. Spider-Man. Stay calm, the restraint is only a precaution by the police department. Aizawa ordered. Got it? So how much trouble am I in? He asked plainly. You should address those you're unfamiliar with, Vigilante. The man with the head of a beagle barked at him. Ha barked. Spider-Man said under his breath before he got slightly more serious. My name is Spider-Man, what's yours? I'm Kenji Tsuragame, Chief of Police. Tsuragame said simply. What do you think gives you the right to break the law? He asked, cutting right to the point. You don't have to answer that question. Don't be unnecessarily intimidated. Eraserhead advised. I'm not. He responded cheerfully before a glare from Aizawa made him shrink back. And not too much. I see that this is all a game to you. You think that you're some kind of hero when all you do is create chaos and make things worse. The chief said angrily. Spider-Man couldn't help that the words made him feel impertinent. He lazily rolled his skull around his shoulders and leaned with his back against the bed. Sure, man. Spider-Man. Now isn't the time to be difficult. The situation is delicate and what happens in this room could decide your future. Aizawa warned with an angry whisper that promised consequences from him if they didn't come from the dog. This is so getting old. Spider-Man complained as he rested on his non-handcuffed arm. Before anyone else could speak, the door opened and Nezu hobbled in from the floor. It's nice to see you, Chief Tsuragame. He squeaked. It would be under better circumstances. The chief growled. Now this all must be a misunderstanding. Spider-Man is still learning, and he's trying very hard in his efforts to be a force for good. Nezu explained placatingly. I've been a force for good for almost 2 years, but yeah, let's say that. Spider-Man grumbled. Nezu stood on a stool next to his bed and peered down at him with those beady black eyes. There's a time and a place. Please try to understand the position you're in. He spoke to Izuku like he was a toddler having a tantrum. What's there to understand? He asked as his lenses gave a confused emote. Nezu stared at him with an unchanging, eerie expression. Spider-Man dash. How many more people am I gonna have to save before everyone stops treating me like a villain for doing the right thing? He rose his voice to everyone in the room, fed up of everyone thinking they knew better than him. The chief spoke with a goading tone. Your disrespect of any authority doesn't bode well for you. You acted without a license and that's cause for dash. Flowers? A statue? A goddamn thank you? He yelled up to the dog-headed man with rage. Stop talking. Nezu commanded. No. He bellowed. I'm so sick of this. You, and him, and everyone trying to paint me as some kind of monster for saving lives. He shot up combatively, snapping the handcuff chain and putting the room on edge. You should listen to your handlers, boy dash, the chief started. Spider-Man stared at the chief with anger that burned through his mask. Or what? Seriously, I'm over this. You want to arrest me for saving people? For saving at least 1,000 people? Calm yourself dash. You're worse. His head snapped toward Nezu's voice. All I ever wanted was to do the right thing, and maybe not get shot at. And then I met you, you dash, he ranted while he pointed at the rat. Tsuragame's phone rang as a new figure entered the room. Everyone but Izuku seemed to recognize her as she stalked toward his hospital bed, and her presence set them all further on edge than he had made them. The woman with pale red hair, similarly pale green eyes with rings in her pupils, wore an oversized coat that draped around her white button-up shirt and black tie. You want to take that? She said without a glance to the chief of police. He made a sound that almost sounded like a whine, and left the room. Spider-Man sighed and rolled his eyes beneath his mask. Okay, he's subbing you in so you can call me a criminal, right dash? Don't. Nezu whispered as if Izuku was about to move in front of a deadly beast. Let him speak. I heard him from down the hall. She approached his side and peered at him like an exotic animal. Looks like the Spider-Man is more venomous than they say. She joked without a grin as she leaned down to stare more closely. Hi. He tried, the strange lady unnerved even him. All his anger evaporated under her gaze. You did a good job. She whispered at last. That was the last thing he expected to hear as she rested her arms on his bed rails. An entire train? That might just be save of the year. She mused while standing up straight. Aizawa and Nezu's eyes locked on to every movement she made. Thank you. He gestured nervously for a name. I am Director Kamiya. I'm a representative of the Hero Public Safety Commission. She explained with a glass smile. He swallowed a lump in his throat as he responded. Thank you, Director Dash. Please. Kamiya is fine, Spider-Man. She said with boredom. She was the only one in the room to say his name without disdain in her voice. The only one to say it without sounding like she was playing pretend with a kid. Your passion is inspiring. The way you spoke about wanting to save others, it truly struck a chord with me. She admitted, clasping her hands in front of herself. Izuku didn't know where this was going, but the recognition felt nice. He blushed under his mask. Oh, that's just me talking dash. But it shows in your actions too. She interrupted, like she knew he would try to downplay it. Most people don't see it that way, do they? She asked sadly. Izuku looked around at the tense principal and teacher and hung his head a little. They really don't. He admitted with frustration. In what felt like an instant, she was at his side again, her palm rested on the top of his head. You don't have the makings of a great hero. She said suddenly. Betrayal shot through Izuku's heart, and his anger swelled as he got ready to shoot back like he had with the chief. I think you're already a great hero. She cooed. In an instant his anger was doused once again. His throat closed up as he grappled with the thought that someone on the hero's side believed that he was in the right, without caveats or him having to prove himself directly to them. All of his hard work was being recognized for once. He was so caught up in the swelling feeling in his chest that he was caught off guard when Kamiya dropped a letter in his lap. What is dash? Izuku struggled to speak as vindication flowed through him. Something you should have gotten a while ago. She explained simply. Go ahead. She urged. Opening the envelope, he held his breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for her to say that he was arrested and that he was going to Tartarus and, this is, how I can't dash, he choked up as he stared at the contents. This doesn't make any sense. He yelled, wishing the stranger would stop messing with him, wishing she would stop saying all the right things just to tear him down harder. I like to think you've earned it. You deserve more, but there's only so far we can go at this stage. Kamiya said with slight disappointment. Your secret is safe, the announcement will be made early tomorrow. No one can doubt you then. She promised while caressing his shoulder. Izuku held such a simple piece of plastic in trembling gloved fingers. He rolled up his mask to his nose as he struggled to breathe, tears trailing down his face in disbelief at what he was seeing. Provisional Hero License, Spider-Man. Toshinori was incredibly conflicted. On one hand, his successor had saved a literal ton of people. On the other, the boy was still so reckless. He laughed at the similarities between them as he watched the footage of Spider-Man saving a train full of people, a rooftop view of young Midoriya shooting webs and All Might's dark cobalt eyes widened. The embers of one for all stirred within him as he gazed upon the sight. Midoriya hadn't spoken about anything like this. He stared at the television with slight worry and fascination as Spider-Man, coated with green lightning, summoned what Toshinori and few others would know as Black Whip. All Might needed to get in contact with his pupil. One thing was certain. One for all was changing. Nezu watched Midoriya as he brushed off his tears, filled with indescribable happiness. It contrasted starkly from the previous rage he displayed. But the boy was filled with confusion, and Nezu was filled with dread. How can you give this to me? Don't students get this in their second year? He asked, bewildered. The director gave a small smile. Where do you think that rule comes from? She asked rhetorically. Alright. Thank you so much dash. No, thank you for all you've done. I hate to see talent stifled the way some have stifled you. She said with sympathy. Director, might I have a word with you outside? Nezu asked as calmly as he could. Of course, principal. I have to get going anyhow. She drawled with almost perfectly hidden annoyance as she stood up straight and made for the door. Am I in trouble for saving those people? Midoriya blurted before she could go. She turned and gave a facsimile of a warm smile, a practiced, manufactured thing meant to put those who didn't know better at ease. Not with me, Spider-Man. As far as I'm concerned, a licensed hero went above the call of duty tonight. I'm honored to be able to watch you grow. She assured with honey-drenched words. Midoriya nodded even as he fidgeted in his bed with joy. Kamiya gave an approving hum as she walked out of the room with Nezu speed walking after her. They didn't get far from the door before Nezu. What exactly are you trying to do? Thanking a hero for keeping the public safe. She said with an automated tone, smiling down at him with her eyes half-lidded. Nezu nearly snarled at the director as he saw through her. He's just a boy. Why can't you wait until he graduates to try manipulating him? You make me sound like some kind of monster. She said with faux hurt. All I want is for him to be the best hero he can be. You'll find that once he understands what you really want from him, he'll come to his senses. Nezu hissed. She laughed a short, real chuckle that shook the Chimera's bones. Go ahead, tell him about my evil plan to make him the new symbol of peace. She dared with boredom. Nezu was taken aback but he didn't show it, he knew her game. You just want a second Hawks to do your dirty work dash. Kigo is a good soldier. He's loyal and does what he's told. If I needed a mess cleaned up, he's who I would call. But this one is different. She admitted. I'll ask you something even you don't know, genius that you are. She kneeled to get near eye level with Yui's principal. Do you have any idea how many voters were confused when they couldn't find Spider-Man on the hero polls last year? Nezu stared into her swirling green eyes as she smiled that fake smile. You can tell people who they should root for all you like. You can write stories upon stories about how great someone is, but in the end, seeing is believing. No one wants to be told what to do. You should have learned that by now when it comes to him. She whispered with condescension. You will not have that child dash. If you squeeze him so tightly he'll slip from your grasp. All I needed was a card. Now please, go tell him that all the things I said about him were wrong. She said with glee. The principal stepped back, and the director mimicked his movement as she stood up straight. Let's play again sometime, principal. She finished as she walked down the hall toward the exit. Nezu stewed in frustration and walked back to Midoriya's room. He entered to hear Shoyuta seething at the boy. Doesn't change that you disobeyed me. Detention. Okay. Midoriya responded unperturbed, riding the high of Kamiya's deception. Shoyuta, I need to speak with Midoriya alone. Nezu requested. Eraserhead walked toward him and whispered. Screw his head on straight, before leaving to stalk the halls. Nezu closed the door behind him and walked over to Midoriya. The boy looked at the ID like it was made of gold as Nezu climbed up on the stool next to his bed. Can I get my phone back? I have to tell a lot of people about a lot of really cool things. Spider-Man asked excitedly. In a moment, yes? Nezu responded awkwardly, trying not to diminish the boy's good spirits. I should speak with you regarding your feelings toward everything that's transpired since you joined the new program. Midoriya stopped jittering and turned to face him. Yeah, like what? He asked flatly. Nezu breathed steadily and spoke to Midoriya. Any ill will that you feel toward me because of my approach to getting you integrated with the hero course. Your anger is not misplaced. But I assure you, I only had everyone's best interests in mind. Midoriya tilted his head in annoyance. Framing robbing you of your choices as best interests is pretty wild. I know you're unhappy with how things started, but I'm positive that something good has come out of the change. Nezu defended. Yeah, like me getting one for all. Spider-Man said like it was obvious. Nezu blinked in slight shock at his lack of restraint when talking about the power that was gifted to him. Midoriya finally pulled off his mask fully and frowned at the principal. I'm not an idiot. All Might chose me after I revealed myself, and you guys didn't want me breaking the law when I accepted. So you brought my mom to the school so she would be worried enough to do whatever you said when you advised her to have me moved to a different class. He analyzed succinctly. That's not completely accurate, but most of it is correct. Nezu admitted. What am I missing? Midoriya shouted, angry as he relived the moment when he felt that everything was taken from him. I had planned to have All Might approach you, convince you to accept his power and stay at UE without acting as a vigilante. Nezu said as he stared at the bedsheets. That would have been the right thing. That would have been my choice. What changed? The boy roared at him. Nezu met his fragile eyes and told him the truth. Your mother was terrified when you told her who you were. And I realized that I was being unfair to you. I was treating you like a third party and not as a young man who needed guidance. I wondered what Aizawa, Hisashi, and Nomuri would think if they knew that I was aware of your activities and did nothing to stop them. I saved so many people. How could you just treat me like a kid? He screamed with raw emotion. You were so interesting to me. A puzzle I wanted to solve, but I got a glimpse at the larger picture. You are a kid. That night, I saw a little boy haunted by guilt and grief. I couldn't see past your ability, I failed to see the pain that it cost to make you so strong. Nezu admitted with shame. Midoriya steeled himself, almost instantly stopping any tears that dared to well up. Don't think you can feel sorry for me. I learned my lesson, I pushed through. But all anyone can see is the kid who was too stupid and selfish to save his father. Spider-Man growled as he held his new ID tight. But everything has made me stronger. You should have seen me the way I wanted to be seen. But it doesn't matter now, I'll prove it to everyone. It all starts with this. He said with reverence to the card. Nezu knew that Midoriya wouldn't be receptive if he tried to warn him about Kamiya, not now at least. I was wrong to trick you. Underneath that guilt and grief lied a true hero. You don't have to forgive me, but I hope you'll believe that I didn't mean to cause you any more pain. He stood on the stool and bowed low to Spider-Man. Nezu heard the sheets rustle as Midoriya crawled out of the hospital bed and stood at his side. I forgive you. And I'll prove that you were wrong to doubt me. He said with a fierce smile as he held out his hand, wordlessly offering a fresh start to the principal. It was better than the alternative. Maybe Nezu should approach this differently than he usually would. The principal of UE grasped Spider-Man's hand as much as he could and nodded to the young. I can't wait to show my mom and All Might. He gushed as they walked out of the room. After she kills me for what I did, I mean. He finished with dread. The beach was mostly cleaned of all its garbage. It shocked Toshinori when Midoriya offered it as a meet-up location. It shocked him even more to see the transformation the once cluttered space had undergone. Young Midoriya, I have to ask, did you clean this beach? Toshinori questioned as they walked side by side in the sand, the still air of the twilight sky leaving his words clear as the orange sun just barely started to bathe them in its light. When I got my powers, I kept coming back here to focus them. He smiled fondly before flipping to walk on his hands. I was strong enough to drag even the heavy stuff off the beach, fast enough to do it, fast. And agile enough to not get caught for public quirk use. He laughed as he looked back on what were his early days. I'd like to see them try to arrest me for that now. He pulled out his new license and did half a cartwheel to get back to his feet as he laughed. It really is great news, young Midoriya. Toshinori admitted to the boy celebrating his license while they strolled. I wanted to ask you about something else, though, he said with worry. Oh, I know what you mean. The young man beamed happily. You do. The kid was just full of surprises apparently. Yeah. I watch back everything I appear in helps me improve. When I saw those black webs I nearly jumped through my ceiling. At the time, I didn't even know they were there. He explained with awe. You activated it unconsciously? What did it feel like? Toshinori pressed. Midoriya put a hand to his chin and looked up. In that moment I just wanted to stop that train. My regular webs were failing me and I wanted someone to help, but I felt like I was on my own until dash. As he spoke, an inky tendril burst from his palm, swirling through the air in jagged shapes before spiraling around his arm and sinking back into his flesh. Until it activated. Toshinori finished heavily. Oh my, I've never seen you use that power. I know it came from the quirk. Just what is one for all? Midoriya asked with trepidation. Toshinori took a deep breath as they walked close to the water and stopped at the coastline. They looked out to the rising sun as dawn arrived. One for all is the culmination of the will of others. Each holder adds their own will to it, refining it and making it stronger. Toshinori explained to the best of his ability. I believe that your circumstance is unique, young Midoriya. One for all has evolved with the addition of your will. And we can assume that you're going to inherit the unique powers of every quirk user who has held the torch. Toshinori explained seriously. He didn't want to put pressure on the boy, but Midoriya should be ready in case more quirks were activated within him. So, the black webs, they're another quirk? When the fifth user was alive, he called it Black Whip. All Might said with reverence. That's unbelievable. Did any of the holders know that one for all could do this? Midoriya asked, gaping like a fish at Toshinori. There's been no sign of it until you, I'm afraid. We're in uncharted waters. The entire time, one for all made its users stronger while they in turn strengthened it with more than just raw power. Toshinori couldn't hide the awe in his voice as he processed the information. It's like a positive feedback loop. Midoriya agreed with amazement. All Might, it's like symbiosis in nature. Toshi gave a good laugh at the nerdy comparison. Sure, whatever you say. Midoriya pouted at him before his face lit up. I'm serious. This is different from any other quirk on record. And dash, he smiled at the sand almost bashfully. It's only mine because you chose me. Midoriya admitted with sincerity. Young Midoriya? Toshinori asked with concern. His successor stared at him with a grateful expression, the sun only adding to the warmth of his smile. When you stopped me from running away, you saved me, All Might. Kid Dash, I thought I couldn't do anything right, but then you told me that I was worthy. Toshinori smiled back. Because you are. Midoriya. You could have picked anyone else, anyone. Someone who wasn't a vigilante, but you overlooked them all and dash. Guilt welled up in Toshinori's chest as the boy bore his soul to him. It means the world that you chose me. He cried a little before rushing Toshinori's bony frame. Thank you, All Might. Spider-Man cried into his chest. Toshinori didn't have the heart to disagree with the boy's conclusion. What would be the point in hurting him that way? He patted his back and tried to quell the bile in his stomach. You're welcome, Spider-Man. The horrific attack on Hosu City was spontaneous. Monsters, similar to the one that was present during an attack on Yui High School, descended on the peaceful city, leaving civilians reeling and terrified of the possibility of another attack from the organization known as the League of Villains. Yes. Tamura couldn't hold back his joy. He laughed with his head facing the ceiling as the reporter got the word out about the League. Kurogyri only continued his maintenance on the bar. He didn't react to much, after all. They should be afraid. Tamura would destroy everything built upon the shoulders of that false idol. The blue-haired man giggled hysterically until he could barely breathe. Everything was going the way he wanted. This would have everyone thinking about his league, making the name more powerful so it could attract powerful players. Thankfully, the heroes were there to stop any casualties. Despite this, the shadow of the attack casts itself across our cities. With villains on the rise, how long can the heroes continue to keep us safe? This might very well have been the greatest day of Tamura's life. The doubt coming from the reporter was a reflection of how the blind masses felt. They were starting to understand. And by the time they fully realized, they would all be dust. No. Oh. The newscaster exclaimed with shock, pressing a finger to her ear as she began to improvise. In similar news, the Hero Public Safety Commission has just released a statement online regarding the attack. She explained as information was fed to her through her earpiece. Tamura stood up from his bar stool, an eyebrow raised from behind father's hand as he stared up at the television. As handheld footage showed, a bullet train damaged by one of the monsters was saved from a deadly crash into Tokyo by the Muzutafu vigilante known as Spider-Man. She explained excitedly. That showboating insect. He shouldn't have even been in Hosu. Tamura began to scratch angrily at his neck before trying to calm himself down. Fine. Let him have his glory for now. Whether it's the villains or the heroes, he's got more enemies than I do. The attention will get him killed by either. Tamura laughed, trying to convince himself. The HPSC has revealed that Spider-Man was acting as a licensed hero. No, Tamura refused as his fingers twitched at his sides. You've heard it here first. Former Vigilante Spider-Man has been granted pardon for his offenses. And last night, he made his official debut as a professional hero. She exclaimed with amazement. Tamura slammed his palms down on the counter, much to Kurogiri's chagrin, instantly rotting the wood under his fingers with a feral scream before he leapt to the monitor on the wall, tearing it down while it crumbled in his fingertips. Every time. Kurogiri sighed and portaled away. For his own safety and to grab a broom. He's as bad as All Might. I'll kill them both. Dead. I want him gone. I want him turned into dust. Tamura screamed as he tore at his neck. He pounded the floor impotently as he screeched with unbridled rage. I want Spider-Man. I'm back. Izuku stuck to the highest peak in the city with childlike excitement. His very first swing as the official, big-time superhero, Spider-Man. There was nothing else to it. Izuku took a deep breath and jumped off of the antenna he was clinging to. Izuku was biased, but web swinging was so much better than something basic like flight. He dived nose first. The ground came up to meet him gradually as the people of Muzutafu pointed and cheered at their hero's return. Spider-Man turned in mid-air to face the beautiful blue sky. The sun smiled down at him as he showed off a little, putting his hands behind his head in a resting pose while continuing to fall. His heart beat in his chest like a drum line to the song the whistling wind was playing, and he just couldn't play it cool anymore. Haha yeah. He whooped as he shot out a perfectly aimed web, turning all his downward momentum forward as he swung mere meters off the ground. People were already welcoming him back. An accented voice cheered. Spider-Man. Izuku waved as he swung across the streets, his reflection shining through the glass buildings. Hello pedestrians. He bounded into the air and struck a pose as he looked over the city like a guardian angel. Spider-Man spotted something happening as he descended. And hello to the first crime stopped by pro-hero Spider-Man. He said to himself as gravity took hold again. Go ahead and take a step, give me a reason to kill these weaklings. A huge fleshy villain screamed as he locked a family of 3 behind his arms while backing away. Empty Lady froze and Kamui would struggle to get up from being knocked down by the villain. Please save us. At least save our daughter. The captive father cried to the heroes. You're charged with serial larceny and murder, habit headgear. Empty Lady yelled while holding her arm in pain. He's as fast as he is strong, what do you suppose we do? Kamui asked his would-be partner. How should I know? Lady hissed under her breath, loud enough for him to hear. This guy is done. Spider-Man chirped while whipping his foot into the back of the villain's head, forcing the towering menace to throw the captive family into the air as he went slack and fell. Got you. Got you. Spider-Man grabbed the mother and father out of the air before catching the little girl on his shoulders. And I got you too. He cheered as he lifted her and put her back on the ground safely. Thank you, Spider-Man. She squealed while hugging his leg until her father pulled her away. Thank you. Her mother repeated as they embraced each other and hurried to get away from the fallen villain. Thanks for the assist, Spider-Man. The two heroes seethed simultaneously. Anytime, my trusted colleagues. I knew you two would look great together by the way. Spider-Man said with a thumbs up. Lady turned to Kamui and whispered. If you can hold him down, I'll stomp him. We can call it an accident dash. See you next time. He said as he jumped away. Old Staffu is a big city. And with no police or heroes getting in my way, this is gonna be the best patrol ever. Spider-Man realized aloud with excitement as he swung high above the ground. Come on, do it. The thug roared as he held an arm blade against his victim's back. I'm trying. The man whined as he fumbled with the ATM buttons. The criminal roared with annoyance and impatience. Don't give me any crap. What, did you forget your PIN number? I'll slice you to dash. Why do people say PIN number? What the hell? The thug questioned with fear as he looked up. Spider-Man stood on the ceiling of the small bank branch and twirled his hand in a spinning gesture. The N stands for number. He laughed as he dropped to the floor. The hooded criminal grabbed the victim and held his transformed arm up to the guy's throat. Don't even think about moving, bug. He screeched. Spider-Man threw his hands up in surrender. Alright, take it easy dash. Black whip shot out from his torso, wrapping around the attacker's arm and pulling it from the innocent man's throat while another 2 strands wrapped around his neck and torso and lifted him into the air. Whoa! Spider-Man exclaimed while the victim fell on the floor, backing away to the machine in fear. Put me down dash. Black Whip slammed him into the ceiling hard, then back onto the ground with a crunch. Dash. The criminal screamed before being thrown through the glass and out into the street. Spider-Man winced as the victim ran past while clutching his bag to his chest. He looked out into the street at the collapsed villain. My bad. This new power has a mind of its own. He said more to himself than the criminal as he looked down at the retreating black tendrils. As he walked over to web the criminal to the ground, a shadow blocking out the sun made him squint up at the sky. A little restraint can go a long way, Spidey. Hawks said with a smile as he hovered in the air without flapping his red wings. World-famous number 3 hero Hawks. What are you doing in Muzutafu? Spider-Man asked him with derision. Hawks stayed in the air and spoke as Spider-Man jumped to the side of a building near him. What? Can't be in Muzutafu? Hawks defended with a carefree smile. I have to be here, but you? Go save the world. Spider-Man jokingly shooed, unnerved at how long the flying speed hero might have been watching him. I've got a better idea, let's race. Quick lap around the district, what do you say? The angelic hero offered with subdued excitement. Spider-Man folded his arms and tried to look more grown up. I think we have more important things to do than dash. Didn't know you were so afraid to lose, Spider-Man. They say failure is the best teacher, you could learn a lot from this. Hawks taunted with confidence. Spider-Man was disarmed by the challenge and laughed good-naturedly. You think just because you can fly on painted chicken feathers, that means you can beat me? Is that what you're saying? Hawks laughed at the ribbing and folded his arms back at the younger hero. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm saying. Spider-Man turned to the unspoken starting line as he clung to the building. Then I've got one word for you, Dash. Hawks recognized his challenge was accepted and smiled as he looked toward the track. Bring on. They took off into the city. Now I own you. Spider-Man cheered at Hawks as they walked down the busy street to waves and camera clicks. I let you win. Don't get a big head. Hawks chastised with a grin. Yeah, right. Wash is faster than you. Spider-Man laughed. Hey, the only reason Wash isn't the number 1 hero is because he'd be too busy to do laundry. It's a compliment to be compared. Hawks defended. Spider-Man snorted as they continued walking. Kigo had to admit it, he liked the kid. And he incidentally felt he should look out for him, even without that being his mission. It's the winged hero Hawks. A young voice shouted. Hawks and Spider-Man are doing a team-up. Another screeched with excitement. Class. Stick together please. The weary field trip guide begged as the kids clamored around the two heroes. Spider-Man, how come your muscles aren't big like All Might? You look too scrawny to do what you do. A black-haired boy pressed. Spider-Man laughed and kneeled to the kids, getting on their level. Well, real strength comes from within, little dude. I can lift almost anything. Lift me. He screamed and charged into Spider-Man's chest. The young hero picked him up under the arms and lifted him like a newborn lion. See, I'm super strong. That's too easy. Spider-Man chirped until another kid tugged on his leg. Lift me too. Spider-Man moved the first kid to his bicep and balanced him while flexing, then picked the brown-haired girl up and hoisted her onto his right arm. Satisfied? Spider-Man asked the first boy, but another in the group answered. My dad can do that. Lift me too. Everyone, don't crowd the heroes, the teacher whined. Good luck, Spidey. Hawks teased off to the side. Please, I got this. Spider-Man moved the first boy over to his shoulders while picking up the third child and placing him where the first one was. Suddenly the entire rest of the class surrounded Spider-Man like a pack of piranhas and looked up at him expectantly. And now, I'm not big enough to carry all Dash, he began before black whips snaked out of his torso and slowly wrapped around the kids as they began to giggle. Spider-Man stood as the trunk to an Eldritch Yggdrasil and laughed nervously to the teacher as he carried the kids. I guess I can carry them all. Maybe take a picture? They'd love it. He whispered as the kids continued to cackle with laughter above him. The exhausted teacher smiled and pulled out a phone. What do we say? She asked the class. Thank you, Spider-Man. The kids cheered as they smiled for the camera. As Spider-Man waved goodbye to the kids, Hawks smiled at the warmth coming off of him, before a cold beeping noise brought him back to reality. I've gotta go, he said stoically as he began to float. Emergency? Should I dash? Nothing so serious, but here Dash. Hawks handed Spider-Man a card. Call me whenever you need help. Or if you just want to race. He smiled as he flapped his wings for dramatic effect. Cool. Spider-Man flipped the card over with awe. Alright, till next time, Spidey. Hawks laughed as he soared away. After some leisurely flight, Kigo landed on a rooftop and tapped his ear communicator to answer. What did you think about him, Birdie? Kamiya asked, expecting a full report. Strong and quick, clever too. I think he's all that you hoped he'd be. Hawks admitted with satisfaction. Image-wise? She asked simply. Hawks sat on the edge and smiled. A little standoffish when he's surprised, but never around the public. He's as friendly as his name suggests. Kamiya hummed with a note that was almost happiness. Thank you for the good news, Birdie. As you were. She finished as the line disconnected. Hawks looked out into the afternoon sky and smiled as he prepared to take off again. Future's looking bright. Break. Lunch break. Ochako screamed as she held her hands out for Mirko to stop attacking. The rabbit hero grunted and backed off with annoyance. Don't take all day. Thank you. Ochako gasped as she ran to get changed. She put on a nice outfit and walked across the barren apartment to the door speedily. Why such a rush? Mirko questioned while she drank water. The store I want to go to closes soon, yeah? Ochako improvised quickly with a hand on the door. Whatever. Mirko relented, and Ochako had to hold in a cheer. She ran down the stairs to the outside and looked around frantically. Where was he? A cough from above cut through her thoughts as she stared at Spider-Man clinging to the brick above her. No one ever looks up, he began. What are you doing? Take that suit off right now. She hissed up at him. Izuku hugged his chest and looked away. I'm not that kind of spider. If Mirko sees you, she'll want to fight you. Change quickly. Ochako explained. Crap, Izuku jumped further into the alley and, after some rustling, walked out in his civilian clothes. Tada! He said with his hands splayed wide. Ochako rolled her eyes and pulled him in. You're so obnoxious. Let's go. They hurried down to the food market and tried a little bit of everything. They didn't have time to sit down and dine. So you just have today and tomorrow off? Ochako asked between bites of takoyaki. Aizawa and Nezu agreed that I wasn't learning anything. Shinsu's still with Eraserhead so he can get focused training, and I get to break in my new license. Deku said with pride. Paco poked at his side and leaned against him while they walked. I get that you're grateful to the director, but make sure you have boundaries. I don't want to have to compete with a cougar. She warned with a squint. Izuku laughed and wagged a piece of mochi in front of her nose, knowing that she couldn't resist. He stared at her as she took it and smiled. Please. I've only got eyes for one. A guy ran past them with a bag in hand as distant shouts rang out. Someone stop that thief. Ochako expected Izuku to disappear or even give chase, but no. Izuku just kept staring at Ochako with a knowing grin and his hands on her shoulders. Ochako spoke with frantic confusion. Deku, aren't you gonna dash? Izuku's shadow seemed to shoot out a strand that slinked across the ground, wrapped around the thief's ankle, and yanked him off his feet, sending the bag flying back to the woman giving chase. As the would-be thief got up, the tendril pulled him down again in time for the police to nab him. How did you dash? Part of my gift from the number one. Izuku whispered before stepping back excitedly. Wow, that's cool. And a little scary. Ochako admitted. Izuku stared at her with stars in his eyes. It's amazing. I want something and it just dash. The tendrils snuck out from his abdomen and wrapped around her waist, pulling her against him. Deku! She squeaked as they both burned red. Sorry. The heart wants what the heart wants, I guess. He whispered, trying to be smooth. Ochako snorted and wrapped her arms around his neck. You're a dork. You're gonna tell me you didn't plan that? She asked with a blush. The only part one planned was giving you the mochi. I wasn't gonna kiss you if you tasted like takoyaki. He joked. Ochako burned even hotter and scared. Just get over here. They kissed without thinking of anyone who might be watching, not even. Well. Mirko clapped. She and Izuku pulled back from each other and stood at attention. Izuku, this is my mentor, Mirko. Ochako explained quickly. Oh, I thought his name was Lunch. Mirko seethed teasingly. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. Izuku said nervously, no doubt remembering Ochako's warning. Don't call me ma'am, it makes me feel old. Mirko sniffed and looked him up and down. Doesn't look like much, careful not to break him. She said simply, and kept talking before either teen could respond. All right, Romeo. You skirted Juliet away from some important lessons she needs to learn about honesty. Mirko said while punching a fist into her palm. Ochako groaned as Mirko gripped her wrist and dragged her away. Bye, Deku. Bye, Chako. Please survive. Go easy on her, ma'am. Izuku called back. Mirko grunted angrily and dragged Ochako faster. You sure know how to pick him, runt. Ochako stared back at Izuku, only to see Spider-Man swinging into the sunset instead. She smiled brightly as his silhouette danced away. Yeah, I really do. Izuku got home to the smell of a metric ton of food. His mom was near the stove looking exhausted. Spider-Man sped over to her and held her up while looking at her with concern. Is the Prime Minister coming? He questioned. His mother laughed and shook her head. No, sweetie. I'm just grappling with the fact that my son saved 1,000 people while stopping a bullet train with his body. She said anxiously. Right. Izuku winced. I'm extremely proud of you, Izuku. The cooking helps with the nerves of knowing you're out there, helping people, I mean. She covered quickly. Ma, don't worry. I always come back, don't I? He asked with a wink and a hug. His mom smiled with pride and hugged him back. Right, just be dash. Be careful, I know. You should get some sleep, I'll clean up here. He offered while guiding her to her room. Thank you for the help, Izuku. She said with a yawn. Don't mention it, it's what I do. He said jokingly while staring at the stove with a smile. Experimenting, he made a motion almost reverse of how he shot his webs. Hand in a full fist, his closed palm facing toward the floor instead of the ceiling. Black whip shot out of the back of his hand and turned off the stove. As he walked into the hall, it reached out from his back and stretched around the corner to flick off the lights. They had such a great day. The love that the ninth felt for his community and for his people reminded them so much of the eighth. They looked back fondly on the previous host. The only one to actually, finally defeat their other. But the eighth was almost too perfect. They never had to build up their relationship because the eighth could do everything right away. But the ninth had a spark. He cracked the mold and now they were starting to truly wake where they had been dormant before. Things were scary at first. The ninth seemed dangerously similar to the first, and the last thing they wanted was for history to repeat itself. They had awoken and realized that for once, they were more than just one. They really couldn't go by anything but they. Being everyone from Yoichi to Nana, One for All couldn't choose just single hosts to represent them all. One for All was a culmination, a celebration. One will, carried by all of those that came before. There was happiness in there, but before the eighth, there was mostly fear. Mostly rage. For most, the last things they ever felt were dread, hopelessness, and the need to be safe at last. Safe from zero. But the eighth proved that they could defeat him, even if it cost him everything at the time. The eighth gave them hope, but the ninth would be an assured victory with no pain. He would be stronger. He would be better. And if Zero came to try and take them again? To try and hurt this host like he had hurt the rest? They would bring down the force of generations to destroy him. Izuku shuddered in his sleep and tossed his head. One for All was thankful that it could help directly now. Using instincts that Shimura was forced to abandon, One for All used Black Whip to drag the covers onto the ninth. He spoke unconsciously. Thank you. He would always be welcome. Katsuki shot off another explosion. The attack rattled the broken-down building he was training in. His time was wasted on his internship. He hadn't gotten any stronger. Now he had to make up for it on his own. Demon IT. He screamed as let off more blasts, trying to push his limits and get stronger, strong enough to be on top again. The dilapidated space creaked as he shot himself toward anything he could consider a target. He breathed heavily as he landed, and clenched his fists in rage. What almost surprised him was what upset him the most. Not Deku lying, or round face stealing Katsuki's top score. Whatever pathetic problem Icy Hot had with his quirk was solved by Deku of all people. So Katsuki wasn't all that bothered with him not using the fire during the festival. Katsuki would have won whether he used it or not. His mind whispered to him that he couldn't win against the one person that he was sure would always fail. Katsuki shook furiously and unclenched his fists. The blonde screamed and threw his hands to the ceiling, blasting a huge hole through it. Beams of light shone through the warped metal, the rising sun that reminded him of how long he'd been at it. He had to work harder. He had to work hard enough that even whatever cheating bullshit Deku had been pulling wouldn't matter. The raw effort that Katsuki put in would topple over all of it. Commitment and repetition was all he needed. Katsuki got up from the ground and shot off another explosion. Ochako got her food and searched the cafeteria until she found him in an all-too-common position. She plopped her tray down next to Izuku and hugged his neck from behind. She purred while fluttering her eyelashes. What do you want? Deku mocked with a faint blush while keeping his eyes on his papers. Well, the finals are coming up and, she continued flirtatiously, smiling brightly as she leaned closer to him. Deku scoffed and reached back to pat her on the head. Yes, I'll tutor you. Now go away. Momo walked up to the table with Mina in tow. The pink-skinned girl lit up with excitement as she overheard the conversation. Oh, a study group sounds like a great idea. Kaminari stopped as he was walking past with Kirishima and turned to them quickly. You guys are setting something up. Can I come too? I'm not ready for the final, he cried. You should lead it, Deku. Everyone needs a little help. Ochako pressed while elbowing Izuku. Izuku rolled his eyes and kept writing. Hard pass. I got a lot going on dash. But you can tutor me? Ochako asked with a squint and a leading tone. I tolerate you as a prerequisite to being with you. You'll always get a free pass. Izuku assured with derision, ignoring how she blushed while also getting ready to retort. Mina was quick to stop an argument between them. If Midoriya can't do it, it's fine. Yamamo, you've got the top written exam score dash. Izuku made a tsh noise and pretended to focus more on his work. Mina picked up on it and laughed while pointing accusingly. Midori, don't tell me you're jealous. Izuku kept scribbling and shook his head while smiling with spite as Ochako poked at him with an evil grin. I'm not playing your little games, kids. Kirishima gave a shark-toothed grin and slapped Izuku's shoulder lightly. There's no need to be ashamed, Midori bro. Yamamo's like the smartest in the school. It's no wonder she got the top dash. I don't even care that she beat me by 2 points. Izuku suddenly assured. Momo was hesitant to tease but she went along anyhow. Midoriya, I didn't know you were the envious type. She said with mock surprise. Izuku bit his tongue and grunted. I'm not dash. Then you can accept that I beat you, yes? Momo pressed with a tight smile. Izuku smiled with his eyes closed. By 2 points, yes dash. Momo took on a smug tone. If you were the top-scoring applicant, you'd be the top-scoring applicant. She said simply. Everyone present winced at that. Well, I was preoccupied with taking down a weapons dealer one base at a time over that summer. A lot of energy, death-defying skills, stakeouts, planning went into that, but sure, our circumstances are totally equal. Izuku said loftily. I hear excuses. Momo admitted with a finger on her chin. So, who's gonna teach? Kaminari cut in hesitantly. I'm hosting a group at my estate, everyone is welcome to join. I will help you learn better than anyone on this earth, Kaminari. Izuku promised resolutely. Mina threw her head back in laughter and pointed at Deku. Wow, Midori. You almost sound noble. Izuku stood up suddenly and held a fist up. Everyone that I tutor will pass. What did I say? Izuku asked smugly after the days that followed. Yeah, Mina and Kaminari were lucky that your head's so big. Ochako teased as they walked down the hall. Look, when there's a challenge, I accept it. Izuku boasted with his hands behind his head. He inwardly really did enjoy just getting to be a semi-normal teenager for a while. The whole thing was sort of an extension of his beliefs the more he thought about it. Being able to use his intelligence to help with something other than a fight was a nice change of pace. Midoriya, there you are. Mr. Aizawa lazily observed as he appeared from what was basically nowhere. What did you do? Ochako hissed into his shoulder nervously. Nothing yet. He'll find something though. Izuku predicted as he whispered back to her. You're talking about me while I stand right in front of you. Come with me. The shadowy teacher drawled as he walked away, his pace not leaving much time for Izuku to think about following. If I don't come back, tell Yaoyorozu that I'm smarter than her. Izuku requested before dashing to follow his teacher. He walked behind Eraserhead and wondered what this could be about. The man always seemed to be around if there was some sort of change regarding Izuku, so he could only guess. Izuku got distracted as he saw All Might in his skinny form. Hi, Mr. Yagi. Izuku called with a knowing smile. The hidden symbol of peace had a sheepish look on his face as he avoided Izuku's gaze and walked away without a word. Izuku continued his stride and looked down slightly with confusion. Did I actually do something? He thought worriedly, almost bumping into Eraserhead's back as he suddenly stopped. Alright, let's get this over with. The perpetually brooding man said with boredom and a strange mix of annoyance and just a pinch of pride. Izuku stared at Nezu's office and didn't feel the need to hesitate, walking right in with Eraserhead behind him. Midoriya. I'm glad you made it. The principal greeted excitedly. Hi Nezu. What's going on? Izuku asked as he took off his bag and sat in front of the Chimera's desk. What's going on with you? Nezu chuckled before continuing. I go through so much trouble, and you're taking the wind out of my sails by proving yourself all on your own. Izuku smiled with confusion as he wondered what the rat was talking about. A dash. I'm speaking, of course, about you tutoring your classmates. Proudly. Izuku blinked in realization and laughed shortly. Oh, thanks, but really it wasn't my idea to help them out. I didn't exactly do it for the right reasons either. He admitted with a little self-deprecation. I don't deserve any rewards for that dash. Even still, you helped, and students are better off because of it. Nezu said warmly. I guess so. What's this meeting really about? Izuku asked, not wanting to do the whole song and dance with the genius leader of Yui. Mr. Aizawa groaned from within a yellow sleeping bag as he was also getting impatient about this. Nezu relented and leaned forward in his chair. Midoriya, Shoyuta brought to my attention that there's a noticeable disparity between you and the Hero Corps students. To put it simply, you don't belong among them. The principal said evenly. Izuku stood up nervously in opposition. Whoa hey, I know I'm different, and I know I'm not the ideal student all the time, but I'm just starting to warm up to them. Plus Izuku struggled, a little afraid that he'd be estranged even more than he already was if Nezu truly moved him away from the Hero Course permanently just as he was getting comfortable. Izuku thought about his promise to save the world with Ochako, and his friendship with Hitoshi. I'm a good classmate, he said, trying to remove emotion from his conclusion. You'd be a better teacher. Nezu responded with a nod. Izuku pursed his lips and tilted his head. You really shouldn't jump to conclusions, Midoriya. Nezu chided with a smile. Because of your experiences and your proven ability, I've decided that you should act as a teaching assistant for the hero course. Izuku laughed a little in surprise as he stammered and imagined Professor Spider-Man. Wow, that's Dash. Take your time. Eraserhead mocked from the ground. I'm honored, really. Thank you for the opportunity. Izuku said earnestly. It's not quite set in stone yet, Midoriya. Nezu admitted with a devious smile. Izuku almost swore, but he was getting used to the tricks by now. Oh, course not. So, how does the monkey's finger curl this time? He asked with confidence. Nezu laughed at his demeanor and sipped his tea. Well, to be a leader. Izuku stared intensely, ready for any challenge. Nezu continued, willing to test his resolve. There can be no exceptions. You have to work with everyone. The rat smiled knowingly. The B-class idiots were wrong. 2 by 2, the extras in 1 were paired up to fight against a handicapped hero. Not robots. Katsuki stood outside the school with the rest of the class as the pairs were announced. And 2 by 2, the names were called. Katsuki had no partner. He grinned a little as Insomniac got a freebie, the newest extra being on a team with Icy Hot and Ponytail against their homeroom teacher. That only left Katsuki. The extras stared at him nervously, and he was too excited to even tell them off for thinking of pitying him. This is it. They recognize a true hero when they see one. He thought as a devilish grin grew across his face. They know I'm too strong to have a partner dash. As for Bakugo, he gets a special new assignment. Aizawa announced with his usual flat tone. All of Katsuki's strength was being recognized. He was getting exactly what he deserved. Katsuki roared with anticipation to prove them right about him. Put me against anyone, teach. I don't need some useless dash. With an annoying thwip noise, Deku swung around from the back of the school in his stupid suit and ugly mask, showboating as he did multiple annoying flips before landing at Katsuki's side. The extras oohed and awed at the useless freak. How they still hadn't gotten over the idiot was a mystery to Katsuki. Deku walked toward him and remained as annoying as ever. Hey, what's you up? It's me Dash, the BSD mocked while holding his arms out wide. I'll kill you if you even try, you loser. Katsuki seethed, making the nerd close his arms around himself. Look, I did some things, you did some things, but we go way back, right? Why don't we bury the hatchet? The constant nuisance offered while holding out a hand. Katsuki slapped it away without a second thought. If they want me to beat you, they couldn't have picked an easier target. Katsuki hissed as he got into the coward's masked face. Deku didn't back down, which was fine. All the better for when Katsuki put him in the dirt. The lenses narrowed. You lost that last fight with help. What makes you think you can beat me now? The nerd threw away his fake friendliness as his ego got in the way. The explosive blonde grinned with hatred. You think you're better than me just because you're lucky. I've been working my butt off, and I'll crush you and your stupid bug powers, anytime, anyplace. Katsuki challenged while stepping closer. After a moment, the nerd backed down as he should. I'm not here to fight you, Bakugo, he said, pretending like he was so much better than Katsuki. Katsuki sneered. Then why the hell dash? A crashing boom slammed into the ground near the teachers as the man Katsuki swore he would surpass crouched within the dust he kicked up. I am here. All Might said menacingly. The masked nerd looked over at Katsuki and sighed with frustration. I need your help. Katsuki was in disbelief the whole way through. That lying, sneaky little green BSRD was Katsuki's partner. The furious blonde skulked into the fake city with quiet rage as Deku followed behind like usual. Always behind. He clenched his teeth so hard he thought they might shatter. Alrighty, we need a plan. The nerd decided. My plan is to win. Katsuki rumbled. That's not a plan. Look, we've got to work together here. He whined as he jogged after Katsuki. I don't need your stupid help. Leave me alone. Katsuki spat. Deku approached rapidly. I can't do that. Listen, neither of us can beat All Might dash. Katsuki saw red as the masked idiot dared to call him weak. He threw his gauntlet arm back where he knew Deku would be smacked in the face for trying to talk down to him, only for Deku to grab his arm by the gauntlet and push Katsuki's limb away roughly. He got too close as he hissed at Katsuki. Try to hit me again, and we'll see if you keep that arm. Katsuki whirled on him furiously and got ready to brawl. You think you get to threaten me, you little beastie? When you're acting like a total moron, yeah, I do. The nerd shouted back. Katsuki stepped to him, not even caring about the exercise anymore. You're nothing. You were always nothing and you wouldn't be anything without that spider. Deku shook impotently as Katsuki told him what no one else was willing to admit. He continued righteously, I worked like hell to have my power dash. You were born with your power. Don't you dare tell me that I'm lucky when you had everything from the start. Deku raged as green lighting sparked at his fingertips. You wanna go? You wanna fight me with your given power, you weakling? Power that you didn't earn, and you don't deserve. Deku's body shot out arms made of shadows as he screamed and slammed Katsuki against a building, knocking the wind out of the red-eyed boy. The tendrils wrapped around Katsuki as Deku glared so hard that Katsuki could see it through the mask. Spider-Man whispered dangerously. When you say things like that, you sound just like him. He said with a faraway, angry tone as if Katsuki was just a footnote compared to whatever jobber he was talking about. And unless you want US to treat you like him, you had better dash. Deku cut himself off as he dropped Katsuki and his head snapped to the right. Oh my god. The nerd said in awe-drenched fear as he stared ahead while clutching his own skull with a hand. Before Katsuki could see the number one hero, a natural disaster flew from his fists, tearing through the buildings like paper and sending the chunks flying with air pressure alone. Through the dust, Katsuki could only see two glowing cobalt orbs, and hear a booming laugh meant to put anyone but he and Deku at ease. Izuku stared at All Might as he stood further into the city. He thought about everything he'd seen and done since he was bitten, all of the dangerous enemies he'd come up against, and all the strength he had accumulated over time, and he realized how it all paled in comparison to a restrained All Might who wasn't even in his prime. To win, to pass, all he had to do was complete the exercise while guiding his partner. No casualties allowed. The two of them could either restrain All Might, which was unlikely, or they could escape successfully, which sounded like a much better idea. But as he stared at Bakugo, who had a battle-ready grin on his face as if he actually stood a chance against the number one hero, he fought not to facepalm. It would be simple. If his partner wasn't such a flaming piece of, let's go, All Might. Katsuki screamed as he blasted toward the symbol of peace, propelling himself mere feet above the ground with his explosions as he rapidly engaged the threat. Bakugo let off a medium-sized blast in All Might's face, the heat and smoke encompassing the hero and shrouding him from view. During all this, Izuku had jumped to the half-destroyed rooftops, getting into his element as he tried to gain a bird's-eye view. He wasn't psychic, but when All Might reached through the smoke and grabbed Katsuki by the face, for some reason, Izuku wasn't surprised. Bakugo screamed as he continued to attack despite being grabbed, peppering All Might with blasts as the eighth gave several ows at the assault. Through everything, All Might still slammed Bakugo into the ground and kicked up a mountain of dust as he did so. I must say, you aren't doing a great job right now, Midoriya. All Might chided, knowing that Izuku was nearby. Spider-Man swung in feet first toward the symbol of peace's back, only for All Might to pick Bakugo up by the leg and use him as a club to smack Izuku away. Spider-Man grunted as he peeled himself away from a cratered building. That's my bad, I just enjoy seeing idiots in crisis. He said apologetically as he got back to his feet. You need to take this seriously, both of you. I'm the villain, remember? I won't go easy on you too. He lectured as he glared at Izuku. Bakugo, who was dropped at All Might's feet, screamed as he threw a glowing orange palm up at All Might. Focus on the threat closest to you, NIT. He let loose an explosion that was far stronger than his first, while utilizing its force to get distance to recover. Is this the best you two have? All Might laughed mockingly as he shrugged off the attack. Oh ho no! Izuku laughed as he powered up with one for all, lightning erupting around him as he took a strong battle stance and faced off against his mentor. This is the best I have, he said with a smile that could be heard through his mask. Bakugo stared with shock at the display of his power and All Might tensed as he prepared for more of a challenge. Now, for my secret technique, Izuku shouted as he planted a foot in front of himself. All Might clenched his fists in anticipation. In a blur, Spider-Man dashed to the side, grabbing Bakugo and zooming off into parts of the city where they could actually get some distance, completely abandoning the fight against All Might. Unknown to Izuku, All Might stood there in shock before he chuckled with fondness and excitement for when he caught them. He laughed quietly. That kid is a real dash. Piece of sheet. Put me down. Katsuki bellowed as the nerd brought them in between two buildings. Deku acquiesced and dropped him before he came to a full stop, leaving Katsuki on the ground as he turned off whatever power-up he was using. Okay, wanna talk now? Or do you want to get grabbed by the face again? Deku asked with condescension as he idly stretched against the wall. I'm going to win. Katsuki repeated to himself and the idiot nerd who would get it through his dumb green head. No you aren't. If we don't work together, we'll fail. Deku explained like Katsuki was a child. I'd rather lose than need help from useless loser like you. Katsuki decided as he walked toward the light to defeat All Might. Awesome. I can't believe how much you've changed. The nerd suddenly said happily. Katsuki seethed as he paused in his tracks. What are you dash? I mean, Deku continued as he laughed. I thought the one thing that stayed the same with you was that you wanted to win. Katsuki glared furiously. I'm going to dash. You just said you'd rather lose. See, I can't beat All Might, and I was hoping that you'd be strong enough to even get me across the finish line, but if you aren't, I guess we'll just lose like you said. The little BSTRD cheered with a thumb up. Katsuki growled as the idiot got under his skin like always. We'll be the two losers. I'll get to say I stood side by side with Bakugo as he gave up and failed. Deku taunted joyfully. Shut your mouth. Katsuki roared as he let loose a giant explosion at the nerd leaning on the wall. When the smoke cleared, and Deku was still leaning there, his smug aura bleeding through the mask as he didn't even dodge because Katsuki didn't try to hit him, the blonde boy shook with fury as he tried to grapple with the reality that laid before him. All his life, Deku had been weaker, the weakest. Less than nothing. And yet, Katsuki was always put off by him. No matter how much Katsuki pulled ahead, it seemed like Deku was always there. He always had something that Katsuki couldn't place, something that made him different even before the stupid spider bite. Katsuki held back a scream as he stared at the bug with hatred for more than just him as a person. He clenched his fists as his palms smoked and he nearly blew a gasket as he had to accept that. Deep down you know I'm right. Deku said with a shrug. God. It. Deku got off the wall without showing the superiority that Katsuki knew he must be feeling. So you can take point on this like I know you want to? He mocked like a jackass as he walked to Katsuki and folded his arms. Katsuki only glared and took a deep breath to calm himself. Deku nodded and breathed a laugh before he spoke. What's the plan, fearless leader? All Might dashed through the city in search of the two boys, concerned about his successor as well as young Bakugo, despite the fact that he had to go out of his way to hurt them. Toshinori had seen the footage of Midoriya fighting 1A. The boy restrained himself as he should have, but only up to a certain point. Once Bakugo returned to continue fighting, Toshinori was shocked to see Midoriya lay into him with a rageful swiftness. It was obvious to everyone examining the battle that Midoriya and Bakugo had unresolved issues. The hope was that they could both get over whatever was going on between them by working to pass this test. But from what Toshinori was seeing, All Might. Bakugo shouted as he launched himself toward Toshi from up high. Young Bakugo. Working alone, I see. Not a smart move. He chided with his usual grin as the boy rocketed down to him. I'll crush you. The young man screeched as he blasted Toshinori, his attacks getting stronger each time. But it wasn't enough to defeat the symbol of peace, and while it would be a painful lesson, it was one that the boy needed to learn. All Might reared a hand back, preparing to strike the boy in his stomach and send him flying. I'll crush you, he says. Such a way with words. Midoriya quipped as he webbed All Might's hand and pulled it away, using the momentum to pull himself forward and kicking Toshinori in the face. Get out of the way. Bakugo screamed as he blasted All Might's middle. Ah, you do care. Midoriya cooed as he jumped away. The two went back and forth, Bakugo attacking, and Midoriya running defense as he danced out of Toshinori's reach while stopping him from attacking Bakugo. The longer this goes on, the stronger Bakugo will become. Toshinori realized with pride. They actually did have a plan. But not a solid one. War of attrition, eh? Toshinori asked as Midoriya used his shoulder as a springboard, before he grabbed the boy by his leg and slammed him into the ground. Spider-Man struggled to get up as All Might pressed his boot on his chest. He figured it out. Midoriya announced while straining to lift All Might's boot off. Yeah, no shit. Bakugo screeched while jumping on All Might's back. Plan B then. Midoriya chirped as he webbed Toshinori's eyes, before using Black Whip to pull him closer, bending his leg around to kick All Might in the face as Bakugo let loose an explosion in the same spot. All Might couldn't shrug them all off forever, and this explosion knocked him back slightly and allowed Midoriya to get free. As Toshinori ripped the webs off of his face, all he saw was Bakugo as he flew toward him with a grimace. All Might saw through their strategy and caught Spider-Man as he attacked from the rear. His successor struggled as he tried to pry Toshinori's hand from his skull while Black Whip dug into the ground to keep him steady. Trying to stay out of the limelight. My memory isn't that bad, Midoriya. All Might joked while grabbing Bakugo's outstretched wrist and stopping the boy in his tracks. Bakugo! Spider-Man shouted as All Might tossed his partner away before a mighty blow from the symbol of peace struck his chest and he was left wheezing on the ground in a heap. Bakugo was thrown hard enough to crash into a building. The boy was unable to redirect himself in time. All Might turned back to Midoriya as he remained on the ground. A hero has to be able to adapt. Having a plan means nothing if you can't improvise when it fails. Midoriya weakly crawled away, not getting far as he was still hunched. He trailed off, in disbelief that he had failed. All Might could hear the despair in his voice as he hung his head. Toshinori couldn't help but feel bad for his successor. There's going to be more chances to prove yourself, Dash. I just can't believe he was right. Spider-Man said with surprise as he flipped onto his back and aimed one of Bakugo's gauntlets at All Might's face. Toshinori's blue eyes widened with shock. I'm not the one you should be focused on, he said gleefully as he pulled the pin and let off a miniature sun in Toshinori's face. In the same moment, Bakugo rocketed down, colliding with All Might as he was knocked away by the attack. The explosive blonde was silently focused as he slapped a restraining cuff onto Toshinori's wrist. Before All Might could rectify his mistake, Spider-Man gave a strange shout. Atom Dash! Green energy jettisoned from his feet as he flew toward Toshinori and caught up, using his own pair of cuffs on the hero's other wrist. Spider-Man tumbled past and crouched low next to Bakugo, who was standing tall. You lose, All Might, Bakugo said with more restraint than usual. A chime went off confirming the boy's statement, and Toshinori couldn't help but laugh. Excellent work. You both should be proud. See what you can achieve when you work together, Dash. Whatever. Bakugo clenched his fists and stalked off angrily. Midoriya watched him leave as he hurriedly pulled off his mask and wheezed while keeling over. Young Midoriya? All Might asked with concern. I'm good, he assured with a shaky smile and a thumbs up in between breaths, punch to the chest nearly Dash. His eyes widened before he turned to the side and retched violently. All Might looked away with a guilty expression. Katsuki won. He always wanted to win and he got what he wanted, but as he walked through the dark hallway back to the viewing area, he felt a crushing uncertainty. He stared at his gloved hands as they shook. He tried angrily to make them stop, but his anger wasn't working. Nothing he did recently felt like it was working. No matter what he tried, he kept failing. And after everything, when he finally succeeded, it was because of... Yo! Deku called from behind. Katsuki turned around and saw him walking along the wall with his grenade gauntlet in hand. You don't want to forget this thing and I don't want it. It kinda clashes with my whole motif. He joked as he hopped onto the floor and offered the weapon. Katsuki stared at Deku as he held the gauntlet, before turning away and walking back down the hall. A dash. If you want to gloat then go right ahead, loser. Katsuki hissed as he stomped forward. Deku was quiet for a moment before he started yammering again. I just want you to take this thing back. If I wasn't so strong, my arm would be tired, Dash. You always do this. Katsuki turned to him and screamed furiously. Do what? Deku suddenly asked with panic. You try and show me up, then you pretend it's all beneath you. Like you don't care. Katsuki clenched his fists as he got into the nerd's face. No one's trying to show you up. Deku said with annoyance. I thought we did a good job out there, Dash. I needed your stupid help to win. I wasn't strong enough to do it, and you are. Katsuki complained desperately. He hung his head in despair as he hunched over. You got your stupid powers out of nowhere. And they put you at the top while I got left behind. Katsuki admitted quietly and shamefully. It's not fair, Dash. Shut your mouth. Deku said evenly, his face a mask even as he didn't have it on. Katsuki was stunned into silence at his tone. What wasn't fair was how I was born without a quirk. Deku said pointedly. What wasn't fair was how you went from being my best friend to a bully out of nowhere. Deku hissed as he pointed at Katsuki. What wasn't fair was how you tormented me for 10 years over something I couldn't control. Deku raged, getting back into Katsuki's face as his eyes glowed in the darkness. Katsuki would be lying if he said that he was completely fearless in that moment. You are such a demon baby, Katsuki. Deku sneered while pointing to the floor. You don't lose because you're too weak, or because I'm too strong, or whatever other pathetic excuse you want to use, Dash, Spider-Man lectured as he stared past Katsuki's red eyes with passionate anger. You only think about yourself. You only fight for yourself. That's why you fail. He said seriously. Katsuki found his voice and shook his head. You're gonna pretend like when you were fighting All Might, you didn't care about winning at all? He demanded rhetorically. It's never about winning the fight for me. Deku denied before he sighed heavily. You were my hero, you know. Deku suddenly said with bitter disappointment. Katsuki nearly spat at the bold-faced lie. You've always looked down on me. How could I possibly do that? You had everything I always wanted. I wanted to be you. How could you believe that I had anything over you? Izuku asked desperately. Katsuki was quiet in shock as he saw how genuine he was. You always knew how to be a hero. Katsuki admitted with difficulty. I what? Deku asked with disbelief. Katsuki couldn't stop himself from speaking as his jaw trembled. I could win every fight, I was always the strongest, but you had a strength I never did. It came naturally to you and I just couldn't be the same. Deku looked at him with pitted shock, and Katsuki fought not to attack him for it there and then. I'm supposed to be the strongest. It's who I am. Without that, I'm nothing. Katsuki shouted, his voice raw. Without that, I'm dash. Deku. Spider-Man finished flatly, and Katsuki flinched at the word. I don't know what to tell you, Katsuki. I don't even think you'd listen to me. Deku admitted with a shrug. Instead, I'll tell you what All Might told me. He continued while pushing the gauntlet toward Katsuki. Everyone needs help sometimes. Deku quoted seriously. Katsuki stared at his weapon as Izuku held it out to him. He hesitantly reached forward with a grimace. You're stronger than me now. But I'll surpass you before you know it. He said as he roughly took the gauntlet back. This doesn't make us friends. He finished as he walked ahead. Deku gave a bittersweet smile as he walked at Katsuki's side. We haven't been friends for a long time, but that doesn't mean I won't help you, Kachin. The nickname, and the way he said it nearly threw Katsuki over as he continued. Here's a tip. There's a reason I'm as strong as I am, and it's not because of a special bug. He admitted jovially. If he was being serious, Katsuki needed to know. How then? Tell me why. He asked angrily. Izuku laughed and ran through the doors to the area where everyone was waiting. As Katsuki followed him out of the darkness, he saw the answer. The nerd shoved Shinso playfully as he laughed at Uraraka, scolding him for being reckless. The whole class gasped in shock as he revealed news to them. They weren't jealous or annoyed, they were happy for him. Bakugo, you were incredible out there. Sure, Kirishima cheered as he came over and slung an arm around Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki was about to scream at him to get off, and was almost annoyed as the other his other classmates, started to gather around him. But then he looked at Deku again. Despite what Katsuki had believed, despite everything that had happened, that DMN nerd remained the same. Katsuki grunted as Shiro and Kaminari went on about what he'd done, but Katsuki wasn't listening. All he could see was the image of victory. A quirkless boy trying to help him out of a stream. Don't get an even bigger head, but it was pretty cool. Kaminari cheered. Deku turned his back as he walked off with his friends, and Katsuki responded with difficulty. Thank you. Tamura looked around at the group that was gathered in his bar with serious disdain. Why should I join your little club anyway? All you've done is lose to the webhead over and over. The patchwork villain who called himself Dabi asked with his hands in his pockets. Ignoring the comment about the vigilante trash, Tamura tried to focus. You won't even give your real name. And you think you get to interview me? Tamura spat angrily as the urge to turn this guy into dust grew. I just don't see a good reason. What have you done to earn my respect? Dabi splayed his hands calmly. Tamura seethed furiously and took a deep breath, turning to the other one that Gyron brought him. Why should I accept you? I want to live in a world where I can do what I want without anyone stopping me. Like how Staney was before Spider-Man caught him. I want to be like Staney. I want to kill Staney. Toga, the blonde psycho, cheered excitedly. Every time they brought up that DMN bug, Tamura got angrier. Gyron, this is what you've brought me? Tamura whispered ragefully. The broker took a drag on his cigarette and shrugged. When you said you wanted better villains, I told you there might be caveats. Gyron replied evenly. A crazy girl and a burn victim? Tamura screeched as he scratched at his neck, making Kurogiri put down the glass he was polishing. You guys are no good. He announced as he threw his hands forward to disintegrate them. The two villains surprisingly attacked in the same moment he did. A silver glinting knife and a palm covered in blue flame shot toward him before all three of the attacks were redirected by Kurogiri. Enough. You will not destroy this space any more than you already have, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri decided firmly. Tamura ripped his hands out of the darkness and tried not to scream. He failed. Everyone's useless. I can't catch a break with all you NPCs. It was like he kept failing over and over. Getting attention, wreaking havoc, even his own DMN team was proving to be a mess. And all his problems stemmed from one place. One person. Tamura grumbled impotently, starkly contrasting from the murderous rage he had just displayed. Kurogiri, get me out of here. He said with defeat as he grabbed a hoodie from the stool and pulled father off of his face. Darkness swirled in front of him as he turned his back on his crapshoot of a league. Ochako walked through the mall, holding Izuku's hand as everyone in the class excitedly ran around to buy things for the upcoming training camp. So, Mr. Midoriya, what can I expect on our trip? She probed with a smile. It's not like we're going tomorrow. If I did know anything, which I don't, I wouldn't tell. Izuku winked as they walked forward. Come on, nothing? She whined while pawing at him. Izuku blew a breath through his teeth and smiled. Okay, Semir. He beckoned with a whisper. Ochako leaned forward in anticipation. You didn't hear this from me. Izuku looked around with shifty eyes. Yeah. Ochako nodded quickly. He got as close as possible. There's a non-zero chance that Spider-Man is gonna be there. He whispered with theatric excitement. Ochako groaned and shoved him away with a fond annoyance. You JRK. She smiled angrily as Izuku laughed at her, thinking that he was so funny. Izuku regained his balance and chuckled. I can't give you any details, Chieko. That'd defeat the point. And if I end up training you, don't expect me to go easy on you. He warned with a grin. You'd better not. Or you'll regret it. Ochako glared at him while getting close to his face. Izuku met her challenge with a smile. I expect more from you anyhow. If I can get away with it, you'll get special treatment. Ochako blushed and clicked her tongue at him. Abusing the power you have over your students? Shameful. She chided playfully. Izuku looked down at his phone and read off a text. Hitoshi needs help picking out a sleeping bag. Guess he wants to be like his hero. Izuku teased as he motioned to leave. You coming? He asked casually. Nah, I'll just wait here so we can go. The last thing I needed was bug spray and I already bought it. Ochako said. Still can't believe you'd buy such a thing, in front of me no less. Izuku complained with fake hurt as he walked away with a hand on his chest. Ochako laughed and rolled her eyes. Hurry back or I'll use it on you. Will do. Izuku called as he briskly walked off. Ochako stood near the fountain and scrolled through her phone while she waited for him, when a scratchy voice interrupted her thoughts. Whoa, you're that girl from the sports festival. Ochako smiled a little and started to turn to the voice. Meeting people who recognized her was always pretty cool. Hi dash, before she could do so much as turn, the stranger wrapped an arm around her neck. And before she could break said arm, he spoke again. So nice to see one of the brat Spider-Man stopped me from dusting. He whispered menacingly. Ochako grit her teeth and looked up at the leader of the League of Villains with fear. He smiled back maliciously as he guided her to sit with him on the fountain bench. I don't have to tell you not to scream, right? What do you want? Ochako hissed angrily at the man who tried to kill her and her friends. He growled out a laugh and tightened his grip, his fingers digging into Ochako's shoulder as he threatened her. Watch the tone. If I get angry, my finger might slip dash. If you did, you'd get caught. There are people everywhere, and heroes are nearby dash, Ochako refuted with a tone that was braver than she felt before Shigaraki shot back. How many people could I kill before they catch me, I wonder? Like you said, there are bodies everywhere. Ochako took a shaky breath. You still haven't said what you want. Spider-Man. He spat angrily as he said the name. I used to hate All Might the most, but Spider-Man is the one who keeps showing up and ruining things. He's all anyone will talk about and I want to know why. He vented as if Ochako was his therapist. WL, when you attacked Hosu, people were thinking about your group dash. Until he stole the attention. Shigaraki cursed as he wrapped his hand around her neck. I think, the reason they focus on him is because he stands out from everyone else. Ochako offered with panic. Shigaraki's grip didn't lessen. Explain dash. He started as a vigilante just doing what he thought was right. And he fought so hard for what he wanted to do that everyone had an opinion on him. Ochako continued quickly. Shigaraki was silent as he waited for her to keep going. So everyone knows what he's all about. All anyone knows about the league is your name. They don't know what you want. Ochako finished nervously. I have to let what I want be known, Shigaraki said wistfully. I want all of this gone. He gestured to the mall covered in hero advertising and merchandise as he spoke venomously. I want every hero dead, not just All Might, not just Spider-Man, all of them. Shigaraki laughed excitedly while Ochako tried not to clutch at her throat. And every last thing they've made, turned to dust. Every statue, every school and every student, starting with Dash. Get your hand off her. Spider-Man demanded. As Ochako opened her eyes and saw the rage localized entirely in his green ones, she dared to hope she was saved. Oh, I didn't know you were here with friends. Shigaraki apologetically laughed as he released Ochako and stood up abruptly. Ochako held her throat as Shigaraki walked away and Izuku's eyes remained locked on him. The villain ignored him and stared at Ochako. Don't recognize that one. He mused. If you follow me, you and your little civilian boyfriend are dead. I'll kill you all next time we meet anyway. Shigaraki hissed as he fell into the crowd. Mina and Shinso were the next to run to Ochako as she fearfully watched Shigaraki leave. I need you two to make sure she's okay. And when I tell you it's safe, you need to alert someone with authority. Izuku spoke without looking at any of them, still tracking Shigaraki in the crowd. Ochako stared at him in abject horror as she grabbed his wrist before he could walk away. Izuku, please don't follow him. She begged, the stress of the moment finally setting in as she struggled not to cry. Izuku took a breath and turned to her with a reassuring smile, pulling her against him and hugging her tight. Ochako shook with relief in his arms and rested her head on his shoulder for the support she desperately needed. For a moment, she believed everything could be okay. Then he spoke. Izuku isn't gonna follow him. He promised as he pulled away from her and left her grasping at the air for him. Ochako tried to calm down. but she was just too afraid. Izuku, please dash. Safe. He hammered to Mina and Shinso as he ran off into the crowd after Shigaraki. Spider-Man ripped off his disguise as he turned a corner into an alleyway. He pulled his face over and onto his head as he jumped from wall to wall until he landed on the rooftop, the midday sun shining over the street as if it was unaware of the darkness that lied within the masses. What surprised him was how calm he felt. He understood exactly what he needed to do, and there wasn't a chance in hell that he would fail. Spider-Man watched his prey from up high as Shigaraki stalked around, assuming that he could get away with threatening what Izuku held dear for a second time. Shigaraki took many turns through cramped buildings until he tapped at a phone, and a swirling portal of darkness opened in front of him. Spider-Man wasted no time, jumping off the roof and shooting out a perfectly calculated web to swing-kick Shigaraki into oblivion. As the blue-haired villain's head snapped up in surprise at the sound of the web shooter going off, it was far too late. Spider-Man swung feet first into his chest, purposefully taking him wherever he called home just in case there were other villains expecting him to come back. As they passed through the portal, there were shouts of surprise as Shigaraki flew into the wall of a warmly lit bar. Guess your wrist healed up so well that you thought you'd be good for a rematch. Spider-Man taunted as he landed on the villain's back. Shigaraki reached toward him and Spider-Man grabbed him by the forearms. Let's aim higher this time. He chirped as he tightened his grip and heard the man-child scream out in pain as his elbows crunched. The shadowy villain tried to get his leader as a portal started to open below them. Spider-Man shot a web to the ceiling and dodged a flying knife that soared within a torrent of blue fire as he webbed Shigaraki's mangled arms together. I'll kill you for this, UB. You're gonna die. Shigaraki screeched through the pain as he wriggled above his team. As he stood on the ceiling with Shigaraki held up by his shirt, Spider-Man pulled back a fist and crashed his knuckles into Shigaraki's screaming maw, teeth flying from his mouth as his jaw dislocated. The attack had the two other villains freeze nervously as Spider-Man glared at them while his lenses pulsed green with an unspoken threat. Now you can listen to me, right? You wanted my attention? You've got it. He hissed at Shigaraki as he continued to dangle him. The now mute man stared up at Spider-Man fearfully. The idea that you get to so much as look at any of those hero students again is absurd. Spider-Man raged quietly without a hint of his usual humor. And who are these two? New members. He turned his attention to them as the knife girl looked excited while being nervous and the fire user tried and failed to look calm as he held out a hand just itching to smoke Spider-Man. You two chose wrong dash, he said as Kurogiri tried to trap him with another portal. Spider-Man jumped off the ceiling and roughly threw Shigaraki into the bar, his limp body bouncing off the surface violently as Spider-Man stared down the rest of the villains. I'm not in the mood today. Everyone can get what he got, I promise. Spider-Man warned seriously as Black Whip reached out of his back like extra arms and pushed him off the ground, leaving him towering over his victims. So, who's next dash? Kurogiri. A voice spoke through static as Izuku felt something he'd never experienced. The bartender wordlessly opened a portal, and as soon as he did, Izuku felt his spider sense go off as worse than it ever had, and something was almost talking to him. The way that it felt like his spider sense did when he first got his powers. Instead of his brain, he felt it in his chest. Run. As the portal widened, what looked like elongated black daggers pulsing with red energy shot out before Izuku could react, stabbing into his chest in shallow cuts. Izuku grunted through the pain as he was pulled through the portal by the attack and sent sprawling on the floor of a dark, sterile room. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. A deep, powerful voice mused from above. Izuku looked up and saw what he would hesitate to call a man. The machines connected to him were probably his life support, but they just made him look more inhuman. A familiar dread tugged in Izuku's heart as he rubbed at his chest and crouched low in preparation, one for all activated seemingly on its own, almost protectively. Almost fearfully. The scarred man smiled with recognition and leaned on a fist while the flesh where his eyes would be stared through Izuku fondly. It's definitely you dash. Izuku dashed forward and swung for all for one's face, but quicker than he thought possible, the seated villain of villains stretched a hand out, his palm with a hole at the center. All for one blasted Spider-Man with pressurized air and sent him flying backwards into a concrete wall. Spider-Man shook off his daze quickly and dodged the glowing tendrils that came from the greatest villain's fingers. He rolled to his right and they stabbed into the ground. He jumped into the air and they flew through the space he previously occupied. As All for One shot them forward to skewer him in midair, Spider-Man twisted around them and activated atom energy at his own fingers, propelling himself like Bakugo would over the tendrils and toward the villain. All for One made a noise of surprise as Spider-Man maneuvered over to his face and pulled back a fist charged with lightning and green fire. It had only just registered in Izuku's mind that he was fighting the strongest villain in the world, the monster that All Might sacrificed so much to defeat. He could do it. Izuku could save everyone. Right here and right now. He smiled beneath his mask and ignored the thrumming in his chest. His power shined in the darkness of the room. He was the light in the darkness. Izuku Midoriya threw his fist forward with a mighty shout. Atom smash! The punch connected, and the room shook as the attack blew everything away, burning the monster's face and snapping his head to one side as all for one. He grabbed Izuku by the skull and powered through the blow that was supposed to fix everything. You'll need more than that. The centuries-old villain chided as he regenerated from the skin-deep attack. Unfortunately, you're going to lose what little you have. All for one activated his namesake, and Izuku started to feel a part of himself being ripped away. Naomasa didn't feel dread like this very often, but it was a burden he had to carry. God knows that others had to carry far more. Ochako Uraraka sat in a soundproof room and bit at her nails while Midoriya's mother tried her best to console her. Is there anything that can be done at all? All Might in his civilian form asked again as they stood just outside the room. It was the most private space they had. Naomasa sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose. We can't just put an APB out for him. It's too early. He's a secret hero, so eyes on his alter ego would be dangerous, and he hasn't even technically been kidnapped. He might as well be. He went after All for One's apprentice and he hasn't returned. All Might reiterated frantically as he began to pace around. Now motioned for the hero to relax. Stay calm, All Might. Let's keep a level head and focus on what we do know. I know that I brought the boy into this and now he's paying the price. All Might stared into the room with crushing guilt. The ones who care about him are paying the price. Naomasa looked away as the #1 hero spiraled. It was hard to watch All Might in a state like this. This is all my fault. The detective knew that Toshinori believed what he was saying. He shook his head and tried to motivate his old friend. As afraid as you are, they're probably terrified. Naomasa pointed to the window of the door and Toshinori hung his head in shame. We have to make sure Midoriya is found safely and brought back for them. So get in there and be All Might. Tsukachi ordered firmly. The symbol of peace took a deep breath and walked forward. Izuku screamed as he felt one for all being taken from him. Let me go. He wrestled with All for One's hand on his skull while he kicked into the air. As seconds passed, the villain's smile dimmed as he put more effort into stealing Izuku's power. Izuku felt the monster's claws digging into his brain as he fought off the attack with everything he had. Interesting. All for One admitted while frowning, a bit of blood dripping from his mouth. Izuku's attack didn't have zero effect. Through the man's fingers, the ninth was reminded of just that as he stared at the damage. He was just a man. He could bleed. That meant he could die. Every part of the hero shook off the fear they had. Black Whip stabbed at All for One's arm as Spider-Man pried his fingers away, no longer affected by gravity as they floated ominously in the air. All for One started to struggle as Black Whip coated Spider-Man's arms and pushed harder. All for One would not take any more from them. Black Whip coated more of his body as a reminder that he wasn't alone, reaching up his torso and trailing along his neck. Spider-Man spoke with the fury of all those that his oppressor had ever hurt. Let this go. Inko sat with Ochako as a thin blonde man walked into the room with his head held high despite the grimace on his face. Ochako stared in surprise and recognition. She spoke weakly before cutting herself off and staring at Inko fearfully. It's all right, young Uraraka. You're both owed the truth. The man said with a solemn but resolute tone. Are you one of Izuku's teachers? Inko asked with confusion as she clasped her hands together. In a sense. Yet I have failed him in every way. The blonde man sank to his knees and bowed his head to the floor. Before Inko could convince him to stand, steam bellowed from his body until he filled out his baggy clothes and All Might was bowed in front of her. Inko stood up in shock and Ochako looked away nervously. What is this? Inko demanded, bewildered as the only one out of the loop. His normally booming voice was quiet with shame as he shook with regret. Mrs. Midoriya, I put your son in terrible danger. He stared at Ochako with regret. I put my students in terrible danger. And now Izuku is lost because of my weakness. He emphasized with self-hatred. How did you put my son in danger? Inko clenched her fists and asked seriously. All Might tried to bow even lower. I transferred my quirk to him. I gave him my power and painted a target on his back. And now Inko shook her head incredulously. You gave him your power? That can't be true. It is. I thought I was helping him. All Might whispered with regret. Giving him a chance to be something more. Inko finished with realization, her face shifting to something more solid than the worry all around her. All Might continued to mope. But because I couldn't finish what I started. Get on your feet. Right now. Inko ordered as she stared down the symbol of peace. All Might flinched and turned back into what he was before his transformation as he scrambled to stand. Ochako stuttered nervously with as much shame as the #1 hero. She anxiously defended him while she spiraled. Nezu, Midoriya, don't be angry at All Might. I wasn't paying attention, and Shigaraki caught me and now Deku dash. Enough, both of you. Inko said firmly. She looked to All Might. Izuku didn't tell me that you gave him your power, but he did say that he would do everything he could not to squander the opportunity he was given. Now I understand what he meant. All Might's tense posture loosened a little as he shook his head and thought of Izuku, leaving Inko to wonder what their relationship was like. Inko turned to Ochako and gave the panicked girl a warm smile. Izuku did what he would have done if anyone was caught. Because it was you, he's only going to fight harder. Ochako looked down fondly as she huffed a watery laugh. Izuku wasn't grabbed off the street, or beaten to a pulp and taken, he willingly left to do what he believed he had to do. Inko breathed a shaky breath. I'm afraid. I'm always afraid for him, but more than that dash. She smiled and felt her heart swell for her only son. After everything that's been done to him, after everything that's been done by him? At one point, I thought I was watching my boy become something ugly. But I was wrong. She stared at the two who could probably relate more to her Izuku than she ever could. Inko wasn't a hero, and she never tried to be one. But these two clearly needed a reminder. Izuku is shaping up to be someone really special. She smiled with glistening eyes. And I'm done doubting him. He said he would come back and he will. Inko decided with confidence. So both of you, she said seriously, making the two flinch. Have some faith in my son. Spider-Man was crouched in front of All for One. He looked around frantically as it seemed like he jumped forward in time. One moment One for All was being taken, the next, All for One was frozen in shock. Apparently fighting off the quirk stealing was pretty taxing. Izuku tried not to show how tired he was as he reached for One for All. His power reached back and Spider-Man was coated with green lightning. I can take anything you can dish. Spider-Man said confidently as All for One pursed his lips in shock. So come at me with everything you've got. He screamed, prepared for another attack from the king of the underground. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he pushed his quirk to the limits, ignoring how his body started to cry out in pain. All for One laughed. It was a dark, haughty sound that shook Izuku's bones even more than his own power did. The fight hadn't even truly begun. He towered over Izuku as he wheezed through his breathing apparatus. He raised a hand, and Izuku focused, realizing with shock as his spider sense didn't go off that the man was bluffing. Spider-Man stood in anticipation as the monster continued to laugh. All for One's booming chuckle petered out as he smiled with excitement and pride. You're like an infant. Don't fret, little one. Soon you'll understand. And then dash. A swirling portal opened behind Izuku, the wind from the other side roaring in Izuku's ears as he clung to the ground. Spider-Man took a strained step and fought forward. That's not gonna work on me, dash. Then we'll see. All for One decided as he blasted Izuku with the air quirk, shattering the ground and sending Spider-Man careening into the unknown. As he passed through, what shocked Izuku was the sudden light of the sun, as well as the view of Mizutofu on the edge of Shizuoka as he fell, miles above the surface of the Pacific Ocean. All for One kneeled with strain as another portal opened up within the darkness of his quarters. Garaki stepped through tentatively and immediately began to fret. The mustached man scrambled with fear-filled loyalty. Master, I will have this fixed right away. The boy is already being taken care of, dash. Do not interfere with my family until I say so. All for One demanded, the room shaking with his rage. Master, I was speaking of Tamura, Garaki said quietly. All for One stopped and took a breath. Yes, of course. Have Tamura healed, and assemble his allies. The Dark Lord decided. Why, yes, Master. Right away. Garaki shook as he made to leave. And Garaki. All for One added, making the doctor flinch. Get in touch with Gyron, and be prepared to start a new project with Octavius. All for One ordered as he sat back on his throne and waved his hand, the machines in the room responding and beginning to repair themselves. The original Shigaraki sat back with a smile, thinking fondly of the boy who hadn't even scratched the surface of his potential. And if he couldn't survive the fall with everything he already had, then he frankly didn't deserve to reach that potential. There are many gifts I'd like to prepare for my next of kin. Oh my god, oh my god. Izuku screamed as he tumbled faster and faster towards certain death. He made a noise of exertion as he tried to atom dash. There was a glow at his feet for a moment before it died out. Oh no, he said simply as he spread out to try and slow his fall. There's gotta be a way out of this. Just think. He told himself as he ran through some kind of plan. If he used One for All at its maximum, he could counteract gravity with a punch and then land in the bottomless water with a broken arm and try to swim to shore. Great. He said aloud and went back to planning. Come on, think. Think. He panicked as the water came up to meet him rapidly. Till again, he almost heard a voice from within. Feel. Izuku was in so much panic that he barely registered where the thought came from. I feel like I'm about to die. The last thing I ever did was leave Ochako. And Ash. Feel. The voice demanded firmly at the mention of her. Izuku thought this was just some form of his subconscious giving him a chance to have a nice final thought. He closed his eyes and thought about her. She was so worried. At least Shigaraki's out of commission for a little while. He laughed wistfully, spitefully. If she were here, I wouldn't be falling at all. She'd use her quirk, and the two of us would just dash. Izuku felt a tug in his chest as his descent ceased and he was left suspended in midair. Hesitantly opening his eyes, he watched as the waves below him crashed together and he desperately held onto the feeling that saved him from falling. With a breath of disbelief, he finished his sentence with a whisper and wide eyes beneath his mask. Float. Toshinori stood in the private room with young Uraraka and the senior Midoriya, nervous in spite of the older woman's vote of confidence. He sat at the wooden table and rubbed his head with a hand. It had been a few hours since Midoriya had gone. Something was being done about the boys. Disappearance at the very least. Hero channels were being contacted for any sign of Spider-Man. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Sasaki burst through the door and glared at Toshinori. His yellow eyes spoke an "I told you so" before he even opened his mouth. So he ran off on his own. Nighteye started with faux surprise. All Might stared back at him flatly, not even glancing at the boy's mother who was in the room as they spoke about her missing son. Not right now. He glared back and responded shortly. Before Nighteye could retort, the door opened again. Toshinori had only seen the director of the Public Safety Commission a handful of times, but he still recognized her as she walked in and gave the room a satisfied smile. Her jade eyes glittered with subdued pride as she stared at Izuku's mother. You must be Mrs. Midoriya. I'm sure you're very proud. She smiled while clasping her hands together. Weiss, I'm just waiting for him to come back now. Inko said, trying to soothe her own nerves. Kamiya nodded and gave that same knowing smile. I have good news. Izuku stayed suspended in the air for a long time. He didn't know how to move with this power, he didn't even know if he could. Spider-Man started to sweat as he did learn a different lesson. Using a quirk wasn't free. This floating power that he was using had eventually exhausted him, adding on to his fatigue from fighting off All for One. His vision was starting to darken as he began to drop, tumbling through the air once more headed toward the ocean. Hawks flew forward toward the limp body falling down to the water. He wondered how the hell the kid ended up out there as he soared faster and faster. The wind rushed past his ears as he pushed himself. If Spider-Man sank, getting him out wouldn't be easy. Actually, it might be impossible if Hawk's wings got wet. Just as Midoriya hit the surface, Hawks swooped low and reached him, swearing as he grabbed the kid by the hood of his suit and pulled him out of the ocean before he could be swept away. Spider-Man gasped as he shivered in Kigo's hold and laughed a little. "You called, but you don't get service out there." He joked weakly. "Save your breath, you've got people waiting for you, Spider-Man." Hawks laughed over the wind as he flew them back to the city. "Before I see them, can I ask for one thing?" He breathed with desperation. Hawks stared down at him with concern as they approached the coastline. "What is it?" "I got hot chocolate." Izuku cheered as he stepped into the private room with an EMS blanket over him. Almost everyone in the room lit up with joy at his return. Ochako made a beeline to him and squeezed him as hard as she could. "Don't do that again." She trembled. Izuku got a little more serious as he hugged her back. "I'll try. But no one gets to threaten you. I'm not about to let you get hurt." He promised as he stared over her shoulder at his mom. "I hope you weren't too worried. I knew you'd come back," she said, wiping small tears away as Izuku walked over with Ochako still clinging to him. "You're okay, right?" Izuku's mom asked a little nervously as he got close. He gave her a reassuring smile and brought her into the hug. "I'm just fine. Better now, actually," he said, excited to share what had happened. There was a whole dash. "We need the room," Nighteye ordered as he stared between All Might and Izuku. His mom and Ochako were quick to glare at the man before Izuku agreed. "He's right, this is important. I'll see you outside," Izuku assured. He looked to the director who was almost hidden in the corner while she barely made a sound. She noticed his gaze and smiled as she walked past. "You're entitled to your privacy, Spider-Man. Just don't make a habit of falling out of the sky." She joked as she was the last to leave. "Will do. Thanks again for sending Hawks," he called as she responded with a hum and the door closed behind her. Izuku turned back and smiled. "Nice lady. You guys aren't gonna believe this dash." Nighteye slammed a fist on the table angrily. "You went off on your own to apprehend a villain and you were almost killed. When are you going to realize how important your safety is?" The tall man shouted at him pointedly while approaching with anger. Izuku threw off the blanket himself and revealed his suit underneath. "What's important is not standing back and letting the bad guys get away." All Might sighed heavily. Young Midoriya, Sasaki is right, following Shigaraki wasn't a smart move dash. I fought him. Izuku said simply, seriously. All Might shook his head, the number one hero didn't understand yet. He stared at Izuku with concern and sighed. Even still, you came back empty-handed and you nearly drowned dash. No. I fought him. Spider-Man reiterated, and both men froze with wide eyes. All Might stood anxiously and approached quickly, grabbing Izuku by the shoulders. You came face to face with Dash. He's got half a face now, thanks to you. Izuku joked with a smile. This is serious. Are you sure it was him? Nighteye shouted. Izuku stood taller. He tried to take it from me. And he couldn't. He tried to kill me and he couldn't. All Might stared at him anxiously and put a hand on his shoulder. The fact that you've survived an encounter with him is of grave importance. Izuku activated One for All and smiled intensely. The electricity in his veins made his voice carry with more power. He had to send me away because he didn't know if he could win for sure. And fighting him only made me stronger. Imagine what'll happen next time Dash. There can be no next time Midoriya. You are my successor. I can't let you get hurt. All Might shouted as he responded by activating his own power back at Izuku and towering over him. Izuku didn't back down. He knew All Might meant well, but they should be celebrating. I got a new quirk. He whispered to the symbol of peace. All Might rubbed his forehead. Kid Dash. Izuku gave a short hop and held onto the feeling that kept gravity from affecting him earlier, getting eye to eye with All Might before his blue pupils shined through his shadowy eyes with recognition. Float, All Might muttered as he transformed back. Izuku coasted back to the floor. That's what I said. It kicked in at the perfect time to save me Dash. That was my master's quirk. All Might said with pride as he sat back down in shock. Izuku winced and stared back nervously. I didn't know, I should have asked more about her Dash. Do not let this distract you from the problem, All Might. Nighteye yelled before turning on Izuku. The current holder of One for All, you can't just make selfish, rash, stupid decisions that put the power at risk of being stolen, which you have. Izuku stared back unflinchingly. Staring the number one villain in the face made another adult yelling at him kind of flat in comparison. Sir. Respectfully, this is my power. I've met every challenge put in front of me. Frankly, there's only one other person who has the right to lecture me on it. Izuku shot back with a flat expression. Nighteye seethed with a judgmental look. And you aren't All Might. Izuku finished, uncaring. All Might interjected with a disapproving tone. Midoriya. That's Dash. No. He's right, he's your choice. You deal with him. Nighteye hissed before he abruptly walked away through the door. All Might looked at Izuku with a little disappointment. That was rude, Midoriya. So is he. Izuku took a breath and sat down next to All Might. I'll try to be more careful, but didn't you choose me because I can't leave well enough alone? He grinned nervously. All Might gave an exhausted sigh and smiled back. That I did. But we have to work harder, there's concrete proof that he lives now. And I need you to be ready. He finished seriously. I will be. Izuku promised resolutely. All Might nodded and stood up to leave. Well, we've got a lot to talk about, but now you need to get back to the people in your life Dash. Hey, you're in my life. Izuku smiled warmly as he grabbed All Might's sleeve before he could go. Also, I've got a question. All Might hummed a laugh and turned to face Izuku. What is it, young Midoriya? Does One for All ever talk to you? Izuku asked hesitantly. All Might stared at him with concern. I'm not crazy. Just, have you ever felt One for All like, advise you I guess? Izuku finished quietly. All Might's gaze made him wish he never asked. Izuku looked away bashfully. Never mind Dash. Once. All Might admitted with a guarded expression. One for All stopped me when I was going to make a grave mistake once. It didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it, so Izuku didn't pry. Oh. He commented and stood up before he remembered. Do you guys have any clothes I can wear? The suit gets smelly when it's wet. Izuku admitted while pinching at his second skin. All Might laughed and patted Izuku's shoulder. Of course. I'll be right back with them. He was the last to leave, and Izuku was all on his own, standing in the room by himself. He smiled as he thought about the insane day he just had. Guess I really can do anything. He laughed before getting a playful look. Izuku lifted himself with black whip, the tendrils snaking from his back and taking him halfway to the ceiling before he dissipated them instantly, using float to suspend himself in midair. He pretended like he was in a hammock, folding his arms behind his head as he spoke to his power with fondness and gratitude after it saved him so directly. How did I ever live without you? Spider-Man flipped over the blue beam of light as his attacker posed theatrically. The dodged attack crashed into the rock face behind him as Spider-Man clung to a jagged pillar of earth to maintain higher ground. Izuku analyzed the position and jumped off with a swing and an indignant shout. How could you betray us, Aoyama? He bellowed with rage as the armored student glared through his red visor. Apologies, Mon Ami. But is it really betrayal if I was never on your side? Aoyama smugly asked as he aimed his navel laser and narrowed his eyes. Izuku kicked toward the floor with an atom dash to get out of his opponent's line of fire, shooting over and behind Aoyama. Spider-Man hung in the air upside down using float, and pulled back a fist to punch Aoyama in the back of the head before the traitor shot his laser out into the empty space in front of him with a shout. Now! He dove to the ground as the beam bounced off of nothing back toward Izuku and multiplied into a shotgun-like spray. Izuku's spider sense went off before he began to dodge. From his left, sound waves shot toward him and rattled his bones as the beams punched into him, blasting Spider-Man into the dirt. He rolled along the ground before trying to regain his bearings as he crouched and skidded to a halt. Another beam shot through the air and missed Spider-Man by a foot. By the time he realized that it was never going to hit him because it was a feint, another blast of sound sent him writhing on the floor, covering his ears. Spider-Man screamed as his eyes tracked Gyra taking cover behind a rock formation, her ear jacks plugged into her boots as she gave a focused glare. Izuku reached a hand out to shoot a web toward the ankle-mounted speakers. His hand left his ears and made the attack worsen as he powered through it. As the thread he created shot from his wrist, Black Whip launched from his forearm and practically soared toward the punk student who froze with fear as the jagged darkness stopped inches from her face. That's enough, Spider-Man announced as he pulled his arm back in concern. A chime went off at his decree and the scattered students started to detense from the battle. Izuku stared at his arm, thinking to himself with a worried frown. I've got to get this under control. She was hurting you. His subconscious defended. Izuku shook his head as he denied the little voice that told him to shift the blame. I said I wouldn't use my quirks in this exercise. It was just a reflex dash. If I can't get one for all under control doing something as simple as this, how am I supposed to be ready when everyone needs me to be? He asked himself firmly, disregarding his lapse of judgment as his inner voice got quiet. All right, Spidey. Don't beat yourself up, One for All was just trying to help you. I almost hurt Gyro. You know it only wants you to be safe. Remember how it saved you from the fall. Izuku reminded himself. He nodded fondly at the memory as a rush of gratitude came to him. I've got to do better, but maybe I'm overreacting a little. He decided with a breath and a weak smile. Midoriya, are you talking to yourself? A pair of gloves possibly asked. What? Izuku shouted with confusion. So, which team won? Aoyama tried nervously. Huh? Izuku twisted a pinky in his ear and leaned to hear better, but he wasn't getting anything. Gyro rolled her eyes as she shook off her fear and walked over. He can't hear you. I can't hear you over that ringing. Izuku yelled to them. Team A wins by the way, he added quickly as a muffled groan came from the... Ah man. Kirishima dug his way out of the ground. We had you on our team and we still lost. Why weren't we told about the spy? He complained as he patted dirt off of himself. That would kinda defeat the purpose, right? Toru added before Spider-Man turned to her. Good job with the laser refraction, you too. I knew it was a good idea. Izuku gave a thumbs up to Aoyama and Toru as they smiled nervously in return. And you caught me totally by surprise. Your stealth is pretty great. Probably because you can hear minute sounds and dash. Stop screaming. Gyro screeched at him with her hands over her ears and a murderous look in her eye as Toru stopped her from marching over and clocking him. Izuku walked out of the medical bay to see Ochako staring at him nervously. The orange setting sun shining into the hall perfectly displayed her apprehension as she intertwined her fingers and looked away as he caught her gaze. He huffed a laugh at her demeanor. You look like you're about to confess that you have feelings for me. Izuku. Ochako said seriously. The smile slid off of his face as he approached her with concern. Talk to me. Ochako struggled some more as she clenched her fists to her sides. My parents are coming to visit, she said quietly. Izuku stared at her with confusion and worry. You love your parents, isn't this good news? They found out about Shigaraki threatening me. They're worried. Ochako stared at him solemnly. That makes sense. I'd hope they would be. Izuku nodded along before Ochako grabbed his hand and held it to her chest. They have so much to worry about already. And I know how they are, they'll usually try to pretend there's nothing wrong, but if they're so worried that they can't ignore it. I don't know what they'll do. Her voice trembled as she told him her fears. You think they'll take you out of Yui? Izuku whispered as he understood. The thought was terrifying to him, but he couldn't show how afraid he was because Ochako needed him. And he needed her. That's not gonna happen, okay? He held her hands and promised. How do you know? She begged, on the verge of tears. Because... He looked away in thought before slowly staring back at her. Because if your folks are worried about you being safe, we're gonna show them that you're safe and happy. Izuku decided with a fierce smile. Ochako huffed a laugh of her own. Izuku. And strong and smart and pretty and badass and funny and really pretty and dash. Shut up. She laughed as she wrapped her arms around his neck as he chuckled and lifted her a little in the hug. Thank you. She sighed with relief, and Izuku felt that the first step of his mission was complete. We're gonna get all your friends together, show your parents you've got strong people looking out for you. Izuku said brightly, talking about this project with the excitement he treated quirks with. Ochako only smiled at him and let him ramble. We'll do it at my place so they know you'll always get immaculate food, courtesy of Chef Inko Midoriya. He gave a small nod with reverence to his mother. Ochako laughed as she pushed her forehead against his shoulder and felt her worries wash away. And they'll meet your perfect, charming, caring bit of a bad boy but in an endearing way, in an obnoxious way, handsome dash. Don't forget humble. Ochako teased with a sigh. Mild-mannered boyfriend. Izuku finished while holding her shoulders. What about dash? Ochako looked up at him and gestured using only her eyes. You know. Let me worry about that. I'm not gonna test whether your parents are arachnophobic, this is about you. He smiled at her with reassurance. Ochako squinted nervously as she spread her palms and worried, I know things can come up with that side of you and I'm okay with that, but dash. It's my plan, and I promise I won't be an empty seat. So you'd better call the girls and tell them what's going on. Izuku dismissed her with excitement that was just too infectious. Ochako finally moved to walk with him down the hall as she held his hand. She smiled even as she tried to stay realistic. Really, it's okay if you can't make it dash. Balderdash. Izuku refuted with conviction. Balderdash? Ochako stared at him in disbelief. I will be there no matter what. I am running a bit late. Izuku admitted from the other end of the call. Ochako tried hard not to panic as everyone filed into his house with the exception of him. Very nice to meet you as well, Inko. Ochako's told us a lot about you. Her mom chatted with Mrs. Midoriya while Ochako hissed into the phone. Where are you? Ochako looked around as the same question seemed to be on everyone's minds. Izuku yelled over the sounds of the wind. I'm on my way. There was a car chase and I had to stop that, and then this guy was having a standoff with the police and dash. Just hurry and get here, please. Ochako whined as her dad started to walk over. I had to stop and get a cake. Why? Ochako dreaded the answer while her father raised an eyebrow at what had her so anxious. It's supposed to make up for me being late. Izuku defended. You make up for being late by being here. Ochako complained. Everything okay, kiddo? Her dad cut in with concern. You're talking to that boy? Zuko, right? He questioned with a squint. I've told you about him a bunch of times. You know his name. Ochako pouted as he just laughed and ruffled her hair. I'm only teasing, sweetheart. But really, I'd like to meet the kid you're so smitten with. He said firmly. Ochako quickly hung up the phone and fully turned to her father. He's out right now. Don't worry, he's on his way. She defended with a smile. I'm not worried, sweetie. Just a little concerned that you might have made him up. He laughed, covering his actual concerns with humor while Ochako pouted and shoved at his arm. Daddy! She growled with a blush. I just hope he doesn't leave you hanging like this often. He finished quietly after his laugh petered out. He doesn't. Izuku tries really hard, okay? Once you meet him, you'll see. Izuku was almost back home, he just had to make it out of the inner city, and he could be there fashionably late. He had to make a good impression, there was no other choice in his mind. He ran across the side of a building with the cake box strapped to his back via webs. Izuku skydived as he reconciled his feelings, trying to ignore how the sky quickly started to darken as the sun began to fully set. I had days to plan this. He yelled angrily over the wind to no one in particular. Spider-Man groaned with annoyance. He couldn't even blame Ochako's parents for being worried. He was worried he had been since the USJ attack. How could he prove he'd be there for Ochako when he couldn't meet a 6 o'clock curfew? At least 5 different times, he had to stop in his tracks to handle some crisis. He thought that he was getting the hang of this whole thing, but his two halves had never felt so at odds as they did today. He dipped low and shot out 2 webs, the elasticity in his formula stretching the tethers until he bungeed his way back up while rocketing forward. And all of this was happening because of Shigaraki, and by extension, All for One. The BSTRD was on his last legs and even still he was causing the 9th problems. Izuku growled at the thought as he made it to the edge of the district when his spider sense went off. He turned to the sound of thunder before it reached his ears. Blocks away, blue lightning cracked toward the sky as screams rang out into the air. Demon IT. He bellowed with real rage to the entire situation as he redirected himself in midair toward the commotion. Still nothing, huh? Mina asked while putting a hand on Ochako's shoulder. Ochako only watched as her dad tried to hide his annoyance across the room, and her mom thankfully tried to be more understanding. She tried not to bite her nails as she affirmed Mina's prediction and started to float into the air nervously. Her pink friend literally kept Ochako grounded as she pulled her back down to earth and tried to calm her down. Midori's a great guy, he'll be here. And even if he doesn't show dash. You think he's not gonna show? Ochako screeched fearfully. I didn't say that. He's probably just finishing up saving some puppies or beating some idiot bank robber. Mina joked, trying to quell Ochako's anxiety. The gravity girl wheezed for a moment as she tried to calm herself and agreed for the sake of her own nerves. Why, you're right. He'll be here. After Spider-Man dropped off his cake on a rooftop, he flew into the street. Orange illuminated the sidewalk as the firefighter hero Backdraft, who was way cooler than people gave him credit for in Izuku's opinion, scrambled to put out what was almost a full street of burning buildings. Backdraft, what's going on here? Spider-Man asked the older hero as he sprayed webs through what looked like windows into hell. The trademark fluid Izuku developed was always meant to be fire retardant. It was fulfilling one of its original functions from long before it became part of a transportation device. The smoke started to die down the more he worked, as Backdraft explained while spraying another building. Spider-Man. A villain came out of nowhere and just started dash. Izuku felt time nearly stop as his spider sense rang out powerfully. He jumped toward Backdraft and was just barely able to push him out of the way as a torrent of blue lightning shot him in the chest and blasted him straight through the building he just put out. Ugh! Spider-Man yelled as he was ejected from the back of the building, feeling his chest smoke as the attack burned his spider logo away. Spider-Man took a deep breath and shot a web back toward the building he was just tossed through and pulled himself onto the rooftop before he took a knee with exertion. A glowing figure levitated up mere feet away from the edge of the rooftop and laughed. The sound was like a typical bully at Aldra, only older. I go through all this trouble to set these fires and you put him out. Not cool, Spidey. The charged villain spoke with a crackling voice. If the wallcrawler was being honest, this guy had the same accent that Izuku had developed from spending so much time in the city due to vigilantism. A rough, almost delinquent-like way of speech that Izuku had a propensity to slip into when talking to a local. So he felt a little betrayed that one of his own was going to make him have to thrash them. The hell's your problem, Sparkles? Of all the heroes to make a nemesis out of, you choose Backdraft. Leave the guy alone. Spider-Man responded with a paradoxical playful seriousness. The villain gave a real laugh as if they were long-time friends ribbing each other. Sparkles? Yeah, funny. But no one gets to tell me what to do, webhead. He growled seriously. Electricity, huh? Spider-Man took a combat stance and eyed the villain up and down, the shifting starfish-like pattern of plasma around his head, and the all-black suit illuminated with glowing blue lightning bolt patterns across his body. There's already a guy named Shocker, ya ripoff. Izuku grinned while unintentionally mirroring the villain's speech. The villain laughed again with camaraderie. See, just listen to you know what it's like to be on the ground, like me. He said with a friendly smile before it became more malicious. I like ya. Don't make me have to fry you, Spidey. He warned as his hands charged up. I've got a cake to deliver. Spider-Man activated full cowl and crouched, ready to jump. So let's not take all day, yeah? Spider-Man leapt toward the villain, but it seemed that he wasn't all flash and no substance. He flashed to his left and dodged a one-for-all charged attack from Spider-Man with lightning speed. Is what it is. The villain said with resignation as Izuku was left vulnerable in the air in front of him. Spider-Man threw out a hand to absorb the imminent attack when his spider sense activated, and he was shocked full of lighting anyway. Grah! Spider-Man writhed in the air and screamed as he began to smoke from the electricity. His mind flashed back, thinking hard about why he couldn't absorb the attack and flipping through every experience he'd ever had until he came to the very beginning. Izuku was bitten by an irradiated spider. Spider-Man didn't absorb energy. Fire radiated heat. Beetle's EMP attack was created as a side effect from a small nuclear reaction. He'd always instinctively avoided Kaminari's attacks. And the last Nomu he fought had beams that cut and didn't burn, just like Aoyama's, and his body knew not to try to absorb either. Lightning didn't radiate the way that Molten Man's form did. The villain hummed a laugh as Spider-Man continued to scream. If Shocker's off the table, I'm thinking. He snapped and Spider-Man grunted at the pulse that ran through him. Electro. Gyron. Gyron. The BSRD screamed with that shrill, constantly complaining voice. His footsteps could be heard throughout the entire workplace as he SE the energy out of everyone, stopping any conversations in their tracks. Sadai had no choice but to play nice. As much as he hated the man, who else was going to sign his paycheck? He wheeled himself out from under the transformer and into the view of his boss. The sun beaming down on the yard on that hot summer day. Sadai always seemed to get the worst shifts. Aye, boss. He tried with a smile and a squint to shield his eyes from the sun. I need you to work graveyard tonight. Sadai's boss shouted with no room for argument. Sadai started to stammer with confusion that covered his rage. I asked for tomorrow off a month ago, boss dash. And I'm denying your request now, Gyron. The boss screamed back with annoyance, like he had so much better to do than waste time with Sadai. Boss, I can't do tomorrow. You approved my leave before and dash. I don't give a rat's but what happened before. You'll be at the power plant by midnight. If you aren't, you can find somewhere else to work. Sadai needed this job, he couldn't lose it over something like this. He sighed with resignation. Yes, sir. Later that day, Sadai sat at a bar, trying hard not to dwell on life, and failing miserably. Everything seemed to get in his way, no matter what. He was trying to have an honest life, just work and get paid, but the man always seemed to get the short end of the stick. Sadai gulped down another shot and grimaced as he clenched his fist in rage for all his problems. Other people didn't have to work nearly as hard like a schmuck. Hell, he knew people who didn't play by the rules and they were more well off than him because of it. The bar door opened behind Sadai. He could practically smell the secondhand smoke from across the room and he rolled his eyes. Die. Kajiro screeched as he sauntered into the place. Kage. Sadai said with acknowledgement before sipping some more. What's with the cold shoulder, cuz? Kajiro asked as he plopped down next to Sadai and threw an arm over his neck. What do you want? Sadai asked the magenta-suited man before taking another shot. I've got a bunch of new opportunities all of a sudden, cousin dash. Kajiro excitedly drawled through his cigarette while leaning closer to Sadai. Why should I care? Sadai cut through his crap in seconds, making the broker sigh with exasperation. Business is boomin'. I'm gathering all sorts of folks that I think can be trusted. Come on, cuz. Gyron stared with glee as he started to say the same DMN things he brought up every time they met. Your family. We work on that quirk of yours and you could be dash. I don't want to hear it, cut. You already know why I can't. I'm not doing any dirty work for that kind of risk. Sadai slammed a fist into the counter as Gyron rolled his eyes. You'll never get anywhere playing it safe, die. You think your old man would have stayed at the bottom, never even trying to be more. Gyron demanded as Sadai whirled on him. He never played by the rules, look where it got him. Don't try and use him to get what you want with me. Sadai deflected before he rubbed his bald head with exhaustion. I made my choice. I'm not going down your road, Gyron. He sneered the name as he firmly glared at his cousin. Kajiro clicked his tongue with distaste and sighed a smoky breath. You got so much potential, die. Wish you could see it instead of playing the chump for people you hate. Gyron finished as he stood up to leave. Sadai's eyes stared down at the counter as he tried to ignore the words nagging at him. If you change your mind, call. And don't be a stranger. Let's celebrate tomorrow. Kajiro suddenly said with that gap-toothed grin. Sadai smiled for a moment before he sighed. Can't. He said simply as Kajiro already walked out the door. I've got work. No, boss, this isn't stable. I don't think it's up to code. Sadai shouted into his phone as the sparking tubes on the power plant made it hard to communicate. I know that, you moron. There's a current flow issue, I need you to fix it. The BSRD screamed back through the device. Everyone else is leaving. Why can't I dash? Because you're special. Sadai could hear the sneer in the man's tone. Sadai nearly growled but he contained himself. Sir Dash, get it done. The boss hung up. Sadai merely grit his teeth and steeled himself to do what he had to do. Lee, can we shut down power on Sector 4? Sadai asked his radio expectantly. Forget about it, I'm going home. His coworker responded curtly with a static disconnect. Sadai gave a groan of annoyance that turned into a scream with furious stomping. He climbed up the grid without HRSS, only because once he saw the problem, he knew he could fix it in seconds. Sadai reached the top of the tower. It wasn't that high up, just a little taller than the average house. He saw the disconnected tubes within the metal, and resolved to go home and enjoy the rest of the day once he was done. He hummed a little as the work clock sounded off that an hour had passed. It was midnight. Happy birthday, Dash. Sadai grabbed both ends, vapor wisped from the entrances of them almost ominously. 2. Without hesitation he plugged them together. Me. Sadai smiled and pushed the tubes back into place. Instantly, he was shocked with hundreds of volts of electricity. He screamed out as holes burned into his clothes from the relentless energy. He couldn't think through the suffering, it disrupted the signals in his brain, yet he could still feel himself dying. In the calm dark night, as if some higher power truly despised him, lightning cracked down from the sky and blasted into Sadai, turning hundreds of volts into thousands, into millions. He flew violently off of the tower and into the dirt below as the power plant stabilized with the addition of his sacrifice. His body twitched on the ground from the impulses still through it as the fire on his clothes petered out. Gyron! Gyron! The boss shouted with panic as footsteps grew closer to Sadai's smoking corpse. Yeah, I need an ambulance, hurry. The man shouted as his footsteps paced around. Minute, Gyron. What have I done? He shouted with regret. How could I let you go up there? Sadai couldn't believe what he was hearing. Regret from his boss? I didn't know you'd go and die like a moron. The boss complained. Sadai realized with rage that he could still hear. His quirk was a conditional one. His father could absorb the properties of non-living things that caused him harm. It made the old man a force to be reckoned with. God forbid someone tried to use a gun on him. Sadai wasn't so lucky. The story of his life, really. His quirk was stronger than his father's, but with a huge caveat. Sadai could only take on the traits of something that brought him to the brink of death. That didn't make him immortal. His power only worked once, and whatever affected him had to very specifically not kill him. Luckily, he wasn't dead. If it gets out that this is my fault, I'm ruined. The BSTRD screeched as he worried about himself. If Sadai was dead, this was how he was being mourned? Always causing trouble. You useless little nothing. The boss raged. Sadai's eyes snapped open with a cobalt blue glow. He groaned on the ground and his boss dropped his phone. Gyron, you're alive? Yes. He cheered as Sadai pushed himself up. You almost got really hurt by being reckless, Gyron. Lucky I was here, huh? The man joked nervously without a shred of remorse. Sadai stood up on bare feet and tattered pants as he looked down at his soot-covered state. You're right, boss. I'm so glad you're here. Sadai smiled as he slowly started to feel much better. For saving your life, I might have to dock your pay. The boss told another of his corny jokes. But this time, Sadai didn't laugh because he felt obligated to. That's a good one. But you don't have to do that. He giggled, raising his arm to cover his mouth before using the hand to point. I dash. The man was cut off as a shot of lightning arched straight through his heart like a bullet. I tender my resignation. The body dropped to the ground with a dull thud. As his former boss laid at his feet, Sadai was satisfied that he'd never have to hear another garbage joke from the man again. The newly recharged man smiled at the plasma arcing between his fingers. Sadai had been baptized in power, now he felt able to take on the world. Just a taste made him realize how much he'd been missing. Kajiro was right. At the thought of his cousin, Sadai picked the dropped phone up from the dirt and gingerly tapped in the number. Kage, it's me. Sadai said with boredom. Sadai? Why were you calling from this number dash? I thought about what you said. Sadai smiled at the corpse of his boss. I'm unemployed right now. Kajiro gave an excited laugh. Knew you'd come around. Swing by and we'll talk dash. Actually dash, Sadai looked at the tatters that hung off of him. I'll need your services too. Kajiro was silent for a moment, but he didn't become a great broker by asking unnecessary questions. Toys, clothes, or do you need a janitor? He listed them in code without judgment. I can handle the rest, cousin. Definitely clothes. Sadai assured as he fried the phone into ash with a crackle of blue before leering at his boss with glee. He kicked at the man's face with a laugh and charged his hands up some more. Sadai didn't have to dispose of the evidence. He wanted to. New threads and 2 great presents. He pointed his palms at the body before cackling. Happy birthday to me. Spider-Man tried to use Black Whip, but the lightning made it shrink in on itself before he could really do anything with it. Now Izuku knew what he couldn't do. Next, he needed to figure out what he could. I warned ya. No one to blame but yourself. The newly named Electro laughed with that crackling tone. He kept up his constant attack against the young hero. Spider-Man continued to grunt in pain as his mind scrambled from the electricity. It made his mind race before he got an idea. Fighting against the nerves in his hand, cramping it into a fist, he raised his arm and pointed it toward Electro. Delaware smash. Izuku flicked a single finger with One for All at full power. The mighty attack displaced the air around it, turning the very atmosphere into a weapon as it blasted forward into Electro. The glowing villain was thrown backwards into the side of another building as Spider-Man landed back on the roof and shook his hand in pain. Yowza! Talk about desperate measures. He winced at his broken finger and what used to be the glove of his suit, now leaving his bruised hand naked to the world. Spider-Man! Are you okay? Backdraft shouted from the street with concern. Spider-Man glared at Electro as he pulled himself out of the crater Izuku put him in. The villain glared right back with fury. I'm gonna be just fine, I need to talk with our new friend. Spider-Man jumped off the building to face off against Electro, who was flying ominously once more. Electro shot another blast of lightning toward Spider-Man, missing as the wall-crawler twisted his body in the air and dodged the attack by a hair. Spider-Man closed in and swung a right hook into Electro's face. The attack wasn't free as it left Spider-Man's fist numb and had him biting back a scream while pushing off before more electricity could flow into him. The villain shook off the attack and went back on the offensive. Quit moving around, you little Utes. Electro barked while continuing to shoot off electricity that crashed against buildings as Spider-Man swung around to avoid them. Maybe you should work on your aim, lightning butt. Spider-Man joked childishly, sticking to the side of a building while his lenses narrowed at Electro. Izuku noticed the villain's shoulders starting to sag as he huffed in the air. What, are you running low? You need some double A's or something? Spider-Man mocked as he jumped toward Electro to take advantage of his weakened state. Electro dodged away and rose higher into the air. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'll get what I need, then you're gonna fry. The villain decided with glee as he turned away. See you real soon, bug. He laughed while flying toward the middle of the city, where screens attached to buildings constantly illuminated the streets. Spider-Man unstuck from the building and dropped next to Backdraft, who was still on the ground. Spider-Man pulled Backdraft up by the nozzle where his wrists would be. Are you alright, Dash? I'm fine, thanks to you. Don't worry about me, you have to get after that villain. Backdraft shouted with urgency as he pointed toward the blue trail in the night sky. Spider-Man tracked where he was pointing and nodded. He took a step to jump off before he stopped. Izuku looked at his bare and bruised left hand and his burnt right hand. How could he finish this in the quickest way possible? Spider-Man made a double take at Backdraft and smiled beneath his mask. How do you feel about roller coasters? He asked the older hero. Izuku could see the confusion on Backdraft's expressionless face as he responded. That they're fine? You really should focus, Dash. And pendulums? Izuku prodded while taking a step toward the now uncomfortably shifting hero. What? Backdraft asked fearfully, taking a step back as Spider-Man's hidden smile got wider. Backdraft screamed as he fell through the air with Spider-Man, shooting toward the pavement before the webbed hero turned their momentum forward. This is all part of the plan. Spider-Man assured over the whipping wind. I'm not a combat hero. And I'm gonna puke. Backdraft complained as they continued to dive and swoop through the air. First off, don't throw up on the suit. Second, I need your help. You being here is imperative. And that's a big word for me, so you can tell I'm serious. Spider-Man cracked as they started to gain on the beacon that was Electro. Sadai clung to the biggest screen he could find. He felt his new power fading quickly, and the drawback of it left him surprised to say the least. Everything he had done was improvised. He was learning about his quirk as he used it. Try, a voice shouted, making Sadai turn to the sound. Electro saw Spider-Man swinging toward him quickly and grinned. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right. Sadai decided as he drained the screen until it went dark. I was watching that. Spider-Man yelled with a whine while shooting a web toward Electro. Sadai dodged around the strand and used both hands to shoot the bug full of lightning. Only for Spider-Man to twist and dodge around it again, much to Electro's chagrin. Why are you doing this? Spider-Man shouted while flying forward with a leg primed to slam into Sadai's side. Electro moved backwards with his palms away from the imminent strike from Spider-Man. That building was where my old boss used to live. Sadai explained with a laugh. I'm gonna destroy every trace of him, and everything else I don't like. He finished simply while Spider-Man stayed suspended in the air somehow. Spider-Man shot forward with green energy jetting from his soles. Like I'd let you. He shouted angrily with a fist pulled back. Electro wasn't going to do this all day, so instead of retaliating, I know your weakness, bug. Sadai sneered while raising higher into the air. Spider-Man's lenses narrowed as he redirected upward. You've just gotta play the hero. Electro charged up his hands and blasted lightning at the street, toward fleeing civilians and scrambling cars. Spider-Man used Black Whip to reach out of his back and slingshot him toward the ground before the quirk snaked out with blinding speed and grabbed the innocents off the ground, saving them from the attack. Run. Get out of here. Spider-Man ordered while the dark tendrils made distance between him and the grateful civilians. Before he could focus, Electro struck himself onto the ground and let off a wave of electricity that shocked Spider-Man backward and sent him crashing into the side of an abandoned bus. The people on the ground watched as Spider-Man twitched against the crumpled metal. The fear across their faces brought Sadai joy like nothing else. Finally, some respect. Electro sighed wistfully while staring at the beaten hero. Too focused on other people, that's how you hero types always lose. He laughed before flying up to the screens again. Electro blasted around at random, watching as cars exploded and people scattered to avoid his power. Power he had been denied his whole life. But now, Electro smiled to himself as he aimed at a small group of victims who were just too slow to get away. Everyone's gonna see what I can do. He charged up his hands again. With a creak and a crash, a torrent of water shot out over Sadai with extreme pressure. It smacked him into a darkened screen that cracked as he came in contact. The pressure held him up before he eventually crashed into the ground in a heap. He could feel his power waning. He curled up as smoke rose from his body and electricity sputtered off of him. That was close. Spider-Man laughed while swinging the fireman hose in a circle. Electro growled on the pavement, struggling to get up while Spider-Man laughed above him and turned away to speak. Pleasure doing business with you, Backdraft. Spider-Man chirped while the older hero detached the hose from his hand. Don't know how to repay you, Dash. Don't make me swing again. Backdraft offered frantically as the crowd of civilians started to come down from their fear and panic. Will do. Spider-Man laughed while lightly slapping Backdraft's arm. The crowd slowly started to clap and cheer until the applause for the two heroes was thunderous. Sadai groaned ragefully into the ground as he struggled to get back up before Spider-Man shot webs over him and kept him restrained. He's not going anywhere. Also, I wanted to ask something. Spider-Man turned his back on Sadai again. Like the villain was nothing. Can I keep the hat? He asked nervously while pinching the brim of the fireman's helmet he was wearing. Backdraft was silent before he laughed with disbelief. You're like a little kid. We're all kids at heart. Spider-Man covered nervously. Hey! You think you can ignore me? I'll kill every last one of you and Dish, Sadai screamed before a web shot over his mouth and silenced him. Heard that before. And you were wrong earlier. Spider-Man towered over Sadai as police cars started to pull onto the scene and civilians were guided back. Heroes have people watching their backs. It's why villains like you, who are all alone, they always lose. He finished firmly. Sadai thrashed in the sticky bindings. He was overcome with rage that sparked within him. He watched Spider-Man swing away hurriedly and glared at the hero who had ruined his day. His day. He couldn't even get one. As he was carted into the back of an armored van, Backdraft spoke up. Make sure you keep him away from any sources of electricity. The firefighter hero advised with concern. He's got quirk suppression cuffs on, I think we'll be alright. The squadron leader laughed before slamming the door to Sadai's confinement. But as Sadai sat in the dark, he could still feel the electricity thrumming through the vehicle as it started to drive him to prison. His quirk was separate from his powers, the night was still young, and it was still his birthday. His eyes illuminated blue in the darkness as he grinned beneath the mouthguard he had on. I'm not done yet. Izuku hopped off his roof briskly, tugging his mask into his back pocket with one hand while he carried the cake with the other. He moved back first through the front door and took a breath. Prepared to turn on the charm. Sorry I'm late, I had to beat an old lady with a stick to get the last cake. Izuku joked while he turned to face. Where's everyone else? He asked nervously. Ochako briskly walked up to him and whispered anxiously. They all went home, Deku. We've been waiting on you. Izuku, we're just finishing up setting the dinner table. You should help. His mom advised with sage wisdom. The two senior Urarakas were staring at him warily. Izuku put the box down and rushed over. It's nice to finally meet you, young man. Ochako's dad admitted with a slightly bitter smile. Ochako talks so much about you. You're very important to her. Mrs. Uraraka said while nudging her husband. It's great to meet you both. Izuku responded with a short bow. I'm just a little confused, Ochako never said she had a sister. Ochako's mom chuckled genuinely before she waved her hand. Oh, stop it. Izuku mentally fist-pumped at getting into her good graces. Her dad grunted blankly. That didn't make Izuku feel too hot. Ochako laughed loudly and gave Izuku's shoulder a tight squeeze. We should really start dinner soon, I'm sure we're all starving. She said too cheerfully before staring at him with a pleading gaze. Izuku, you mentioned a cake? She guided. Yes. Izuku pointed up with remembrance while shuffling back over to the counter and picking up the box. This place is the best bakery in the city, scratch that, the country. Izuku played up because he really did mean it. I had to wait to get it, but once you get a taste you'll agree that it was worth it. He trailed off as he lifted the lid on the box and saw the crumpled mess of a cake inside. Izuku closed it quickly and walked back to the table. I'm gonna get plates, he said hurriedly while marching off. Ochako's dad lifted the box lid slightly and looked inside. Huh, he uttered without emotion. Ochako was trying not to sweat as they started to take their seats. She was next to her dad while Izuku sat across from them. Her mom sat to Izuku's right, at the middle of the table's side while Inko sat across from her. They started to eat and Ochako was grateful that the two mothers were on good terms at least. The food is amazing, Inko. Oh, you flatter me. I'd be happy to send you the recipe. Izuku's mom responded with cheer. Please, I might need this every week. So, Izuku. Her dad cut through directly. Izuku looked up with noodles hanging out of his mouth. H&N, what are your plans for the future? Ochako's dad asked evenly. Izuku swallowed his food and looked up to ponder the question. I haven't really thought about it. Ochako kicked him under the table. And by that, I have so many options right now that it's hard to pick. He nodded quickly. How so? Her dad asked genuinely. Oh, well, I'm a scientist by nature, like my dad. So I've thought about following the same path. But I've also gotten a chance to work with heroes in training at UE, so there's that too. Ochako tells me you aren't in the hero course. Her dad said with a small squint. He helped tutor some of the students, Daddy? Ochako nervously laughed. Maybe you could be a teacher, Deku? She added with encouragement. Izuku scoffed. Yeah, me? Come on. He laughed while gesturing to himself before he winced. Oh dear. Are you okay? What happened to your hand? Ochako's mom asked as the focus was now squarely on Izuku's broken finger. Oh, I'm fine. I got into a little accident getting here, but I'm good. He laughed it off with, in Ochako's opinion, the worst trait about him that she'd do anything to fix. It's very reckless to ignore an injury like that, young man. I would know, I've seen too many lose function trying to tough out their pain. Her dad chided with disappointment. I heal quick, I didn't want to waste any more time. Izuku defended with a weak smile. Wait here, Izuku, I'll get something we can wrap that in. Inko said firmly. There's some ointment in the rental, I'll be right back with it. Ochako's mom nodded. The two left and suddenly the atmosphere was more strained. Wanting to get results so badly that you ignore problems is a bad precedent to set, Midoriya. That's how people get hurt. Her dad admitted with disapproval. Ochako tried to control her breathing as things got more tense. Daddy, that's not really fair, you know? She chuckled. I'd have to wonder what else you're willing to ignore just to reach whatever goals you have, son. Izuku winced a little before he defended himself. I was trying to put being here first. This is an important night. I wanted to make a good impression. Izuku admitted truthfully. If you wanted to be here, you should have been here. Her dad lectured calmly while shaking his head. Izuku clenched his fists while staring at the table as Ochako's father continued. It's all about the choices you make, Dash. I agree. I think that being able to make your own choices is what makes you a stronger person. And no one should decide anything for you. Izuku said with his voice gradually getting louder. Izuku, Ochako begged quietly. What are you getting at? Ochako's dad asked with a dangerous calm. I think that if Ochako wants to stay at Yui, she should stay at Yui. Izuku said firmly. Is that what this is about? You set this up to try and convince me to not take my daughter out of her school. Her dad asked with that same even tone. Why else would you be here? Izuku accused. I was worried about my kid. Her dad admitted with a small scoff. She gets attacked and I find out that all these people are here for her and I'm not. He continued bitterly. And the boy she's always thinking about isn't there either. He finished pointedly at Izuku. The two teens were silent as Ochako looked away in embarrassment while Izuku looked down in shame. I was caught up, I got to her as soon as I could, Dash, Izuku tried. You not being here tonight, for something that you set up shows a lack of responsibility, Midoriya. Ochako cut into her boyfriend's defense. Izuku is responsible. He has a lot on his shoulders and Dash. I need to hear it from you, young man. Her dad shot her down in an instant. It's more than just you being late, even beyond being with Ochako. Boys make excuses. Men choose, son. Izuku flinched again and rubbed at his forehead with frustration. It's not that simple all the time. I'm trying to do better, to be better. I'm trying to be there for Ochako, Dash. I can tell you're trying. But frankly, trying isn't enough. You have to do. What kind of man are you going to be, Izuku? Ochako's dad asked with more encouragement. As Ochako realized her dad was trying to help Izuku, the crushing tension she felt eased a little, but it was fleeting as she watched Izuku get that look he got whenever his mind was stuck on the past. Ochako didn't know what he was thinking about, but it couldn't be good. Dad Dash, she started as her and Izuku's mothers rushed into the dining room. Her father finished gently. You have to decide who you are, son Dash. Don't call me son. Izuku shouted suddenly, shocking everyone in the room with the outburst. What happened? Ochako's mom asked quietly as she got back to the table. I'm sorry. I didn't, Dash. Izuku looked away with shame. Tonight was supposed to go well. I messed it up. Ochako's dad shook his head and sighed through his nose. His avoiding stare stopped as it swept the room and he bowed his head in regret. No. I pushed too far. Ochako followed his gaze to an urn that rested in a small shrine with a picture of a man who looked like Izuku if he had narrower eyes and black hair. I apologize. Her dad reiterated solemnly. The room was silent while Inko and Ochako's mom fretted over Izuku's injury without words. He cleared his throat as his mom wrapped his finger. That cake still probably tastes really good, presentation notwithstanding, Dash. Izuku joked nervously before he reached to his head on instinct and his eyes narrowed. Ochako knew what that meant, and it put her on edge. She looked around for the danger before suddenly, she only saw darkness as the power flickered out.